On October 22nd, 2021 in the galactic calendar, under the studio lights of Into the Abyss, host Weiwei began the live broadcast with her sweet smile. However, no one knew that beneath this young and beautiful host's cheerful exterior lay a heart full of bitterness. Having offended her superiors, she had been exiled here to become the host of Interstellar Media Group's least promising new show this month. Among 11 new programs launching simultaneously, Into the Abyss had embarrassingly low expectations. Analysts predicted that this public service program observing the lives of serious criminals on Exile Planet A518 might not even reach 10 million viewers at its peak. The reason was simple. Similar public service programs had already saturated the market with repetitive content, leaving audiences suffering from viewer fatigue. When the show premiered, only around 300,000 viewers were online, most of whom had tuned in solely for Weiwei's looks. Despite her low spirits, Weiwei forced a smile and mechanically introduced the program format. Unlike many shows focusing on tribal communities, Into the Abyss concentrated on individual subjects, with an AI selecting 10 observation targets for audience voting to determine the official subjects. The camera switched, showing figures draped in animal hides flickering across the screen. After several seconds, it focused on a one-armed, burly man with rough skin. His profile appeared: Ji Hung, male, 28 years old, 7th-generation descendant of mass murderer Huang Rinkui, chief of the Qilan tribe. Having lost his arm in a hunting accident, his leadership position was precarious as he faced mounting challenges. In the audience section, comments flew across the screen. 28 years old, but already has a white beard? Missing an arm makes him look unbalanced. There can't be any pretty girls on an exile planet anyway next. The live stream atmosphere became slightly more active, but voting remained lukewarm. At that moment, on Mount Yen of planet A518, a life-changing transformation was quietly unfolding. In a dim, damp cave, young Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes with a confused gaze as torrents of information flooded his mind, causing excruciating pain that nearly overwhelmed him. After a long recovery, his expression grew complex, had actually transmigrated. Wearing tattered animal hides in a primitive environment filled with fierce beasts, regressed technology, declining civilization, and harsh survival conditions, without any special advantages, he panicked, instinctively feeling he wouldn't survive 3 days. But fate took a turn at that very moment. Just as despair set in, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on activating the ultimate talent system. Please select your talent path. A virtual screen appeared displaying hundreds of paths: technology, cultivation, perception, reproduction. Yi Chen was overjoyed but found most talents incomprehensible. When he tried asking if he could select all options, the system remained unresponsive, apparently lacking intelligence. After brief consideration, he quickly dismissed the crazy idea of developing a technology tree in primitive times and decisively chose the cultivation path. Selection successful. Congratulations on acquiring humanity's strongest cultivation talent. The screen options instantly vanished, leaving only one attribute that rendered him speechless: territory range. 16 square meters, talent bonus. Only 0.00016 times. The system provided no explanation. The only certainty was that larger territory meant higher talent bonuses. However, he couldn't focus on this because a more pressing problem emerged. Without cultivation techniques, how could he cultivate? After pondering briefly, Yi Chen decided to create his own cultivation method. Drawing upon his knowledge from 3,000 web novels, he settled his mind, sat cross-legged, and attempted to sense his energy see and locate his dantian, believing that with the ultimate talent, he must forge his own path. Meanwhile, Into the Abyss, viewership plummeted to just over 200,000. Weiwei continued forcing a smile while introducing the final observation subject. The camera switched and finally focused on a dark Kavya young man with dirty clothes but fair skin and handsome features, sat quietly in meditation. His profile appeared: Yi Chen, male, 19 years old, grandson of 9-star General Yi Tenglong, member of the Green Grass tribe, sickly since childhood, orphaned early, exiled from his tribe, wandering to a cave on Mount Yen, surviving on wild fruits, infected with a cold and high fever in recent days, having just regained consciousness 10 minutes ago after his fever broke. Comments immediately became lively as female viewers rarely showed interest in the young man's appearance, while male viewers began betting on whether he could survive a month. Some declared he wouldn't last a month, while others bet he would definitely survive. The 10 observation subjects were quickly confirmed, and the live stream split into 10 rooms with host Weiwei rotating through explanations as viewers switched freely between them. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Time flew by. Initially, thanks to his outstanding appearance, Yi Chen's livestream had dominated nearly half of the Into the Abyss program's viewership, peaking at over 100,000 concurrent viewers. However, as the camera showed him sitting motionless in the dark cave in a cross-legged position, the audience numbers rapidly dwindled like a receding tide. finally stabilizing at only 5 or 6,000 viewers. The total viewership across all 10 livestream channels also dropped from over 200,000 to just over 100,000. Inside the cave, after about an hour, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of obvious joy crossing them had finally detected the existence of his Qi. Next came the most crucial step, creating his own cultivation technique. After racking his brains to no avail, he could only resume his cross-legged position and continue his inner meditation. Soon, he was surprised to discover a barely perceptible wisp of weak Qi hidden deep within his Qi. How to strengthen this wisp of Qi was the key breakthrough for his technique framework. In livestream room number 10, over 5,000 viewers stared at their screens with equally bewildered expressions. What's going on? He just smiled for a moment and then closed his eyes to play dead again. Don't tell me he's got a fever that fried his brain. Scan data shows his brain is active. He should be thinking about his next move. Thinking about what? Exile planets require physical fitness. He's hoarded so much food and water. Logically, he should be exercising instead of just sitting there daydreaming. Being lucky once doesn't mean you'll be lucky every time. I bet 1,000 game coins that he could survive a full month. But his supplies will only last half a month at most. Is he really going to sit there until he runs out of food before going out to forage? Holy crap, come check out Livestream 7. Number 7 just pulled out a wild rabbit and is eating it raw. Going to 7 will just show pixelated footage, right? Even though the show is family-friendly, the AI censors all bloody scenes with mosaics or commercial breaks. Inside the cave, drawing upon humanity's exceptional cultivation talent, Yi Chen successively sensed his meridians, acupoints, and the mysterious energy floating in the air, suddenly broadening his perspective. Combined with his self-proclaimed extensive experience from 3,000 web novels, he finally arrived at the only viable solution: guide the Qi within his body to travel through different acupoints via his meridians, draw external energy into his Qi, and transform it into new Qi through circulation cycles. To achieve this goal, he first needed to thoroughly understand the properties and distribution of the airborne energy, then determine the specific changes that occurred when energy entered his body through the acupoints. The former would form the mental cultivation method, while the latter would become the energy circulation pathways. After careful consideration, he decided to focus first on sensing the energy's characteristics. Having made up his mind, Yi Chen maintained his cross-legged posture with eyes slightly closed and consciousness extended outward. The faint energy flows in the air, density variations, and elemental tendencies were gradually captured, analyzed, and recorded by him. Progress was extremely slow. The main reason lay in the fact that although he possessed the strongest cultivation talent among the human race, with perception and comprehension abilities elevated to extraordinary levels, he could barely sense the energy in the air. Taking even one step forward felt like scaling a sheer cliff. He understood clearly that to survive in this strange world, he had no choice but to create his own cultivation technique. Thus, he forced himself to calm down and repeatedly attempted the process, no matter how tedious it became. Time flowed like water in the cave. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. When tired, he would sit on the ground and rest. When hungry, he would eat the wild fruits stored by his predecessor, chewing their bitter taste. Except for eating, drinking, and sleeping, he devoted almost all his waking hours to capturing those elusive energy fluctuations. At the back of the cave, he even dug a pit about a foot deep to serve as a toilet, covering it with wet mud after each use to prevent foul odors from lingering and attracting insects. Meanwhile, viewers in Livestream Room 10 continued to leave. The figure on screen, either sitting cross-legged in meditation or lying flat asleep, could hardly sustain the audience's patience. Back-end data showed his brainwaves were active and normal, yet most viewers believed he had gone insane otherwise. Why would he repeatedly perform such strange actions in this desolate mountain cave? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Yi Chen finally gained a vague understanding of that special energy in the air. But the deeper he delved, the more he realized its vastness was like an ocean not only connected to natural laws, but seemingly linked to the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. To fully comprehend it would probably take a decade or more. Fortunately, this partial understanding was enough for him to conceive a rudimentary technique. Next came testing the cultivation pathways. Yi Chen focused his mind, locking onto that faint wisp of Qi in his dantian. With a slight mental movement, the Qi flowed like a thin thread, slowly circulating within his dantian before entering his meridians. He first directed the Qi toward the nearest acupoint. The moment it penetrated halfway, he keenly detected a dangerous turbulence and immediately withdrew the Qi flow. His instincts told him that without timely retreat, he would suffer meridian damage at best, or explosive death at worst. With his exceptional talent, his perception was almost instinctual. Upon detecting danger, he immediately switched targets, directing the Qi toward a second acupoint and a third, fourth, fifth. Whenever anomalies appeared, he would immediately abort. Acupoints that proved safe were added to his safety list. Soon, he discovered a crucial pattern. Each time the chi passed through an acupoint, it would be imprinted with that acupoint's attributes. Upon entering a second acupoint, the chi would carry both attributes simultaneously. Compatible attributes were fine, but incompatible ones would trigger violent backlash. As the number of acupoints increased, the probability of accidents grew exponentially. Even compatible attributes might fuse into bizarre new properties. This meant he had to find a safe passage among countless combinations, one that could both absorb external energy and convert it into his own true chi. It was like navigating a maze. Any misstep required retreating and starting over. Even with top-tier talent, avoiding danger was no easy task. Each trial and error required his mind to be taut as a bowstring. Previously, merely sensing energy had left him with back pain and leg cramps. Now, testing acupoints made his brain feel as if hammered by iron. The throbbing pain so intense he wished he could bash his head against the ground. Yet he could only grit his teeth and endure. After all, creating a cultivation technique from scratch was never easy work. For survival, he had no choice but to persevere. More than half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen repeatedly experimented in the stone cave, modifying the meridian pathways again and again, until he finally devised the smoothest cultivation route, starting from the Chi Si as the origin point. True Chi would surge out, pass through 8 acupoints, circle around the body once, and return to the sea. Though the route appeared simple, its effects were astonishing. When the true Chi flowed, he could clearly sense that special energy in the air being drawn in, penetrating through his pores into the meridians, following the true Chi circulation before plunging into the Chi Si. When the true Chi merged with that energy, much of it was immediately assimilated into fresh true Chi, exactly the result he had been dreaming of. Next, I need to check for gaps and finalize the complete technique, he murmured to himself. He struggled to straighten his aching back, his head still buzzing, yet his spirit was as exhilarated as if he had drunk strong liquor. He picked up a sharp stone fragment and carved the newly created cultivation route into the wall, then meticulously wrote down the incantations from his mind beside it. After a moment of contemplation, he boldly carved 3 characters at the title of the technique, Chaos Formula, symbolizing origin and beginning. As for the true Chi in his Chi Si and the energy in the air, he couldn't be bothered to investigate further and simply named them spiritual power and spiritual energy respectively. Having completed all this, he sat cross-legged again on the opposite side, continuing to refine the harmony between the incantations and pathways, striving for perfect alignment. At the other end of livestream room 10, nearly a month had passed, and only 200 to 300 viewers remained in the stream. They stayed purely out of obsessive-compulsive disorder, refusing to leave until they saw Yi Chen finish eating his stockpiled wild fruits. Comments flooded the screen. Good grief, what's he up to now? All things in stillness, the heart should be at peace, without delusion or anger, without waves or ripples. Chi resides in the sea. Chi emerges from the sea? What kind of nonsense is he writing? Half a month's worth of food, and he stretched it to nearly a month. It's got to run out eventually, right? But instead of looking for food, he's scribbling on the wall. Feels like a philosophical manifesto. Does he really think he can comprehend the meaning of life? Stop dawdling and finish those wild fruits already, instead of dragging this out by starving. Oh my God, he's motionless again. I'm going insane. In front of their screens, these 200+ viewers with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies were on the verge of emotional breakdown. After Yi Chen finished revising his incantations, he once again sat perfectly still, like a stone sculpture. What made it even more infuriating was that previously, no matter how much he rationed, he would still consume 5 ping-pong ball-sized wild fruits per day. But today, he had only taken 1 bite. At this rate, the 20+ wild fruits that should have been finished in 4 days could now be stretched to 20 days. This is absolutely insane. Only eating 1 wild fruit per day. I'd bet my entire fortune that he won't last 3 days. He probably won't even make it through tomorrow, and who knows, he might devour all the remaining wild fruits in 1 meal tomorrow. When people are desperately hungry and can no longer endure it, they inevitably throw caution to the wind. On this notorious exile planet, this truth has been proven time, and again the people here can no longer be measured by conventional standards. Number 3 was ruthless and merciless. When a wild chicken he hunted was stolen by a companion, he snuck back to the camp under cover of darkness, raised a sharpened stone, and smashed the man's skull, blood splattering across the campfire. Number 7 was like a starving ghost reborn, pouncing on anything edible, whether alive, dead, cooked, or raw. He stuffed it all into his mouth, chewing until his cheeks bled. Number 9 was even more extreme, practically a human breeding machine. Though the entire tribe had only about 500 people, his women and children accounted for nearly 20%. As for number 10, he was the oddball of the exile planet, a hardcore shootin' and coward who would rather sit cross-legged in his cave, clutching his empty stomach and fantasizing about being a philosopher, than venture out to hunt. The live stream chat was buzzing with activity as viewers couldn't help but sigh. What a shame. he's still the grandson of 9-star General Yi Chen. I've checked the records. Yi Chen was a notorious bloodthirsty butcher who once ordered the slaughter of over 1 billion angels on an entire planet. It was precisely this blood debt that kept the angel and human races locked in endless warfare, with countless casualties and no willingness to make peace. Someone immediately countered. What kind of place is the exile planet? Few people, many fierce beasts. It's all about who has the strongest fists. Forget his grandson. Even Yi Chen himself would have to behave if he came here. Yi Chen was indeed legendary, rising from a cannon fodder mech soldier all the way to 9-star general, but after having his memories erased and being exiled, he only managed to become a small tribe chief, ruling purely through iron fists. Even more tragic was his son's fate. Yi Chen spent 16 years as chief, racking his brains to make the position hereditary from father to son. Yet within a few years of his death, the chieftainship was seized by someone else's fists. And then came number 10 before them now. Weak and sickly, unable to hunt, he was simply driven out by the tribe and left to huddle in a cave, gnawing on wild fruits. The viewers were full of complaints, hoping Yi Chen number 10's real name would quickly finish off the remaining wild fruits so they could leave early, rather than having to check back every few days for updates, their curiosity driving them crazy. However, they were destined for disappointment. On the second day, Yi Chen still only ate one wild fruit. The third day was the same. On the fourth day, he didn't eat any at all. No one knew that on that night, he sat at the cave entrance, silently reciting cultivation techniques under the faint starlight. His internal qi trembled slightly as he quietly broke through from what he called qi condensation first level to qi condensation second level. With his realm advancement, his qi expanded, his spiritual power became pure, and his ability to absorb external energy increased dramatically. Heavenly and earthly spiritual qi penetrated through his skin pores into his meridians, nourishing his organs, muscles, and bones, greatly reducing his dependence on food. This was the fundamental reason he could survive on just one wild fruit per day. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Yi Chen sat quietly in his cave, surrounded by swirling spiritual qi, having steadily reached qi condensation third level, and was now attempting to break through to the fourth level. Just then, someone in the chat suddenly raised a question. This guy has been starving for years. How is his spirit still so strong? In fact, he even seems to be glowing with health. Logically speaking, after being in a state of starvation for such an extended period, he should be experiencing dizziness, weakness, and mental fatigue. The livestream viewers thought of this and immediately flooded the comment section with their confusion, but everyone could see that Yi Chen in the camera was simply sitting cross-legged in meditation, looking relaxed and natural, even radiant, nothing like someone who had been starving for over a month. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, someone pulled up his real-time body data and immediately cried out in shock. My God, everyone look at this. Prolonged starvation should cause low blood sugar, electrolyte imbalances, and organ deterioration, but the scanner shows all his vital signs are completely normal. More viewers began checking the data. Is this real? He's been sitting motionless in that strange position for over a month straight. How is there no muscle atrophy? Forget a month. I feel weak after just one day of hunger. This doesn't make sense. The comments scrolled faster and faster until finally someone pulled up the body data from over a month ago and displayed it alongside the current readings. Lung capacity, body fat percentage, basal metabolic rate, every number was clearly visible, and not only had they not declined, but they had actually improved by approximately 20% across the board. In livestream room number 10, over 100 obsessive data enthusiasts stared in stunned silence. Someone meticulously plotted Yi Chen's daily medical records into a line graph and made a startling discovery. For the first 30 days, all indicators steadily declined. 10 days ago, right after he began drawing on the wall, the curves started slowly rising. 3 days later, the rate of improvement suddenly doubled. After another half day, the growth rate increased by nearly 50% more. What's going on here? Can systematic starvation actually enhance physical condition? As soon as this theory emerged, the live stream exploded into chaos. Soon, someone posted the human metabolism diagram, captured by the scanner, and the key finally became visibly a faint energy vortex was coiled in Yi Chen's lower abdomen, slowly rotating. As it spun, it acted like a magnetic pole, drawing surrounding energy particles into his body, which were then carried back to his abdomen by the vortex in an endless cycle. The reason he's not collapsing from hunger is because his body is absorbing part of this external energy. Wait, look carefully. That energy mass can actually convert external particles into the same type of energy. But what exactly does this energy do? It's incredibly useful. The more energy inside his body, the faster it attracts external particles, and the more it can absorb. That's why his physical condition is improving in stages. With the data laid out before them, everyone simultaneously felt the same thought rising in their hearts. They seemed to have stumbled upon some monumental secret and were witnessing a truly historic moment. I feel like I've discovered some earth-shattering secret, and I'm witnessing a historic event. Me too. I have this feeling that this number 10 has made some major breakthrough. The viewers in the live stream began to get excited. According to common knowledge, enhancing one's physical constitution from scratch required either ridiculously expensive genetic serums or equally luxurious high-end massage equipment, both items typically found only in the private chambers of the wealthy. But now, subject number 10 sat before the camera, having neither injected any drugs nor used any equipment, yet his physical attributes were visibly improving. If this method could be replicated, ordinary people might have the chance to achieve rapid physical enhancement in a short time. This thought sparked like a flame among the crowd, instantly igniting the entire platform. 200, 400, 800. The viewer count multiplied exponentially as countless users flooded into number 10's live stream. On the other side of the camera, media personnel swarmed in like flies drawn to blood, scrambling for front row positions. The chat was flooded with phrases like cost-free rapid physical enhancement and genetic serums are finished. With skepticism and amazement rising and falling in waves, was this a publicity stunt by the production team, or a new breakthrough for humanity? Major self-media outlets weren't far behind, with sensational headlines and edited videos spreading everywhere. Traditional news organizations also quickly dispatched editorial teams to camp in the live stream and connect with experts. Within half an hour, numerous reports went online. The most popular was an exclusive interview video from Speed News Network, which brought together over a dozen authorities, top psychological experts, renowned interspecies researchers, human potential development specialists, linguists, and even mystics. Facing the cameras, these experts shared their various opinions, but their conclusions were nearly unanimous. 1. Thousands of years ago, when humanity had not yet mastered space jump technology and was still confined to the blue planet, there had been attempts to enhance human abilities. Supernatural powers, magic, martial arts, and witchcraft flourished. 2. Historical records prove that fewer than 1 in a million people could truly become stronger through these methods, and their limits were only slightly beyond ordinary humans, proving ineffective against firearms. Subsequently, historians supplemented the technological timeline. After space jump technology emerged, humanity left the blue planet, occupied numerous life-bearing and resource planets, experienced a technological explosion, and genetic serums developed from studying fierce beasts came into existence. Over 1,000 years later, though expensive, genetic serums remained the mainstream method for physical enhancement, later joined by the equally costly competitor of advanced massage equipment. However, whether serums or equipment, costs remained prohibitively high, with limited effects still thousands of miles away from the level of other species who could fly through the sky, burrow underground, and destroy city-states with a wave of their hand. With technology now stagnating, humanity had shifted from offense to defense, internal conflicts intensified, and major research institutions and secretive consortiums poured massive investments into finding new paths for human evolution. Yet life itself was one of the universe's greatest taboos, and no matter how researchers experimented, clones could never truly equal genuine humans. Memory is not the soul. Forcibly implanting memories into a clone's brain only causes emotions, thoughts, and personality to deviate from their original trajectory. For centuries, Earth's wealthy elite have pursued the lifespans of thousands or even tens of thousands of years enjoyed by other races, sparing no expense to establish laboratories and recruit geniuses in a futile attempt to achieve humanity's leap to a higher form. Yet all research efforts have yielded minimal results. In other words, human history has never lacked prodigious talent, money, or equipment, but we still cannot produce any meaningful breakthroughs today. So how could an ordinary person with neither instruments nor data achieve a so-called major breakthrough in just 1 month? At the interview seen on Speed News Network, the experts' attitudes were almost unanimous. Human potential development specialists, linguists, and behavioral scientists gathered around the wall covered with symbols and patterns, acknowledging that Yi Chen's carvings had indeed constructed an entirely new human enhancement method. However, it was essentially similar to the supernatural abilities, martial arts, and witchcraft that had appeared in the past. Very few could replicate it. Its potential ceiling was extremely low, and since Yi Chen was the first-generation pioneer with no safety precedents to follow, rash attempts could result in devastating consequences. The experts reached a conclusion that was both simple and harsh. Don't try it. First, it's too difficult. Second, it has no future. Third, it's very dangerous. The audience below listened with skepticism, but in elite circles, the privately circulating information was more complex. Most of the independent scholars who had been invited actually had secret cooperation agreements with pharmaceutical or medical device corporations. At the same time, similar backgrounds could be found among the guest lineups of almost all major news websites. In fact, numerous pharmaceutical and medical device corporations had already submitted protest letters to Interstellar Media Group, demanding the immediate cancellation of this program. The reason was simply the continued exposure of Yi Chen's human enhancement method could potentially overturn the existing expensive and slow life extension industry chain. However, Interstellar Media Group itself was financially robust and had always been keenly sensitive to traffic and reputation. When a public service program rarely showed signs of going viral, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase corporate image, so how could they easily cut it down? Nevertheless, Interstellar Media Group was equally wealthy and powerful. When they rarely encountered a public service program showing signs of popularity, it was the perfect time to polish the group's image, so they wouldn't just cancel it at will. The analysis and speculation from experts and scholars clearly deterred the public from attempting to imitate Yi Chen's behavior. Only a very small number of bold viewers repeatedly watched Yi Chen's videos of creating the Chaos Manual, following the steps to search for the existence of their chi and spiritual energy. Their performances generally fell into three categories. 1. Those who spent 1 or 2 hours with no results and gave up immediately. 2. Those who persisted for over 10 hours, barely managing to capture a trace of chi fluctuation, yet still gave up. 3. Those who sensed their chi within 2 hours some retreated, while others continued. Jiang He belonged to the third category. It took him only 1 hour and 10 minutes to capture that dark yet genuinely existing chi within his body, merely 10 minutes slower than Yi Chen. This time difference was enough to prove that his cultivation talent was almost equivalent to the founder's. He had also considered what the experts called bleak prospects and potential dangers. No matter how bleak the prospects might be, Yi Chen had still improved his physical condition by 20 within a month. This was a concrete metric right before their eyes. Jiang He believed his physical condition was already twice as good as Yi Chen's, so even if the improvement rate was halved, he could still achieve a 10 enhancement, which would be tremendously significant for his career. Jiang He was a basketball player struggling in a weak team in the third-tier league, unable even to secure a spot on the bench. Current sports competitions were divided into genetic and non-genetic categories, with high explosive competitions involving genetic enhancement drugs receiving more attention, while traditional events were losing popularity. He belonged to the non-genetic camp, and despite being in his contract year, the team had already informed him they wouldn't renew his contract. Once the season ended, he might become a free agent with no team to play for. Becoming a basketball star remained his dream, and even though experts warned of unpredictable dangers, he was willing to risk everything. After confirming his talent, Jiang He began studying the Chaos Manual intently. Though the cultivation terminology was obscure, he gradually decoded it through his comprehension. The circulation patterns of the chi, guiding spiritual energy to refine bones and flesh, subtle changes in breathing frequency. In less than half a day, he could already make that trace of spiritual energy flow slowly along the path described in the manual, officially embarking on the cultivation journey. 4 or 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. While the number of imitators remained small, the online audience in Live Room 10 continued to soar, maintaining an average of 20 to 30 million viewers. Yi Chen remained in seclusion within the cave, while audiences stared at the live stream, waiting to see when the improvement ceiling and unknown risks predicted by experts would finally appear. Deep within the cave, Yi Chen's seated body suddenly trembled slightly. 5th level of chi condensation. After approximately half a month, he had successfully advanced through 4 minor realms, breaking through to the 5th level of chi condensation. In his chi, the spiritual power had grown at least several hundred times stronger compared to when he was at the first level of the chi condensation stage. Correspondingly, under the continuous nourishment of overflowing spiritual energy, his physical condition had improved by about 10% compared to when he was at the third level of chi condensation. Roughly calculated, after half a month, not only had his physical strength not declined, but it had actually increased by a full 30% from his original state. To outside observers, this completely defied common sense. Prolonged hunger, lack of exercise, and no equipment assistance, yet he could still push his body to such heights. Even if his limits were approaching and the after effects were unpredictable, it was extraordinary enough to be called miraculous. However, this improvement was merely a minor benefit of cultivation in Yi Chen's eyes. His real achievement was advancing from the first level of chi condensation straight to the 5th level in one breath. His spiritual power was more refined, his reserves more abundant, and his dantian had expanded to nearly double its original size. If he truly wanted to focus purely on strengthening his physical body, he wouldn't even need to create his own cultivation technique, could simply stop breaking through realms and fully guide external spiritual energy into his body. With his current foundation, he could double his physical capabilities in just 2 or 3 days. The reason he didn't do so was that the combat advantages brought by realm breakthroughs were obviously greater. Stretching lazily, he moved his muscles and joints, the crackling sounds echoing through the silent cave. 7 wild fruits remained in the corner. He grabbed one and swallowed it in 2 bites, leaving the remaining 6 untouched. Though he was about to venture outside, it wasn't to stockpile more food, but to gather a peculiar fruit called thorn fruit. His predecessor's memories told him that this fruit was about 10 centimeters long, flat and slender, with one sharp end. Despite being less than half a centimeter thick, it was as hard as refined steel, perfect for use as throwing daggers. The spiritual power of the fifth level of chi condensation gave him more confidence in his safety, but only if he had effective long-range killing techniques at his disposal. While channeling spiritual power into his arms with bare hands could dramatically increase his striking force, that would be like throwing bullets by hand, a complete waste of resources. He decided to first collect a batch of thorn fruits, then create his own hidden weapon technique, using ranged attacks to maintain safe distances and allowing him to retreat if the situation turned unfavorable. For the first time in a month and a half, he left this cold, damp cave. Mist swirled outside the entrance as he stepped forward, stirring up fine droplets of water. He's out. He's finally out. 6 wild fruits left based on his previous consumption. That's enough for half a month. Why is he suddenly leaving the cave? Could it be that his body has reached its improvement limit, and further cultivation would just waste time? Very likely. Good thing I listened to the experts and didn't try to imitate him, otherwise the risk would be too high. But if there really are no after effects, this rate of improvement is still terrifying. In the livestream chat, viewers discussed endlessly while secretly worrying about him. They pulled up maps to check the distribution of nearby fierce beasts, and the results finally brought some relief. There were no traces of fierce beasts along the route for gathering wild fruits. The sun blazed brilliantly overhead. Outside the cave, Yi Chen faced the golden sunlight and took a deep breath. The crisp air, mixed with a gentle warm breeze, flowed from his nostrils all the way to his heart, far more pleasant than the damp, dark cave. It felt as if he had just been pulled from murky waters and given new life. However, this brightness didn't mean safety. Thinking of the dangers outside, he quietly reminded himself, gather enough thorn berries and immediately retreat to the cave. Focusing on studying the new cultivation technique was the wisest course. So, Yi Chen crouched low, carefully scanning his surroundings, confirming no fierce beasts were lurking, then headed toward the nearby thorn bushes according to his memory of the location. What was happening? After just a month and a half without leaving the cave, had he really become so unfamiliar with the path to the small grove? He's doomed. I just checked the map. There's a roaring tiger in that direction. With thousands of paths available, how did he pick the one dead end? Staff, quickly contact the Exile planet's warship and have them use lasers to kill the roaring tiger. The chat was chaotic, but someone in the background immediately shook their head. It's useless. The most important rule of Exile planets is that serious criminals must never escape. Planet A518 was chosen because it's surrounded by cosmic storms and asteroid fields only large warships can barely navigate through. Besides that, there's only one large, unmanned warship stationed in outer space, and its space jump, weapons, and mech systems have all been destroyed. This way, even if serious criminals haven't had their memories wiped, they can't access the warship, and even if they break into it, they can't escape the Exile planet. Similarly, external personnel can't hack into the warship's AI and secretly activate weapon systems to support them. We originally wanted to use him, the founder, to test the risks of the chaos formula, but now he's going to get himself killed first. The screen filled with sighs as Live Room 10 descended into collective mourning. Roar. The Live Room's prediction came true. From 100 meters away, the roaring tiger had caught Yi Chen's scent. After a deafening roar, it kicked powerfully with its hind legs, sending dust exploding as its nearly 2-meter tall, 3 to 4-meter long body leaped 4 to 5 meters, pouncing fiercely toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's heart tightened, but he wasn't paralyzed by the roar like ordinary prey would be. After a brief moment of shock, he channeled spiritual energy into his legs, spun around, and sprinted away in one fluid motion. His speed was fully twice as fast as the roaring tiger's, and he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. The roaring tiger came to an abrupt halt, staring in the direction its prey had fled, bewildered by the wind. Its bright, large eyes were filled with confusion. It had seen fast runners before, mostly those with long legs, but these short little legs had left it in the dust so completely that it was simply unheard of. Meanwhile, Yi Chen ran wildly for 500 to 600 meters before stopping once he confirmed he'd lost the roaring tiger. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and began taking a detour to continue approaching the thorn bushes. In Live Room 10, over 20 million viewers sat stunned, each one more bewildered than the roaring tiger itself. What did I just see? How is his speed faster than the roaring tiger's? Scan data shows his speed just reached 30 meters per second? How is this possible? With his current physical condition, even reaching 10 meters per second would be nearly impossible, let alone 30 meters per second. Without genetic enhancement drugs, the world record was only 20 meters per second. It was spiritual energy, the spiritual energy stored in his chi. Someone repeatedly pulled up the previous scan data and finally pinpointed the real cause. The moment Yi Chen started his escape, spiritual energy surged from his chi and flooded entirely into his legs, instantly multiplying his speed several times over. When this conclusion was announced, Livestream Room 10 exploded like a bomb had been dropped. In just half a month, his physical attributes alone had improved by 30%, already shocking enough. Everyone had been speculating about why the Chaos Manual was so outrageous, but who would have thought the application value of spiritual energy was even greater? With just a small amount of spiritual energy, an ordinary person who couldn't even reach 10 meters per second could suddenly surge to 30 meters per second. The chat exploded with comments. If you channel spiritual energy into your arms, would your strength multiply several times? What if you channel it to vital points? My God, this technique is heaven-defying. Don't forget the side effects. The more abnormal something is, the harsher the price. The audience was both excited and worried. If the side effects were manageable, no matter how difficult, the Chaos Manual would be worth learning. On planet A1637, in the locker room, spiritual energy can be used like that? He stared at live stream room 10 on his terminal, jaw agape. The next second, he was so ecstatic he nearly jumped up, not noticing his teammates had already called him back to the court. When he came to his senses, he was already following everyone out through the tunnel. The scoreboard displayed a glaring 89-56. Just minutes into the second half, the Mad Bulls had extended their lead to over 30 points. The Glory team's home stands were more than half empty, and the remaining fans looked drowsy. Yi Chen, the head coach, helplessly substituted the listless starters, completely giving up on the game. He jumped up with a start and stepped onto the court alongside several substitutes. After 3 possessions, he finally received a pass from a teammate. Don't hesitate. A small amount of spiritual energy instantly flooded into his legs. As a shooting guard, his ball handling wasn't bad, but he'd always been a fringe player, low shooting percentage, and even worse, explosiveness. He couldn't improve his shooting percentage in a short time, so he'd focus on driving. He suddenly accelerated. His defender only saw a black blur flash before his eyes, as if his focal point had been yanked away. When he looked back, he had already driven to the basket and casually knocked the ball into the rim. 2 points scored. What just happened? The players on court and the sparse crowd all rubbed their eyes. On the sideline, the Glory team's head coach's eyes lit up. During practice these past few days, he'd felt he was in good form, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. The whistle blew again. Swish, the Mad Bulls substitute point guard, had just pushed the ball into the front court and was considering passing options when a black shadow suddenly swept past his vision. The next second, the basketball vanished into thin air. A steal? The backup point guard for the Mad Bulls turned his head away in frustration. He was about to complain about his teammate's passing error when his jaw dropped, and he froze in place. He was soaring through the air, his arms tensed like a bow, delivering a thunderous dunk that made the backboard vibrate with a resounding hum. The net rippled as the scoreboard instantly updated, for consecutive points, plus a steal. The previously drowsy crowd rose to their feet in unison, their deafening cheers nearly lifting the roof off the arena. And this was just the opening act. In just 4 or 5 short days, he had forcefully broken through to the second level of the chi condensation stage. Though his spiritual energy reserves were limited, they were sufficient to sustain him for a full quarter and a half on the court, during which time he unleashed a barrage of powerful dunks, acrobatic layups, and lightning-fast steals, playing like a god of war possessed, and single-handedly igniting the entire arena. As the game entered the fourth quarter and the Mad Bulls watched their advantage slowly erode, they were forced to bring in their starting lineup with superior overall talent. But even though their opponents dominated in height, strength, and experience across the board, he remained the brightest star on the court. He repeatedly attacked the paint, engaging in aerial battles before landing and sprinting back for chase-down blocks, completely dismantling the starters' game plan. When the final buzzer sounded and the score was set, the Mad Bulls still suffered a disappointing loss. But the statistics told a different story, with Jianghe's performance absolutely dazzling. In 16 minutes and 30 seconds of playing time, he recorded 25 points, 6 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 assists. Logically, the post-game interview microphones should have been thrust toward the winners, but every reporter swarmed toward Jianghe instead, cornering him in the tunnel. Facing so many cameras for the first time in his life, he was so nervous he could barely speak coherently, only remembering to loudly thank Yi Chen, thanking him for creating the Chaos Manual. Even if the Chaos Manual has terrible side effects, in my eyes, he's still a god. If he were standing in front of me, I would worship him with the utmost devotion, even kiss his feet. Thanks to this interview, that day marked not only his first post-game press conference, but also the moment when he, as a mere substitute player in a third-tier basketball league, overshadowed all the sports stars on planet A1637 and landed on the front pages of major sports media outlets worldwide. The exile planet. Under the puzzled gazes of countless viewers, Yi Chen successfully reached the thorn thicket. Dewdrops still clung to the thorny leaves around him. Unhurried and composed, he reached out to part the branches, revealing finger-sized thorn fruits glowing with a dark red light. In less than half an hour, he had picked over 100 fruits, bundled them into 4 bundles with flexible vines, and carried them steadily back to the cave. Returning to the cave entrance, he casually moved a waist-high stone to serve as a target, sat cross-legged to take deep breaths, then stood up to practice. Accompanied by soft whooshing sounds, thorn fruits shot from between his fingers, accurately hitting the stone surface. The fruit shells shattered against the rock, leaving faint ripples of spiritual energy in the air. After adjusting his wrist angle and force application dozens of times, he began practicing with his eyes closed, focusing on capturing the subtle changes in spiritual energy and airflow with each throw, quickly becoming absorbed in the process. The livestream chat scrolled rapidly. Is he practicing darts? No wonder he went to pick thorn fruits. He's planning to use them as hidden weapons. The hardness, sharpness, and streamlined shape of thorn fruits indeed made them naturally suitable as darts. If one first channeled spiritual energy into their arm, then aimed at a beast's vital points, most low-level beasts would die instantly. The audience finally understood why Yi Chen had collected so many fruits, but then became puzzled again. His dart throwing had reached such a level, yet why did he keep practicing? As it turned out, they had underestimated his patience. A day later, he could hit fist-sized stone bumps from over 10 meters away, yet still repeated the same movements, as if he had pinned himself in time. In reality, he was refining the characteristics and patterns of hidden weapon techniques through endless throwing. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The concurrent viewership of Stream Room 10 dropped from a peak of 20 to 30 million to 5 to 6 million. Not because the footage was boring, but because many believed Yi Chen had reached the limits of the chaos formula. When his spiritual energy was depleted, he would simply meditate briefly to recover, then continue training. To observers, there seemed to be no room for improvement. Moreover, they knew their own talents were far inferior to Yi Chen's. He had completed in half a month what would take others 2 years, while also bearing the potential unknown risks of the chaos formula, so their enthusiasm naturally cooled rapidly. But Yi Chen didn't stop. Using thorn fruits as hammers, he honed his perception, finally nodding quietly on the 16th day. Regarding hidden weapon techniques, he had grasped considerable understanding and could at least create a simple technique. Next came the most crucial part, the energy circulation route. He picked up a thorn fruit and closed his eyes. A strand of spiritual energy, guided by his will, left his energy center and flowed like silk thread along his meridians toward his right arm. At the first acupoint it encountered, he let the spiritual energy pause briefly, but keenly sensed discomfort and immediately withdrew it. The second acupoint, the third acupoint. Just as when he had constructed the chaos formula, he tried, combined, and eliminated options repeatedly, patient and calm. On the right side of the livestream, viewers pulled up the scan display. Hey, look at the scan. Yi Chen seems to be doing the same thing as when he created the chaos formula, controlling spiritual energy to continuously enter acupoints. Could it be that having reached the limits of the chaos formula, he wants to create a new cultivation technique? No, wait, looking at the flow, that spiritual energy is heading toward his arm. The viewers kept their eyes glued to the live stream while whispering among themselves. He's still holding those thorn fruits, so he's probably trying to develop a technique to make his throwing darts more powerful, right? This guess made perfect sense. Channeling spiritual energy into the arm could multiply arm strength several times over, exponentially increasing the power of thrown projectiles. If he could really boost the dart's lethality by even 10%, his hidden weapon techniques would reach an entirely different level. He had previously used changes in spiritual energy flow through acupoints to painstakingly develop the Chaos Manual, and now he was extending this approach to throwing darts. His imagination was truly mind-boggling. The chat in Stream Room 10 exploded with comments and exclamations. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Chen finally finished organizing all the characteristics and patterns of hidden weapon techniques, with a complete cultivation method taking shape in his mind. His intermittent training had also advanced his realm from the 5th level of the Qi condensation stage to the 6th, completely shattering predictions that he had already reached his limit. I'll call it the Flying Blade Manual, Yi Chen silently named his new technique. With his 6th level Qi condensation foundation combined with the Flying Blade Manual, low-level fierce beasts could hardly harm him anymore. After being isolated from the outside world for so long, he had developed the habit of talking to himself like his predecessor, though soon he wouldn't need to address empty cave walls anymore. He was ready to leave the mountain. His gaze swept over the empty, damp, dark stone cave, this place where he had lived for nearly 3 months. From nothing, he had created the Chaos Manual and Flying Blade Manual here, completely embarking on an incredible path. As he prepared to leave, he felt both reluctant and excited. He wrapped vines around his waist several times, securely fastened over 100 thorn fruits, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the cave. After just a few steps, he stopped, mentally sketching his next destination, the Grass Tribe. The plan was simple: first seize the position of tribal chief, then spread the Chaos Manual. Using the Grass Tribe as his base, he would gradually expand his influence. The greater his power, the higher the talent bonuses from the strongest talent system, allowing him to create higher-level techniques and cultivate faster. This would create a positive cycle, with his strength skyrocketing. There was only one difficulty. He had absolutely no idea where the grass tribe was located. After being exiled, his predecessor had been too panicked to maintain any sense of direction. Having never gone out hunting, he had no impression of the tribe's location in the mountains. Yi Chen shrugged and have to rely on luck. If he couldn't find the grass tribe, finding another tribe would work too. After all, tribes ultimately settled matters with fists. With this thought, he set foot on the mountain beast trail once more. The livestream chat suddenly erupted. What's happening? Is he really planning to leave the cave for good? 6th level chi condensation plus the flying blade manual level fierce beasts pose no threat to him. It makes sense for him to venture out. But he didn't carve the flying blade manual's cultivation method on the cave wall. Tens of millions of viewers looked at each other in dismay. Although most people hadn't planned to practice the chaos manual and flying blade manual immediately, many had already decided to learn them once the side effects were confirmed to be harmless. Now that Yi Chen hadn't even left behind the incantations, what would they use to practice in the future? The unmanned warship's top-tier scanners could use NB-ray imaging to capture images even from deep within the Earth's core. Once Yi Chen executed the flying blade manual, the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians could be detected. However, thoughts remained a forbidden zone that technology couldn't breach. Scanners could at most analyze emotions, but couldn't read specific incantations. Unless Yi Chen voluntarily recorded or spoke them aloud, no one could obtain the complete cultivation method. What are we supposed to do now? Viewers who had previously prided themselves on not learning for now began to feel restless. It had been a rational decision, but the thought of truly being unable to learn made them feel an uncomfortable itch. For 2 consecutive days, viewers in the live stream had been eagerly waiting for Yi Chen to break under the loneliness of solitude and mutter the incantations of the flying blade technique to himself. Unfortunately, that never happened. In the vast mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, peaks layered upon peaks with swirling mists, occasional earth-shaking roars of fierce beasts echoed through the air. Yi Chen moved alone through the forest, his steps light, yet cautious and lonely. Suddenly, he caught sounds mixing beast roars with human shouts, his spirits instantly lifting. The beast's howls were rough and deep, while the human voice carried anger and defiance. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, pulled out several sour thornberries, and clutched them in his palm to restore his strength, then followed the sounds. Pushing through dense undergrowth, he reached a small grove. Hiding behind a tree, he saw a 3-meter giant boar, bloodstained and sporting a single horn on its head, charging wildly. Its opponent was a towering woman nearly 2 meters tall, clad in animal hide. The iron short blade in her hands was still wet with blood, but she was breathing heavily from exhaustion, struggling increasingly in both offense and defense. The chat exploded instantly. Here it comes. The chance to be a hero saving a beauty. I looked it up. That's a level 5 fierce beast, a unicorn boar. Given the woman's current condition, she can't possibly win. Holy crap, what's wrong with your taste? You call that a beauty? You don't understand. Aesthetics are different on exile planets. Tall and muscular is premium quality. Look at those explosive muscles, everything big where it should be. Exactly. On exile planets, she has both looks and strengths, a recognized stunning beauty. The lively discussion continued as viewers eagerly anticipated Yi Chen unleashing the flying blade technique to subdue the beast in one move and win the beauty's heart. In the grove, Yi Chen remained quietly hidden behind a thick trunk. He would certainly save Eros' fellow humans. He wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. But he wanted to use this opportunity to climb the tribal hierarchy, perhaps even replace the leadership entirely. He hadn't yet located the green grass tribe, and this formidable woman wielding an iron blade and ranking among the strongest was undoubtedly the perfect entry point into the human tribe. If he could intervene at her moment of despair, the gratitude and rewards he'd receive would multiply exponentially. So he waited patiently. Time ticked by, and half an hour passed. The woman's resilience exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. Even exhausted, she continued using the forest cover to dodge the unicorn boar's repeated charges, seizing opportunities to flash her short blade and leave cut after cut on the boar's tough hide. But the gap in strength couldn't be overcome. Her movements grew increasingly sluggish, her breathing heavier. Finally, the unicorn boar charged forward with a low growl. The woman dodged sideways, avoiding the sharp horn, but was struck hard by the massive creature's body. The towering woman's form instantly flew backward like a cannonball. The short blade slipped from her grasp, spinning through the air before crashing heavily into the thick trunk of a nearby tree. The impact shattered the bark, and the weapon fell helplessly into the grass. The burly woman felt a sweet taste rise in her throat as blood sprayed onto the ground. The remaining force knocked her backward, and the excruciating pain left her unable to even support her own body. Not far away, the unicorn boar let out a deep roar, its massive frame turning around. Its tusks gleamed menacingly, as if ready to tear everything before it to shreds. It locked onto the burly woman, gathering strength in its hind legs and lowering its enormous head before charging again. The woman gritted her teeth against the searing pain, glaring defiantly at the beast. Though her eyes still blazed with courage, a flicker of despair inevitably crossed them. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the deadly silence. Yi Chen finally made his move. The thorn fruit he flicked from his fingertips traced a graceful arc through the air, striking precisely into the unicorn boar's old wound on its back. The thorn fruit, about 4 inches long, buried itself completely into the flesh with only its tip trembling. The unicorn boar shrieked in agony, its charge coming to an abrupt halt. In the distant livestream room, scanners transmitted real-time data. The thorn fruit had reached a velocity of 300 meters per second at the moment of release, faster than Yi Chen's practice sessions. The chat exploded instantly. Incredible! With that speed and the hardness of the thorns, it could probably pierce through the skulls of some low-level beasts. Don't forget, he never wrote down the flying blade technique's incantation. He deliberately waited until this life-or-death moment. How cunning! How else do you survive on an exile planet without being ruthless? Especially when you're trying to win a beauty's heart. Comments flooded in one after another. Yet no one knew Yi Chen's true intentions. On the battlefield, the wounded unicorn boar turned to face Yi Chen, its eyes blood-red. Yi Chen remained calm, raising his hand to launch a second thorn fruit that struck right between the creature's eyes. The thorn penetrated deep, leaving only the tail visible. The unicorn boar staggered a few steps, its legs growing weak as it swayed like a drunkard before finally crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Its heavy body sent grass and debris flying as its breathing rapidly weakened. The burly woman stared in shock at the unicorn boar's corpse lying so close to her, then looked at the pale, slender Yi Chen. By her tribe's standards, such a physique would definitely be classified as worthless. Yet that casual flick of his hand had just killed a beast that even the tribe's warriors wouldn't dare confront directly. Even having witnessed it herself, she still found it surreal. Who would believe this if I told them back home? Yi Chen confirmed the unicorn boar was completely dead before approaching. He first grabbed the tail ends and pulled out both thorn fruits, wiped the blood clean, and stored them in his pouch. Only then did he come to the woman, his voice filled with concern. Are you all right? The burly woman shook her head vigorously, struggling to stand despite her labored breathing. Blood still stained the corner of her mouth, but her body trembled slightly at Yi Chen's inquiry. In the livestream room, viewers erupted again. Forever alone, with a beauty right in front of him. He goes for the thorn fruits first? Zero experience, obviously. If it were me, I'd have rushed over to comfort her immediately. Come on, sweet talk is useless on an exile planet. The perfect sequence should be: carry her directly, place her on the unicorn boar's corpse, then slit its throat and give her the blood to restore her vitality. Domineering yet tender. The chat scrolled with endless complaints, but they all believed one thing. With a life-saving favor in hand, even if one's appearance ranked as worthless by exile planet standards, it would be more than enough to win the beauty's heart. My name is Gully. Thank you for saving me. The robust woman expressed her gratitude. It was nothing. No need to be so polite. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. How? How did you kill the unicorn boar? Gully glanced at the creature lying on the ground, then looked at Yi Chen's rather slender frame. Even having witnessed it herself, she still found it hard to believe. I have strong arm strength. When I threw the thorn fruit, it had enough power. Yi Chen casually brushed off the question. Gully was secretly amazed. With her arm strength ranking among the top in her tribe, she could at most injure a wild chicken with a thorn fruit. To kill a unicorn boar with one strike, just how strong would one need to be? She didn't dare to imagine. Where are you planning to take this unicorn boar? Our Flame Mountain tribe isn't far from here. I can go back and call people to help. Gully's attention returned to the unicorn boar, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. If only she had been the one to kill it, she would not only have gained an absolute advantage in the tribal chief election, but also added considerable food reserves for the tribe. Unfortunately, the rule had always been that whoever killed it owned it. I'm from the Green Grass tribe and accidentally wandered into this area. You can have the unicorn boar. Yi Chen generously waved his hand. You not only saved me, but are also a great benefactor to our Flame Mountain tribe. I'll go back right now and call the tribe's people. Gully's face lit up with joy. No need for such trouble. Yi Chen looked around, took the short knife from Gully's hands, and directly cut down 3 small trees. After removing all the branches and leaves, 3 tree trunks, each 5 meters long and as thick as a bowl, lay neatly on the ground. He pushed the trunks under the unicorn boar's belly, grabbed one of its hind legs, channeled spiritual power into his arms and legs, and began dragging it forward. Rumble. With the spiritual power enhancement from the 6th level of the Qi condensation stage, his strength increased dozens of times, but the unicorn boar weighed over 10 tons, making it still strenuous to move with arm strength alone. After the tree trunks reduced the friction, the massive creature, even lying down, stood 2 meters tall, yet he managed to drag it by himself. If the tree trunks slide out, Just pick them up and put them in front. Also, which direction is the Flame Mountain tribe? After confirming everything was fine, Yi Chen turned back to give instructions to the dumbstruck Gully. Such incredible strength. Gully's large, bell-like eyes sparkled with wonder, her heartbeat involuntarily doubling, barely catching Yi Chen's last sentence. A truly exceptional man indeed transcends time and environment. Slender? In this world that worshipped the robust and dark-skinned, he was originally considered a worthless, ugly man. Yet he still made this extraordinary beauty's heart flutter. Handsome enough to make people want to lick the screen, creating his own cultivation methods, and now demonstrating extraordinary wisdom in moving the unicorn boar. It's over. I'm also falling for Yi Chen, suddenly feeling my boyfriend is worthless. An unparalleled genius, handsome and graceful, exceptionally intelligent. Even on an exile planet, Yi Chen would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. More than just shine, someone in the livestream immediately chimed in. Don't forget, he gave the unicorn boar to Gully and even took the trouble to make rolling logs for transport. He's definitely got something else planned. The audience grew more excited as they chatted. Yi Chen had already shown himself to be quite cunning, and he was also the grandson of the ambitious 9-star General Yi Tenglong. With his abilities, intellect, and character all in place, he clearly had the makings of a rising overlord. Unfortunately, the exile planet was ruled by fierce beasts, forcing humanity to survive in the cracks. No matter how ambitious one might be, the best they could hope for was to become a tribal chief, perhaps absorbing one or two neighboring tribes at most, truly born at the wrong time. Everyone marveled at this, with comments flooding the screen continuously. In the small grove, Yi Chen called out for the third time before Gully finally snapped back to attention. She quickly rushed over to retrieve a log section that had rolled far away, dragging it back and positioning it in front of the unicorn boar. With the boar stepping on the rolling logs and Gully pushing from the side, their transport speed was actually quite good. The two chatted as they walked. After some small talk, Yi Chen thoroughly gathered information about Gully and the Yi Chen tribe. 1. The Yi Chen tribe had over 1,000 people, making it a medium-sized settlement among the human communities on the exile planet. 2. People here aged extremely rapidly. The current chief, Taisher, was only 36, but his strength and agility had already significantly declined. 3. Knowing he couldn't hold on to his position much longer, Taisher had announced that whoever hunted the most prey within 3 months would become the next chief. 4. The tribe's two strongest warriors, Luaga and Gully, immediately began fierce competition. Falling behind in total points, Gully had desperately attempted to ambush a level 5 unicorn boar, but failed. Without Yi Chen's intervention, she would have died on the spot. This news secretly delighted Yi Chen. If he joined the Yi Chen tribe, with his abilities he could go on a killing spree, easily rack up hunting points, and the chief's position would practically have his name written on it, no need for elaborate schemes. However, the Yi Chen mountains were crawling with fierce beasts, making survival difficult even for those with extraordinary physiques. Just then, Gully looked up and asked, "How about joining our Yi Chen tribe?" Her large, bell-like eyes were full of expectation. She had long sensed Yi Chen's weariness with solitary life, and had been looking for opportunities to make this offer. She firmly believed that bringing this seemingly frail, yet incredibly strong man into the tribe would greatly reduce the pressure on her people. Little did Gully know that saving her, giving her the unicorn boar, and moderately revealing his feelings were all carefully orchestrated by Yi Chen. Hearing the invitation, he feigned hesitation. Well, I suppose that could work. He deliberately made his decision seem like going with the flow. Being too eager would ruin the deal, and he couldn't let Gully see his ambition to become chief. Wonderful. Gully was so excited her heart raced. In her view, Yi Chen's joining would both strengthen the Yi Chen tribe's combat power and give her a chance for love to grow over time. Yet she was equally puzzled. Since they'd met, Yi Chen hadn't once looked at her properly. After all, her dark skin, robust build, resolute features, booming voice, and those large eyes had always made her the goddess among the men of the Yi Chen tribe. But Yi Chen's indifference didn't seem faint at it, was more like a natural immunity to beauty. His ability to remain completely unmoved before a stunning beauty made Gully fall for him completely. If my robust figure can't attract him, then I'll rely on time, Gully secretly resolved. She began to fantasize. If she could one day unite with Yi Chen, their child would inherit her physique and looks, along with Yi Chen's strength and temperament. Just thinking about it made her heart race, as if the entire world belonged to her. Gully was back. Gully had returned. Not only had she come back, but she was also dragging a unicorn pig weighing nearly 10 tons, while the skeletal, ugly-faced man behind her carried the pig carcass as casually as if it were a piece of luggage, causing the entire Yi Chen tribe to erupt in excitement. At the valley entrance, Chief Taisher led the crowd to greet them. The tribe's people's gazes shifted between the unicorn pig's horn and tusks before settling on the unfamiliar man Yi Chen. Learning that he had personally slain the giant beast, everyone found it hard to believe, yet they were convinced by the sinewy muscles on his casually rolled-up sleeves and the subtle aura of intimidation he exuded. They had no choice but to accept the fact that this seemingly frail young man actually possessed the strength of a demon god. Yi Chen expressed his willingness to stay with the Yinshan tribe, and Taisher immediately announced a bonfire celebration for that evening, with the entire tribe joining in the festivities. Looking back through history, such grand occasions only occurred during the tribe's founding or during exceptionally bountiful hunting seasons. Another warrior, Laoga, had initially worried about a formidable rival emerging from nowhere after all. He harbored ambitions for both the chief's position and Gully's heart. However, when he examined Yi Chen's unimpressive physique and pale, ordinary skin, he felt relieved instead. How could such a person be more appealing to Gully than his own rugged features? Moreover, strength was one thing, but agility was surely lacking. If it came to a real fight, he was confident of victory. Thus, Luaga not only refrained from sabotage, but actively engaged in conversation, planning to secure this future right-hand man for himself. As night fell, the fires blazed. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air, drums echoed off the mountain walls, and Yi Chen was half coerced into drinking several large bowls of raw liquor, though his expression remained calm throughout. Inwardly, he was calculating how to quickly settle in and begin cultivation. The festivities continued until deep into the night before he finally returned to the wooden hut hastily constructed for him about 15 or 16 square meters, with walls connected by whole timber posts and a roof covered with thick animal hides. By Yinshan tribe standards, this was a mansion second only to those of Taisher, the high priest, and the two warriors. Now, Yi Chen's hut joined their ranks. He closed the wooden door, sat cross-legged on the rough wooden bed, and gradually steadied his breathing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed drawn by an invisible hand, rushing toward him with a whooshing sound, causing the temperature inside the hut to drop several degrees. In the blink of an eye, he felt as if he had returned to that spirit-rich cave, diving deep into the ocean of cultivation and completely transforming into a dedicated hermit. The tribe's routine hunting began each dawn with the sound of horns, when warriors would assemble and head into the mountains. Tribal law clearly stated that adult males must join the hunting party at least once every 3 days. Gully enthusiastically invited him. Laoga offered weapons with a broad smile, and Taisher personally visited his door yet Yi Chen consistently found excuses like, "My injuries haven't healed, I need to regulate my breathing," and "I'm studying pig-slaying techniques," to politely decline. Fortunately, his achievement in defeating the unicorn pig carried enough weight that even though he violated tribal customs, the tribespeople could only grumble privately. Days passed amid whispered conversations. On the first night, Yi Chen quietly broke through to the 7th level of the Qi condensation stage. At dawn on the 5th day, he advanced another level. On the 6th day, as morning light appeared, the aura of the 9th level of Qi condensation burst forth, causing even the wooden walls of his hut to creak as if they were being stretched outward. The audience watching from their screens were thrilled beyond measure. What they cared about was whether this type of secluded cultivation had any limits or potential backlash. The faster this test subject, Yi Chen, progressed, the more excited they became. The entire process was nearly perfect. The only thing that left the audience feeling slightly disappointed was that Yi Chen still hadn't written down the incantation for the flying blade technique. This matter stuck in everyone's hearts like a thorn, causing unbearable discomfort. Being afraid to learn due to potential side effects was one thing, but wanting to learn yet being unable to was entirely different. Whether to practice the flying blade technique or note in the former case, the choice remained in one's own hands, while the latter left one completely at others' mercy. The two feelings were worlds apart. Yet the livestream audience could do nothing about it without Yi Chen copying out the incantations. They could only wait anxiously with growing impatience. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. Inside the wooden cabin, night fell heavily with only a single oil lamp flickering weakly. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, still tirelessly circulating the chaos formula. Suddenly buzz. His body trembled slightly as a tremendous surge of energy exploded from his dantian. The energy waves churned into a hurricane within the cramped cabin, causing tables and chairs to rattle loudly. When the wind ceased and dust settled, he snapped his eyes open. A breakthrough. He raised his hand and waved lightly, sending an invisible stream of spiritual energy shooting from his body to strike the wall, creating fine cracks. The spiritual energy after his breakthrough could finally be projected outward, meaning he could now attack enemies from a distance. If wielding weapons, he could even unleash true blade energy or sword energy. More importantly, during the breakthrough, his spiritual energy had been compressed and refined several times over, while his chi and meridians had expanded accordingly, becoming broader and more resilient. The spirit projection stage. Let's settle on that name. Yi Chen had no time to ponder nomenclature. He was more concerned with stabilizing his realm before competing for the tribal chief position. Only by conquering the Flame Mountain tribe and using its 1,000+ members as his foundation could he truly take the first step toward expanding his territory and enhancing the bonuses from his supreme talent system. He took a deep breath, suppressing the wild joy brought by his breakthrough, and sat cross-legged in meditation once more. Moments later, he frowned in disappointment. The chi, meridians, and spiritual energy of the first level of the spirit projection stage had already transformed. Continuing to practice the original chaos formula, the external spiritual energy he could absorb was pitifully scarce. To consolidate his realm, let alone impact the second or third levels of the spirit projection stage, he would need to refine the chaos formula into a technique suitable for this stage. Being a pioneer truly meant facing thorns at every step with each major realm breakthrough. He had to spend time refining techniques or simply create new ones from scratch. Yi Chen sighed deeply, but with time still remaining before the hunting competition, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Closing his eyes, he sensed the differences between his internal spiritual energy and external spiritual chi, attempting to capture the resonance between them as preparation for refining the chaos formula. In the live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers sat stunned. Everyone had long accepted the common knowledge that minor realm improvements strengthen both physical attributes and spiritual energy. But when Yi Chen broke through to the first level of the spirit projection stage, a complete qualitative transformation occurred. Spiritual energy intensity, chi capacity, and meridian width all explosively increased several times over. My God, advancing from the 9th level of the chi condensation stage to the 10th level could bring such massive improvements. It wasn't the 10th level of the chi condensation stage, but the first level of the spirit release stage. After this breakthrough, whether it was spiritual power intensity, chi capacity, or meridian strength, everything underwent a qualitative leap. This was enough for Yi Chen to abandon the notion of 10th level of chi condensation, and instead name this entirely new realm the spirit release stage. Although this step didn't immediately cause dramatic changes to his physical constitution, the compression density of his spiritual power, the capacity of his chi, and the resilience of his meridians all improved significantly. The direct result was that future cultivation would inevitably release more spiritual energy overflow, and his body tempering speed would accelerate accordingly. On the other side of the screen, the livestream chat exploded with comments. Many viewers clenched their fists, hearts burning with excitement. "I'm not waiting anymore." Someone couldn't help but slam the table and stand up, their voice almost synchronized with their heartbeat. So much time has passed, and there's been no cultivation limit reached, no side effects whatsoever. I'm going to start practicing the chaos formula. The bold ones had already taken this step. Among those who first began imitating the chaos formula cultivation, the most talented had now reached the 8th level of chi condensation, still without hitting any limits or experiencing adverse reactions. Such examples were constantly retold, encouraging more people to feel restless and eager to follow suit. Just as everyone was chattering about preparing to join in, the scanner suddenly lit up, and a string of brand new genetic data jumped into view numbers shocking enough to stun the entire world. "My God, look at the repair gene values," someone screamed. The data showed that after Yi Chen's breakthrough to the first level of spirit release stage, his repair gene values had actually doubled entirely. Genetic scholars immediately provided an explanation. Repair genes determine the limits of cell division. Previously, Yi Chen's genetic level, even in a sterile environment free from disasters and diseases, would only allow him to live to around 120 years like ordinary humans. That was the ceiling of cell division. Now that this value had doubled, it meant the theoretical number of cell divisions had also doubled. "Does this mean his lifespan has also doubled?" someone asked in a trembling voice. The answer was obvious. Yi Chen's maximum lifespan had skyrocketed from 120 years to 240 years. My head is buzzing with a deafening roar. The genetic repair data streams before my eyes are jumping column by column, having doubled completely from just half an hour ago. The chaos formula hasn't just elevated my physical constitution to unprecedented heights. My spiritual energy has simultaneously amplified both my strength and agility. What's even more terrifying is that once I break through to the first level of the spirit release stage, my lifespan will also double. Yi Chen had been staring intently at the experimental terminal, waiting for either an upper limit or at least some side effects to manifest. But no matter how long he waited, nothing came. Instead, what greeted him was a major effect that almost defied common sense: doubled lifespan. Meanwhile, the galaxy's quantitative trading center exploded as if struck by lightning. All pharmaceutical and healthcare stocks instantly plummeted, with red waterfalls flooding the screens. The healthcare sector was virtually obliterated in seconds. Conversely, stocks in all other industries surged across the board, as if celebrating a festival. Suddenly, the cosmetic sector also crashed alongside them. "Can't you see?" a market analyst screamed during a live broadcast. After breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage, Yi Chen's skin indicators have skyrocketed across the board, its equivalent to natural skincare black technology. In less than 10 minutes, the live stream audience surged like a rising tide: 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Humanity hadn't witnessed such globally shocking news in over a century. The last time was more than 100 years ago when the governor of planet A2685 declared independence with support from the Ghost Clan and transformed into an imperial planet. But compared to this news of doubled lifespan, that was utterly insignificant. Technology had carried civilization among the stars, yet it had never been able to break through the cosmic taboo of lifespan. For millennia, top biologists and research teams had fought one after another, still finding themselves helpless. Who could have imagined that a young man exiled for his ancestors' grave crimes would forge a new path in just 1 month, creating the chaos formula? Moments later, waves of opposition also swept across like a tsunami. The greatest lie in history: the chaos formula can double lifespan. Breaking through to the spirit release stage brings terrifyingly unpredictable side effects. Doubled lifespan is most likely a sweet bait before fatal side effects arrive. Warning messages were bolded and pinned to the top. Do not blindly imitate Yi Chen before confirming the cultivation limits and side effects. Lifespan is a flaw bestowed upon humanity by cosmic law. No race can overcome it. News alerts bombarded every terminal like a barrage of bullets, from holographic projections to light screen advertisements, all featuring front-page headlines. Every piece of content pointed to the chaos formula created by Yi Chen, casting doubt on the doubled lifespan limit after breaking through to the spirit release stage. Even so, nothing could stop the massive crowds from beginning to study and attempt to practice the chaos formula. Stock markets across the galaxy continued their catastrophic collapse, with pharmaceutical, healthcare, and cosmetic stocks plummeting in a straight line. The temptation of doubling one's lifespan was irresistible to all. Even if deadly side effects truly existed, countless people were still willing to take the risk. Initially, only a handful dared to secretly learn the chaos formula: those with extremely fast cultivation speed, living in poverty yet possessing exceptional talent, like the rising basketball star Jiang Hero, bold enough to risk their lives attempting it. Now, this proportion had surged by at least 100,000 times and continued climbing. In the wooden cabin, the extremely reclusive Yi Chen had been in seclusion for over 20 days, forcibly breaking through to the spirit release stage. In the following 3 days, he refined the chaos formula into a completely new version suitable for spirit release stage cultivation. Over the next half day, he used the improved version to stabilize his realm, with spiritual energy flowing through his body like silk threads. As expected, those experts and scholars are just spouting nonsense. Yi Chen snorted coldly, recalling their previous assertion that the first level of spirit release stage is the absolute limit. In just a few days, he had managed to continue advancing, a resounding slap in the face. Meanwhile, countless researchers stared at their screens. Scanners captured the new cultivation pathways. The overall meridian structure remained largely unchanged, but an additional acupoint was connected, and several meridians were fine-tuned to allow smoother spiritual energy flow. More crucially, like the flying blade formula, the chaos formula required not only the cultivation diagram, but also accompanying incantations to be effective. Here lay the problem: while the improved cultivation diagram could be replicated by instruments, the incantations existed only in Yi Chen's mind. If he didn't make them public, everyone who broke through the spirit release stage would hit a ceiling with no room for further advancement. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Oh no, are we really going to be stuck at the first level of spirit release stage? It doesn't matter if we can't learn the flying blade formula, but the chaos formula affects our lifespan. At the thought of being unable to break through in the future, millions of viewers felt as if ants were crawling through their hearts, restless and anxious. Just as chaos erupted, a new notification appeared on screen. Major news websites simultaneously posted breaking headlines. Yi Group emergency announcement: assembling top-tier research teams, recruiting talent with high salaries to develop new cultivation methods surpassing the improved chaos formula. The galaxy's largest pharmaceutical conglomerate had made their move, and their substantial funding, cutting-edge equipment, and countless research elites immediately put the public's anxious hearts at ease. The announcement also promised that once development succeeded, they would immediately make it freely available to the public. This promise served as an anchor of stability. Not only did Yi Group's previously halved stock price begin to recover and rise, but other pharmaceutical giant stock prices also started to stabilize. Yi Group headquarters. Chairman's office. Before the massive panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, Lian Zhanqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching clouds drift slowly through the depths of the sky, like a quiet silver river flowing past him. Chairman. The door was gently pushed open as a female secretary strode in quickly. She was tall and slender with delicate features, her cool-toned short skirt paired with high heels outlining her sharp, professional curves. Her remarkably fair complexion made her particularly striking among the white population that had nearly gone extinct after World War III. Lian Zhanqing didn't turn around. The secretary projected a holographic display into the air, her voice crisp. The group's stock price has begun to recover. After integrating various real-time data, the statistics department projects an overall increase of approximately 50%. Even though the stock price had been cut in half, Yi Group still possessed over 1 trillion in total assets, making it the undisputed #1 pharmaceutical conglomerate in the galaxy and one of the largest interplanetary enterprises in the entire star region. A 50% increase would mean a staggering value addition of over 50 trillion. However, Lien Zhanxing remained calm, treating the astronomical figures like background noise, not even glancing at the holographic display. Only when the solitary cloud outside was obscured by another cloud's shadow did he speak indifferently. How is the recruitment of cultivation prodigies progressing? The secretary was well prepared, her fingertips sweeping across the virtual keyboard as streams of relevant data appeared. 5 minutes ago, 6 prodigies were in video interviews. She quickly scanned the information and added, "There are still 6 at this moment. Notify human resources." Lien Zhanxing's voice was low but unquestionable. "Recruit galaxy-wide. Anyone willing to join Yao's research team gets a monthly salary of 1 million star coins, no quota limits. Contract duration is up to them." The secretary paused for half a second. Yao Group never lacked money, and hundreds, or even thousands of million coin salaries would barely impact their financial statements. But this would inevitably disrupt the internal compensation system and trigger chain reactions. However, her professional instincts made her swallow her doubts. Understood. She bowed and withdrew efficiently. Whether the decision was right or wrong was for the board to worry about. She only needed to execute. The door closed, and silence returned to the room. Lien Zhanxing continued gazing at the sky, as if the entire city flowed beneath his feet. He relished this feeling of standing above the clouds, looking down upon all living beings. In most directors' eyes, Yi Chen's sudden emergence was nothing short of a disaster for pharmaceutical history, enough to shake the group's foundation. But to him, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The plan wasn't complex. Use high salaries to attract the most exceptional cultivation prodigies, develop new techniques that surpassed the chaos manual, then freely distribute them to all humanity. Accompanying these techniques would be Yao Group's latest pharmaceutical products. If successful, the stock price wouldn't just return to its peak, it would reach new heights, allowing all shareholders to profit enormously. What no one knew was that Lien Zhanxing had long lost interest in wealth. As one of humanity's elite tycoons, asset numbers were merely cold strings of code to him. What he truly craved was longevity and supreme personal power. To this end, decades ago he had secretly established laboratories and covertly funded institutions researching supernatural forces, hoping to break through human limitations. Unfortunately, there had been no significant breakthroughs. Yi Chen's sudden emergence reignited his hope. Flame Mountain Tribe. After nearly a month of secluded cultivation, Yi Chen finally pushed open the creaking wooden door of his small cabin. The mountain's cold wind, carrying a hint of frost, hit his face as he looked up at the gray-white sky. His mind already made up only 3 days remained until the 3-month competition period set by the tribal chief, and that was more than enough time for him. His plan had never deviated from the beginning. 1. Cultivate with all his might and break through to the spirit release stage. 2. Immediately head to the dense forest on the southern side of the valley to hunt the green leopard that all Flame Mountain Tribe warriors feared. That green leopard stood over 10 meters tall at the shoulder, with a body as massive as an armored train, weighing an estimated several hundred tons. By slaying it, his personal hunting weight would easily crush the combined totals of Gully and Luaga. Hundreds of tons of meat would be enough to sustain over 1,000 tribe members through the entire harsh winter, but more importantly, the southern forest teemed with fierce beasts and low-level monsters, naturally a heaven-sent hunting ground, yet it had become forbidden territory due to the green leopard's dominance. Even the tribe's strongest warriors, Gully and Luaga, dared not cross that line. If the green leopard died, the entire forest would open up to the Flame Mountain Tribe, and all the doubts arising from Yi Chen's month-long violation of tribal rules by not hunting, and an outsider competing for tribal leadership, would vanish into thin air. Combined with overwhelming strength, no one could oppose his becoming the new chief. With his mind set, he immediately shouldered his simple pack, strode out of the valley, and headed straight for the southern forest. Strange, for once he leaves his quarters, yet instead of seeking out Gully, that peerless beauty, he's leaving the tribe directly? Look at the coordinates. His route points straight toward the southern forest. My God, the map shows a level 10 green leopard lurking there. In the livestream, millions of viewers frantically refreshed their feeds. The comments split into several factions. 1. The Doom and Gloom faction. This guy's cursed to step on landmines every time he goes out. Last time it was a roaring tiger, this time it's War C level 10 green leopard. According to military standards, only genetic warriors can handle single combat against such beasts. 2. The Skeptical faction. Don't forget how he used speed to evade the roaring tiger last time. Maybe he's deliberately seeking out the green leopard. 3. The Rational faction. Are you kidding? Genetic warriors require hundreds of millions in funding and over a decade of cultivation. He's only been training for less than 2 months. How could he possibly face off against a level 10 monster? Regardless of faction, they all ultimately expressed the same concern. Ever since Billion Pharmaceuticals announced high-salary recruitment for research personnel, more and more consortiums and ultra-wealthy individuals had joined in, attempting to improve upon the cultivation method Yi Chen had proposed, promising future free public access. Theoretically, with abundant capital, top-tier resources, and more geniuses, these institutions would eventually develop stronger techniques. Yet the reality remained there had been no breakthroughs whatsoever. Therefore, Yi Chen remained the pioneer and trailblazer of this cultivation path. If he truly met with misfortune in the southern forest, this entire cultivation method might be lost forever. In the forest, towering trees stood like giants reaching toward the sky. Ancient trees over 100 meters tall could be seen everywhere, with layers upon layers of withered yellow autumn leaves scattered like a thick, uneven carpet. The gentle noon sunlight filtered through sparse branches, casting a pale golden hue over the fallen leaves and softening what should have been the harsh bite of winter's chill. Yi Chen moved silently through the woods, clutching the thorn berries he had gathered, his eyes vigilantly scanning for any trace of the green leopard. He had already obtained basic intelligence about this fierce beast from Guli. It was massive in size with terrifying brute strength, capable of snapping ancient trees a meter in diameter with a single swipe of its claws. Its jumping ability was even more frightening. It could leap over 20 meters high and cover distances of more than 100 meters. However, he had now broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage, and his spiritual power had undergone a qualitative transformation. Compared to when he was at the 6th level of the chi condensation stage, the power of his flying blade technique had increased at least tenfold. This was his greatest trump card against the green leopard. Besides that, being small had its advantages too. After channeling spiritual power into his legs, his speed increased dramatically. With the help of the massive trees scattered throughout the forest that he could climb, he was confident he could dodge and weave through the green leopard's attacks while ensuring his own safety. Unfortunately, time was running short. Yi Chen had originally planned to first create a movement technique before hunting the green leopard. If he could truly accomplish that, his speed would increase several times, or even more than 10 times over. Combined with the cover provided by the trees, only then would he truly be in an invincible position. Oh no, is he really going after the green leopard? In the live stream, viewers filled the screen with complaints. From their perspective, regardless of his reasons, they all hoped Yi Chen wouldn't take such risks. Yi Chen's safety was directly tied to their own interests. 1. If he continued to cultivate steadily and methodically, it would allow everyone to observe the limits and potential side effects of this cultivation method. 2. If he devoted himself to researching and creating new techniques, he could explore more applications of spiritual power before major research institutions achieved breakthroughs. Everything depended on factors that no one could imagine or predict just how far Yi Chen would ultimately be able to go. His terrifying talent will undoubtedly become the opportunity for humanity to rise above all races. Given humanity's initial attitude toward him, combined with his almost limitless potential for growth, his monthly increasing heaven-defying abilities, and his rebellious nature, he is destined to become yet another massive crisis that humanity must face after dealing with the myriad races. After wandering around for over 2 hours, Yi Chen finally locked onto his target in the heart of this primeval forest, the legendary green leopard. From Gully's earlier description, he only knew this fierce beast was over 10 meters tall, but when the colossal creature actually appeared before him, the overwhelming pressure was beyond what mere words could describe. The green leopard strolled leisurely through the center of the forest. Its 4-story-tall body stretched over 20 meters, resembling a moving green mountain. Even from nearly 100 meters away, Yi Chen could clearly feel his own insignificance and helplessness. The originally spacious forest clearing seemed cramped and crowded with its presence. With each step, its massive limbs stirred up powerful winds, causing grass and branches to rustle. Its 7 to 8 meter long tail swished like a steel whip, creating arc-shaped ripples in the air. Its 2 amber pupils, each the size of a basketball, occasionally flashed with cold light that could paralyze an ordinary person on the spot. Yi Chen quickly surveyed his surroundings, memorizing the position and spacing of every towering ancient tree, then took a deep breath and pulled out a stack of thorn fruits, gripping one tightly in his right hand. Hey, he suddenly shouted provocatively, trying to make the green leopard turn around and expose its vital points. The green leopard completely ignored him. In fact, when Yi Chen was still 200 to 300 meters away, it had already detected him with its keen sense of smell. The prey was too small, not worth the effort, too lazy to even bare its teeth. In the live stream, billions of viewers were terrified by that shout. He's actually provoking it? Isn't this suicide? Please, research institutions, hurry up and develop better cultivation methods than the Chaos Manual. With such high talent that breaks through every month, why is he out here taking risks? Can't he just stay in the tribe and develop safely? Yi Chen didn't care about the green leopard's indifference and threw his hand forward. Boom. The moment the thorn fruit, only a few centimeters in diameter, left his hand, an explosive sound rolled through the forest. The green leopard finally became alert, its sixth sense triggering an alarm. It whipped its head around, but saw nothing. The thorn fruit had already penetrated its skin and burrowed into its abdomen. 2 to 3 seconds later, tearing pain exploded along its nerves. Roar! The green leopard roared in fury, its basketball-sized pupils filling with bloodthirsty coldness as it locked onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm, continuously launching thorn fruits, targeting the eyes and forehead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of breaking air connected into a series of thunder in the forest. Thud, thud, thud. Though the green leopard desperately dodged left and right, it still couldn't completely avoid these lightning-fast projectiles. Its eyes, forehead, throat, and other vital points were successively pierced by thorn fruits, with thick blood trickling down the spikes. The pain forced it to close its eyes tightly and charge toward Yi Chen based on memory alone. Yi Chen instantly accelerated, weaving between the trees, dodging while continuously striking with more thorn fruits. After 2 to 3 minutes, the green leopard's speed and strength noticeably declined from the continuous damage to its vital points. After another 2 to 3 minutes, its four pillar-like legs were trembling, and the entire beast swayed like a drunkard. Victory was decided. Yi Chen's face remained calm, as if everything had gone exactly as expected. The livestream audience was stunned, defeating a level 10 fierce beast in just a few minutes. To deal with such monsters, the military usually had to deploy genetic warriors that cost billions and took over 10 years to train. Even more outrageous, the scanners captured the flight data of the thorn fruits. Their initial velocity had reached a terrifying 1,100 meters per second. Good heavens! Does the flying blade technique become this powerful after breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage? Terrifying. The initial velocity of the thorn fruits actually reached 1,100 meters per second before energy laser devices were invented. Even the most advanced firearms couldn't achieve such bullet speeds. It was precisely because his spiritual power underwent a qualitative transformation after the breakthrough, causing his technique's power to surge dramatically, that Yi Chen specifically came to the forest to hunt green leopards. In the livestream, the audience erupted with excitement. I'm so envious. I really want to learn the flying blade technique. Someone stamped their feet in frustration. Why doesn't he just write down the incantation for the flying blade technique? Idiot. The improved chaos technique incantation is what's most important. Another person immediately retorted. Without it, even if we manage to reach the first level of spirit release stage, we won't be able to advance to the second or third levels. The comment section quickly shifted to research topics. Major research institutions had already begun preparing new technique projects, with funding, personnel, equipment, and facilities mobilizing at full speed. At this rate, everything will be in place within 3 to 5 days. Yi Chen only took 3 days to improve the chaos technique. With so many geniuses in the institutions, plus cutting-edge instruments, they might develop cultivation techniques even stronger than the improved version in just a few hours. By this calculation, new techniques will definitely be announced within 5 days. As soon as the optimists finished speaking, the chat exploded with cheers. Meanwhile, corporations and top-tier wealthy individuals launched a frantic talent war. Yao Group led the charge, offering starting salaries of 300,000 yuan to recruit cultivation prodigies. Within just 1 hour, this skyrocketed to 1 million. Other corporations soon joined in, driving offers up to 4 million, with some predicting that million yuan annual salary advertisements would appear within half a day. Many ordinary cultivators who previously earned only 100,000 yuan annually suddenly leaped into the middle class overnight. Too bad I'm not a cultivation genius. Someone slapped their thigh in front of the screen, lamenting the missed opportunity for such a dramatic life change. In fact, Yi Chen's meteoric rise had already directly benefited millions of people, quietly transforming social structures. Watching the scrolling comments, viewers were both shocked by the power surge at the spirit release stage and filled with anticipation for the new techniques about to emerge. As long as research institutions proceeded smoothly, higher-level cultivation systems would soon become reality. Deep in the lush forest, the fierce battle continued. Yi Chen controlled the flying blade technique, transforming thorn fruits into swift gray shadows that sliced through the air. Though the green leopard moved with agility, it was forced into steady retreat by the relentless barrage of fruit blades. Dozens of thorn fruits successively pierced its tough hide eyes, forehead, throat, all dripping with blood. After more than 10 minutes, its beast eyes dimmed, and the massive body finally crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending dead leaves flying and causing the earth to tremble slightly. Finally finished, Yi Chen concluded his technique and stood upright, exhaling a breath of stale air. Though he had won this battle easily, it also revealed many areas where he still needed improvement. The flying blade technique needs some improvements. Otherwise, the sonic booms generated at high speeds make it too easy to alert opponents. Yi Chen tucked the blood-stained thorn fruits back into his pouch, his gaze sweeping over the massive corpse of the green leopard as he quickly cataloged the technique's flaws. What should have been a 2 or 3-minute hunt had dragged on for nearly 20 minutes, all due to the flying blade technique's two major shortcomings: the sonic boom and insufficient power. First, the sonic boom. Though the thorn fruits were small, once they broke the sound barrier, they still tore through the air with a piercing shriek. That sound cut through the night like a blade, instantly exposing his position no matter which blind spot he attacked from. If his target were a beast with even faster reflexes than the green leopard, he would struggle to consistently hit vital points. Second, insufficient power. While the thorn fruits could pierce the green leopard's thick hide, their small size meant each penetration only created tiny puncture wounds. Even the leopard's basketball-sized eyeball required 3 or 4 direct hits to completely shatter. Against colossal beasts hundreds of meters away, such efficiency was ultimately too low. After a moment's consideration, Yi Chen shook his head and dismissed the idea of immediate improvements. The flying blade technique was only meant as a transitional method in his plans. Without proper weapons at hand, it served as his most reliable ranged attack, but its lethality still fell short of swords and blades. Once he advanced to higher levels of the spirit release stage, he could project his spiritual energy outward, forming sword chi and blade chi with ranges that would skyrocket. With his cultivation level, even taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away wouldn't be mere fantasy. Since the flying blade technique would eventually become obsolete, he was unwilling to invest more time in it. What's going on? He's actually criticizing the flying blade technique. In the live stream, viewers were stunned by his casual remarks. To most people, the flying blade technique was already a terrifying killing move comparable to energy laser devices. With this technique alone, Yi Chen had managed to kill a level 10 beast in just 2 months, something that normally required genetic warriors to handle. Yet while people were still marveling at its power, he was already considering shelving it, leaving the audience speechless. Deep in the forest, after confirming the green leopard was truly dead, Yi Chen followed the beast trail back toward the valley where the Flame Mountain tribe was located. Having broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage, spiritual power now coursed through his entire body, and his strength had surged dramatically. However, dragging this several hundred-ton green leopard back to camp using arm strength alone was still pure fantasy. So he needed to return and bring people back to help transport it. Gully? After walking just a few hundred meters, Yi Chen was surprised to see Gully and Luaga crawling carefully between thick tree roots, moving cautiously through the undergrowth. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that the forest on the south side of the valley is forbidden territory for our Yinshan tribe? Gully whispered, her face full of surprise. But you're here too, aren't you? Yi Chen casually replied. Luaga gripped his short spear tightly and added, we received word that someone heard the terrifying green leopard roaring a bone-chilling sound. The chief and high priest are worried about unusual activity in the forest. If the green leopard suddenly leaves, the Yinshan tribe will be in grave danger, so they sent us to investigate. No need to worry. The green leopard is dead. Yi Chen pointed toward the depths of the forest. We're doomed. Gully's face turned deathly pale. A more powerful beast must have come and killed the green leopard to claim dominance. The green leopard never had much appetite for humans, which is why we could survive in the valley. If a different ruler takes over and enters the valley, the Yinshan tribe will be wiped out. Luaga panicked as well. We need to inform the chief. We must evacuate the valley before winter comes. Both of them started to turn around. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. I killed the green leopard. You killed the green leopard? Gully and Luaga froze, as if they'd heard something utterly fantastical. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. That's impossible. Even with our entire tribe's combined strength, we couldn't kill the green leopard. To us, it's invincible. Luaga shook his head repeatedly, and Gully looked equally incredulous. It's not far from here. Go see for yourselves. Yi Chen was too lazy to explain further and gestured in the direction. The two exchanged glances. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Gully gritted her teeth and crept toward where Yi Chen had pointed, half believing. Luaga had no choice but to follow. After pushing through dense undergrowth for several hundred meters, a massive body over 10 meters long lay sprawled across the fallen leaves. The green leopard's muscle definition remained perfect, its fur still gleaming with an eerie green luster, but its terrifying vitality had been completely drained. Even more shocking were its eye sockets, the center of its forehead, and its throat all densely pierced with thorn berries, the blood long since congealed. There were no bite marks, no broken bones, or torn flesh. Every fatal wound came from those small, but razor-sharp thorns. He really killed the green leopard? Gully murmured, her voice as soft as the wind. Luaga's chest heaved, unable to speak at all. With no signs of beast-and-beast combat, no matter how reluctant they were to believe it, they had to accept the truth. The green leopard's death was Yi Chen's doing alone. A human had actually managed to kill such a massive creature single-handedly? Do you believe me now? Yi Chen's voice came from behind them. The two turned around, and when they looked at Yi Chen again, Their eyes held the reverence reserved for a deity. These two were already the strongest warriors in the Yi Chen tribe, admired and worshipped by their people. In the eyes of these two warriors, Yi Chen had transcended the realm of humanity, becoming no different from the divine being spoken of by the high priest. The green leopard's corpse still oozed blood before them, its massive fangs half buried in the mud, emanating a faint metallic stench. That such a powerful beast could be killed with a single strike was beyond what any human should be capable of, at least in the minds of the Flame Mountain Tribe's warriors. Since you believe, go back and bring all the tribe members here to carry the green leopard back, Yi Chen casually instructed. The two nodded instinctively, then felt an indescribable surge of ecstasy rising in their hearts. They finally realized what this green leopard's death meant. The southern forest of the valley was now completely open to the Flame Mountain Tribe. That hunting ground, densely populated with wild beasts and low-level monsters, no longer had a ruler blocking their way. The tragic scenes of food shortages and tribe members freezing or starving to death during harsh winters would become a thing of the past. No longer would they need to worry about the green leopard whimsically entering the valley to slaughter humans. Now, within 100 miles, there were no threats, because the Flame Mountain Tribe possessed someone who could slay green leopards, being comparable to the gods themselves. Yi Chen. The two ran and leaped through the damp fallen leaves toward the tribe. After taking a dozen steps, Guli suddenly stopped and whipped around. Her large, bell-like eyes flashed with brilliant light, and a rare blush appeared on her bronze-colored, resolute face. I like you, she said through gritted teeth, emphasizing each word. If you ever want a woman, you can come to me anytime. Beside her, Luo Ge's steps faltered, his expression instantly freezing. The goddess was actually throwing herself at someone? And the target was this ugly man, whose skin wasn't rough enough, face wasn't rugged enough, and build wasn't imposing enough. But when he glanced again at the green leopard's corpse, silence crept back across his face. Only a man who could truly slay leopards like slaughtering dogs deserved Guli. Yi Chen stared at her in bewilderment. He could understand emotional excitement after a great battle, but this development was far too rapid. Seeing his lack of response, Guli bashfully added, if you're willing, I could right now. 666. The peerless beauty of this exile planet is so direct. The audience's comments flooded the screen. Indeed, a man can be ugly, can be emotionally dense, but as long as he has strength, he can make beauties throw themselves at him. Even with vastly different aesthetic standards, this truth always applies. Guli isn't just at the peak of beauty, she's got sharp instincts and knows how to take initiative. It's over. My idol is about to be stolen by a woman so ugly it's terrifying. The broadcast director was also busy. Prepare the censorship banner. Inappropriate content might appear at any moment. However, the technical team suddenly reported. Strange, look at Yi Chen's scan data. His heartbeat barely fluctuated. Such composure. A man who created a cultivation method is truly extraordinary. With a peerless beauty throwing herself at him, he can remain calm as still water. Perhaps only ancient monks possessed such mental fortitude. In the forest, Yi Chen remained completely bewildered. In his eyes, Guli at this moment was even more terrifying than the green leopard. He nearly turned and fled. After all, while he had inherited the original host's memories, he completely retained his earth-based aesthetics and personality. Fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. That's what constituted a beauty. Guli, this kind of peerless beauty, he would rather remain lonely for life than surrender. I refuse. Yi Chen's answer was crisp and decisive. Guli's bright eyes, which sparkled like copper bells and had been filled with anticipation and shyness, instantly dimmed upon hearing these words. Roger's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not expecting Yi Chen to reject such a stunning beauty. His surprise lasted only a moment before being replaced by fervent admiration. Truly a god among men, able to refuse even a goddess like Guli without hesitation. This peerless genius who had created an entirely new cultivation method indeed possessed thinking beyond ordinary comprehension. To Roger, Yi Chen's aloofness was like a sacred halo surrounding his idol. Perfect, his hero's purity remains intact. In the livestream, viewers were initially stunned, then gradually came to understand. The more exceptional the genius, the harder they are to fathom with common sense. Ordinary people might not resist the temptation of such beauty, but Yi Chen was clearly no ordinary person, was one of the rarest geniuses in human history. I'll go to the tribe to bring people over. Guli suppressed her disappointment and turned to run toward the valley. I'm coming too. Roger followed close behind. Only then did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief. In both his past and present life, he had no experience in such matters. If Guli had persisted, he truly wouldn't have known how to handle it. Couldn't very well kill her, could he? Not wanting to waste time, he simply followed the two back to the valley. Upon reaching the Flame Mountain tribe, Guli and Roger had already gathered the chief, high priest, and all the tribe's people. However, to the tribe members, the idea that Yi Chen, who had just joined the tribe and secluded himself in a wooden hut for over 20 days, could emerge and slay the green leopard that dominated the southern forest seemed utterly inconceivable. How could one person possibly kill a green leopard? They believed that even if the entire Flame Mountain tribe united, they couldn't defeat such a ferocious beast in direct combat. When Yi Chen appeared, everyone's eyes focused on him, waiting for his explanation. Instead, he said nothing and went straight to his wooden hut to continue cultivating. Outside, some tribe members grumbled indignantly, while Gully and Roger exchanged glances. After a moment's thought, they found his behavior normal, possessing godlike power. Disdaining to explain was perfectly in line with Yi Chen's proud nature. The two had to continue persuading the chief and high priest. Finally, Chief Taisher decided to personally lead several tribe members to investigate the southern forest. Half an hour later, Taisher returned to the tribe with shock written across his face, officially announcing that the green leopard had indeed been slain by Yi Chen. As news spread, the Flame Mountain tribe's 1,000+ members erupted in excitement. Men, women, and children armed themselves and swarmed toward the forest that had once been forbidden territory for humans. Chunks of crimson leopard meat were carried back to the valley in batches, and the bustling activity didn't cease until evening. Bang bang. Light knocking came from the wooden door. Yi Chen finished his cultivation session and rose to open the door, finding Gully standing in the moonlight. By killing the green leopard, you've become the greatest warrior in our Flame Mountain tribe's history. Gully's voice was clear but couldn't hide her excitement. The chief sent me to invite you to the celebration. All right, Yi Chen nodded. It was time to claim the chieftain position of the Yinshan tribe. Only by securing this role could Yi Chen most effectively promote the chaos formula and dramatically boost the tribe's overall strength. The stronger his people became, the more territories he could conquer for them, and the greater the bonuses from the ultimate talent system would be. Wonderful. The chieftain was worried you wouldn't want to participate. Gully's face lit up with joy upon hearing Yi Chen's decision. In most Yinshan tribe members' eyes, Yi Chen was aloof and antisocial, keeping everyone at arm's length. But Gully knew the real Yi Chen was not only approachable, but could even be considered amiable, simply preferred staying indoors, and didn't want to waste time on meaningless social interactions. As night fell, flames rose in the center of the valley. Around the massive bonfire, over 1,000 men, women, and children formed a semicircle. Beast meat dripped fat into the flames with sizzling sounds, filling the air with savory aromas. When Yi Chen appeared, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. He was undoubtedly the tribe's greatest hero now, his prestige far surpassing that of Chieftain Taisha. Past flaws, like aloofness, avoiding hunts, and cold demeanor, meant nothing in the face of absolute power. Yi Chen walked to the bonfire's center, surveyed the crowd, and raised his hand slightly. The deafening cheers instantly quieted, leaving only the crackling of flames. Watching this scene, Taisha felt a pang in his heart through sheer terrifying strength. Yi Chen's prestige had reached heights he could never match. I heard from Gully that the chieftain established a rule. Whoever hunts the most prey alone within 3 months becomes the new chieftain. Yi Chen's gaze settled on Taisha. Taisha nodded reflexively, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. Then, starting now, I'm becoming chieftain of the Yinshan tribe 2 days early. Who objects? Yi Chen infused his vocal cords with spiritual energy, his voice booming like a great bell. The tribe members looked at each other, momentarily stunned. The hero wanted to become chieftain? After a moment's thought, they understood with Yi Chen's strength, if he didn't become chieftain, who else was qualified? No one spoke up, replaced instead by even more fervent cheering. To them, this meant Yi Chen was willing to protect the tribe long term. With such a chieftain who could even slay green leopards, how could they worry about going hungry? Luaga, who considered himself a candidate for the next chieftain, felt only disappointment. He had thought Yi Chen was a divine gift to aid him, but now realized he could at best strive to become Yi Chen's right-hand man. Couldn't even conceive of opposing him. The strong ruled supreme. Seeing no opposition, Yi Chen smiled slightly. From this moment on, he had finally embarked on the path to conquer the world, for he now possessed the most solid foundation. The billions of viewers in the livestream finally understood, at this very moment, why Yi Chen had suddenly left the tribe to hunt the green leopard after breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage. I knew it. With Yi Chen's personality, how could he possibly be kind-hearted enough to suddenly decide to venture into the forest south of the tribe and risk his life to help the Yinshan tribe deal with the massive threat of the green leopard? The chat exploded instantly. The audience finally connected all the previous details. Yi Chen's real goal was to use that terrifyingly large level 10 green leopard to surpass Gully and Luaga's prey at the crucial moment, directly securing the position of Yinshan tribe chief. Now that's what I'd expect from Yi Tenglong's descendant. He just joined and already has his eyes on the chief position. His ambition is truly enormous. Discussions erupted everywhere. Someone added that Yi Chen had already begun scheming when he first met Gully, even before he knew the name of the Yinshan tribe. He had simply relied on intuition to judge that Gully must belong to some tribe, then went with the flow to engineer his way in. All that nonsense about waiting until the critical moment to save people and giving the unicorn pig to Gully to win her favor-complete rubbish. His real purpose was to enter the Yi Chen tribe and then claim the chief's throne. A new wave of comments flooded the screen. Some marveled that if Yi Chen hadn't been exiled to this planet, with his personality, intellect, and terrifying talent, he might have already become the second nine-star general like Yi Tenglong, or perhaps even stronger. I heard that the remnants who once followed Yi Tenglong are still active. Could they infiltrate the exile planet to take Yi Chen away? Someone immediately refuted this. Absolutely impossible. Only large warships could penetrate the cosmic storms and asteroid fields surrounding the exile planet. Never mind Yi Tenglong's remnants throughout history. Those illustrious figures who were exiled also had countless followers lurking in the outside world, yet in thousands of years, not one had successfully escaped. The cosmic storms were no mere decoration. The chat fell silent for a few seconds, then uniformly erupted with, "Now I understand." Everyone finally grasped why Yi Chen had suddenly ventured to the south side of the valley to risk hunting that level 10 green leopard. Night fell, and campfires cast red light on the stone walls of the valley. Yi Chen was officially elevated to the position of chief, but he didn't participate in the subsequent celebration. He simply announced amid the crowd's cheers, "Tomorrow morning, everyone gather in the center of the valley." Then he turned and returned to his wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, he activated the ultimate talent system. Ultimate talent system. Host, Yi Chen. Territory, 3.8 square kilometers. Talent multiplier, 0.000038x. The data was crystal clear. After becoming chief of the Yi Chen tribe, his territory had instantly expanded from his previous dozen-square-meter cabin to the entire valley, staggering increase of 2 million times, with his talent multiplier growing by the same factor. Though still just a fraction, it was enough for him to discern the system's calculation rules. The conclusion was straightforward. For every million square kilometers of territory gained, the talent multiplier would double. Reaching 1 million square kilometers would grant an additional 1x multiplier on top of his original talent. Reaching 10 million square kilometers would mean a 10x multiplier. Yi Chen quietly calculated his innate talent was already at the peak of humanity, and if it doubled, or increased tenfold, the consequences were unimaginable. However, at this moment, he had just become the chieftain of the Flame Mountain tribe. The entire tribe, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, numbered only about 1,000 people, with average strength even inferior to ordinary wild beasts. Everything was still in the most primitive starting stage. After closing the ultimate talent system, Yi Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, sat cross-legged, and quickly entered meditation. The next morning, with mist still lingering, Yi Chen concluded his night of cultivation, feeling refreshed and energetic. In the clearing at the center of the valley, all tribe members had already gathered. Men, women, elders, and children packed the area, their eyes filled with reverence and curiosity as they whispered among themselves, speculating about what arrangements their new chieftain had in store. Yi Chen offered no explanation, simply asking Gully for her personal dagger before striding toward the smooth stone wall on one side of the valley. The sharp blade scraped against rock, producing a harsh, yet clear scratching sound as he began carving into the stone surface. The tribe members exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his intentions. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with comments. "Those are the incantations and circulation diagrams for the chaos formula. Is he planning to teach both the chaos formula and flying blade technique to the entire tribe? Geniuses truly think differently. Chen is such an unprecedented anomaly that he's completely unpredictable." The audience debated heatedly, yet no one could definitively determine Yi Chen's true intentions. Given his personality, he shouldn't be sharing fundamental techniques like the chaos formula while empowering his people might boost his prestige short-term. In the long run, his position would inevitably be challenged by more talented newcomers who cultivated faster. Throughout history, examples of martial artists defying authority were countless. Keeping the masses ignorant was the safer strategy. More problematically, the chaos formula's incantations were profound and difficult to understand for tribe members to practice them. They'd first need to read and write, and once their minds were enlightened, controlling them would become exponentially harder. No one understood what he was truly planning. The chat continued flooding. "Regardless, this is definitely good for us. We can learn the improved chaos formula." "You're overthinking it. He only carved the original chaos formula, not the improved version." "Haha, that makes sense." Yi Chen still kept something in reserve after all. While the audience debated, Billion Pharmaceuticals released a new announcement. In just one day, their Cultivation Technique Research Institute had been established and would begin operations today, aiming to develop techniques superior to the improved chaos formula in the shortest time possible, with results expected to be freely released within an hour or two with enough money invested. Efficiency was explosive. The livestream atmosphere grew increasingly excited, yet everyone remained puzzled. Why had Yi Chen suddenly decided to spread the chaos formula and flying blade technique throughout the Flame Mountain tribe? With his current strength, he could easily protect his people from fierce beasts alone. When encountering other tribes in the future, he could effortlessly absorb them while maintaining his position as chieftain. When his lifespan neared its end, he could pass down the cultivation methods to his descendants, remaining forever revered as the divine founding ancestor. Given this, why actively cultivate competitors and introduce variables into his own rule? There was only one answer. No one knew just how vast Yi Chen's ambitions truly were. The Flame Mountain tribe couldn't contain him, nor could Flame Mountain itself. What he sought was dominion over the entire planet, perhaps even the stars and seas beyond. High Priest, you should recognize all the characters here, shouldn't you? Yi Chen stood before the stone wall, his fingertips tracing the deeply carved runes that displayed the complete chaos formula and flying blade technique. Pale light fell upon the High Priest's white hair as he nodded blankly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the stone wall and Yi Chen. Have you ever heard of the Green Grass tribe? Yi Chen pressed. The High Priest shook his head, his expression still confused. The Green Grass tribe and the Flame Mountain tribe had no previous contact, yet their languages and scripts were mutually intelligibly a puzzling fact that Yi Chen had no time to investigate thoroughly. At this moment, he was more concerned with how to spread these two cultivation methods throughout the Flame Mountain tribe to enhance the entire tribe's combat strength. He turned his gaze to the watching tribespeople, his voice booming. The drawings and text on this wall record a cultivation method and an attack technique. If you learn them, you can be like killing fierce beasts with just a thorn fruit. An uproar immediately erupted. As powerful as our chief? Isn't that the kind of power only gods possess? Exclamations and discussions rose and fell before the stone wall as people's minds filled with images of the green leopard falling, their blood boiling with excitement. Only the High Priest's face changed dramatically as he stepped forward quickly. Chief, you must not. He raised his staff and pointed to the ground, speaking rapidly. This is power that only gods can control. The chief possesses it because he has gained divine approval. If you teach it without permission, divine punishment will surely follow, and the tribespeople will not escape either. The previously high spirits were instantly doused, as if by cold water. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the wall. Tai Shi, Gu Li, and Luo Gu also instinctively stepped back half a pace, afraid of angering the invisible gods. Yi Chen examined the high priest with surprise. When competing for the position of chief, no one had dared oppose him. Yet now, when promoting the chaos formula, the high priest was firmly blocking him. I created these techniques myself. They have nothing to do with the gods, Yi Chen explained. No, the gods granted the chief the ability to create. The high priest refused to yield, his voice ringing like a bell. What the gods bestow, the chief must not pass on privately. Otherwise, divine punishment will descend. The tribespeople were so frightened they averted their gazes, even lightening their breathing, afraid that even a glance might anger the gods. Yi Chen frowned, wanting to argue, but swallowed his words the moment he opened his mouth. He suddenly understood why the high priest opposed him. At its core, it was a conflict of interests. Everyone had their own position, and different positions naturally meant different interests. He promoted the chaos formula to use the Flame Mountain tribe's people as the foundation for conquering the world and expanding his sphere of influence. The people of the Yinshan tribe cheered with excitement, knowing that once they mastered the chaos technique, their strength would increase dramatically, allowing them to hunt fierce beasts with ease and never worry about food sources again. A roaring bonfire danced in the center of the valley, illuminating faces flushed red with excitement. The tribespeople exchanged fist bumps and embraces, as if they could already see stone granaries filled with beast meat. Yi Chen stood at the edge of the firelight, gazing at this scene with a faint but satisfied smile. They and he were on the same side. Only the high priest was an exception. This messenger, who communicated with the divine, wore robes adorned with feather patterns, the bone pinned into top his staff, swaying gently in the firelight. Throughout generations, high priests had commanded the tribe's submission through divine will, even earning the reverence of tribal chiefs. But once everyone possessed strength comparable to the gods, who would still worship? Status and power would scatter like campfire ashes in the wind. Understanding this, the high priest could only invoke the divine before the crowd, desperately opposing the spread of the chaos technique. High priest, come with me for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Yi Chen's voice cut through the commotion as he turned toward the valley entrance. The night wind lifted his loose hair, making him appear carefree, yet undeniably authoritative. The high priest hesitated briefly before following with his staff. The livestream chat instantly erupted with activity. That's Yi Chen for you, seeing right through the real reason for the opposition. Definitely going to negotiate. The high priest only cares about status. Just promise him a future position. I don't understand what's happening. Can someone explain? Soon, viewers began analyzing the situation on screen, helping others finally grasp what was unfolding. They walked in silence until reaching the valley entrance, where the blazing firelight was swallowed by darkness. Yi Chen stopped, turned around, and gazed calmly at the high priest. What terms does the chief wish to discuss? The high priest straightened his back confidently, certain he was about to reach a compromise. Everyone guessed wrong. Yi Chen's voice was cold. I'm giving you two choices: change your stance, or die. As his words fell, the mountain wind seemed to grow colder. The high priest was stunned, nearly dropping his staff. He couldn't believe anyone would dare threaten a high priest who could speak with the divine. Anger and humiliation churned in his eyes. My tribe needs no gods. If there must be one, it can only be me. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. In other matters, he was happy to compromise, but when it came to authority, he would never allow the Yinshan tribe to have a voice equal to his, let alone one above him. The high priest could exist, but only to elevate him to godhood, never to obstruct his ascension. You're blaspheming against the divine, the high priest roared, his beard trembling. Yi Chen grew impatient. I don't have time to waste. If you don't choose, I'll assume you've chosen death. With that, he raised his hand, revealing a thorn fruit in his palm, its pale purple thorns gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The high priest's pupils contracted. Ruthlessly decisive, even defying the god, she realized for the first time that this new chief was far more terrifying than he had imagined. 3, 2. The countdown sounded like war drums. 1. The staff hit the ground. The high priest collapsed to his knees, his entire body nearly pressed against the earth, hot tears streaming down his wrinkles and dampening the dust. The chief is the incarnation of the divine, descended to this world solely to save the people of the Yinshan tribe, he declared hoarsely, as if performing some sacred ritual. Yi Chen calmly withdrew the thorn fruit. Good. If you want to remain high priest, make the tribe gradually understand in my tribe, I am the only god. I obey the divine decree. The high priest pressed his forehead to the ground, already performing his submission with practiced ease. In front of their screens, all viewers watched in stunned silence. Oh my god, this high priest's shamelessness and ability to switch sides is absolutely mind-blowing, exclaimed a viewer in the live stream. The chat scrolled rapidly as all viewers marveled at the same realization. Among the various tribes, selecting a high priest successor never prioritized martial prowess, but rather intelligence. Without a sharp mind, how could one fabricate deities from thin air to deceive the people? The fact that they could successfully implement such cruel practices as sacrificing children and women showed these priests were not only clever, but ruthlessly cunning. The smarter a person is, the more they value their life. When this high priest sensed the tide turning, he immediately swallowed his pride and surrendered, seamlessly switching allegiances. When Yi Chen offered him a chance to maintain his power, he naturally seized it. The chat filled with admiration and shock, yet the praise ultimately went to Yi Chen: decisive, ruthless, domineering. Such a person, exiled to a backward planet, was truly born at the wrong time. If it were us, we'd never believe in any deities, one viewer commented, then reminded everyone. Don't forget, Yi Chen grew up immersed in tribal culture where people believed unquestioningly in gods. Yet he not only questioned these deities but attempted to replace them. Even subtly enlightening the high priest could only be mythologized as the one true god. Had he not been trapped in this barbaric era, Yi Chen's talents, cunning, and forceful personality would have likely established an empire combining divine and political authority. Before their screens, many lamented his fate. Even with a lifespan of 240 years, he could at most expand the Flame Mountain tribe to tens of thousands. A tragedy for someone born to be a supreme ruler. On the exile planet, in the center of the valley, the high priest reappeared, his expression devout and untroubled. He proclaimed loudly. Yi Chen had revealed his divine nature and was confirmed as a deity incarnate, with all cultivation techniques being divine gifts. As his words ended, thunderous cheers erupted from the valley walls, echoing for a long time. The commotion lasted only about 10 minutes before transforming into an eager silence for learning. The high priest immediately began teaching, pointing to the runic inscriptions on the stone wall and instructing the tribe members to recite and memorize them. Those lines of incantations contained Yi Chen's understanding of natural laws and the circulation of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The tribe members listened with partial comprehension, and even the high priest only barely grasped the surface. Yi Chen decided to wait until everyone had memorized the incantations and cultivation diagrams before providing systematic explanations. In the following time, he neither remained in the valley to observe nor returned to his wooden hut to cultivate. Instead, he left the valley alone and entered the southern forest. With a few leaps, he stepped on thick vines and climbed a towering giant tree. The trunk was as wide as a city gate, and he continued climbing upward until reaching the top, where he sat cross-legged on a branch as thick as a water barrel, leaning against the sturdy trunk. Above him stretched a clear blue sky with cotton-like white clouds drifting slowly past. Below, a vast forest extended over 100 kilometers, with rolling mountains and intersecting river valleys spread before his eyes. The autumn wind howled, carrying the faint scent of tree resin and fallen leaves across his face. Yi Chen half closed his eyes, letting the wind billow his robes as he quietly felt that force where sharpness and gentleness intertwined, attempting to comprehend the movement and characteristics of wind. After breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage, his perception abilities had clearly improved tremendously. He could see the rhythm of the wind more clearly and hear it more distinctly than ever before. What's going on? How did he end up cultivating in the forest? Yeah, isn't cultivation supposed to involve sitting still with focused concentration? Sitting so high up with the wind howling in his ears, having to worry about falling, how can he possibly focus? Yi Chen's actions left the livestream audience full of questions. Soon, sharp-eyed viewers focused on the scanner data. He's not circulating spiritual energy at all, there's not even a ripple in his chi si. If it's not cultivation, then he's comprehending something? 9 times out of 10, he's trying to create a new technique again. I'm so excited to see what he's up to this time. Someone connected this to the newly established Billion Pharmaceuticals Technique Research Institute. The institute has been preparing for hours now, but still hasn't released any new techniques. Are they waiting for test results? I refresh their website every 5 minutes, but there's no activity at all. Don't worry, pharmaceutical companies value rigor. New drugs require years of clinical trials, so new techniques should at least go through a round of data testing. If they're fast, it'll be a few hours. If slow, maybe a day or two. After all, they want to be the first research institute to publish a new technique, so they won't drag it out too long. The conversation gradually drifted off topic as people began chatting about random things. Time flew by. Several hours later, Yi Chen finished his first comprehension of wind and began observing the birds and beasts in the forest, watching eagles soar through the sky, deer running through the woods, even throwing thorn berries to make them fly more urgently and flee faster. When night fell and vision became blurred, he closed his eyes to listen to the wind, repeating the cycle endlessly. The next afternoon, he paused his comprehension and returned to the Flame Mountain tribe. After a day and a half of rote memorization, most tribe members had memorized the incantations and energy circulation routes of the chaos formula perfectly, with only the elderly and children still lagging behind. Yi Chen waited no longer. He gathered the tribe members who had already memorized everything in the square, explaining in detail the insights behind the incantations, key cultivation points, and common pitfalls. From the entire afternoon until deep into the night, he poured his heart into teaching, answering every question, until the most perceptive individuals completely understood and could guide others in return. Only then did he return to the forest to continue his research on wind. This teaching session was monumentally significant. Exactly. He essentially opened the true path of cultivation for humanity on the exile planet. Even if he never teaches anything else, the chaos formula will be passed down for thousands of years. You're making me envious of the Flame Mountain tribe. We started practicing 2 months ago, but strictly speaking, we were all just copying theory, the legitimate inheritors. Who cares about legitimacy as long as we can learn? What I'm worried about now is, it's been over a day, so why haven't Billion Pharmaceuticals Technique Research Institute or any other institutes published new techniques? Yeah, what's their progress? The livestream audience also gained much from listening to Yi Chen's teaching, but they were far from feeling the same excitement as the Flame Mountain tribe. What they eagerly awaited new techniques with effects far surpassing the chaos formula had yet to be published by any research institute. In the Milky Way galaxy, on planet A1314, at the headquarters of the Yi Cultivation Research Institute, inside the laboratory, incandescent lights illuminated every speck of dust in the massive main laboratory spanning over 100,000 square meters. Thousands of researchers moved through sterile corridors, flanked by towering rows of silver-gray equipment, the latest large-scale intelligent computers, scanners, and monitoring devices, each worth billions of star coins. Even the assistants responsible for delivering reagents were graduates of the galaxy's top universities, earning millions annually. The entire laboratory was practically built from mountains of gold and silver. In his office, Lian Zhanqing, chairman of the Yi Group, stood before a massive virtual screen, his eyes fixed intently on the live experiment feed. Beep beep beep. Warning, warning, abnormal readings detected in test subject number 7. Emergency rescue protocol initiating. All relevant personnel prepare for action. Piercing alarms suddenly echoed throughout the facility as the synthetic female voice of the AI system continued its announcements. The camera switched to the central testing platform. A 6-meter massive sensor loomed like a metallic beast, with dozens of blue glowing data cables extending outward, connected to a young man sitting cross-legged. Test subject number 7. Moments earlier, pain had crossed his face, his brow twitching slightly. The AI detected the anomaly. Spiritual energy had undergone a sudden transformation upon entering crucial acupoints in his abdomen, shifting from gentle to violent, like raging torrents washing through his meridians. Despite the sensor amplifying his reaction speed, this gifted cultivator still couldn't withdraw his spiritual energy in time. Medical protocols immediately activated. The medical platform released white, fog-like freezing vapor as metallic appendages shot out with a whoosh, attempting to freeze the injured area and provide emergency treatment. In the distance, numerous medical personnel rushed forward, pushing emergency pods. Abort the rescue. Continue the test. In his office, Lian Zhanqing suddenly grabbed his communicator, his voice cold and commanding. Chairman, monitoring shows that test subject number 7's meridians and acupoints have suffered irreversible damage. If we don't abort and provide emergency treatment, his meridians may be completely destroyed, the laboratory director reported anxiously. Abort the rescue. Continue the test. Lian Zhanqing's tone was ice cold. In addition to compensation according to contract terms for the test subject's losses, I'll personally add 100 million. I want to see if he can create a miracle in desperate circumstances. If you don't issue the order, I'll replace you as director immediately. The director fell silent for several seconds, finally gritting his teeth. Abort rescue. Continue testing. The AI executed the command. The freezing mist quickly dissipated, metallic appendages retracted to their original positions, and rescue personnel were forced to retreat. Once the suppression was lifted, the violent spiritual energy rampaged through test subject number 7's body, tearing his meridians to shreds. His body seemed to be twisted by invisible giant forces, veins bulging as he finally let out an agonizing scream. After several breaths, consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness. Test subject number 7 had fainted from the excruciating pain. No miracle. The research institute's director and all staff members' expressions darkened almost simultaneously, as if the air itself had frozen. Arrange for the 8th test subject as soon as possible. In his office, Lian Zhanqing spoke into the communicator with an expressionless face, then cut off the virtual screen. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as he tried to rest his eyes and wait for the 8th test to begin. But restlessness churned in his chest, making it impossible to calm down. Over the past 7 experiments, he had spent a fortune recruiting 7 recognized geniuses, equipped them with the most advanced technology and research teams, believing victory was assured, only to fail repeatedly. Even earlier, over 300 genius-level test subjects, despite having perception-enhancing instruments to assist them, still couldn't comprehend spiritual energy mysteries and characteristics deeper than the Chaos Manual. The latest 7 test subjects, aided by reaction speed enhancement devices, still couldn't smoothly channel spiritual power into acupoints. The moment they sensed something wrong, they were forced to withdraw their spiritual power. Watching the experiments fail one after another, Lian Zhanqing grew increasingly puzzled. Yi Chen had seemed to create techniques effortlessly back then. So why couldn't other geniuses make even a single step of progress, even with top-tier equipment and research personnel protecting them? If Yi Chen were present now, he would certainly scoff at this confusion. Indeed, among these so-called geniuses were outstanding individuals whose cultivation speed rivaled Yi Chen's. However, fast cultivation was one thing, the ability to create techniques was entirely another. Yi Chen could create techniques from nothing because his talent in this area stood at humanity's peak. Keen intuition, extraordinary perception, exceptional comprehension, and unimaginable reaction speed, all 4 talents were indispensable, and each had to be at the top tier for techniques to truly emerge. If any of these 4 talents fell short of the pinnacle, technique creators could only write methods far below their own level when at high realms. For instance, a 9th-level spirit release stage cultivator might spend 10 or 20 years, or even longer, combined with occasional flashes of inspiration, to barely create the most basic techniques suitable only for beginners. As for someone like Yi Chen, who could improve techniques to suit the same cultivation stage while only at the 1st level of spirit release stage, this was practically a fantasy. Not to mention further improving them to surpass existing versions of the Chaos Manual. Even Yi Chen himself couldn't do this now, because his talents had already approached human limits. For a technique to emerge that could defeat Yi Chen's improved Chaos Manual at the 1st level of spirit release stage, Yi Chen's sphere of influence would need to suddenly expand to millions or tens of millions of square kilometers, allowing the Supreme Talent System to continue stacking talent bonuses. Only then might Yi Chen, with continuously improving talents, be able to defeat the current Yi Chen. Current human cutting-edge technology could make those geniuses more perceptive and faster, but it was far from sufficient to push their comprehensive talents to Yi Chen's level. As future territorial expansion brought increasing talent bonuses, this gap would only continue widening. The higher one's cultivation, the more the difficulty of creating techniques increased geometrically. Looking back through tens of thousands of years of human history, there was no shortage of brilliant individuals who had pioneered cultivation methods to enhance personal strength. Yet without exception, they all stopped at the beginning. The further they went, the greater the difficulty became. Yi Chen was the sole exception. In fact, he wasn't far from his own limits either. Once he broke through to realms above spirit release stage, optimizing the Chaos Manual to match higher levels wouldn't be as simple as the 3 or 4 days it took at the 1st level of spirit release stage. The difficulty of creating same-level techniques was 10,000 or even 100,000 times greater than lower levels. Therefore, even Yi Chen would need to rely on the supreme talent system to continuously enhance his talents to reach a more distant future. For other geniuses, even thinking about it was futile. Day after day, Yi Chen immersed himself in comprehending the patterns and characteristics of wind, studying the movements of birds and beasts. The reason for saying almost every day was because he would return to the Flame Mountain tribe every few days to personally check on his people's cultivation progress. On the first day of instruction, over 20 tribe members immediately sensed spiritual energy, located their energy centers, and officially embarked on the path of cultivation. By the second day, except for some elderly and children with weaker comprehension, nearly everyone had completed the initial sensing. This gave Yi Chen a clear understanding of the overall talent level within the Flame Mountain tribe. In the following days, breakthrough news kept arriving. Some reached the second level of the Qi condensation stage. Others mastered the flying blade technique he had taught them, and the tribe's average combat strength was visibly rising. The most outstanding among them were Guli and Luaga, who already belonged to the warrior class. Both possessed exceptional talent and reached the second level of Qi condensation within just 4 or 5 days, while also mastering the flying blade technique proficiently. If they encountered the one-horned boar that had once cornered Guli, she could now easily kill it with a single flying blade. Ordinary tribe members who broke through to the same realm and mastered the flying blade technique would possess combat strength no less than the original Guli and Luaga. In other words, since the comprehensive promotion of the Chaos Manual, ordinary tribe members who reached the second level of Qi condensation and mastered the flying blade technique could advance to become new generation warriors. By Yi Chen's estimation, those with exceptional talent could complete this breakthrough in 3 to 5 days, while those with average aptitude would need about a month. Everything was just beginning. He had not yet created formations that could significantly accelerate cultivation, nor could he refine spiritual pills that directly enhanced realms. He could only patiently wait for his people to grow on their own. Fortunately, with his current realm and comprehension, even though formations and pill refinement remained beyond his reach for now, he could still create other techniques to aid his people. What he was currently perfecting was a movement technique. Compared to fierce beasts, humans were small and slender. Even mighty warriors like Guli and Luaga appeared tiny before giant beasts. However, being small wasn't necessarily a weakness. Agility was their greatest advantage. Yi Chen planned to introduce the movement technique first, allowing his people's speed to increase several times, even dozens of times. Then they could wear down fierce beasts through swift attacks, and even if they couldn't win, they could retreat safely. Once the movement technique became widespread, the Flame Mountain tribe, this foundation stone for conquering the world, could truly step out of the valley. According to his timeline, in about 3 more months, when winter ended and spring bloomed, would mark the tribe's first external campaign. Sharpening the blade doesn't delay the woodcutting. Though he was eager to expand his influence to enhance his own talent bonuses, he refused to act hastily. The Flame Mountain tribe was growing steadily according to plan. Every tribe member could clearly feel their strength increasing day by day, and each person was immersed in excitement and dedication, unable to extricate themselves. Across the major human planets throughout the galaxy, all of humanity was gripped by anxiety. What the hell was going on? It had been over 10 days since the completion of the Billion Pharmaceuticals Cultivation Technique Research Institute, yet not a single piece of new technique information had appeared online. Speculation ran rampant. Had the various research institutes already developed cultivation techniques far more extraordinary than the improved chaos formula, but were keeping them secret because the results were too astounding, preparing to break their promises for personal gain? Impossible. By all accounts, over 1,000 cultivation technique research institutes had been completed across the entire galaxy. 1 or 2 institutes lying might be understandable, but for over 1,000 to remain completely silent, there was only one explanation so far. No research institute had been able to create a cultivation technique stronger than the improved chaos formula. But how could people accept this? These research institutes were no mere decorations. They housed top-tier geniuses whose cultivation speed was second only to Yi Chen, the founder of the original chaos formula, with dozens or even hundreds of them exchanging ideas in the same halls, pooling their wisdom. Not to mention the rows of high-end equipment behind them and hundreds of thousands of researchers working day and night to deduce cultivation pathways conditions that were hundreds of times better than what Yi Chen had back in his day. If it weren't for the difficult birth of new techniques, how could they all remain silent? As days passed, the human populations across the major planets grew increasingly restless. The comment sections on the Research Institute's official websites refreshed at a rate comparable to bullet screens. What's the progress? Can you make an announcement today? Stop holding back. We're all about to hit a cultivation bottleneck. The Billion Pharmaceuticals Cultivation Technique Research Institute was the first institution to make a high-profile debut, the first to announce its establishment, and the first to announce its completion 15 days ago. Now, It had also become the first research institute to break the silence, finally releasing an announcement about their new cultivation technique research results. This report, spanning dozens of pages plus several experimental videos, exploded in views the moment it was uploaded. The public was shocked to discover: 1. The Billion Pharmaceuticals Cultivation Technique Research Institute had invested a total of hundreds of billions of star yuan. 2. The director was a legendary figure ranking in the top 3 in the field of biology. 3. They had recruited over 500 cultivation and research geniuses. Yet the result was failure. In half a month, none of these 500-plus geniuses had successfully comprehended deeper natural laws and spiritual energy properties. The institute had conducted over 50 large-scale experiments, trying various cultivation approaches and auxiliary devices, yet not once had they been able to draw a complete cultivation pathway diagram. Forget surpassing the improved chaos formula. They couldn't even form the simplest pathway diagram inferior to the first-generation chaos formula. Even more devastating was that among the 50-plus core test subjects who participated in the experiments, over 30 were directly severely injured by spiritual energy backlash. Data records showed that the backlash intensity varied dramatically from low to high. For the mild cases, only small cracks appeared in their meridians, which could still be repaired using top-tier medical pods. For the severe cases, their energy seas collapsed and meridians were completely severed. Even with humanity's current highest medical technology, they could only preserve life, but couldn't restore their original cultivation constitution. The cold, hard test data and clear experimental videos made the report's authenticity indisputable. The moment the announcement was released, the entire human society felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Forums, the Star Network, and optical brain communication channels exploded. Financial channels rolled real-time updates. Pharmaceutical stocks showed blood red across the board, with declines reaching new yearly records. Stock markets throughout the galaxy shook in response, and even stock prices in other industries plummeted like mercury spilling to the ground. After more than half a month, pharmaceutical stocks suffered another devastating blow. Yi Group, once a towering pharmaceutical giant, has seen its stock price plummet 65% from its peak, with market capitalization evaporating by over 1 trillion credit points. Gold hard numbers that silenced the entire capital market overnight. Yi Chen, the pharmaceutical industry killer, the financial channel host practically shouted. Indeed, compared to Yi Chen, the thousands of cultivation technique research institutes built with massive investments looked like a pathetic joke. Combined together, they still couldn't match him alone. Months ago, this station predicted: Yi Chen is the creator of this entirely new cultivation system, the sole pioneer and trailblazer, and now the facts speak for themselves. The pharmaceutical sector was in ruins, leaving the public deeply frustrated. However, major news media across the galaxy were experiencing a traffic bonanza. Major websites constantly refreshed their headlines. Each page update crashed servers. Advertisers threw money around frantically, and comment sections exploded instantly. It's over, what a waste of hope. I had a feeling these cultivation technique institutes would never produce new techniques. Never thought my hunch would come true. Bullet comments flew across screens at lightning speed, mixing mockery, sighs, and curses. From this moment on, the title God Yi swept across the internet. With his power alone, he obliterated thousands of cultivation technique institutes. His talent for creating techniques was nothing short of miraculous. In the cultivation field, he had reached heights beyond ordinary imagination. Who could have predicted that institutes costing hundreds of billions would end up empty-handed? Yi Chen's livestream became the eye of the storm. Within mere minutes, online viewers skyrocketed to hundreds of billions. All fury targeted the cultivation technique institutes, with curses reaching the heavens. Frustrated, I just barely broke through to the first level of the spirit release stage, but I'm completely stuck. To advance to the second level, I have to wait for whenever Yi Chen feels like writing down the improved version of the chaos formula. Being able to advance to the first level so quickly, you're a genius too. Some felt fortunate they hadn't been tempted by high salaries to join the institutes. Among those lucky ones, many talents suffered irreparable damage to their meridians and chi seas. Even with substantial compensation, they couldn't buy back their shortened lifespans. In contrast, breaking through to the first level of spirit release stage directly extended life by 120 years. If one could truly reach the 9th level and enter higher realms, lifespan might increase by another 120 years, though that was just wishful thinking. The biggest question now was, when would the improved chaos formula be released? Hoping Yi Chen would casually make it public? Dream on. The only hope rested entirely with the Yinshan tribe. If the people there generally broke through to the first level of spirit release stage, perhaps Yi Chen would reveal the improved technique. But there were plenty of variables too. First, no one knew Yi Chen's true intentions. He might only be willing to release the original version, giving his people basic self-defense capabilities, but not necessarily willing to reveal his trump cards, lest it shake his rule. Second, once the Yinshan people's combat power improved and even fierce beasts couldn't stop them, would they still maintain their reverence for Yi Chen? Even the high priest had already begun deifying Yi Chen. However, a sudden surge in power inevitably leads to arrogance and inflated egos. If the members of the Yi Chen tribe lost their sense of reverence after their rapid advancement in cultivation, Yi Chen, with his volatile yet cautious temperament, might immediately abandon any thoughts of sharing the improved chaos formula, even if he had previously considered it. While the probability wasn't high, it certainly wasn't zero either. So all those hoping to learn the improved chaos formula could only pray silently, hoping Yi Chen would be in a good enough mood to teach, while also hoping the Yin Shan tribe members would conduct themselves properly and not provoke his anger with their insolence. With the Cultivation Research Institute route completely blocked, everyone could only pin their hopes of breaking through to the second level of the spirit release stage on stealing techniques from the Yin Shan tribe. But this path was equally fraught with uncertainties, and success depended entirely on luck. Sighs and complaints spread across every corner of the internet, until someone had a flash of inspiration. What if we extract Yi Chen from the exile planet? Have him directly publish the improved chaos formula, or even focus on creating new techniques, and make them all public? The moment this suggestion surfaced, chat rooms and forums exploded. This idea actually seems feasible. Feasible my ass, someone immediately threw cold water on it. The exile planet is the Federation's most secure prison. Not a single prisoner has escaped in thousands of years. Indeed, the very existence of exile planets had always been highly controversial, especially the clause stating descendants of serious criminals are also stripped of all human rights. The entire Federation had been in uproar over this issue back then, but it was ultimately approved and implemented because not only was there no escape route, but the environment was so harsh that it became the heaviest punishment for serious criminals after the abolition of the death penalty. To restore human rights to these descendants would require evacuating them all, which would introduce too many variables and cost astronomical sums. More crucially, given Yi Chen's personality, what would he think upon learning that he had been inexplicably stripped of his human rights for over a decade? And knowing that hundreds of billions of people watched his livestream daily and learned his self-created techniques without permission, what would he do? Don't forget, he wasn't just the founding patriarch of this cultivation system, but also possessed extraordinary talent. Who could guarantee he wouldn't create another technique that would mentally control anyone who learned it? Furthermore, he was Yi Tenglong's own grandson, and Yi Tenglong's remaining followers still lurked in the shadows. Once Yi Chen was extracted, with his temperament, intellect, talent, and ambition, the Federation would inevitably face unpredictable turmoil and disaster. Even without those endless hidden dangers, he would never be content to serve as a mere tool whose only job was writing cultivation techniques. Thus, the new plan that had initially made countless citizens' eyes light up and rekindled their hopes was soon thoroughly debunked by various analyses. As for other plans, they certainly existed, but limited by their perspective. Most ordinary people, no matter how clever, simply couldn't conceive of them. Unknown to all, while complaints filled the air, those top-tier tycoons and individuals with overwhelming power and influence were brewing a new storm. Planet AB 356. According to Federation naming conventions, planets beginning with a single letter, A, are fully terraformed worlds suitable for human habitation, while those starting with double letters like AB are classified as resource planets. AB 356 is one such resource planet, 1,000 times larger than the blue planet, with its crust containing incredibly rich metal or veins that have long been divided among 3 mining conglomerates. In the southern hemisphere of the planet, 10,000 meters beneath the rocky layers, a top-secret base lies hidden between scorching magma and metallic veins. The room in the core area resembles a prison cell, its 4 walls lined with coldly gleaming torture instruments. In the center of the room, a burly, white-haired and white-bearded old man is firmly restrained in a torture chair. The chair's backrest emits continuous mechanical sounds as sharp spikes emerge one by one, piercing deep into his spine, while blood flows down along his vertebrae into the chair's grooves. The armrests split open, releasing viscous tentacles that wrap around his 10 fingers, sending powerful electric currents through the tentacles into every nerve, bringing bone-crushing, marrow-corroding agony. Beads of sweat the size of beans roll down from his forehead, dripping onto his mangled back and immediately causing burning pain. Yet he only clenches his teeth tightly, without uttering a single groan. The old man's gaze remains fixed on the massive virtual screen directly in front of him. On the screen, the cold winds of the exile planet howl, as Yi Chen sits cross-legged in meditation, comprehending heaven and earth in a real-time broadcast. In those clouded yet still dignified eyes, flashes of almost faith-like fervent light occasionally appear. "Grandfather," comes a clear call from the doorway. A tall, stunningly beautiful girl strides in quickly. The old man forces out a single word. "Speak." Test subjects 65 through 70 have all ended in failure, the girl reports concisely. According to intelligence from our inside sources, the military's secret research institute has no successful cases either, not even the slightest breakthrough. The old man remained silent, his face contorted by pain, yet still showing a hint of a smile. For the investors in various cultivation technique research institutes, the consecutive experimental failures mean enormous funds have gone down the drain, and more importantly, they have no chance of gaining powerful personal strength and extended lifespans through these institutes. But in the old man's view, this precisely proves that among the entire human race, only Yi Chen can create cultivation techniques exactly the situation he most desires. The girl adds further. Additionally, the traitors that the myriad races have cultivated within our human race seem to be brewing new actions as well. The old man still doesn't speak, having exhausted his strength. The girl understands this and can only stand quietly to the side. As her gaze sweeps over the old man's blood-stained back, a trace of sympathy flashes in her eyes. Beep, beep, beep. The torture chair's alert sounds abruptly, signaling the end of the execution time. The spikes and tentacles retract simultaneously, and the old man's entire body relaxes, nearly collapsing as heavy breathing echoes through the room. The girl hurries forward, helping him up and supporting him to a nearby medical pod. As the pod cover closes, pale blue healing fluid quickly covers his wounds, and the damaged muscles heal at a visibly rapid pace. After a few breaths, the old man also recovers some of his energy. After weighing his options, he spoke up. Deploy all our hackers and find a way to infiltrate the AI system of that unmanned battleship on the exile planet. Sabotage the ship's operating system. Once that's done, have our controlled senators push through a proposal to dispatch a large battleship to the exile planet to transport a new batch of serious criminals and repair the operating system while we're at it. The girl froze for a moment, looking up at his wrinkled face. Grandfather wants to rescue the young master from the exile planet, but we don't have large battleships, so we can't get the young master out. Besides, relatively speaking, the young master is actually safer on the exile planet. The old man shook his head, his voice low and resolute. We need to send people to the exile planet to protect the young master. Deploying hackers to sabotage the battleship's operating system isn't a problem, but we control very few federal senators. It's impossible to push through a proposal to send serious criminals to the exile planet ahead of schedule. The girl reminded him. Our family alone cannot control the federal parliament's decisions. Do you think we're the only family involved? The old man countered. After a few seconds of silence, the girl's bright eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. Those powerful figures with overwhelming influence. Those top-tier tycoons who funded the establishment of the Cultivation Research Institute. Those traitors carefully recruited and cultivated by the alien races within humanity. After confirming that the Cultivation Research Institute had made no progress, they probably also wanted to send people to the exile planet to get close to Yi Chen. However, their purposes were all different. Make the arrangements. The old man's gaze was sharp as a blade. Select a group of highly intelligent and absolutely loyal people to go to the exile planet and protect the young master. The girl frowned slightly. To ensure the young master's safety, shouldn't we send our strongest genetic warriors? No. The old man waved his hand. Given the young master's rate of development, we don't need to worry about his strength. We're sending those with exceptional minds to ensure that no assassins who want to kill him can infiltrate his circle. His words were calm, yet carried an underlying murderous intent. Various factions have different objectives. Some just want to quickly obtain the latest cultivation techniques he's created. These pose the least threat. Others want to completely control the young master through various means. And those traitors cultivated by the alien races want to get close to the young master and assassinate him when the opportunity arises, eliminating future troubles. I understand, the girl nodded emphatically. Go then. The old man raised his hand, signaling her to act. The girl hesitated for a moment, looking at his deeply lined face that showed exhaustion, her voice soft. Grandfather, the young master has emerged as a prodigy. Even on the exile planet, nothing can dim his brilliance. Once we bring the young master back, we'll surely return to our peak under his leadership. You don't need to keep blaming yourself, torturing yourself with daily punishments. The old man shook his head slightly, his voice like a flickering candle, yet revealing stubborn determination. I didn't die alongside my comrades back then only so I could avenge the general. For me, living is the greatest torment. These punishments merely stimulate my nerves, keeping me alert, helping me endure the spiritual pain and continue living. A fierce light suddenly blazed in his eyes. The day we bring back the young master will be the moment my soul finds redemption. The girl fell silent and ultimately didn't try to dissuade him further, turning to leave the stone chamber that resembled a prison cell. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the entire human world, undercurrents surged violently. A new era, new conflicts. The universe was stirring once again. At the center of all the turmoil, the exile planet, Flame Mountain. Cold winds howled as white snow blanketed the peaks. For a month, Yi Chen had braved the bone-chilling wind and snow. With his remarkable comprehension and indomitable will, he repeatedly observed wind patterns and the shadows of flying birds, analyzed the rhythmic movements of walking beasts, gaining increasingly profound insights into the nature of wind and the forms of various creatures, until finally, he reached the level where he could begin researching movement-type cultivation techniques. Chief, Chief, Yi Chen made his way back to the tribe. Along the path, every tribesman he encountered bowed respectfully, their reverent calls echoing one after another. The thick snow that had once blanketed the valley had been cleared away, revealing the hard-packed earth beneath. Children wrapped in heavy animal furs played in the open spaces, hurling snowballs and chasing each other with laughter that bounced off the mountain walls. Their cheeks were flushed red from the bitter wind, yet they showed no fear. Elders gathered around fires, sharing amusing tales from the tribe, their weathered faces etched with contentment. This vibrant scene was unlike anything the Flame Mountain tribe had ever witnessed. In previous years, once the cold winds began, the tribe would immediately enter its most difficult period. First came the scarcity of food. Ordinary beasts had long since vanished, and only fierce creatures dared move through the frozen wasteland. Hunting parties often returned empty-handed, and the slightest mistake could cost them their lives to these savage beasts. When autumn stores ran low, the chief and high priest would hold sacrificial ceremonies. Several elderly, weak, and infirm members were forced to embark on journeys to the four directions, scattering withered leaves as they walked. On the surface, the farther the leaves were scattered, the more the spirits would protect the tribe. In reality, it was a way to let these people perish in the wilderness, saving food for the rest. Even so, people still died of hunger and cold each year. Food and furs were always distributed first to able-bodied men and children. The former sustained production, the latter continued the bloodline. This year was completely different. The green leopard that Yi Chen had slain alone was enough to see over 1,000 tribespeople through a prosperous winter. Combined with their already ample reserves, the tribe could finally eat their fill. More importantly, the chaos formula had spread throughout the tribe, significantly improving everyone's constitution and dramatically enhancing their resistance to cold. Yi Chen was certain that once this winter passed, except for a few very young children, the entire tribe would possess the strength to easily hunt fierce beasts, their spirits completely transformed. The tribespeople regarded this young chief almost as a deity. Even the high priest, who had nearly faced Yi Chen's judgment, threw himself completely into mythologizing the chief to preserve his own position. Every night, he gathered the tribe's eldest members, vividly recounting how Yi Chen could stop snow with a gesture, make clouds dance, and command lightning to illuminate the night sky. The elders embellished these tales further, solemnly passing these divine miracles to the younger generations, spreading reverence throughout the tribe. Yi Chen walked to the end of the valley. Seeking tranquility, he had ordered the construction of a more spacious wooden lodge as his residence. In front of the lodge, he had designated an open area as his training ground. At this moment, he ran barefoot through the snow, channeling spiritual energy into his legs as he sprinted across the clearing. The howling wind rushed past his ears, yet he still hadn't reached the speed he desired. As he ran, he repeatedly reflected on his insights from the past half-month, striving to integrate his scattered understanding into a unified whole. Oh wait, it seems Yi Chen is finishing his contemplation phase and starting to research and create a new cultivation technique. He stopped his daily observations of the wind and flying creatures, instead focusing on organizing and integrating the inspiration he had previously captured. Following his usual process, the next steps would be deducing the energy circulation routes, field testing, and then fine-tuning both elements until they perfectly harmonized. Only then would a brand new cultivation technique truly be born. Right now, he was clearly in the familiarization and integration stage. Billions of viewers watching the live stream instantly perked up. Having witnessed several complete creation from scratch processes before, they immediately understood what was happening. Yi Chen was about to develop another technique. Everyone quickly connected the dots from his earlier preparations, comprehending wind, studying birds and beasts in motion, and now sprinting across the open ground. The conclusion was obvious. This technique would almost certainly be speed-focused. The chat was flooded with comments like speed enhancement and 90% certain, with virtually no dissenting voices. Then came a tsunami of data analysis. Someone dug up old records. When Yi Chen was at the 6th level of Qi condensation stage, his peak speed while channeling spiritual energy into his legs was 30 meters per second. Now that he'd broken through to the 1st level of spirit release stage, with his transformed spiritual energy, 40 to 50 meters per second was effortless. If he added a speed-enhancing technique that boosted performance by 50%, 70 to 80 meters per second would be the baseline, with breaking 100 meters per second entirely possible. This meant speeds of 3 to 400 kilometers per hour, sustainable as long as his spiritual energy held out. Mom will never have to worry about me being late again. The chat erupted in celebration. Immediately after, someone shouted, "Automotive stocks are doomed." In their minds, they could already see themselves racing like lightning, more stylish and economical than driving. No gas, no charging, no maintenance required. When spiritual energy ran low, they could replenish it through cultivation while moving, potentially even helping them break through to higher realms. The only inconvenience would probably be wearing out shoes, so someone predicted a surge in footwear stocks. Minutes later, the capital markets provided their answer. Automotive sectors plummeted across the board, with aircraft manufacturers dragged down as well. Meanwhile, shoe industry stocks soared skyward. The technique hadn't even been revealed yet, but the stock market had already exploded. Countless investors immediately decided to camp out in the live stream. No longer fixated on market charts, even the slightest movement could signal certain stocks crashing or taking off. Major media outlets practically worshipped Yi Chen as their top-tier breadwinner. Daily headlines revolved around him. Yi Chen returns from forest to settlement. What's his plan? Yi Chen sprints across the clearing. What's he thinking? Yi Chen takes a sip of water. What's he plotting? Even with ridiculous headlines, click rates still went through the roof. This was the true secret to viral content. Experts and scholars also frequently rode his coattails for attention. Just 2 days ago, a new film on Planet A698 was hastily renamed The Untold Story Between Yi Chen and Me, breaking opening day records with over $500 million in box office revenue. The next day, however, angry crowds trashed the film company's headquarters. This whole stunt could only be described as absolutely insane. The livestream chat rolled endlessly, with longtime viewers feeling especially emotional. They never could have imagined that Yi Chen's every move would impact human society to such an extraordinary degree. In just a few hours, Yi Chen successfully organized and integrated everything he had comprehended over the past month. As the livestream audience had anticipated, upon returning to his valley cabin, he immediately combined these fresh insights with the cultivation technique diagrams, deducing and refining the energy circulation pathways day after day. Outside, heavy snow fell intermittently, and while the valley entrance was kept meticulously clear, beyond the valley's borders, the endless mountains and earth remained a vast expanse of pristine white. Yi Chen worked unhurriedly indoors, methodically channeling spiritual energy into various acupoints and carefully experiencing the changes brought by each fluctuation. Meanwhile, the livestream audience grew increasingly restless. It wasn't that they found his technique creation too slow. Following his usual pattern, Yi Chen would spend about half a month comprehending natural laws and studying spiritual energy characteristics, then another half-month testing cultivation diagrams before a complete new technique would emerge. This time, however, he had already spent an entire month just understanding the characteristics of various wind patterns and flying creatures. By this calculation, testing the diagrams would likely require another month as well. Everyone had mentally prepared for this timeline, but what truly made them anxious was something else entirely. While Yi Chen remained secluded, testing his unfinalized new technique diagrams, Gully, the tribe's most talented member, had already broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage. Following her lead, every day or two, another tribe member would achieve the same breakthrough. Yet Yi Chen still hadn't released the highly anticipated improved version of the Chaos Manual. More than half a month had passed since Gully's breakthrough, and Yi Chen had yet to publish any revised techniques, clearly adopting a temporarily closed-source stance. This quickly ignited speculation from the outside world. Was he intentionally keeping tribe members stuck at the first level of spirit release, ensuring they had enough power for self-defense, while preventing them from threatening his own position of authority? The comment stream erupted with complaints. I feel like it's really over. I wait every day, hoping desperately, but I just can't get the improved Chaos Manual. I'm being tortured to the breaking point daily. Exactly. I broke through to spirit release first level over half a month ago, but without follow-up techniques, my cultivation has stagnated. I spend every day in a daze, plagued by nightmares. A viewer claiming to be a psychologist shared their experience. Forget nightmares, that's actually mild. My patient load has skyrocketed recently. All people with severe psychological issues from being unable to learn the improved Chaos Manual. The cultivation system Yi Chen had created was inherently highly addictive. Each minor realm advancement brought significant increases in speed and spiritual power, providing cultivators with intense achievement and euphoria. It was like the pleasure of leveling up characters and upgrading equipment in online games. Except the stimulation here was hundreds or thousands of times more intense. Once one's realm became stuck, especially for those with weaker willpower, the discomfort was worse than having one's heart carved out. Another psychologist appeared in the comments. Found a colleague. These types of patients have indeed surged recently. Finally, the entire screen filled with helplessness and doubt. Sigh. Over 1,000 technique research institutes, millions of talents from all walks of life, plus hundreds of thousands of genius-level cultivators show, can they not compare to Yi Chen alone? Word has it that the military also secretly established a cultivation technique research institute, but they came up empty-handed as well. In the field of cultivation, Yi Chen remained the sole deity if the world wanted to obtain the improved version of the chaos formula. They could only hope he would have a sudden whim or show great mercy by making the technique public. Because no one could learn this cultivation method, humanity's emotions were on the verge of complete breakdown. Anxiety, unease, and depression hung over everyone's heads like dark clouds. Those with ordinary talent who hadn't yet broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage could at least maintain their daily routines. They merely worried that by the time they successfully advanced, the chaos formula still wouldn't be publicly available. However, those exceptionally gifted individuals who had already entered the first level of the spirit release stage were truly living each day like a year, each one mentally exhausted, as if they had suffered severe trauma. Social conditions became chaotic as a result. Employees were absent-minded, students couldn't focus in class, the stock market plummeted continuously, and the entire human society was shrouded in inexplicable melancholy. All problems pointed to one source: the improved version of the chaos formula. Breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage meant one's lifespan could increase to 240 years. This temptation made everyone obsessively addicted to cultivation. But Yi Chen's continued delay in making the improved technique public only made the negative effects worse. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the wooden cabin, Yi Chen, who had once again become a hardcore student, finally connected all his previous insights and drew up a complete movement technique circulation diagram for the spirit release stage. The next step was to test its actual effectiveness. He stretched his muscles and bones, then pushed open the door. Bone-chilling winds howled in, but his robust constitution easily resisted them, instead bringing him a refreshing sense of clarity. What made him even happier was that his new cultivation technique had finally been born. Creating original techniques is truly as difficult as ascending to heaven, Yi Chen mused to himself. When he was at the first level of the Qi condensation stage, he only needed a month for a new technique. Now that he had stepped into the first level of the spirit release stage, his perception, reactions, and grasp of heaven and earth's spiritual energy had all skyrocketed logically. It should have been easier. In fact, if he were to write Qi condensation stage techniques now, he could finish them in just a day or two. However, creating spirit release stage-level techniques required exponentially higher talent. In the future, the higher his realm became, the longer it would take, and he might even encounter the limits of his talent, making it impossible to create techniques of equivalent levels. Fortunately, as long as his sphere of influence expanded, his talent would also improve accordingly. According to his plan, once winter passed, the Flame Mountain tribe would launch campaigns to rapidly expand their territory. Taking several deep breaths of the icy air to steady his mind, Yi Chen instructed someone to fetch Gully. As soon as this news broke, the hundreds of billions of viewers watching the live stream instantly erupted calling for Gully to come over. Could it be that he planned to teach the improved version of the chaos formula to Gully? Thank heaven, Yi Chen has sent for Gully, planning to take advantage of his free time to teach her the improved chaos formula. Ever since the Flame Mountain tribe produced their first genius to break through to the first level of the spirit release stage, yet still couldn't obtain the improved chaos formula, the livestream audience had been frustrated beyond measure. Now that Yi Chen suddenly summoned Gully to the wooden cabin, everyone instantly perked up. This has to be it. The chat exploded with rapid-fire comments. Gully was the first person Yi Chen met when he arrived on the exile planet, and she was stunningly beautiful. Though Yi Chen had rejected her romantic advances, he couldn't possibly be completely indifferent to her. To maintain his authority, he wouldn't reveal all his cards publicly, but privately teaching Gully was extremely likely. As long as he taught her in private, the scanners could capture the spiritual energy fluctuations, and all of humanity could copy this improved cultivation method. With this thought, viewers in front of their screens clasped their hands together in prayer. May Yi Chen be in a good mood today. May Gully become the breakthrough point. May the improved chaos formula be within reach. Meanwhile, major media outlets had already prepared their headlines backstage, ready to push notifications the moment Yi Chen made his move. Some unscrupulous websites had even published exclusive breaking news in advance. Shocking. Yi Chen has already taught the improved chaos formula to Gully. All for clicks, leaving truth or fiction to readers' imagination. Chief, you wanted to see me? Gully jogged into the wooden cabin, slightly breathless and full of anticipation. Unlike the outside world speculation, she hadn't thought about any improved cultivation method at all. The people of Flame Mountain tribe didn't even know such a thing existed. To them, their current cultivation techniques were already at the pinnacle. The inability to break through further was simply hitting the ceiling. What Gully truly anticipated was whether Yi Chen, after long solitude and loneliness, might want to take her to bed, though she felt shy about it and dared not show such thoughts. Yi Chen had no interest in her feelings and got straight to the point. Do you know if there are any extremely fast, fierce beasts around the tribe? Lightning Martin. Gully's heart sank, but she still answered respectfully. Where? 20 li to the south, there's a cave. Can you lure it out? We can use food. It loves roasted meat most, and used to sneak into the tribe to steal food. It's too fast. Even when we channel spiritual energy into our legs and multiply our speed several times, we still can't catch it. Fortunately, it's small and can only carry away a few pieces of meat, so we just let it be. Yi Chen nodded, pondered for a moment, then instructed. Take a few people and prepare raw meat and dry firewood. When everything's ready, come notify me. We're going to find the lightning marten. Understood. Gully suppressed her disappointment, bowed, and withdrew. Outside the wooden cabin, the live stream chat transformed from celebration into long strings of ellipses. Everyone deflated like punctured balloons. Indeed, Yi Chen was still the same Yi Chen. With his ruthless nature, how could he possibly pass on his most treasured techniques and introduce uncertainty into his rule and authority? Even the stunning Gully wouldn't receive any special treatment. Yi Chen had summoned her merely to find a suitable beast to test his new technique, an action that infuriated viewers so much they wanted to leap through the screen and beg him to just hand over that improved version of the Chaos Manual. The comment section erupted with complaints, with messages like, "I need therapy," flooding the screen. When Gully entered, everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, only for her to be asked, "Where can I find the fastest beast?" The collective disappointment was crushing. When would they finally get to learn the improved Chaos Manual? Everyone's hopes were dashed like ice water, and they couldn't even muster interest in the words "new technique." But the story had to continue. Inside the wooden cabin, Gully busied herself preparing roasted meat and firewood while Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, entering meditation. For the past 2 months, he had devoted all his energy to researching and creating new techniques, only finding time to cultivate when mentally exhausted or spiritually drained, causing his realm to stagnate at the first level of the spirit release stage. However, through intermittent cultivation and exceptional talent, he was just one step away from the second level of spirit release. Gully's efficiency wasn't particularly high. It took over half an hour before she returned with Loaga and a dozen strong young tribesmen, their feet surrounded by piles of raw meat and firewood. Yi Chen wasted no time and immediately announced their departure. The group left the valley, trudging through snow half a foot thick as they headed south. The bitter wind cut through them, their breath forming white clouds. Their destination was a cave housing a level 9 lightning marten about 10 kilometers away. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. According to Gully's description, the lightning marten had razor-sharp claws and lightning-fast speed, though its overall strength wasn't particularly formidable. Since they could lure it out, there was no need to risk going in, and the cramped space wouldn't be suitable for testing the new technique anyway. Following Yi Chen's instructions, the group cleared a 4 to 5 square meter area about 10 meters from the cave entrance. They stacked firewood into piles, secured wooden frames, and hung strips of raw meat to roast. Someone sprinkled crushed herb powder over the blood-red meat, the fat sizzling and crackling as rich aromas wafted outward with the heat. The north wind conveniently funneled down the mountainside into the cave entrance, pushing the enticing scent deep inside. After a few minutes, Yi Chen's ears twitched slightly as enhanced hearing from his improved cultivation allowed him to clearly detect faint, chittering sounds from within the cave. The next second, a white flash shot out from the dark opening, moving so fast it was barely visible to the naked eye. In a split second, it had landed before the roasting rack. The white flash took Shoppy Snow-White Lightning Marten about 30 centimeters long. Scanner data appeared on the display. Current speed 121 meters per second. The data noted that level 9 lightning martens could reach a maximum of 180 meters per second, though they could only maintain such bursts for about 10 minutes. I might have chosen the wrong target, Yi Chen thought, weighing his options. Forget 180 meters per second couldn't even match the 121 meters per second he just witnessed. The live stream chat immediately exploded. By my estimate, Yi Chen's new technique can only reach 8,090 meters per second. That's too low. It should at least break 100. The comments erupted in debate, and the previously dejected viewers finally perked up a bit. In front of the wooden rack, the lightning marten didn't even spare a glance at Yi Chen and Gully. It grabbed a large piece of fragrant roasted meat in its mouth, flicked its tail, and transformed into a streak of silver-white lightning, heading straight for the cave. Since you're already here, what's the rush? Yi Chen's lips curved upward as he grabbed a piece of dry wood, spiritual energy surging within him. In the next instant, his entire figure vanished like a shadow erased by an eraser, leaving behind a blur as he landed steadily in front of the white light, blocking the cave entrance. Outside the cave, Gully and the others stood frozen in place. Chief speed is faster than the lightning marten. A human can outrun a lightning marten? Even those fierce beasts known for their speed can't do that. How did he manage it? After cultivating the Chaos Manual, their control over spiritual energy had improved dramatically, but even when channeling spiritual energy into their legs, they wouldn't dare dream of surpassing a lightning marten. Yet before their eyes, Yi Chen had done exactly that. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with comments. 160 meters per second. My god, the new technique boosted his speed to 600 kilometers per hour. And the scanner shows his spiritual energy consumption is negligibly at the first level of spirit release stage. He could run for over 10 hours. On the other side of the screen, countless experts at the Research Institute wore complex expressions. Hundreds of thousands of geniuses and millions of researchers combined still can't catch up to Yi Chen. He created an improved version of the Chaos Manual in just 3 days. While we haven't even figured out the basic formulas yet, the audience had optimistically estimated that the new technique might allow human speeds to reach 80 to 100 meters per second, with a few bold predictions suggesting it might break 100. But when the data settled at 160 meters, everyone fell into collective silence. Those who can beat him definitely can't catch him. Those who can catch him definitely can't beat him. Learning this technique is like having a built-in supercar. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the spiritual energy. This speed will only become more terrifying. Amid the heated discussions, all eyes focused once again on that agile figure in the projection. Doesn't this mean that someday, Yi Chen's speed could even reach the speed of sound? I wish I could be like the high priest, licking the dirt beneath his feet to express my devotion and worship. Everyone was filled with amazement. Another incredible new technique had been born. Unlike the flying blade art, this new skill directly enhanced personal speed in every aspect. Wars between humanity and other races had always relied on space battleships, mechs, and genetic warriors. Even ordinary soldiers carried laser weapons, making personal close combat nearly useless. The flying blade art, even when mastered, could only satisfy the nostalgia of a few dart enthusiasts. However, this new technique could push a user's speed to astonishing levels. On the battlefield, it meant lightning-fast assaults and retreats. In daily life, it offered the elegance of racing down highways and leaving supercars in the dust. Unfortunately, everyone knew Yi Chen's personality. This technique would likely remain secret, just like the improved chaos art. Countless people could only imagine themselves becoming unstoppable after mastering this new skill. In the snowy landscape, the lightning Martin charged from the direction of the barbecue grill. Just as it entered view, it discovered Yi Chen suddenly blocking the cave entrance, moving so fast it seemed like teleportation. The little creature paused, its round eyes filled with confusion, looking back at Gully and the others. Then at Yi Chen in front of it. This guy had clearly been over there grilling meat just moments ago. Squeak squeak. Too puzzling to figure out, so it stopped trying. The lightning Martin suddenly accelerated, claws aimed straight at Yi Chen's face. Bang! Yi Chen swung a piece of dry wood with his backhand, sweeping horizontally and sending the little beast tumbling through the air before it crashed heavily into a snowdrift. The lightning Martin climbed out of the snow, baring its teeth and roaring furiously. As Yi Chen strode closer, it was finally intimidated by his presence. It simply dropped the half-eaten roasted meat and turned to flee. Despite its short legs in the thick snow, it left barely any footprints, reaching speeds of over 180 meters per second, even faster than before. The livestream audience thought Yi Chen couldn't possibly catch up, but they watched him suddenly burst forward. The dry wood whistled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had overtaken the lightning Martin and blocked its path ahead. What followed was a display where, no matter how the lightning Martin used its agile frame to dodge left and right, Yi Chen would simply step on the snow, shift his form, and casually block it back to its original path. The core of this new technique lay in being nimble, graceful, and free-flowing. To create it, Yi Chen had spent an entire month observing the flow of wind, the lightness of birds, and the turning movements of beasts, incorporating all these characteristics into the technique's details, maintaining composure at high speeds, turning like the wind, moving without leaving traces. As a result, the lightning Martin was completely outmatched in both speed and agility. One human and one beast raced across the pristine snowfield. From a distance, it looked like they were playing, but the lightning Martin was suffering terribly. It couldn't escape when it tried to run, and when it tried to fight, the dry wood would always strike its head first, causing it to cry out in pain. Hundreds of billions of livestream viewers watched with bated breath. The scanner readings suddenly spiked. Yi Chen's instantaneous top speed reached 360 meters per second, exceeding the speed of sound. It turned out that 160 meters per second wasn't even the limit of the new technique. The true ceiling of this new method was 360 meters per second, which translated to a staggering 1,300 kilometers per hour. No longer a human-shaped supercar, but walking lightning. 2 months ago, even with a gun to their heads, no one would have believed humans could forcibly extend their lifespan to 240 years. A minute ago, no one dared imagine that a flesh-and-blood body could break the sound barrier without any external aid. Yet the scene produced not even the slightest sonic boom. All signs pointed to the same conclusion. Yi Chen had not only solved the speed problem, but had also effortlessly eliminated the sonic boom. Countless viewers in front of their screens completely lost it. Some actually knelt on the floor, others clutched their heads and screamed. An improved version of the chaos formula had already left the masses restless, and now another technique that allowed humans to exceed the speed of sound had emerged. Just imagining being unable to learn it felt worse than death. I'd trade 10 years of my life for Yi Chen to casually write down the formula. 20 years would be fine too, just let me learn it. The comment streams and social media platforms exploded into white waterfalls. After the shock came a chorus of despair. The depressing emotions spread rapidly. If you couldn't practice it, it was like being suspended in midair, able to see heaven but never touch it. News headlines went viral. 1. Yi Chen's new technique emerges, breaking human physical limits again. 2. After extending lifespan by 120 years, human speed breaks the sound barrier for the first time. 3. A godlike man does what only gods can do. Countless comments lamented. The Federation, which relied purely on technology, might truly be led down another path. But reality was even more brutal. Over 1,000 technique research institutes across the Federation couldn't match Yi Chen, a single descendant of a serious criminal, on an exile planet. Stock market sentiment hit rock bottom, with indices reaching new lows. The meme about how shameful it was to steal techniques, but wanting to die even more when you couldn't steal them, was repeatedly shared. Meanwhile, news portals saw traffic surge so much their servers started smoking, and CEOs grinned from ear to ear, immediately announcing company-wide salary doubles. On the exile planet, across the snowy wilderness, Yi Chen had been chasing a lightning marten for over 20 minutes to test his new technique. The marten's shadow cut through the snow mist, darting left and right like lightning, yet he maintained perfect rhythm with it. After confirming the data, he finally stopped and gestured dismissively. Get lost. The lightning marten stumbled back into its cave, leaving only chaotic snow tracks extending under the moonlight. The Flame Mountain tribe was about to expand, and whether this fierce beast could survive the calamity depended entirely on its choice. Fierce beasts possessed some degree of spiritual intelligence, and while the lightning marten wasn't among the strongest and had limited wisdom, if it knew its place and chose to submit, it might survive when the expansion wave arrived. But if it remained stubborn and foolishly tried to block the Flame Mountain tribe's advance, then only death awaited. After completing the test and finding no flaws or oversights, Yi Chen called to Gully and the others to return to the Yinshan tribe along the same route. Along the way, cold winds howled as swirling snow whipped against their faces, stinging painfully. Gully suppressed her curiosity throughout the journey until they entered the forest surrounding the tribe, finally mustering the courage to ask, Chief, how could your speed just now be even faster than a lightning marten?" After speaking, she instinctively lowered her gaze, having grown up listening to tribal elders recount Yi Chen's miraculous deeds. Even this talented young woman couldn't help but feel restrained in his presence. Roger and the others dared not even breathe heavily, only pricking up their ears to listen. Cloud stepping technique. Yi Chen casually named the new martial art, his voice calm, yet brooking no doubt. I just created it. It can greatly enhance speed. The chief truly is a reincarnated deity. Gully's eyes flashed with fervent worship. Roger and the others immediately dropped to their knees with reverent awe that seemed almost tangible. In their minds, how could anyone but a deity create a movement technique faster than lightning martens out of thin air? As for whether they could learn it, they didn't dare even mention it. If he chose to teach them, it would be divine grace. If not, it simply meant they were unworthy. The comment section was instantly flooded with speechless and sighing reactions. The audience had originally expected to witness an entertaining scene of Gully coaxing and acting cute to obtain the technique, but reality once again shattered their fantasies. The people of this barbaric exile planet worshipped spirits and deities, and years of propaganda by the high priest had elevated Yi Chen to a demigod status. For these tribal people, even standing in his presence required tremendous courage, let alone acting cute. After returning to the valley, Yi Chen went straight into his wooden cabin. The hearth blazed warmly inside, firelight dancing across the walls, but he didn't rush into meditation. Instead, he spread out animal hide and began developing a weakened version based on the cloud stepping techniques framework. Most tribal members had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 months before spring, with most still at the 4th or 5th level of the chi condensation stage. Even talented individuals like Gully, who had broken through to the 1st level of the spirit release stage, would struggle to fully master the orthodox cloud stepping technique in a short time. To enhance the tribe's overall combat effectiveness through movement techniques after spring arrived, he needed to simplify it to the same level as the flying blade technique, something everyone could learn and use. Creating the cloud stepping technique had taken him 2 months, but developing the simplified version took only an hour. By the time the fire burned brightest, the basic incantations and cultivation diagrams were complete. He pushed open the door as night wind carrying snow powder struck his face, his robes billowing as he issued a concise command. All tribe members assemble. At this moment, his orders carried the weight of divine decree. Regardless of age or gender, whether hunting, cultivating, or sharing roasted meat, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed toward the valley center. In less than 20 minutes, over 1,000 tribe members had assembled in orderly formation, standing in dense rows. Winter had persisted for 2 months, yet looking around, everyone appeared rosy-cheeked and energetic. The cultivation of the chaos technique and abundant food had completely transformed the skeletal appearance of previous years. Yi Chen surveyed the crowd and nodded approvingly to himself. Without much explanation, he casually picked up a stone and began recording the simplified cloud stepping techniques, incantations, and cultivation diagrams on the stone wall. At this moment, viewers in the live stream all widened their eyes, trembling with excitement. Good heavens, can someone tell me I'm not seeing things? Is Yi Chen really carving the incantations and meridian diagrams of the cloud stepping technique onto the stone wall? No, I wasn't seeing things, it was really happening. Mystical patterns flickered on the stone wall as lines traced out the incantations and meridian pathways. All the witnesses seemed to be struck by lightning simultaneously. After the initial shock came overwhelming euphoria. What incredible luck had they stumbled upon today? Had the divine Yi Chen heard everyone's prayers from these past days and suddenly decided on a whim to grant their wishes? In the live stream, hundreds of billions of viewers danced with excitement as comments flooded the screen like a waterfall. Major news websites immediately featured Yi Chen reveals the cloud stepping technique as their front page headlines. The news spread like wildfire, and all of humanity erupted in celebration. Across the galaxy, on every inhabited planet, cheers echoed from nearly every corner. The oppressive clouds that had hung over everyone for days seemed to be swept away, and every face was filled with joy and hope. The global stock market, which had been declining for over a month, also showed unusual activity. Except for automotive industry stocks that continued their downward trend, all other sectors suddenly reversed course and soared. Without a doubt, this was tremendous news for all humanity. True, people most desperately wanted the improved chaos technique, with the cloud stepping technique being second choice. But since Yi Chen could suddenly reveal the cloud stepping technique, he might just as easily decide someday to release the improved chaos technique as well. The future looked bright. The gloom that had oppressed everyone for over a month was swept away, dawn was breaking, and spirits soared. However, the celebration didn't last long. Soon people noticed something was wrong. The meridian diagram Yi Chen had carved clearly didn't match what the scanners had previously captured. Originally, spiritual energy was drawn from outside the Qi Si, passing through both legs via 6 meridians and 15 acupoints. Now it had become 5 meridians and 9 acupoints, significantly simplified. Everyone remembered that Yi Chen had specifically spent an hour studying and improving the technique after returning to the tribe. According to publicly available data from major cultivation research institutes, the more acupoints spiritual energy passes through, the more powerful the technique becomes. Any improvement would only make it stronger, never weaker. Could it be that during that hour, he wasn't strengthening the cloud stepping technique, but finding ways to weaken it? This would be more consistent with his usual approach. The cloud stepping technique was powerful enough to break the sound barrier. So how could he possibly reveal the complete version without reservation? The live stream audience instantly panicked. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Realizing this was only a weakened version, their excitement felt like being doused with ice water from head to toe, chilled to the bone. At the same moment, the global celebration came to an abrupt halt. Optimism plummeted off a cliff, and the stock market hit a second bottom, falling like a stone in free fall. Public sentiment returned to rock bottom, with a tendency to continue plunging into the abyss. The hope that had just been kindled was extinguished, making despair even more profound. In the center of the valley, however, the people of the Flame Mountain tribe quietly began to smile. With Yi Chen right in front of them, they didn't dare cheer loudly and could only suppress their excited gestures. After all, having experienced this once before, they already understood that when Yi Chen drew and wrote on stone walls, it inevitably meant he had a new technique to teach the tribe. They had no idea that the cloud stepping technique came in both simplified and complete versions, so naturally they felt no disappointment. Instead, they were filled with barely containable excitement. The cloud stepping technique was a cultivation method specifically designed to enhance speed. Over the past 2 months, the members of the Flame Mountain tribe had spent their days not only cultivating, but also learning to read under Yi Chen's guidance. Though they were still far from true literary mastery, they could now recognize most of the incantations for the simplified cloud stepping technique, eliminating the need to memorize everything by rote before beginning instruction, as had been necessary when first teaching the chaos technique. Spirit follows intention. Yi Chen pointed to the first line of characters on the stone wall. This means letting your spiritual energy obey your thoughts like an arm would wherever your mind goes. Your spiritual energy should follow along the cultivation diagram. Achieving this requires extensive practice. Without wasting time, he immediately began the lesson, breaking down the entire incantation into minute details, explaining even the rhythm of each breath with perfect clarity. He specified where to contract and where to release energy, and gave examples of what kind of backlash even the slightest negligence might cause. The tribe members listened with rapt attention, even the children putting on expressions of sudden understanding, though only they themselves knew how much they truly comprehended. The livestream audience, however, had no mind for such details. While the simplified cloud stepping technique was certainly worth learning, The disappointment of missing out on the complete version had sent their spirits plummeting into despair, leaving them surrounded by negative emotions and unable to focus. After more than an hour, Yi Chen finally finished explaining the simplified cloud stepping technique from beginning to end, then spent another half-hour answering questions. The more talented tribe members could immediately recite the key points in full and answered his impromptu questions fluently. All right, those who have broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage stay behind. The rest may go. After giving this instruction, he clapped his hands. Go back and cultivate diligently. In your spare time, practice both the flying blade technique and the cloud stepping technique. Yes, everyone responded in unison before filing out. In the blink of an eye, only about 20 people remained before Yi Chen. These 20-odd individuals were the prodigies who had successively broken through to the first level of the spirit release stage over the past 2 months. Guli had been the fastest, reaching this realm a month ago, while the slowest had achieved breakthrough just 2 days prior. Yi Chen had decided to teach them the improved chaos technique. Some in the live stream had speculated that he was reluctant to cultivate higher-level tribe members to maintain his ruling position, but in his view, the real concern was always tribe members being too weak rather than too strong. The higher their strength, the more they could help him expand territory and influence, thereby increasing his talent enhancement and helping him progress further on the path of creating more advanced techniques. His previous restraint had 2 reasons. First, the improved chaos technique was extremely profound at that time. Only 2 or 3 people had reached the first level of spirit release stage, and if they failed to learn it in one attempt, he would have to teach it again. With 20 to 30 people learning simultaneously, even if some got stuck, they could discuss among themselves and learn from each other's strengths. Second was safety considerations. During these 2 months, Yi Chen had been busy researching the cloud stepping technique, and his cultivation had stagnated. If he had released the improved chaos technique earlier, outstanding individuals like Guli might have surpassed him. Though the tribe members revered him like a deity, he still dared not stake his life on absolute loyalty. Now that the cloud stepping technique was complete, he could focus on cultivation without further concerns. He looked up at Gu Li and the others, picked up a stone fragment, and walked to the stone wall where he had originally carved the chaos technique. Beside the existing text, he carved 3 large characters with forceful strokes, chaos technique. Stone chips flew and sparks scattered. Gu Li and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes full of confusion. The live stream was equally perplexed. Severely disappointed as they were, they clearly had no idea that a surprise massive enough to drive them wild was about to arrive. What was Yi Chen doing? In the live stream, he stood quietly before the stone wall, picking up his carving knife to re-engrave the cultivation formulas and energy circulation diagrams of the Chaos Manual. The old version carved on the wall had been completed just 2 months ago and remained perfectly intact with clear, legible characters. Given Yi Chen's usual time-conscious nature, such repetitive work should have been delegated to other clan members, yet he was doing it himself, leaving billions of viewers utterly bewildered. Just moments earlier, the entire internet had suffered a crushing blow of shattered hopes. This trauma triggered the audience's instinctive self-protection. No one dared to think in terms of such extravagant hopes as an improved version. Everyone forced themselves to suppress their excitement, terrified of being crushed again. However, as the crisp sounds of knife striking stone rang out one by one, differences between the old and new versions of the Chaos Manual began to emerge. Most phrases remained the same, but the new text was more obscure and profound in meaning. In the energy circulation diagrams, there was one additional main meridian for spiritual energy flow, and the connected acupoints increased from 15 to 16. Before their screens, billions of viewers found their breathing unconsciously quickening, and that forcibly suppressed speculation began sprouting like wildfire. I have a bold theory. Someone in the chat finally couldn't resist typing. I do too, but I'm desperately holding it back. I'd trade 10 years of being single for your bold theories to come true. God help us. The disappointment earlier nearly drove me insane. Please, don't let me fall again. Hundreds of billions hung by a thread, yet no one dared to be the first to voice those 2 words. More viewers flooded into the live stream, silently watching Yi Chen trace that final stroke on the stone wall. The galaxy seemed gripped by an invisible giant hand, the air so thick with tension it could solidify. At this moment, all of humanity's heartbeats nearly doubled, as if sitting in judgment, awaiting the final gavel from the Chief Justice. Finally, the engraving was complete. Yi Chen sheathed his knife and turned to face Guli and the clan members, who remained bewildered. What's carved here is my latest research and creation in improved version, which could also be called the Spirit Release Stage Chaos Manual, he announced calmly. Guli gasped. Does the clan leader mean if we master this Spirit Release Stage Chaos Manual, our cultivation can advance even further? Exactly. Yi Chen nodded. As his words landed, Guli and the gifted clan members' expressions instantly transformed into wild joy. They had thought the first level of Spirit Release Stage was their limit, never imagining there was still a path forward. Boom. In that moment, the entire galaxy seemed to explode. The hearts that had been lodged in billions of throats finally returned to their chests, followed immediately by endless cheers and celebration. Everyone seemed to have gone completely mad, cheering wildly and pumping their fists in their rooms, classrooms, and offices, as if the very air itself was vibrating. Without a doubt, Yi Chen, the grand judge, had delivered a verdict that sent all of humanity into ecstatic joy. The new technique he had carved into the wall was indeed an improved version of the chaos formula. This surprise came so suddenly and unexpectedly, like finding hope after despair. Only then did people understand that a genius of Yi Chen's caliber possessed a mind that ordinary mortals could never fathom. That scared me to death. I was so afraid our hopes would be crushed again. If that had happened, the blow would have been devastating. Comments and messages flooded the screens at lightning speed. With this double blessing, the moment Yi Chen announced the technique's improvement, some people literally fainted from happiness. One female CEO got so excited that she rushed over to her employees and kissed them passionately, saying that feeling was absolutely incredible. She then immediately decided to double everyone's salary. Can't wait for Yi Chen's lecture. Finally getting to learn the improved chaos formula. The world feels 10 times brighter. Why wait for lectures? Go buy stocks now. Within just 1 minute, stock markets across all planets surged by 10%, except for automotive companies, and this was only the beginning. This sudden surprise acted like a shot of adrenaline, pushing all of humanity into extreme excitement. Today was undoubtedly a roller coaster ride for all civilizations. With emotions swinging wildly, one improved chaos formula had single-handedly ended the galaxy's stock market's 32 consecutive days of decline. So far, Yi Chen's improved technique had caused the total market value of the entire galaxy's stock markets to skyrocket by tens of millions of trillions. Following the pharmaceutical industry, automotive stocks plummeted every time Yi Chen created a new technique. While boosting numerous industries, he inevitably disrupted others. Now, the greatest genius in human history's every move dictated the emotions of all humanity. Jiang Fei, the Federation's top goddess, publicly declared, "I will marry no one but Yi Chen in this lifetime." Major news media were equally ecstatic. Any headline related to Yi Chen could harvest massive traffic, with new stories appearing one after another as all of humanity descended into complete madness over the improved chaos formula. In the valley, Yi Chen had begun teaching the improved chaos formula to Gully and the others. Logically, having learned the original version should have made learning the improved version easier, but the dozens of newly added lines were extraordinarily profound. Any single sentence left talented individuals like Gully completely bewildered, requiring Yi Chen to explain word by word repeatedly, even providing examples and demonstrations while teaching, allowing them to gradually comprehend before they could barely grasp the concepts. This lesson lasted 6 to 7 hours. Only after Gully and other top-ranked talents fully understood and could properly practice the improved chaos formula did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief, declaring the second lecture concluded. Returning to his wooden cabin, he thought to himself, finally got that sorted. After 2 months, he could finally focus entirely on cultivation. Before spring arrived, there would be nothing else worth his attention. After spring, he would need to expand territory on a large scale while collecting sufficient minerals to forge weapons, then research an offensive technique far more powerful than the flying blade formula, comprehensively enhancing both his own and his people's combat capabilities. On the wooden bed, he sat cross-legged in meditation. As spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, the spiritual chi within a radius of dozens of meters seemed drawn by some mysterious force, beginning to converge toward him. With talent remaining constant, the higher one's cultivation realm, the longer it takes to advance to the next minor stage. Yi Chen roughly estimated that each breakthrough would take about 10% longer than the previous minor stage. Facts proved his speculation was quite close to reality. This time, he first spent 6 intermittent days cultivating, followed by a full day of concentrated effort, totaling about 7 days to break through to the second level of the spirit release stage. Subsequently, he devoted nearly 8 more days to intensive cultivation and successfully stepped into the third level of the spirit release stage. At winter's end, Flame Mountain remained blanketed in thick snow, the monochrome white making the mountain range appear draped in silver armor. The Flame Mountain tribe members spent their time either cultivating or gathered around bonfires, heartily devouring grease-dripping roasted meat, savoring every bite with complete satisfaction. In stark contrast to this snowy landscape was the vast Milky Way galaxy, where humanity ruled over tens of thousands of life-bearing planets, all undergoing dramatic transformation due to Yi Chen's meteoric rise. The most significant change was humanity's gradual abandonment of sleep. Beyond studies and work, the vast majority of time was devoted to cultivation. Completing one full circulation required only an hour or two to restore full vigor and rejuvenate the body. When night fell and the bright moon hung high, What once belonged to young people's revelry had been replaced by universal cultivation. The entertainment industry suffered devastating losses, yet conversely, all other industries benefited immensely from humanity's explosive growth in physical capabilities and speed. Only young children still followed the old schedule, sleeping at regular hours. At this moment, a sudden exclamation rang out in a live stream. "Hey, look at the scanner. It seems like some fierce beast-level creature is sneaking up to the window." The speaking viewer immediately pulled up the scanning interface, revealing a fierce beast lurking at the windowsill. People watching the screen instantly tensed up, quickly accessing their maps. Upon identifying the target, everyone collectively sighed in relief. "You scared me to death. I thought some fierce beast was about to attack Yi Chen. I was terrified too. Thankfully it's just a level 1 fierce beast. Probably hungry and looking for food, accidentally climbed onto Yi Chen's house." Speaking of which, this little guy is actually quite adorable. If it has decent intelligence, it would definitely be a treasure in the pet market. What crouched outside the window wasn't some massive creature, but rather a tiny fierce beast only 10 centimeters tall, short arms and legs, walking upright, covered in golden fur, looking like a sparkling little golden ball from a distance. Being miniature didn't necessarily mean harmless, as dozens of high-level variants of the same species were commonly seen, often appearing innocent, yet proving terrifying. However, the scanner clearly showed that this golden ball's internal energy was equivalent to only a level 1 fierce beast, matching an ordinary person's strength, naturally posing no threat to Yi Chen. Wait, why doesn't this miniature fierce beast have a name? Now that you mention it, it really doesn't have a name. Is the scanner malfunctioning? How could that be possible? The scanners on large warships are virtually infallible. Since the instruments showed no malfunction, this golden miniature beast before them must be a new species not yet recorded by humanity. If this had occurred on another planet, it might have been a creature accompanying one of the myriad races, but this was an exile planet where no other races could set foot. The only explanation, it was a rare mutant variant. Unfortunately, it was currently only level 1 with extremely low intelligence. If its level were higher, based on its rarity and appearance alone, wealthy heirs would compete to pay tens of millions for it. Wait, pull up its footage. A pet shop owner was the first to notice something unusual, wanting to trace its origins to see if mass breeding was possible. Everyone immediately connected to the neural network and reviewed the surveillance footage. The images rewound frame by frame, like time flowing backward. A month ago, the little creature wandered through the forest, feeding on insects. Going further back, 2 months prior, only a golden egg lay quietly in the frame. 3 months ago, the golden egg remained. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. All the way back to over 2,000 years ago, it was still that same egg. No footage existed beyond that point. Before the exile planet was designated as a penal colony for serious criminals, no warships were stationed in outer space, so there was no continuous monitoring. Holy crap, what's the deal with this little guy? It was an egg for over 2,000 years? Just recently hatched. Everyone was stunned. In fact, the records only went back 2,000 years. The egg might have existed even longer. The strangeness didn't end there. It was neither reptilian nor avian, yet it was oviparous. Even high-level beasts with the longest incubation periods had never been heard of taking thousands of years, much less hatching into a level 1 juvenile. Typical adult level 10 beasts started at least at level 2 or 3 as juveniles. Beasts in their 40s or 50s could crush opponents in their teens, even as youngsters. Even more absurd was that this egg had endured being devoured, trampled, and struck repeatedly over 2,000 years, yet remained perfectly intact, only to hatch into a mere level 1 creature. The more incomprehensible it seemed, the more suspicious it became, and viewers in the livestream inevitably worried it might threaten Yi Chen's safety. The chat scrolled faster and faster as everyone grew more confused. While the crowd debated, the miniature beast had already spent a moment investigating outside the window before slipping through a gap and silently creeping along the wall toward the bed. Viewers held their breath. If it were an ordinary level 1 beast, that would be one thing. But this creature was bizarre beyond measure, and no one dared let their guard down. The next second, it gently nestled against Yi Chen's side and curled into a ball. Its tiny eyes, small as mung beans, closed as soft snoring began, its expression full of contentment. This scene instantly captivated the girls in the live stream. Their imaginations running wild, they were all fantasizing about becoming this miniature beast, lying on Yi Chen's bed and sleeping beside him. What the heck? In just over 10 minutes, someone else discovered something unusual about the tiny beast. Look at the scanner. Someone in the live stream projected the data onto the big screen, showing blue spiritual energy threads extending from Yi Chen's energy core like fine silk. His energy core is actually leaking spiritual power. Even more bizarre was that the moment this spiritual energy left his body, it seemed to be drawn by an invisible straw, all flowing into the tiny beast lying beside him. The scanner's analysis module flashed red in real time, The absorbed spiritual energy was being converted into power for the little creature. Good grief, this is blatant theft of cultivation resources. Stealing is one thing, but doing it so brazenly. Someone worried. Will Yi Chen's cultivation speed drop? A nearby technician provided the data. Don't worry, the leaked spiritual energy is just an extremely tiny thread, barely affecting cultivation efficiency. The livestream chat was completely bewildered. There are millions of beast species in the galaxy, but none had ever been heard of that took thousands of years to hatch, only to emerge at level 1. Yet, this level 1 creature came with the innate ability to absorb human spiritual energy for its own use. Could it be that the chaos formula itself has flaws? Someone began to doubt the cultivation technique. Rewinding 2 hours earlier. At that time, the tiny beast had just found the most comfortable position, curled up beside Yi Chen and sleeping soundly. During cultivation, Yi Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A faint stream of spiritual energy was seeping from deep within his energy core. He silently assessed the amount was too small to affect his cultivation, so he didn't pay it much mind. But 2 hours later, the leak continued. He had to face the reality. This didn't seem like temporary disruption, but more like a hidden flaw in the chaos formula. He stopped his practice, preparing to re-examine the incantations and energy circulation diagrams, only to discover with surprise even after completely stopping cultivation, spiritual energy continued flowing in the same direction. Following that flow and looking down, he saw the little creature with its stubby limbs and slightly bulging belly, sleeping peacefully. The livestream exploded instantly. Yi Chen found out. Daring to steal spiritual energy, this beast is dead for sure. No way, the little guy is so cute. He'll definitely keep it as a pet. With Yi Chen's style, slapping it to death would be normal. Didn't you all say my Yi Chen was cold and ruthless, that he'd never publicly release the improved chaos formula? Yet he did exactly that. So he has compassion. I'll bet anything. If Yi Chen really keeps it as a pet, I'll livestream eating crap while doing a handstand. Male and female viewers quickly split into 2 camps, arguing heatedly. In the wooden cabin, the night was quiet. Yi Chen stood up and took a few steps. He turned his inner gaze to his chi once more. Sure enough, his spiritual energy was no longer scattering but spinning steadily within his dantian. Yi Chen then shifted his attention to the palm-sized fierce beast clearly. It had sensed something unusual. Its chubby body twitched a few times before rolling toward him like a round ball, landing with a thud that shook it awake. Opening its mung bean-sized eyes, the creature looked around in confusion. Upon spotting Yi Chen, it happily scurried over, flopped down by his feet, stretched lazily, and promptly fell asleep again. However, thread-thin streams of spiritual energy began seeping from his chi once more, flowing toward the small beast at his feet. Yi Chen was both amused and exasperated. Caught red-handed, yet it still dares to steal so brazenly? He lifted his right foot, channeling spiritual energy through his meridians to his toes, and delivered a sharp kick. Squeak! A piercing shriek cut through the quiet chamber as the golden fur ball shot through the air like a cannonball, slamming into the wooden wall with a bang. It immediately went limp, its body twisted and deformed from the impact. Yi Chen returned to his wooden bed, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and resumed his cultivation. In the livestream chat room, all female viewers fell silent instantly. Huh, I told you so, someone broke the silence. With Yi Chen's temperament, how could he possibly spare that little spiritual energy thief and keep it as a pet? Exactly. Dare to steal his spiritual energy if he weren't too lazy to bother. He would have ground it to dust long ago. Meanwhile, the male viewers were smugly satisfied. But suddenly someone blurted out, speaking of which, we're also stealing Yi Chen's cultivation techniques. If he finds out someday, will he kill anyone he sees? The sudden question made the chat fall silent, the livestream room dead quiet. I think, learning from a master isn't really stealing, someone finally whispered in rebuttal. Right. Learning from a master isn't stealing. We're just studying loses nothing, so how is it theft? Exactly. That tiny fierce beast was directly devouring his spiritual energy. Even a little bit caused Yi Chen real loss. Besides, we're the same species as Yi Chen. Those not of our kind surely have different hearts, how can that thing compare to us? Moreover, given Yi Chen's contributions to humanity, when he can't create new cultivation methods anymore, he'll definitely be pardoned and released. We'll surely compensate him then. Award him the Lifetime Achievement Award for Humanity, title him Master of all mankind, and erect statues of him on every planet controlled by the human race. Various justifications quickly flooded the screen. Even if the person who raised the question could argue back, they remained silent after all. They too were practicing the chaos formula and wanted to continue learning. The temptation was too great. Just breaking through to the first level of the spirit release stage would extend one's lifespan to 240 years. Who could bear to give that up? Just as everyone's attention focused on whether learning techniques counts as stealing, in the corner of the wooden hut, the lifeless, deformed micro-fierce beast began mysteriously restoring itself. its chest slowly rising and falling. The tiny beast's green bean-sized eyes snapped open. They rolled around a few times before finally locking onto Yi Chen. It struggled to get up from the floor, wanting to approach him, but remembering that deadly kick from earlier, its limbs froze in place, only daring to hesitate. After a brief pause, it squeezed out strange, squeaking sounds from its mouth. Yi Chen was awakened by the noise. He opened his eyes and looked toward the sound, slightly stunned. Huh? In the live stream, hundreds of billions of viewers held their breath. They had just watched one get kicked to death. So how did another one appear? Yi Chen squinted toward the corner of the room, where nothing remained except a pool of blood. He wondered suspiciously. Could the one before him be the same beast he had kicked into deformation and complete death? He was certain that kick had been infused with considerable spiritual power. Given his current cultivation level, a level 1 micro beast with such weak aura shouldn't have survived. Moreover, he had witnessed its body cave in, bones shatter, and all life force disappear. Could there really be beasts in this world capable of resurrection? The audience exploded instantly. My God, what the hell is that thing? It came back to life. I pulled up the beast's footage and data. It died 2 seconds after being kicked, with multiple bone fractures. But 20 seconds ago, its bones instantly healed and life force returned like it was reborn. Hatching for thousands of years, but only level 1 strength. Yet it can absorb others' energy and resurrect? Does that make sense? There are indeed undead races among the myriad species, but at most they can regenerate from blood drops. Once completely destroyed, they die just as thoroughly. Plus, each resurrection consumes energy. But scans show this beast's internal energy barely decreased at all, even more outrageous than the undead races. Comments flooded the screen as biologists' eyes lit up. I'm a biologist, but I can't explain this. I'd trade 100 years of my life to have it in my lab for one day. It completely violates energy conservation, more miraculous than the undead races blessed by cosmic laws. In the wooden cabin, Yi Chen and the creature stared at each other. Seeing Yi Chen's gaze fall upon it, the micro beast immediately prostrated itself on the ground. Its round, plump body began to tremble with great effort. It seemed to be mimicking those low-level beasts and wild creatures that shiver when encountering powerful beings. From its appearance, it was clearly expressing submission to Yi Chen. Squeak, squeak. After trembling for over 10 seconds, feeling it had adequately conveyed its message, the creature jumped up and approached Yi Chen. It climbed onto the wooden bed and lay down beside him, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from Yi Chen's chi. How utterly audacious. Yi Chen grabbed the tiny beast and flung it aside. At the same moment, a thorn fruit appeared in his hand. Whoosh. The sound of cutting through air rang out. The thorn fruit instantly caught up with the tiny beast, its sharp tip piercing through its body and pinning it directly to the wooden wall. The tiny beast died instantly. Yi Chen got up to examine it. After confirming the tiny beast showed no signs of life, he neither pulled out the thorn fruit nor returned to continue his cultivation. Instead, he stood at a distance, quietly watching. Yi Chen is truly Yi Chen. Even when a stunning beauty actively pursues him, he remains completely unmoved. A mere little pet wouldn't soften his heart. He kills without hesitation. After it revives, he'll kill it again. Yi Chen's purpose in killing this tiny beast this time was probably to see if it could resurrect once more. Stop arguing. I'm also studying whether this little thing can continue to revive. Last time it resurrected, according to the scanner's footage, it took exactly 10 minutes. This time, we don't know if it can revive again, and if so, how long it will take. The audience in the live stream was filled with curiosity. For the first time in history, their attention wasn't focused on Yi Chen. All eyes had shifted to the tiny beast pinned to the wooden wall, completely lifeless. Time passed second by second. 9 minutes, 1 second, 9 minutes, and 2 seconds. Exactly 10 minutes. Suddenly, the tiny beast's body trembled slightly. Then it opened its small, bean-sized eyes. Pain flickered in its gaze. Within seconds, it died again. The reason was the thorn fruit still piercing its chest. It really can revive? How interesting. Yi Chen became intrigued. He pulled out the thorn fruit, letting the tiny beast fall to the ground, waiting for its next resurrection. This little creature wasn't particularly powerful, yet it could revive repeatedly. If he could tame it, when his strength reached a certain level and he was qualified to study the mysteries of life, this little thing would undoubtedly be the perfect subject for reference and research. It really can revive again. Impressive, dying and coming back to life twice in a row. Could it possibly carry the bloodline of the undead clan? Only having undead clan blood would make sense, because its ability is even stronger than the undead clans. 10 minutes to revive the first time, 10 minutes for the second time, as well, not even a second longer. Moreover, after resurrection, its energy hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even the undead clan would covet such an ability. Yi Chen seems to have developed an interest in this little creature and probably won't kill it a third time. He might actually take it as a pet. Truly worthy of Yi Chen, he loves beasts over beauties. He looks down on stunning women throwing themselves at him, but starts treating a beast with special regard. That's only because this beast can die and resurrect, and twice at that, which earned Yi Chen's special attention. If Gully, that stunning beauty, could also die and resurrect twice, Yi Chen would definitely take her in too, though he'd probably keep her for research. Without doubt, Yi Chen's desire to keep this tiny beast is absolutely the same as us biologists to study the mystery of death and resurrection. If the research succeeds, my goodness, unimaginable. We humans might also possess the same dead-hand resurrection ability as the undead clan. The livestream audience was secretly amazed. Although they knew that with Yi Chen's current strength and realm, he was far from being able to research and create such techniques. And despite his continuously improving abilities having definite limits, even a 1 in a billion chance was enough to spark endless imagination. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The tiny beast's eyelashes trembled slightly as it opened its eyes once more. This marked its third resurrection from death. The moment its gaze fell upon Yi Chen, it immediately lowered its body, pressing all four limbs against the ground and struggling to control its trembling as it expressed submission to its master through the most direct gesture possible. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, pushed open the door, and beckoned to a clan member. Cultivate here and watch for any spiritual energy leaking from your chi. Though the clan member didn't understand the reason, he showed no hesitation and immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation. Yi Chen gestured to the tiny beast beside him. The little creature understood his meaning, and seeing no killing intent this time, it joyfully scampered to the clan member's side and obediently lay down. After a moment, Yi Chen asked, "How is it? Any spiritual energy leaking from your chi? None." The clan member shook his head with certainty. None. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He moved closer to the tiny beast and immediately detected a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation escaping from his chi, originating precisely from the beast's direction. "You little rascal, you only steal from me?" Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he sent the clan member to fetch Gully and Luaga. Both Gully and Luaga tried in turn with the same result. Regardless of how much their cultivation levels differed from Yi Chen's, the tiny beast showed no interest, focusing solely on Yi Chen's spiritual energy. Yi Chen simply waved his hand, dismissing all three, and returned to sit on the wooden bed to resume cultivation. The amount of spiritual energy the little creature stole was minimal and barely affected his practice. For the sake of studying its resurrection ability in the future, he could only indulge it for now. After hesitating for over 10 seconds, the tiny beast ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of Yi Chen's spiritual energy. It carefully climbed onto the wooden bed, curled up beside Yi Chen with pure bliss written across its face, and soon fell into deep sleep. In the livestream, viewers excitedly flooded the chat. "Looks like this little guy successfully used its ability to stay by Yi Chen's side. I'm so jealous. Why isn't it me lying next to the heartthrob?" Dream on. To earn Yi Chen's special attention, you need real skills. They reflected that if the tiny beast hadn't appeared on this exile planet, but had instead landed on some other civilized world, its resurrection ability would make it perfect research material for studying life's forbidden secrets. Staying by Yi Chen's side seemed like such a waste after all. Yi Chen's abilities had limits, and he couldn't personally unravel the mysteries of such an existence. Others defended Yi Chen. His self-created cultivation method might change humanity's entire cultivation direction, with significance comparable to primitive humans first using tools. This path required generations of inheritance and refinement. The tiny beast staying by his side now might not be without value. Discussions rose and fell throughout the livestream, though opinions varied widely. Female viewers were filled with envy and jealousy, watching the tiny beast sleep peacefully beside Yi Chen. Regular audiences focused intently on the question, how did Yi Chen manage to tame this little beast? Meanwhile, researchers' eyes practically glowed green with excitement, wishing they could immediately bring the creature back to their laboratories. Over the next 3 days, Yi Chen was amazed to discover that this palm-sized creature became increasingly fascinating. For the first 2 days, it continued absorbing his spiritual energy as usual. But from the third day onward, it suddenly stopped and began drawing in the natural spiritual energy drifting through the valley instead. Streams of spiritual energy penetrated its body and were quickly refined, giving even its fur a subtle luminous sheen. When Yi Chen successfully broke through to the 4th level of the spirit release stage, the little beast's size remained virtually unchanged, but its combat power doubled. When he advanced to the 5th level, the beast's aura surged several times over, now comparable to a 3rd-tier beast. While Yi Chen simply thought the creature was quite special, the livestream chat had exploded. Even the juvenile stage of a max-level beast couldn't possibly leap from 1st to 3rd tier in just half a month, completely overturning their understanding. After his breakthrough, Yi Chen didn't continue his secluded cultivation. He closed the Jade Manual and looked up toward the cave entrance. It was time to expand his sphere of influence. Pushing open the wooden door, warm wind greeted his face. In the valley, fresh green shoots emerged from the soil, grass sprouted, and occasionally budding wildflowers swayed in the breeze. Spring had arrived. Yi Chen immediately instructed his clansmen to ring the bronze bell and gather the entire tribe. What's Yi Chen up to? Don't tell me he's going to publicly reveal the complete version of the cloud stepping technique. You're dreaming. The chat scrolled rapidly. Someone explained. Even if Yi Chen were willing to share, he'd have to wait until most of the Flame Mountain tribe members reached the first level of spirit release stage. Currently, they averaged only the fourth or fifth level of chi condensation and simply couldn't learn it. With few geniuses and mediocre aptitude overall in the Flame Mountain tribe, those hoping to learn the complete cloud stepping technique by observation would have to wait for their progress. Be grateful. Learning the improved version of the chaos technique through observation is already pretty good. I'm just worried Yi Chen won't teach the complete version at all, leaving us no chance to even steal glimpses. In the chat, a crowd of keyboard cultivators lamented, being human is too difficult. They reviewed the past 2 months' global happiness index curve. When Yi Chen delayed releasing the improved chaos technique, global happiness dropped from 60 to 20. When he taught the technique to the Flame Mountain tribe's prodigies, the index soared to 92, second only to the day 2,000 years ago when the Federation unified the galaxy and announced welfare benefits. Now with the complete cloud stepping technique still unreleased, it had dropped to 80 over the past month, and at this rate would soon hit the 70s. The chat scrolled faster and faster, yet reached a surprisingly unanimous conclusion. Yi Chen had probably grown restless after a month of secluded cultivation and wanted some activity to lift his spirits. With spring's warmth and the year's beginning, he was most likely planning upcoming hunting expeditions. In the live stream, billions of viewers chattered with various theories about why Yi Chen had summoned the entire tribe, but not a single one guessed correctly. In just about 20 minutes, all the tribe members had assembled completely. As soon as the crowd quieted down, Yi Chen stood in the center of the valley, his voice ringing with authority. Starting today, our Yinshan tribe will officially begin expanding outward. Expansion. The tribe members stood there stunned. They had thought their chief had gathered everyone to announce this year's hunting plans, never expecting to be hit with such a declaration. Meanwhile, in the live stream, screens flickered as viewers were equally bewildered. Expand what? Conquer other tribes? Yi Chen is probably going to be disappointed. Within 1,000 kilometers of Mount Yinshan, there's only one human settlement theirs. Someone wailed in the chat. It's over. So Yi Chen wants to occupy other tribes. Immediately, someone else retorted. There aren't any other tribes, so what's there to worry about? You don't understand, the first person quickly explained. He's announcing expansion right at the start of spring, which means when he shared the improved version of the Chaos Manual with his people, it wasn't out of kindness. He wanted to boost their strength so they could fight for him everywhere. But there isn't even a shadow of another tribe around, so his ambitions have nowhere to go. If that's the case, will he still hand over the complete version of the Cloud Stepping Manual? This reasoning made many viewers gasp. With Yi Chen's grand ambitions thwarted and his people's strength having no outlet, logic dictated he wouldn't waste more time teaching cultivation techniques. The once lively chat suddenly went cold. In the valley, wind swept across the stone walls, carrying the chill of late winter. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings. His people looked confused yet expectant. Without further delay, he crouched down and drew a simple map on the ground, then called out names. Guli, Laoga, Taisher, Zongshan. From today forward, you four will be the 4 great leaders of Yinshan tribe. The 4 stepped forward, chests heaving, flames dancing in their eyes. Each of you will select 150 tribe members with the highest cultivation levels as your subordinates. Yi Chen continued his orders. With Mount Yinshan as the center, head out in the 4 directions east, south, west, and north and conquer the fierce beasts and human tribes along your paths. The tribe members suddenly understood. Looking back, Mount Yinshan had always been territory of fierce beasts, and the tribe had migrated over a dozen times to avoid powerful creatures, barely surviving in the gaps where beasts were scarce. Now the situation was completely different, refined by the Chaos Manual. Their strength had surged dramatically, and they finally had the power to conquer and even rule over those beasts. Guli, Laoga, Taisher, and Zongshan were all exceptionally talented, having reached the 3rd level of the spirit release stage, and were eager to face off against the giant beasts that had once been beyond their reach. Their faces couldn't hide their wild joy. But Yi Chen first poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Self-preservation comes first in everything. If you encounter undefeatable fierce beasts, immediately send word back, do not fight to the death. If casualties result from reckless bravado, you four will not only face severe punishment, but your leadership positions will be taken by other tribe members. With these cold rules laid down, the excited atmosphere was quickly stabilized. In the valley, the tribe members breathed in unison, their gazes both fervent and cautious. Yi Chen had set the tone. The Yinshan tribe has too few members, and losing even one would be a significant loss. Therefore, before expanding their territory, Yi Chen's first priority was to ensure the safety of his people. We understand. Gully and the other three leaders nodded eagerly, their expressions solemn. Yi Chen continued issuing orders. Any fierce beasts that submit shall be incorporated into our ranks to fight for us. Those that refuse to submit how no mercy. As his words fell, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yes, Gully and the other three leaders radiated murderous aura, ready to strike at any moment. However, when encountering human tribes, do not kill indiscriminately. Use force when necessary. Offer food when appropriate. And combine these with our cultivation techniques. Use both carrot and stick to make them merge with the Yi Chen tribe. When speaking of their own kind, the murderous aura around Yi Chen suddenly dissipated. To him, the human race was the foundation for future conquest of the world, and every human could potentially become an elite soldier under his command. At this stage, the Yi Chen tribe had only about 1,000 members, and he absolutely would not allow any killing of fellow humans. Understood. Gully, the other three leaders, and the surrounding tribe members all nodded in unison. The final task: explore and transport back all spirit ores containing spiritual energy. Yi Chen had originally wanted to collect spiritual materials as well, preparing for future creation of weapon forging and pill refining techniques. But after some thought, he abandoned this idea. Spirit ores were easy to store, but spiritual materials were extremely difficult to preserve. More importantly, the next technique he planned to create was swordsmanship, which required a large number of swords. Even without weapon forging techniques, he could first use the spirit ores in a wasteful manner, relying on blacksmithing to forge qualified swords. The spiritual materials for pill refining weren't immediately needed, and they lacked specialized personnel to study plant characteristics, so this would have to wait for the future. His gaze shifted to the high priest beside him. High priest, you're responsible for logistics and internal tribal affairs, spirit or transportation, living supplies, communications, troop reinforcement, resource allocation. You have full authority over all of this. I humbly obey the divine decree. The high priest was overjoyed. This authority was even greater than that of the four leaders. Without hesitation, he prostrated himself and kowtowed, his voice reverent. All right, you five begin making arrangements immediately, the faster the better. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. The four leaders were filled with ambition and immediately began selecting personnel. The high priest was also rapidly sketching out a tribal management framework in his mind. Thank goodness, that really scared me just now. Thank heavens, Yi Chen's ambition actually exceeds our imagination. He not only wants to conquer human tribes, but also won't spare any fierce beasts. In the livestream chat, the audience's anxious hearts finally settled considerably. This is truly the greatest genius in history. His talent is heaven-defying, and his ambition is ridiculously huge. Watching Yi Chen on screen, they were certain his goal was definitely not just to strengthen the Yi Chen tribe, but to bring the entire Yi Chen mountain range under his control. The Yi Chen mountain range spanned millions of square kilometers, with countless species and numbers of fierce beasts. With the Yi Chen tribe's current strength, complete conquest was obviously still far off. Fortunately, this tribal leader particularly cherished his people's lives, and as long as the tribe hadn't reached a safe threshold, he wouldn't take risks lightly. Therefore, by the time more than half of the tribe members broke through to the first level of the spirit release stage, he would at minimum teach the complete version of the cloud stepping technique. Squeak squeak. Yi Chen was heading back to the wooden cabin. Suddenly, sharp cries came from beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw the palm-sized miniature beast waving its tiny arms, pointing at himself one moment and toward Gully and the others the next. Not now. Yi Chen instantly understood it wanted him to take it out for a walk, but his tone was decisive. At this moment, all his energy was focused on advancing his cultivation and guarding the valley. With his current strength, he was already the ceiling of the Flame Mountain tribe's power. If the four expedition armies encountered beasts they couldn't defeat, he would ultimately have to handle them personally. Once the spirit ore was transported back and forged into swords, he still needed to create an entire sword technique system both to strengthen himself and to elevate the tribe's overall combat capabilities. Where would he find time to walk a pet? Moreover, while this pet possessed the heaven-defying potential of resurrection and rapid growth, and held extremely high research value, in Yi Chen's eyes, as long as it didn't obey, a good beating would suffice. There was no need to cultivate emotional bonds. Squeak squeak. After being refused, the miniature beast scurried forward 2 more steps, continuing its gestures. It seemed to have given up on the idea of having Yi Chen personally walk it, instead requesting to go out and explore with the tribe members. Go ahead. Yi Chen lifted his chin dismissively. After all, this creature had an immortal body it could play however it wanted, and he wasn't worried about it staying outside and refusing to return. These past days of interaction had shown him that the miniature beast had an almost obsessive dependence on his spiritual energy aura. Even though it no longer absorbed spiritual power from his chi, it always loved clinging to his side. Others simply couldn't replace him. Now it was just feeling cooped up and wanted some fresh air. Squeak squeak. Having received permission, the little creature leaped up suddenly, stretched its tiny legs, and ran toward where the tribe members were gathering. Just as Yi Chen had predicted, that very night it came slinking back and curled up beside his bed to sleep. For the next dozen or so days, it never again requested to go outside. Knock knock. Not long after breaking through to the 6th level of the spirit release stage, gentle knocking sounds arose. Yi Chen finished his cultivation, got up, and opened the door to find the high priest standing outside. Tribe leader, Luaga's side has reported an attack by an extremely powerful beast. Have someone lead the way. I'll go take a look. Being able to resolve beasts that even the four armies couldn't handle would not only help them expand their territory more smoothly, but also allow him to accumulate real combat experience. Yi Chen understood deeply that having only cultivation level and techniques was far from enough. Only by fighting truly powerful beasts with various abilities could he fill all the gaps in his combat skills. Having only cultivation and techniques without any real battle experience made it easier to fail in critical moments and be defeated by enemies through superior tactics. Moreover, fierce beasts with various special abilities could also inspire him. He had repeatedly observed the details of birds flapping their wings and wild beasts sleeping. It was from capturing inspiration in these moments that he gradually perfected the complete cloud-stepping technique. As for the fierce beasts that Roger's group couldn't defeat, he didn't take them seriously at all in terms of cultivation level. He was only 2 minor realms higher than Roger. In terms of numbers, the other side still had 150 tribal warriors as guards. By common logic, his chances of victory weren't much higher than Roger's. But the reality was quite the opposite. Roger and his men practiced only a weakened version of the cloud-stepping technique, while he mastered the complete version and was its sole creator, understanding every subtle nuance of that movement technique. Speed was inherently an important component of strength. With this absolute advantage, combined with his throwing knife skills, even if he faced 100 Rogers or Gullies simultaneously, they wouldn't be able to touch even a corner of his clothing. On the contrary, he could strike at will while shuttling back and forth like a gust of wind. By this calculation, Yi Chen's overall combat power was at least 1 tier above the four armies. Unless he encountered truly top-tier fierce beasts with vastly superior cultivation levels, he was confident he could handle targets that left the four armies helpless. Very well. The high priest immediately ordered someone to find the messenger. Yi Chen casually surveyed the surroundings and noticed several new warehouses had been erected nearby, specifically for storing spirit ores. Beside the warehouses, flames flickered as thick bellows sent forth roaring fires, and several makeshift furnaces were smelting colorful ores. You've already collected spirit ores so quickly? He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In response to the clan leader, these were all picked up along the way, of various kinds. The high priest wiped sweat from his forehead, his tone somewhat helpless. But quite a few ores remain unmelted even after days of burning, so we can only keep trying. How much have you collected so far? Yi Chen asked casually. Spirit-infused ores had high melting points and were naturally difficult to smelt, but with so many varieties, they could surely find materials that were both easy to refine and suitable for mass sword forging. We have over a dozen types of spirit ores, but they're all scattered, not forming proper veins. The high priest paused, then added. However, we've collected quite a lot of ordinary iron ore without spiritual energy, which can be used to mass-produce long swords. Ordinary iron ore? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. The tribe originally had only a few iron weapons. Where did such large quantities of raw materials come from? The high priest explained. Previously, tribe members didn't dare venture far, and iron ore was full of impurities and heavy, so even when encountered, people were too lazy to bring it back. More importantly, what everyone lacked most then was food, and iron weapons weren't necessarily useful against powerful fierce beasts. When hunting together, a few iron tools were barely enough to share. Learning the reason, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with delight. Continue collecting spirit ores, and bring back all the iron ore too. He made the final decision. First, arrange personnel to forge large quantities of iron long swords. In his view, what truly determined a sword technique's power was sword energy, and sword intent. The blade material only needed to withstand spiritual energy circulation. Even with his 6th level spirit release cultivation, ordinary iron swords were sufficient. As for the future, he could separately develop weapon forging techniques and craft superior spirit swords when the time came. This meant he could now spare time to begin researching and creating sword techniques. Yes, the high priest responded respectfully. Soon, the tribesmen who came to guide them arrived at the valley entrance. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, stepped forward to follow them, heading straight toward Luaga's group in the north. Squeak squeak. Behind him, the tiny beast saw that Yi Chen was about to leave and became so excited it danced around frantically. In its overexcitement, it climbed up Yi Chen's right leg all the way to the top of his head in the blink of an eye. The next second, Yi Chen impatiently grabbed it and casually tossed it down at his feet. Fine then. The little creature landed on the ground, realizing it couldn't catch a ride, so it could only spread its tiny legs and sprint frantically behind them, desperately trying to keep up. After running for a few minutes, It had a bright idea and suddenly accelerated, rushing in front of the guide and skillfully climbing onto that person's head. Who would dare to offend the chief's pet? The guide stiffened his neck, afraid of shaking off this little ancestor. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with this, as long as the little thing didn't jump onto his head again. During the journey, he called up the system and quickly glanced at it. Supreme Talent System. Host, Yi Chen. Territory, 12,000 square kilometers. Talent Enhancement, 0.012x. Over the past dozen days, the four armies had advanced smoothly, expanding their controlled area to 100 li around the valley. His territorial domain had grown to 12,000 square kilometers, and his talent enhancement had climbed to 1.2%. In other words, on top of humanity's strongest base talent, there was an additional 1.2% boost. On the surface, the cultivation enhancement still seemed insignificant, but compared to a dozen days ago, the effect had improved 10,000-fold, and this was just the beginning. After crossing mountains and ridges for about half an hour, everyone reached their destination. Chief. Deep in the forest, Luaga and more than 10 tribesmen hung their heads in shame, not daring to look directly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze swept over them, seeing that only Luaga and a few others bore minor injuries, while most of the rest were unharmed. Since there were no casualties, this was within his expectations, so naturally there was nothing to blame. The beasts on Flame Mountain varied in strength some even he would find difficult to defeat, so it wasn't surprising that Luaga couldn't handle them. It's fine. Tell me about that beast situation. Yi Chen spoke. With his approval, Luaga felt relieved and quickly explained. It was a beast that looked like a black wolf, about 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters tall, extremely fast, and it could spit poisonous black mist. It only moved around in open grasslands, and despite all our efforts, it easily neutralized everything we threw at it. Yi Chen mentally compared this with his map, level 14 Poison Wolf. He hesitated when he was at the first level of the spirit release stage. He could slay a level 10 green leopard, and now he had reached the 6th level of spirit release and mastered the cloud stepping technique, allowing his speed to break the sound barrier with vastly improved strength. However, a level 14 poison wolf was far beyond what a level 10 green leopard could compare to. Moreover, this wolf was extremely cunning, always staying in the grasslands and possessing large-scale poison mist attacks. Most importantly, this poison wolf was very crafty, only operating in the middle of grasslands while wielding wide-range poison mist attacks, making it incredibly difficult to kill. I actually think Yi Chen has a pretty good chance of taking down this venomous wolf. In the livestream, the debate over this viewpoint was heating up. 60% of viewers believed that given Yi Chen's current abilities, it would still be quite challenging, while 40% firmly believed he could slowly wear down the venomous wolf using his supersonic agility and ranged attacks. The comments flew by rapidly, with the data settling at a delicate balance of 60-40. Yi Chen himself didn't waste any time. He knew his speed far exceeded the sound barrier, and he had thorn fruits for ranged firepower. If it really came to a prolonged battle, he should theoretically be able to maintain an unbeatable position. Remembering Luaga's words about, even we could stay safe with the weakened version of the cloud stepping technique, Yi Chen decided to test the waters first. You guys wait here. I'll go take a look and see what we're dealing with. At the edge of the grove, patches of green grass swayed in the wind. Following Luaga's directions, Yi Chen stepped out from the shadows between the trees. About 100 meters away, a massive wolf, black as ink, crouched on the grassy slope, its cold gaze meeting his directly. This was the level 14 venomous wolf. Squeak, squeak, came urgent cries from near his feet. The tiny beast, only about 10 centimeters tall, was bouncing around, making exaggerated gestures that seemed to say, "Let me go first." Yi Chen silently noted that its strength was equivalent to only a level 4 beast, sending it would be suicide. So he ignored its request for battle, gripped several thorn fruits in his left hand, and continued forward. The ignored little creature was furious and simply charged toward the venomous wolf on its stubby legs. Yi Chen decided to stop and watch safety first, and besides, this little thing had that mysterious, immortal body, making it perfect for testing the wolf's capabilities. The tiny beast chattered all the way and soon reached the venomous wolf, baring its teeth and waving its front paws menacingly. The venomous wolf looked down at this opponent smaller than its own eyeball, merely turned its head dismissively, and focused its gaze back on Yi Chen, not even bothering with a threatening growl. The little creature, who had endured countless beatings from Yi Chen, yet still shamelessly stuck around, instantly went berserk. Angry sparks flashed in its mung bean-sized eyes, and its golden fur stood on end. The next second, the fur on its front half shot toward the venomous wolf like thousands of golden needles in the blink of an eye. It was completely smooth and bare. Even its match-head-sized little thing, exposed to the world. Clang, clang, clang. The golden fur needles struck the venomous wolf's black coat, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds, but they all bounced off and fell to the grass, leaving only a circle of scratches on the surface. The venomous wolf shook itself, its hide showing not even the slightest damage. The viewers in front of their screens went wild. Oh my god, that's an eyesore. The gender mystery is solved. Comments flooded the screen. Scanner data showed that the volley of fur contained over 10,000 strands, with hardness comparable to steel needles and an initial velocity exceeding 300 meters per second, easily capable of piercing ordinary beasts, but unfortunately only producing metallic collision sounds against the level 14 venomous wolf. Seeing this, Yi Chen silently concluded, the attack method was indeed fierce, just too shameless, and the power was still one level short. Fortunately, the test results were in the venomous wolf's defense was remarkable, but its speed and agility didn't exceed expectations, so it was definitely beatable. He immediately gripped the thorn fruits tighter, tensed his muscles, and the air produced a subtle explosive sound beneath his feet. The next real confrontation was about to begin. The livestream viewers were crying out about the eyesore. The tiny beast clearly didn't think there was anything embarrassing about its behavior. It first unleashed a barrage of golden light, countless golden needles shooting out from its rear end, clanging against the poison wolf's body, but failing to pierce even its fur. Seeing this, the little creature flew into a rage, immediately spinning around as all the fur on its back stood on end, transforming in the blink of an eye into tens of thousands of thicker, longer golden hair needles that poured forth once again. Clang, 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 still completely ineffective. Squeak, squeak. Its fury escalating. The little fellow simply charged at the poison wolf with its bare bottom exposed. Its round, plump body clung to the wolf's leg, moving as fast as a flesh-colored whirlwind. The poison wolf tried to shake it off, but was shocked to discover it couldn't dislodge the creature no matter how hard it tried. In moments, the furry ball had climbed up the thick wolf leg, along the spine, all the way to the wolf's head. The poison wolf's remaining patience wore thin, and just as it was about to bite down, the little beast suddenly leaped high, tracing an arc through the air before dropping from above the wolf's head. The next instant, boom. An explosive roar that shattered the air sent out shock waves as the round little body actually self-destructed, forming a blazing white fireball. Wild energy scattered in all directions, and the poison wolf, bearing the brunt of the blast, had its left eye blown to a bloody pulp, instantly blinded, with half its face torn open. A piercing howl echoed across the grassland. The poison wolf was mad enough to shatter the heavens, yet it couldn't find its enemy, for the tiny beast had already turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Yi Chen, watching from a distance, raised an eyebrow. Even with his composed temperament, he was stunned by this maneuver for a moment. The livestream chat exploded. Holy cow, that little thing is ruthless. A level 14 beast actually got an eye blown off by a level 4 beast. Good grief, it acts like a docile little wife in front of Yi Chen, then turns around and goes completely berserk, even blowing itself up. I'll never say I'm so mad I could explode. Again, this guy literally exploded from anger. Absorbing spiritual energy, resurrection, turning fur into needles, and self-destructing. How many skills does it have? No wonder it can be Yi Chen's pet. The chat flooded with comments. Everyone stunned but impressed by the strange little beast's ruthlessness and hidden abilities. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Chen regained his composure, pushing his cloud-stepping technique to its limit as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the severely wounded poison wolf. While the wolf was still howling in pain, he raised his hand and rapidly flung out thorn fruits that cut through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The thorn fruits burrowed into the wolf's bloody eye socket, their spikes exploding and drilling directly into its brain. The poison wolf's screams intensified as it opened its massive maw, black toxic mist billowing forth. Wherever the dense fog passed, the green grass instantly withered and rotted, turning into pools of black poison. However, such aimless attacks posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Chen. The thorn fruits spun between his fingers, shooting out one after another like arrows from a repeating crossbow, accurately striking the poison wolf's vital points: its eyes, throat, and abdomen. The poison wolf roared and rolled, its claws slashing wildly, yet it couldn't even touch a corner of his clothing. In less than a minute, thorn fruits had pierced its face and belly. The poison wolf could no longer hold on and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its limbs twitching a few times before falling into deathly stillness. As the poison wolf's breath ceased entirely, the tiny beast that had been blown to charcoal suddenly materialized out of thin air. Golden fur covered its entire body at a visible speed, and its wounds healed instantly. The entire resurrection process, which had previously taken over 10 minutes, was now compressed to just over a minute. The stronger it became, the faster it revived. Yi Chen marveled silently to himself. He recalled the previous 2 kills. Back then, this little creature had needed a full 10 minutes or so to resurrect. Clearly, as its own level increased, this ability was also evolving. If used to study the essence of life, its value extended far beyond what met the eye. The explosive power alone was already quite considerable, and it would continue to improve in the future. At this thought, he clicked his tongue, his gaze burning with interest. The tiny beast squeaked as it stared at the thorn fruits densely embedded in the poison wolf's face and abdomen, then walked dejectedly to Yi Chen's feet. Well done. Yi Chen bent down and rubbed its head. Without its preemptive destruction of the poison wolf's left eye, though he could have slowly worn down this fierce beast, he certainly couldn't have finished it so decisively. Though it couldn't understand the words of praise, the little creature recognized Yi Chen's smile, and its expression instantly shifted from dejection to joy. Its tiny paws flailed about, showing boundless excitement. Let's go. Yi Chen turned and walked toward the grove. After hesitating for a few seconds, the tiny beast hugged his right leg and climbed up, scrambling all the way to the top of his head. Getting a bit too comfortable, aren't you? He grabbed it down, initially intending to toss it aside, but ultimately lifted his hand and placed it on his shoulder. From today on, I'll call you Little Golden Ball. Squeak. Little Golden Ball sat on his shoulder, its tiny legs swinging back and forth, its entire face radiating smugness. The observers immediately erupted in excitement. Amazing. The little guy's status has skyrocketed. It actually gets to sit on Yi Chen's shoulder and even received a personally bestowed name. Indeed, to win Yi Chen's favor, looks alone won't cut it. The stunning beauty gully threw herself at him and was rejected. Poor Little Golden Ball had it worse, getting killed twice. Only by displaying extraordinary abilities did Yi Chen's attitude change. Little Golden Ball, which once exploded at the slightest provocation, had restrained its temper like a meek spouse in front of Yi Chen, and now finally saw the clouds part to reveal the moon. Outsiders were curious about what exactly on Yi Chen's person attracted it so persistently, most likely his spiritual energy, though no one could say for certain. I really want a pet like that. Someone couldn't help but fantasize. Dream on. Only Yi Chen can handle such a bizarre creature. Out of over 1,000 people in the Flame Mountain tribe, it only follows Yi Shindoisant. That tell you something? Their relationship is also maintained by mutual benefit. Yi Chen needs the explosive assistance in battle, while it needs powerful spiritual energy for nourishment. Value comes first, then affection. Even if someone gave it to you, it wouldn't pay you any attention. Even more ridiculous were those biologists crying about wasting natural resources. Everyone just had to think about Little Golden Ball's explosive temper. If it really fell into their hands, they probably wouldn't be conducting experiments, they'd be blowing up the laboratory along with their own brains. The livestream chat was buzzing with excitement. Clan leader. Look, Yi Chen is back. Loaga and the other clan members hurried forward to greet him, but their movements were exceptionally cautious, afraid that even a single question might disturb him. It's already taken care of. You may continue. Yi Chen raised his hand in a gesture, cutting off all questions with just one sentence. Already taken care of? The clan leader killed that venomous wolf. As expected of our clan leader. So many of us couldn't handle it, but the clan leader solved it effortlessly with one move. I've always said the clan leader is a reincarnated deity. What fierce beast in this world could he not defeat? That venomous wolf was truly seeking its own death, daring to make the clan leader personally make a trip. After a brief moment of shock, flattering voices surged like a tide. The livestream audience found it both amusing and absurd apparently, whether in the interstellar age or on this savage exile planet. Flattery remained the eternal method for pleasing the powerful. Yi Chen merely smiled and set off alone on his journey home. Along the way, his thoughts were entirely focused on how to create sword techniques. Upon returning to the valley, iron ore had already been piled like a small mountain outside the spirit mine warehouse. The high priest was directing clan members to feed the ore into the furnace, where molten iron bubbled and flames illuminated everyone's faces. Before long, we'll be able to start forging iron swords, the high priest said with burning eyes. Yi Chen nodded and entered the wooden hut. Instead of immediately beginning cultivation, he sat cross-legged on the wooden bed to organize his thoughts. To create sword techniques, I must first comprehend sword intent. But where does sword intent come from? The cloud stepping technique could derive swiftness from wind, flying birds, and the movement of beast herds, but the core of sword techniques seemed like a fog with no way to grasp it. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and pushed open the door. The little golden orb, which had just lain down to sleep, immediately bounced up and hurried to follow behind. It knew that although its status had greatly improved, it was still far from being able to complain to its master. The forest to the south carried cool breezes. Yi Chen casually broke off an arm-length tree branch and swung it forward. A whooshing sound immediately cut through the forest. The branch was flexible, bending left and right as it moved. When he struck down fiercely, the wind sound became sharp and piercing. The little golden orb jumped down from his shoulder and also picked up a thicker branch. It rigidly imitated its master, swinging the branch stiffly like a clumsy wooden club. The same tree branch, but with different flexibility. The form and power changed completely. Yi Chen's mind brightened. Sword intent is even more saw speed, sharpness, grace, various characteristics converging into momentum. He gripped the tree branch tightly, closed his eyes, and quietly experienced the sensations. The branch sometimes slashed horizontally, sometimes thrust rapidly, each movement bringing new inspiration. This, this, this seems like the precursor to Yi Chen creating a new cultivation technique. That's right. He's about to have another inspiration. My goodness, he creates cultivation techniques like eating and drinking. He comes up with new ideas every few days. The complete version of the cloud stepping technique hasn't even been released yet, and now there's going to be another new technique. Right now, I'm almost hoping he'll run out of talent soon and be unable to create any more new techniques. I have the same thought too. Otherwise, before we even master one technique, another one emerges out of nowhere, which could drive people crazy with anticipation. In the live stream, discussions erupted everywhere. Someone tried to calm the crowd. Don't panic, everyone. I feel like Yi Chen is definitely going down the wrong path this time. This new technique is bound to be a failure. Another person analyzed confidently. From Yi Chen's actions and his decision to have the High Priest mass-produce iron swords, the technique he's creating is undoubtedly a close combat system that uses iron swords. But how can cold weapons possibly compare to firearms? Absolutely impossible. Everyone was convinced. Yi Chen grew up in a primitive era and had never witnessed the terrifying power of firearms. So naturally, he didn't know that history had already proven cold weapons would eventually become obsolete. What he should really be studying was always that flying blade art that resembled firearms. These words hit like a wake-up call, and livestream viewers nodded in agreement. Even in the age of cold weapons, people said, longer reach means greater strength. The flying blade art was a ranged attack, obviously more advantageous than close combat cold weapons. What Yi Chen really needed to do was find ways to improve the flying blade art's firing speed and destructive power, rather than putting the cart before the horse by studying iron swords that could only be used for close-quarters combat. Unfortunately, Yi Chen seemed oblivious to this principle. He only remembered that when fighting the green leopard, he used over 100 thorn fruits to wear it down, feeling that a single sword strike to a vital point would be more decisive. However, he overlooked the fact that if he could increase the thorn fruit's flight speed by just 1 or 2 times, their hardness could completely penetrate the green leopard's skull for a one-hit kill. Having analyzed this far, the audience felt there wasn't much to worry about anymore. Someone joked, I hope when Yi Chen finishes his new technique and discovers its power is inferior to the flying blade art, he won't be too depressed. Others remained optimistic. Don't worry. How could a genius like Yi Chen be discouraged by one failure? Occasional setbacks will only fuel his progress. Some added, I actually hope he fails a few more times. After the complete version of cloud stepping art is released, he can then create an even more powerful technique in one go. Exactly. Once he masters the complete cloud stepping art and learns from his failures, Yi Chen will definitely create a heaven-defying technique. Amid the chorus of agreement, hundreds of billions of livestream viewers finally felt at ease. No matter how strong cold weapons were, they couldn't surpass firearms. The flying blade art was the closest thing to firearms. Therefore, Yi Chen's new technique was destined to disappoint. Logically, if they stood from the perspective of all humanity's interests, they should hope Yi Chen would succeed immediately and create an incredibly powerful technique. Unfortunately, emotions and logic were different things. They were more worried that before mastering the cloud stepping art, a more powerful technique might suddenly appear and shock their hearts. As for whether Yi Chen was actually taking a detour, probably only he knew for sure. Suddenly, a viewer exclaimed, Hey, look at the news. Everyone, check the news. Just as everyone was secretly celebrating that Yi Chen's new technique might be worthless, an announcement published on the federal government's official website instantly exploded across the internet and swept through the entire galaxy at an alarming speed. At the same time, high-ranking members of races hostile to humanity also received messages from their spies. This federal government announcement, like all their previous ones, was tediously long and reeked of bureaucratic nonsense, dozens of pages thick. When you finally reached the last page, the core message boiled down to just one sentence. Due to the surge in crime rates in recent years, the increasing number of serious criminals, and frequent prison breaks and jailbreaks, the federal government had decided to advance the deportation schedule by 2 years, sending a batch of serious criminals to the exile planet in just 2 months. Normally, ordinary citizens wouldn't even bother clicking on the headlines of such documents. Serious criminals were too far removed from their daily lives. But this time, everyone was glued to their holographic screens, because Yi Chen was on that exile planet. Originally, to cut costs, the government had established a policy years ago: deport serious criminals in batches once every 10 years. The exile planet had existed for over 2,000 years, and this rhythm had never changed. The sudden advancement by 2 years could only point to one reason: Yi Chen. The official narrative of surging crime rates and frequent prison breaks was full of holes. Crime rates had been climbing annually since 100 years ago, when humanity was beaten back by various alien races. All 3 ace fleets were completely destroyed, and the Federation declared a shift from offense to defense. No particularly high-profile serious criminals had emerged in recent years, so how much chaos could a few more prison breaks really cause? Clearly, this decision was aimed squarely at Yi Chen. As soon as the announcement was released, the public exploded. Everyone was flooding the StarNet forums with the same question: what is the Federation trying to do? The answer was obvious: plant someone among this batch of criminals to get close to Yi Chen, obtain the new cultivation techniques he had created in the shortest time possible, or even directly control him. The problem was that the government was executing this plan without a public vote. According to the Human Federation's regulations regarding the exile planet, anyone sent there must have their memories completely wiped to prevent them from bringing external information. If they were secretly planting spies without memory erasure, it would be a blatant violation of the law. Even more unsettling was the risk. Yi Chen's intellect and character had been assessed as overlord level. If he caught even a whiff of conspiracy, he might very well secretly create a cultivation technique designed to make practitioners self-destruct after a certain time limit, then deliberately leak it to humanity, the worst-case scenario of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Damn the Federation, many scholars and netizens shouted while pounding tables in live streams. Instead of concentrating scientific resources to advance Yi Chen's existing achievements, they're taking this desperate risk to approach him personally. If something goes wrong, the price will be paid by all of humanity. The outcry grew louder and louder. 1. While the operation might benefit all humanity, unless they were absolutely certain of success, they absolutely could not take such a catastrophic risk. 2. Such a major decision that bypassed a public referendum was clearly unconstitutional. 3. Secretly inserting people without memory erasure was suspected of trampling current laws. However, the wave of protests didn't last long before being doused with cold water. Wake up, everyone. Do you have any evidence? A line of ice-cold bullet comments quickly flooded the screen. These might be facts, but where's the proof? The federal government's announcement only mentioned sending a batch of serious criminals to the exile planet 2 years ahead of schedule. Everything else was mere speculation. No one could produce a shred of evidence, and public protests proved futile. After all, the federal leadership couldn't be foolish enough to overlook the potential risks involved. They wouldn't rashly advance such a comprehensive plan without absolute certainty. If this were truly an impulsive decision, they would have acted much earlier rather than scheduling the prisoner transport 2 months later. Clearly, there were hidden motives behind this, perhaps closely tied to the current war between humanity and the myriad races, or the covert power struggles among various factions. Ordinary people could only do 2 things: wait and see, exercising patience. Everyone pinned their hopes on Yi Chen's upcoming revolutionary cultivation technique. If all went smoothly and all of humanity could benefit early, that would truly be momentous news. Causing trouble now would not only fail to stop the plan due to lack of evidence, but might also disrupt whatever strategic moves the Federation had already set in motion. If something truly went wrong on Yi Chen's end, launching a public opinion campaign wouldn't be too late now, was simply premature. Under the calm analysis guidance of several scholars and media outlets, the street anger gradually subsided. Everyone understood that this early exile operation was far from ordinary, yet no one could fully map out the undercurrents. Federal insiders, anti-Federation organizations, top-tier conglomerates, ambitious schemers, and even spies from the myriad races infiltrating humanity. An invisible storm was rapidly converging on the exile planet, its outcome unpredictable to all. At this moment, at the storm's epicenter, Yi Chen sat in meditation with eyes closed, holding only a rough tree branch, his spirit immersed in the world of sword intent. Sword intent symbolized sharpness, swiftness, and invincibility, the ultimate power where form, spirit, emotion, and reason merged as one, where the virtual and real gave birth to each other. With talent and comprehension beyond ordinary imagination, he quickly grasped that vague yet razor-sharp outline within the whistling sounds of branch shadows cutting through air. Several days later, the first meticulously forged iron sword was delivered to him by the high priest's messenger. The crisp resonance of metal meeting force gave Yi Chen's understanding of sword intent wings to soar. Time flew by. Thereafter, except for occasional trips to the most dangerous front lines of the 4 armies to personally slay fierce beasts that the troops couldn't defeat, he spent almost all his remaining days deep in the forest, devoted to elevating sword intent and developing the prototype of his sword technique. About a month later, through countless strikes, thrusts, and slashes, he finally outlined a complete new sword technique that met his expectations. Upon completing his practice, he felt certain he could conclude this phase, so he immediately returned, passing through the lush dense forest toward the valley. At the valley entrance, the high priest waited early. "Chieftain, I was just about to send someone to notify you." Yi Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the dust settled on the other's shoulders. Trouble with the 4 armies? As expansion deepened, various powerful fierce beasts emerged, causing constant problems on the battle lines, but he didn't mind. These battles both honed his sword technique and accelerated his faction's growth. Now, his territorial range had reached over 70,000 square kilometers, with talent enhancement rising to just over 7% and continuing to expand at a rate of over 2,000 square kilometers daily twice as fast as initially. This success stemmed from two factors. First, though troop numbers hadn't increased, the army's average strength continuously climbed with support from new techniques and resources. Second, the four armies had recruited many intelligent fierce beasts along the way, serving as mounts or vanguards, greatly improving marching efficiency. However, the high priest unexpectedly shook his head. Not the army, but Gu Li's team. In a large mountain over 50 kilometers to the east, they discovered a strange spiritual ore deposit. Spiritual ore? A cold gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Spiritual or mint crafting materials. If the ore contained special properties, an entire deposit would represent endless possibilities. Once he later created true artifact refinement techniques, he could mass-produce spiritual weapons and treasures with corresponding characteristics or functions. If this spiritual ore contained decent properties, possessing an entire deposit would mean that after creating artifact refinement techniques, he could mass-produce numerous spiritual weapons and treasures with related characteristics or functions. Please wait, clan leader. I'll go fetch the spirit ore. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed quite interested, the high priest immediately bowed and accepted the order. Go ahead. Yi Chen nodded slightly. The high priest turned and hurried away, his footsteps echoing on the stone slabs all the way to the spirit or warehouse. In the live stream, the chat exploded with comments. The anticipation in Yi Chen's eyes had energized viewers on the other side of the screen. I just pulled up the map of that eastern mining area, one viewer said through voice chat. Don't get your hopes up about some rare spirit ore, it's just an energy stone mine. Energy stones? What are those? 99% of the audience typed in unison. The viewers simply typed an explanation. Energy stones are minerals formed by the condensation of pure energy, spiritual energy, essentially. When humanity first left Blue Star, they discovered this type of ore on colonial planets. The Federal Research Institute once considered using it as a primary energy source, but they abandoned the research after a short time. It has extremely poor stability and can undergo multiple energy conversions. It works for civilian use, but not military applications. Plus, its energy density can't compare to nuclear power, so the project was shelved. I see. The audience understood. In other words, this stuff can't be made into weapons, it's just crystallized spiritual energy? Exactly. The chat flooded with confirmations. Some viewers, recalling how Yi Chen had been collecting various spirit ores, speculated that he wanted to try forging weapons using single or multiple ore materials. However, this energy stone mine had a melting point exceeding 20,000 degrees. The Flame Mountain tribe's current forging methods couldn't even preheat it, let alone melt it. Even if they somehow managed to raise the temperature, the energy stones would simply decompose into spiritual energy and scatter with the wind. He's probably going to hit a wall this time, one viewer sighed. Scanner data showed that most of the Flame Mountain Range's mineral deposits were buried deep underground, with very few exposed on the surface. Yi Chen had finally encountered a surface mine and would surely spare no effort in mining it. But the outcome might be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Many in the chat felt sorry for him, especially female viewers who couldn't bear to imagine Yi Chen's expression going from anticipation to disappointment. Before long, the high priest returned hurriedly, carrying a milky white stone. Clan leader. He presented it with both hands, explaining breathlessly. The strange thing about this spirit ore is that while its hardness isn't high, ordinary iron tools can leave marks on it, no flame can melt it. The spiritual energy it contains is purer and more abundant than any spirit ore we've ever seen. It feels like it's formed from spiritual energy itself. Formed from spiritual energy. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. He took the fist-sized milky white ore, feeling its cool touch against his fingers. In the next moment, the spiritual power within his body surged. As expected, he could sense its stone in his hand emanated an extremely rich and pure spiritual energy without a trace of impurity, exactly like the spirit stones from immortal cultivation legends. Yi Chen's mind stirred, and without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, gently placing the milky white stone beside him before quickly entering meditation. The moment his spiritual power began circulating through his meridians, the spiritual energy within the stone seemed drawn by an invisible force, its dissipation rate suddenly increasing dozens of times over. It transformed into fine threads of milky white mist that penetrated his skin. The misty threads rushed through his meridians, merged with his original spiritual power, and surged into his energy center, where they were rapidly refined into even purer strength. As his energy center surged with power, Yi Chen's face showed rare ecstasy. This was indeed a spirit stone that could significantly accelerate cultivation. Based on his current sensation, this spirit stone could at least double his cultivation speed. For him personally, this was merely icing on the cake. After all, at his current level of the 6th stage of the spirit release realm, breaking through to the next minor realm would only take about 10 days. Though future breakthroughs would take longer as his realm advanced, the Flame Mountain tribe's territory would also continue expanding, and his talent would rise accordingly, so he wasn't worried about slow cultivation progress. However, for the Flame Mountain tribe, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Most tribe members had mediocre aptitude, requiring a full month just to advance from the first to second stage of the Qi condensation realm. Currently, the tribe's average level was only the fifth stage of Qi condensation. Without external assistance, raising the average realm to the first stage of spirit release would take at least half a year. With Spirit Stone assistance, in just 3 months, the tribe members could generally enter the spirit release realm and then more quickly master the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and the sword techniques he was about to create, resulting in a qualitative transformation of their overall combat power. This surge in average strength was the crucial advantage he needed for large-scale expansion. More importantly, spirit stones would become indispensable energy sources for future array formations. In other words, this spirit stone held extraordinary significance for Yi Chen. Chieftain, what's happened to you? The high priest, who had been standing guard nearby, noticed Yi Chen's unusual expression and couldn't help but widen his eyes. In his observation, Yi Chen, who dared to declare, if the tribe needs a deity, it can only be me, was always stern and ruthless in his methods. Yet today he displayed such uncharacteristic wild joy. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing. The livestream audience was equally puzzled. What's going on? Yeah, what happened? They knew that while Yi Chen possessed the aura of an ambitious hero, he didn't kill indiscriminately, but spent his days focused on cultivation and creating techniques, rarely communicating with tribe members, which made him appear cold and unapproachable. But now, this was also their first time witnessing such intense emotional fluctuation from him. In all of humanity's understanding, Yi Chen had always been as calm as still water. Even when a peerless beauty like Gully actively threw herself at him, he remained steady as a rock, his heartbeat never faltering. Normally, only when creating new techniques would his face show even a hint of a smile. From this day forward, this spiritual, or shall be named spirit stone. Yi Chen stood up and walked out of the council tent, giving orders as he went. Gather all available hands from the tribe and send them to mine the spirit stone deposit to the east. We don't need large quantities initially, just ensure every tribe member receives a few fist-sized spirit stones, then distribute them immediately. Tell them to keep one nearby whenever they cultivate from now on. The high priest followed closely behind, his brow furrowing. Could these spirit stones actually enhance cultivation speed? They can roughly double it. Yi Chen nodded with complete certainty. Double. The high priest's breath caught as he stared at him in disbelief. That means in just 3 months or so, our tribe's average cultivation level could reach the first stage of the spirit release realm? Exactly, Yi Chen confirmed once more. The high priest's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he bowed respectfully. I'll arrange it immediately. For him, a dramatic increase in the tribe's average strength meant their external expansion would accelerate, and his power was tied to Tishi, ranked second only to Yi Chen in the Flame Mountain tribe. The stronger they became, the higher his status would rise. Go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand. Also, don't neglect the Iron Sword project. Within a month, every tribe member must have one. After giving these instructions, he turned and returned to his wooden hut. The Eastern Spirit Stone Mine was a surface deposit, easy to extract and requiring no personal supervision. What truly pressed him was creating the sword technique. Inside the hut, beast pelts covered the rough wooden bed. Yi Chen sat cross-legged and casually tossed a spirit stone to the small golden orb nearby. The palm-sized golden orb spirit mistook this for a new toy from its master, and immediately began pushing the spirit stone around the bedboards with its stubby tendrils, rolling back and forth. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to remind it to absorb the spiritual energy. This little creature's growth rate was astounding. Already a 6th-level fierce beast, and still rapidly advancing, requiring no concern from him. He closed his eyes, suppressing his joy at discovering the spirit stone mine, and restored his mental state to calm as water. Then he explored within his body, from his chi si to the meridians and acupoints in his arms, testing spiritual power circulation patterns over and over, conceptualizing entirely new pathways that would harmonize with sword intent. While Yi Chen's consciousness became completely immersed in deducing the sword technique's cultivation diagrams, the livestream audience remained absorbed in their earlier shock. These energy stones can actually double cultivation speed. My God, in just 2 more months I could break through to the first stage of spirit release realm, directly extending my lifespan to 240 years, and I could start cultivating the spirit release level chaos manual. Who would have thought stones abandoned by the Federal Research Institute would have such tremendous value for cultivation? Yi Chen truly lives up to his reputation, recognizing their true purpose the moment he got his hands on them. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich, someone exclaimed emotionally. There's a spirit stone mine right on the plantation land I just bought. Holy crap, that person really is going to strike it rich. Based on Yi Chen's assessment, just 1 or 2 spirit stones would be sufficient for the Flame Mountain tribe members at their current stage. making the consumption appear minimal. However, everyone understood this was only because the tribe members' cultivation levels were still low, requiring limited spiritual energy. As their cultivation advanced, spirit stone consumption would inevitably increase, and prices would only continue climbing. Does anyone know where to buy spirit stones? I want to stock up while prices haven't skyrocketed yet. The first question barely appeared in the chat before a second one followed immediately. Yeah, where can we actually buy them? People immediately began frantically searching major e-commerce platforms, only to find nothing. Obviously, there's nothing. Spirit stones had no value before. Nobody needed them, so of course nobody was selling them. Someone shot back, then couldn't help adding, if you want to see them online, you'll probably have to wait another hour or two. By then, prices will have doubled already. Just look at mining company stock price S3 already soaring. The discussion forum exploded instantly. Even with complaints about high early prices that'll just keep rising. The conclusion remained unanimous: as long as someone was selling, no matter how outrageous the price, they had to buy. I just want to get my hands on spirit stones, one voice practically shouted. Double cultivation speed, breakthrough to spirit release, first stage in just 1 month. Lifespan limit jumping straight to 240 years. Knowing what spirit stones can do and not buying them would drive me crazy. Every viewer in the live stream felt their heart racing. Spirit stones were priceless not only to Yi Chen, but to the entire human federation. In the end, far faster than expected, after just over 20 minutes, the first batch of spirit stones appeared on a shopping platform. The product details were crystal clear: 10 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters high, weighing exactly 1 gene, priced at 1,000 credits each. Highway robbery. The comments section erupted with curses. After all, the Human Federation's average monthly income was only 10,000 credits, and these things used to be considered worthless rocks. Yet keyboards kept clicking as everyone cursed while placing orders. Grand plans to stockpile thousands or tens of thousands of stones were brutally shattered by reality within seconds. Tens of thousands of spirit stones sold out. 10 minutes later, a second e-commerce site listed over 100,000 spirit stones at 1,100 credits each. The cursing grew fiercer, but they sold out in just 6 or 7 seconds. Then came 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. Prices shot up like a runaway elevator, and no matter how much inventory appeared, it vanished instantly. The allure of spirit stones was too direct. Everyone knew that breaking through to spirit release first stage first would allow immediate access to the improved chaos formula. Even without spirit stones, they'd eventually reach that level anyway. But the 4 words, instant power-up, carried more weight than any rational thought. Just like acceleration items in virtual games, as long as you had money, nobody could resist. Now, with actual personal strength advancement at stake, the temptation was 10,000, 100,000 times greater than any game. So anyone who could afford them had to buy. The entire human world plunged into a buying frenzy, while constantly climbing prices only fueled humanity's mounting rage. Mining stocks, which had been stagnant for centuries, surged across the board. Interstellar Mining Group's share price doubled within just a few hours, with its market value breaking through 1 trillion and becoming another trillion-level giant in the galaxy. Spirit stones, once ignored by everyone, now acted like ignited powder kegs, triggering a frenzied purchasing spree across all of humanity. The last time such panic buying occurred was a century ago, when the human fleet was completely annihilated and everyone lived in fear. But back then people hoarded food and medicine. This time, the frenzy centered on spirit stones that were previously almost worthless. In just 1 day, the unit price of spirit stones was driven up to 12,000 credits each. Their ability to enhance cultivation efficiency in a short time made the masses flock to them, but also instantly shattered market stability. Major media outlets immediately shifted their focus from the new batch of felons about to be exiled to spirit stones, this resource that could alter humanity's power structure. The benefits brought by spirit stones were undeniable, but their negative effects were equally shocking. If prices continued to climb, social stratification would be further intensified. As crisis brewed, the federal government quickly summoned major mining giants, attempting to hit the stop button on the soaring prices. Once the news broke, spirit stone prices immediately ceased their surge. Within less than a day, the mining giants issued a joint announcement: full activation of spirit stone veins, unified external selling price of 1,000 credits per stone, with unlimited supply. The nationwide buying frenzy instantly died down, as spirit stones in people's pockets transformed overnight from hard currency to daily consumables. After all, 1 spirit stone could sustain most people's cultivation needs for a long time, and with numerous resource planets under federal control, mineral reserves seemed virtually endless. In the short term, spirit stones would hardly experience dramatic price increases again, and even if future cultivation levels rose and consumption increased, production capacity could sustain for quite a long time. As public sentiment returned to stability, media attention rapidly cooled, with cameras once again focusing on the transport ship carrying felons to exile planets. As the departure date approached, attention continued to rise. Galaxy, a certain humanoid ecological planet. Outside Bauha Machinery Factory lay dense workshops and power transmission pipelines, but hidden underground was a heavily fortified secret chamber. Factory director Jin Jungha passed through layers of identification gates and immediately prostrated himself upon pushing open the alloy door, his voice barely above a whisper. Divine Envoy, you summoned me. The secret chamber was built 300 meters below ground level, with walls made of alloy that significantly weakened scanner detection. The outer layers were coated with several layers of special runic patterns that continuously flickered with dark blue light, like silent energy locks that completely absorbed any external detection signals. In the center sat a towering figure with silver wings on his back. Even with wings folded and pressed against the chair back, he still stood over 2 meters tall. His facial features were almost identical to humans, with only his metallic pupils revealing his alien heritage. Cold light cascaded from virtual screens, displaying streams of data mining stock trends, spirit stone supply volumes, federal fleet movements, exile planet orbital information, all flowing at his fingertips. He seemed oblivious to Jin Jungha's arrival, deaf to his voice, his sharp eyes still fixed intently on the virtual screen. Cold white light projected from the screen, casting his face in knife-sharp shadows. Jin Jungha's entire body tensed as he pressed his forehead against the frigid alloy floor, not daring to breathe too heavily. The figure before him was an envoy of the Angel clan and his true master, who had orchestrated his rise to power. Arrange an identity for me. I need to enter the exile planet. Data flickered across the virtual screen as the Angel clan envoy finally spoke. Jin Jungha's head snapped up, his voice nearly cracking. The divine envoy wishes to personally go to the exile planet? But all serious criminals sent there have their powers completely stripped away. Even genetic warriors are no exception. The cost to you would be, as long as I can crush that Yi Chen in his cradle, what does losing my power matter? The envoy cut him off, his gaze filled with wariness and gravity. His threat to our Angel clan grows stronger by the day. Jin Jungha's mind reeled. Though Yi Chen was hailed as the greatest genius in human history, humans were still an inferior race. How could they possibly threaten the noble Angel Divine clan? He couldn't help but object. Divine Envoy, you overestimate him. As a human himself, he felt even more pride in the Angel clan's glory, and hearing the envoy disparage their clan's prestige stirred a sense of sacrilegious anger within him. Do as I say. The Angel clan envoy's tone brooked no argument. The Angel clan was among the first alien races to make contact with humanity. Thousands of years ago, when humans had just emerged from barbarism, Angel clan exploration vessels discovered the blue planet and its weak, short-lived inhabitants. At that time, the Angel clan was only mildly interested in two human traits. 1. Remarkable creative ability. 2. Exceptional capacity for inheritance and knowledge transfer. With the notion that perhaps they could be cultivated as cannon fodder vassals, the higher-ups casually dispatched a group of angels to descend upon the blue planet, attempting to rule humanity and see if they could serve as vanguards in future interspecies wars. It was merely a low-cost experiment that no one took seriously, and certainly no one considered humans a threat. However, what no one anticipated was that after emerging from barbarism, humanity's development speed was terrifyingly fast. In just 2,000 to 3,000 years, a mere blink of an eye to the Angel clan, they leveraged those two traits to break free from their blue planet and enter the interstellar age. Subsequently, they unified and conquered all inhabited planets in the galaxy in an extremely short time, officially joining the ranks of the myriad races. By the time the Angel clan realized what was happening, humanity's overall strength had already subtly surpassed their own. Fortunately, technology had its limits, and humanity's meteoric rise was constrained at its peak. After a devastating defeat that saw their ace fleet completely annihilated, they were forced to retreat to the galaxy and shift from offense to defense. That defeat occurred 100 years ago. The Angel clan judged this to be the perfect opportunity to absorb humanity, but they didn't expect that even the still staggering human race remained an opponent they couldn't directly challenge. The Angel clan's fleet invasion was crushed by Yi Chen, one of humanity's 9-star generals at the time. Yi Chen even led his forces across the border, massacring an Angel clan-occupied life-bearing planet and slaughtering billions of angels. Had the federal government not been concerned about triggering another united army of all races and legally forced Yi Chen to withdraw, the Angel clan's losses would have been even more catastrophic. From that point forward, the Angel clan's attitude toward humanity became one of irreconcilable hatred, with friction and warfare continuing year after year. Decades later, Yi Chen's descendant Yi Chen burst onto the scene, creating his own cultivation methods and opening new opportunities for all of humanity. The Angel clan envoys secretly supported human traitors, established research institutes to conduct in-depth assessments of human talent, concluding that humanity's gifts were ultimately limited. Even Yi Chen, despite being the strongest genius, would soon reach his ceiling and be unable to create higher-level cultivation techniques. But the Spirit Stone incident occurred, causing the envoy's sense of crisis to spike dramatically. He knew that the universe contained not only spirit stones that accelerated cultivation, but also abundant rare materials that could enhance natural talent. If humanity obtained these resources, the situation could spiral out of control once again. Unable to rest easy, he finally decided to take matters into his own hands, finding a way to quietly eliminate Yi Chen, humanity's greatest genius, to prevent future disasters. Military headquarters. In the conference room. At the center of the heavy alloy conference table, virtual projections linked to various front lines displayed the holographic images of Marshal Iron Blood and 14 Federation military leaders, 2 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals hovering in the air. Iron Blood swept his hand, hurling a thick stack of documents onto the table. The rustling of papers was particularly jarring in the silent space. He surveyed each face on the screens and spoke coldly, cutting straight to the point. This is the latest compiled list of felons to be sent to the exile planet. Over the past 8 years, the exile planet had housed a total of only 6,523 serious criminals. However, in just a few short months, this number had skyrocketed to over 17,000. Even more outrageous was that due to the recent Spirit Stone incident that had caused citywide uproar, the list had surged by over 1,000 more people in just 2 days. Bang! A dull thud shook the table. A hot-tempered 7-star general slammed his fist down, causing the light screens to flicker as his roar was synchronized across all channels. What the hell is the council thinking? To balance various factions, they've taken bribes from those top-tier tycoons, allowing them to hire hackers to infiltrate large warships and tamper with data and systems. And now they're not even investigating the backgrounds of these felons, accepting anyone who comes. Don't they understand that there are definitely spies from the 10,000 races mixed in among these people? Those spies have only one goal: to eliminate Yi Chen. Yi Chen's safety, and whether he learns of the Human Federation's existence, concerns the fate of all humanity. At the other end, a grim-faced 7-star general leaned back in his chair and let out a sinister chuckle. Don't get so worked up. The Research Institute's conclusions are clear in terms of cultivation talent. Humans are far inferior to the 10,000 races and will inevitably hit bottlenecks. Even Yi Chen, while his cultivation speed might continue for a while longer, will soon reach the limits of technique creation. Perhaps after his next breakthrough, he'll no longer be able to create techniques that match his realm. Ultimately, his safety isn't as crucial as the public imagines. For humanity to continue on the cultivation path, we must rely on the gradual accumulation of imagination from generation after generation of geniuses, just like with technology. The hot-tempered general snorted coldly with sarcasm. Such passive-aggressive nonsense. Isn't this just because Yi Tinglong wiped out your entire clan back then? Yi Tinglong is Yi Tinglong, and Yi Chen is Yi Chen. The contributions he's made to humanity alone are enough reason to ensure his safety. Moreover, if something happens to him, the people who don't know the truth will inevitably fall into severe turmoil. The grim general showed no anger, his tone remaining calm. Don't forget, this plan wasn't my proposal. I'm equally curious about what the Federation Council is thinking. Yi Chen has indeed made great contributions, but in their eyes, no amount of merit compares to future interests. In fact, quite the opposite. If he were to leave the exile planet and enter politics, given his character and prestige, he would inevitably become a competitor to many factions. After squeezing out all the value they can use, making him disappear would actually be a great thing for those high-ranking council members. Logically speaking, the federal parliament should maximize the benefits of this situation by using those serious criminals to investigate how many forces cultivated by the 10,000 races are hidden within our human society, then find ways to eliminate them completely. However, according to military intelligence reports, the parliamentary intelligence agencies haven't even initiated basic thorough investigations, which is truly unsettling. Even if some high-ranking parliamentary officials have good relations with the 10,000 races, they wouldn't go so far as to become traitors and abandon the entire human federation for the sake of alien interests. If that were the case, humanity would have collapsed long ago after that great defeat a century past. In the war room, numerous generals in military uniforms sat in heavy silence, their faces grave. Parliament had always been different from the military, filled with cunning foxes whose schemes no one could fathom. The only female 7-star general surveyed the room and said in a deep voice, "We soldiers settle our differences with drawn guns on the spot. We can formulate tactics, but we're far inferior to them when it comes to conspiracies. Since we can't figure out their game, let's proceed at our own pace. Immediately mobilize all intelligence resources and use these serious criminals as leads to thoroughly investigate the hidden alien spies. If Parliament feels we're blocking their path, they'll naturally contact the Marshal, and we'll deal with it then." As her words ended, though the generals felt heavy-hearted, they all nodded in agreement. In the past, while nominally under federal parliament oversight, The military operated independently with towering prestige, and Parliament never dared interfere with strategic deployments. They even had to actively make way for military decisions. But after that defeat a century ago, the military's elite forces suffered devastating losses and their credibility plummeted. Now, whenever Parliament made the slightest move, the military had to hold high-level meetings for repeated deliberation, something unimaginable in the past. That settles it. This meeting is adjourned. Marshal Tieshue surveyed the room and decisively brought down the gavel. The two 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals defending the galaxy immediately closed their holographic communications, their virtual images disappearing one by one. The lights dimmed, leaving only the marshal alone in the spacious conference room. His stern face tightened slightly as he weighed the factors repeatedly. The temptation of life extension, enormous financial interests, the threat of alien spies, and the complex relationships among the various races around the galaxy. Each factor could trigger a chain reaction, and they all contradicted each other. What kind of game was Parliament really playing? Days passed one by one. The populace reveled in the joy of doubled cultivation speed brought by spirit stones, while various factions lurked quietly in the shadows, waiting for their respective schemes to bear fruit. On the exile planet, aside from occasionally leading little golden orb to support the four armies in eliminating fierce beasts that ordinary soldiers couldn't handle, Yi Chen devoted all his remaining time to comprehending sword intent and testing and mapping new sword technique cultivation charts. Finally, the day arrived for a new batch of serious criminals to be transported to the exile planet. The attention of all humanity focused on this moment, and even high-ranking officials from neighboring races monitored the situation in real time through various channels. Meanwhile, almost everyone believed that Yi Chen's research into new cultivation methods had taken a seriously wrong turn, so much so that no one paid attention to the sword techniques Yi Chen was about to create. Galactic Year 2022, March 6th. An ordinary day, yet far from peaceful. On the launch platform of Military Base 23 of the Human Federation, located on resource planet AB 1698, a colossal warship lay dormant 5 kilometers tall and over 100 kilometers long. Its hull, forged from the latest superalloy, was so black it seemed to devour light itself. Even a planetary collision wouldn't leave the slightest mark on its surface. The ship housed humanity's most advanced defense systems, and as long as power flowed, its shields could carry it unimpeded through cosmic storms and between black holes. At this moment, it resembled a slumbering beast of the stars, massive and overwhelmingly imposing. Yet this beast was nothing more than an empty shell, no weapon systems, no mechs, no fighters, not even a single crew member. Before the open main bay, unmanned transport vehicles shuttled back and forth, loading metal hibernation pods into the ship's interior. The vessel's AI brain took control, precisely positioning each pod in its designated compartment. Those reviewing the data gasped in shock. The previous transport to the exile planet had carried only 7,223 serious criminals, but this time, the list had soared to over 26,500. True serious criminals probably didn't even account for half of them. Has the federal government lost its mind? In the Starnet livestream chat, curses flooded the screen, sending over 10,000 people at once near Yi Chen. The more people, the easier it is to get exposed. If Yi Chen discovers the truth, the consequences will be unthinkable. Are the counselors all pigs? Even we can see the flaws they're missing. There might even be spies from various factions, or worse, traitors from the 10,000 races. No matter how incompetent the Federation is, they wouldn't let traitors infiltrate, would they? As long as there's profit, those counselors would sell their own fathers. Do you believe that? Some turned their anger toward those who had initially championed the plan. If we'd known the list was filled with so many fake serious criminals, possibly even traitors, we should have forced the federal government to cancel it no matter what. It's too late to protest now. I'm heading to smash the federal parliament headquarters building later. Anyone coming? As long as we get over 1 million people and there's no conspiracy involved, we won't be legally liable. I'm on that planet, count me in. Wait for me. I'm booking a ship ticket right now. Others poured cold water on the idea. Don't be naive. The parliament building has been smashed before, and those counselors don't care at all. We end up footing the repair bill anyway. Smash it. If we don't smash it, we can't vent our anger. The enraged citizens quickly reached a consensus. Those on the planet housing the federal parliament headquarters who had the time would unite to smash the parliament building. However, no matter how furious the public became or how deceived they felt, they couldn't stop the transport vehicles from delivering the felons to the interior of the space battleship. When the last hibernation pod was pushed into the cargo hold, the steel behemoth of a warship thundered to life under the AI's command, breaking through the thick cloud layers and gliding into the boundless cosmos. It accelerated continuously, first to sublight speed, then approaching light speed, before breaking through the light barrier entirely. About an hour later, the massive space jumper activated, and billions of energy crystals instantly transformed into blinding streams of light. After a dozen seconds, the warship vanished abruptly, leaving only rippling space-time distortions in its wake. Spanning thousands of light years, it emerged at coordinates merely zero point 0.1 light years from the exile planet. After confirming all instruments were functioning normally, the warship adjusted course and proceeded at full power. Its speed climbed again to dozens of times light speed, rapidly closing the distance until it plunged into the cosmic storm belt located between 0.05 and zero point 0.1 light-years away. Here, storms twisted space with enough force to tear apart stars, while ultra-high-density meteorites rampaged wildly through the void. It was precisely because this natural barrier existed that the exile planet became humanity's preferred destination for banishing serious criminals. Small and medium-sized warships' shields couldn't withstand the storms, while space jumps couldn't deliver any vessel directly into the eye of the storm. In other words, no warship could use jump technology to teleport near the exile planet. The newly arrived large battleship, however, relied on its multiple layers of high-intensity shields to navigate freely through the violent currents. After 10 hours, it successfully emerged from the storm belt, made minor system calibrations, and immediately pushed its engines to maximum power again. Another 6 or 7 hours later, the hull came to a steady stop in orbit around the exile planet, docking with an unmanned large battleship currently on guard duty. After the AI systems of both ships completed their data exchange, the old vessel turned around to return home, while the new ship's bay doors opened, releasing a stream of unmanned transport craft. The transport ships randomly dropped hibernation pods across various locations on the planet before immediately retrieving the empty containers. Over 26,000 serious criminals clad in animal hides were officially abandoned on this savage world. Some unlucky souls were devoured whole by prowling beasts before they could even wake up, becoming mere snacks. More managed to awaken successfully, gazing around in confusion or frantically pounding their heads, desperately trying to recover their erased memories and instinctive response upon awakening after memory deletion. Damn it, every single one of them is a master actor. The observer cursed under his breath in the monitoring room. He had hoped to identify fake felons who hadn't undergone memory cleansing by studying their expressions, but after watching over 20 targets consecutively, each one's expressions and movements were textbook perfect, revealing no flaws whatsoever. He knew in his heart that whether they came from the federal government or other factions, they were all literary and martial elites. Knowing they would be monitored, how could they easily give themselves away? Scanner data showed that aside from differences in physical constitution, these individuals had no obvious energy fluctuations within their bodies. Even if spies from various races had infiltrated the group, they would struggle to threaten Yi Chen's safety. Moreover, the random deployment pattern made it difficult for them to approach their target in the short term. But could the scanners really be trusted? As long as the warship didn't restart or activate its anti-intrusion systems, top-tier hackers could potentially infiltrate the AI and tamper with all data and footage. Naturally, federal agents mixed among the group wouldn't voluntarily restart the AI. Sure enough, through surveillance, the observer spotted a newly deployed felon with an obvious bulge at his waist, yet the scan display showed nothing there as if it didn't exist at all. The imaging data had been manipulated. Viewers in the live stream were deeply concerned, worried that this batch of criminals' arrival would introduce uncontrollable variables to their efforts to secretly learn the cultivation techniques Yi Chen had created. Of course, some viewers were also hoping this situation might develop in a favorable direction. Look at the cave. Quickly look at the cave where Yi Chen once created the chaos formula. The livestream audience shifted their attention from the prisoner back to the surveillance screens. Originally searching for flaws but finding none, suddenly a viewer noticed another anomaly. Almost simultaneously, everyone pulled up the planetary topographic map, precisely locating the cave where Yi Chen had once secluded himself for enlightenment. When the image zoomed in, everyone was shocked to discover that around the cave wall area that should have been densely carved with the chaos formula incantations, a perfectly smooth crack had appeared, as precise as if cut by advanced instruments. The crack spread along the stone wall, cleanly separating the entire carved section. In an instant, a stone slab approximately 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 5 centimeters thick was completely extracted. Before anyone could clearly see who was moving it, the stone slab inscribed with the chaos formula vanished from the screen as if directly erased. The bizarre theft process sent chills down everyone's spine. Damn it, someone's stealing the chaos formula that Yi Chen originally created. The chat exploded instantly. The live stream erupted as furious viewers quickly speculated about the mastermind behind this. Someone listed the evidence. To achieve simultaneous invisibility of both person and object under the high-precision surveillance of a large warship, there were only 2 methods. 1. Using black hole level or special alloy materials to shield NB ray imaging. 2. Hacking into the space warship's AI brain to directly tamper with surveillance data. Either way indicated that this prisoner transport mission had been infiltrated by extremely dangerous forces and resources. The federal parliament must give us an explanation, someone roared in the public chat. But another group sneered coldly. This kind of thing was entirely predictable. Parliament could simply issue an apology statement, blame it on interstellar pirates or some mysterious force, and remove a mid-level official responsible for the transport. As long as Parliament didn't admit to orchestrating it, no one could touch them. No way. If I vote for these counselors again next term, I'm not human. The chat rolled like an avalanche, with citizens burning with rage but having nowhere to vent, because everyone knew the officials' deflection tactics never failed. Meanwhile, memories surfaced in the chat. When Yi Chen first created the chaos formula, for the convenience of making revisions anytime, he had carved the most original incantations word by word into the cave wall. That was the only physical evidence of the chaos formula. If this technique could truly change humanity's future, the historical value of this stone slab would be immeasurable. Forget the entire slab. Even a single character would be priceless. Some even predicted that if the exile planet ever opened for tourism, this cave would surely become one of the galaxy's hottest destinations. Who exactly was behind this? Was it some council chairman secretly dispatching agents? A top collector bribing insiders? Or truly interstellar pirates acting on greed? Various speculations emerged endlessly. Actually, catching the thief wasn't complicated. They just needed to immediately activate the warship's anti-intrusion system or restart the AI brain. Even if the targets had materials that could block scanners, the system could still track the current locations of all serious criminals and uncover any traces. However, the federal government would never dare to deploy this method because they had already planted moles among the serious criminals. Once the anti-intrusion system was activated or the AI brain was rebooted, these moles would be immediately exposed. Having figured this out, the audience simply stopped dwelling on such frustrating thoughts. Counting the days, Yi Chen's new cultivation technique should be ready soon. Recently, everyone's attention had been stolen by the deployment of a new batch of serious criminals, and no one knew how his research was progressing. As the chat atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy, the livestream's focus returned to Yi Chen. Flame Mountain, the small wooden cabin. Apart from occasionally taking action to help the four armies clear fierce beasts they couldn't handle, Yi Chen devoted all his time to the sword technique cultivation diagrams. The dim yellow crystal lamp burned constantly in the room as he buried himself day and night in deducing every flow of spiritual energy, staring at the subtle vibrational changes in acupoints. What would be mind-numbingly tedious for ordinary people became exhilarating whenever he summoned the ultimate talent system and watched his territory range and talent bonuses jump up grid by grid, replacing all boredom with satisfaction. 10 days ago, the exile planet had suddenly received over 26,000 more unwelcome guests. By now, Yi Chen had been in seclusion in this small cabin for nearly 2.5 months. Today, he finally integrated the sword intent he had comprehended into a completely new cultivation diagram. A former used external forces to refine sword techniques, while the latter used spiritual energy to cleanse acupoints, continuously stacking effects. The two approaches complemented each other perfectly. He leaped up from the wooden bed, grasped his iron sword, and pushed open the door. Creak. As soon as the door opened, a fist-sized golden furball was using its front paws to roll around a nearly drained spirit stone like a ball. Seeing its master, it quickly hugged the spirit stone and bounded up to Yi Chen's shoulder in a few leaps. In just a few months, this little golden ball had dramatically increased in speed and jumping ability, already approaching the level of an 8th-tier fierce beast. The spirit stone, originally the size of an adult's fist, was now only as big as a ping-pong ball. The livestream chat instantly exploded. Oh, Yi Chen has successfully created a new cultivation technique, hasn't he? It's probably mostly complete, though its power will likely only be slightly stronger than the flying blade formula. Observers see clearly while those involved remain confused. The audience worried that Yi Chen was wasting time on this detour, yet secretly hoped he would really spend another month or two on it. After all, through crazy cultivation with spirit stones, the Flame Mountain tribe's average cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage, and in another month they could collectively step into the 1st level of the spirit release stage. By then, if the complete version of the cloud stepping formula and the improved flying blade formula could be released simultaneously, it would be a godsend for the livestream audience. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but start fantasizing. If everything went smoothly, they would personally harvest all of Yi Chen's new cultivation techniques, no longer having to endure the daily torment of being unable to learn these methods. Clan leader. Clan leader. As Yi Chen stepped out of the valley, his clansmen respectfully greeted him along the way. He could only manage to raise his hand in acknowledgement before channeling the cloud stepping technique with full force. In the next instant, his entire form transformed into a gray shadow, skimming the treetops as he raced southwest. Despite the rugged mountain paths and massive boulders blocking the way, he moved as if on level ground in just 6 or 7 minutes. He had crossed over 40 kilometers and reached the entrance to a deep, secluded canyon. This canyon fell under the jurisdiction of Tai Shi, the previous clan leader and now one of the 4 great commanders of Yin Mountain. As the four armies continued expanding their territories, the fierce beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Among them were three creatures that even Yi Chen could not defeat. The golden python that dominated this area was one of those three. Half a month ago, Yi Chen had suffered defeat here. The massive python was encased in thick, heavy scales, and even his thorn fruits aimed at its most vulnerable spots, the eyes, and vital points, proved useless. Little Golden Ball, which had already reached the combat strength of a 7th-level fierce beast, had detonated itself multiple times near the creature's eye sockets, yet failed to inflict even the slightest damage. Left with no choice, he had ordered Tai Shi to lead the Western army on a detour, waiting until his own strength improved before returning to settle accounts with this monster. Now, with his new sword technique perfected, and its power far exceeding the flying blade technique, Yi Chen had chosen this python renowned for its defense as his primary test subject. Gripping his iron sword tightly, he ventured deep into the canyon. Along the way, pythons suddenly attacked the smaller ones as thick as bowls and less than 5 meters long. The larger ones as wide as barrels and reaching over 10 meters all were instantly pierced through the throat by thorn fruits. While the flying blade technique couldn't harm the golden python, it was more than sufficient to eliminate these lesser creatures, with the sharp projectiles penetrating their bodies before their scales could even close. The live stream chat erupted with discussion. Is Yi Chen planning to test his new technique on the golden python? The new move must be stronger than the flying blade technique. Otherwise, who would dare use a 20th level fierce beast as target practice? Others shook their heads. The flying blade technique was created during the chi condensation stage, while this new sword technique originated from the spirit release stage, a full grade higher. Its close combat power could easily be 2 or 3 times greater. However, the golden python was a 20th level fierce beast, renowned throughout the galaxy for its unparalleled defense. While Yin Mountain might harbor even more ferocious beast kings, none possessed scales harder than this creature's. Most viewers were convinced that Yi Chen was destined for another fruitless return, with the more timid ones even breaking into a cold sweat on his behalf. Military records made it clear, 20th level fierce beasts represented the absolute limit of human solo combat capability. Even elite genetic warriors would struggle to achieve victory, requiring the deployment of mechas. If Yi Chen charged in alone without being able to break through the opponent's defenses, he could very well find himself in danger. After all, the golden python on the other side wasn't slow in speed or reaction time, but Yi Chen had the upper hand with the cloud stepping technique enhancing him. His movements were much faster than the python's. Even in close combat, at worst it would end like last time with both sides achieving nothing. Yi Chen couldn't penetrate the python's tough scales, and the python couldn't catch up to Yi Chen's footwork. That's good then. As long as there's no danger, someone in the live stream chat breathed a sigh of relief. In the Great Canyon, half a month later, Yi Chen stepped into this place once again, spotting the golden python from afar. Its 25-meter body coiled beneath the cliff wall, with a 2-meter girth and complete golden scale armor, looking exactly like a golden dragon crouched at the bottom of the canyon, quietly radiating an oppressive aura. Squeak squeak. When enemies meet, little golden ball's fury erupted. It leaped down from Yi Chen's shoulder and immediately unleashed its shameless move. The golden fur on its front half instantly transformed into tens of thousands of golden needles, shooting toward the python like raindrops. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic collision sounds were sharp and piercing as all the needles were deflected. The little golden ball had advanced by 1 tier. It still couldn't break through that golden armor. Unwilling to give up, it turned around and aimed its rear at the python, shooting out all the fur from its back as well, with the same result. Clang, 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 squeak squeak. With 2 rounds of shooting proving ineffective, the little creature became so agitated that its fur stood on end, and it prepared to charge forward bare-bottomed for a suicide attack. Come back, Yi Chen commanded sharply. With little golden ball's current strength, even self-destruction wouldn't break the python's scales. Charging forward would only be a waste. The fury-maxed little golden ball glared viciously at the python several times before finally stopping. Hiss hiss. The golden python in the distance caught a familiar scent, anger surging in its vertical pupils. Half a month ago, it had chased Yi Chen in this canyon for over 20 minutes without success. As the ruler of this territory, it had never let any prey escape, and this time it absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to get away again. Crack. Its massive body twisted as the python suddenly charged forward, crushing rocks to powder that scattered in the wind wherever it passed. Yi Chen gripped his iron sword tightly, and instead of retreating, charged straight toward the python. The distance between them rapidly closed. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The golden python suddenly exerted its full strength and leaped into the air. Its gaping maw opened wide, crimson tongue flicking out, foul stench rushing forward like a red cavern about to swallow Yi Chen whole. In the live stream, timid viewers instinctively covered their eyes. But Yi Chen's eyes remained calm as still water. When the distance closed to about 20 meters, he unleashed the cloud stepping technique at full speed, transforming into an even faster blur that slid along the ground, instantly circling to the python's side. The moment the python landed, cold light flashed. Whoosh! The iron sword struck out, sending a sword energy over 3 meters long slicing through the air, easily tearing through the golden scales, and leaving a terrifying wound 1 meter long and half a meter deep on the python's body. Flesh curled back as blood gushed like a fountain. The excruciating pain made the golden python roar endlessly, its massive body thrashing wildly, stirring up flying sand and stones throughout the canyon, making the entire gorge look like doomsday had arrived. The livestream audience rose from their seats in unison, stunned speechless. At this moment, across the entire galaxy, hundreds of billions of people sat with mouths agape, staring at their screens in disbelief. Good heavens! How did Yi Chen manage to do that? How is this even possible? That was just an iron sword with ridiculously poor toughness and strength. By all logic, its hardness compared to a level 20 golden python scales would be like paper against steel. How could paper possibly cut through steel? Could it be that the blacksmiths of the Flame Mountain tribe accidentally forged some kind of spirit ore into it, instantly boosting its strength tens of thousands of times? Impossible. Even the sharpest alloy sword could at most leave a shallow scratch on those golden scales. In front of their screens, all the viewers were replaying that moment in stunned disbelief. They had originally guessed that Yi Chen's new technique was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps capable of outclassing the flying blade art by miles, especially since it was a move he had created himself during the spirit release stage. But who could have imagined that this technique would allow a sword of such poor quality to carve a half-meter deep gash in the golden python's body? No, no, it has nothing to do with the iron sword, someone finally shouted, prompting everyone to slow the footage down to 10 times slower. In the frame, Yi Chen swung his sword from 3 to 4 meters away from the giant python, and that iron sword never even touched the scales. Real-time scanner data simultaneously appeared. What truly broke through the defense was an energy blade formed after the sword's edge struck. Is this real? Skeptical voices rose one after another, but the replay results left everyone speechless. The power of that energy blade wasn't particularly impressive numerically, yet its resilience and sharpness exceeded the iron sword itself by 10,000 times, enough to instantly render the golden python's nearly impenetrable defense useless. This was an entirely new line of attack that couldn't be properly classified under cold weapon techniques. Its power was almost completely independent of the sword's material, surpassing even the finest alloy swords with this invisible blade edge. Of course, it wasn't entirely unrelated. Further scanner analysis revealed, when Yi Chen's spiritual energy flowed through the iron sword's interior, it was hindered by the material's resistance. If he had used an even lower quality wooden sword, the spiritual energy would likely have detonated the entire blade upon infusion. If he had used a top-grade alloy sword, the spiritual energy would flow unimpeded, potentially doubling in speed. A godlike man who can actually create such techniques. Awe and fervor quickly swept across the internet, with skeptical voices instantly transforming into cries for instruction. Who could have imagined that in a research direction unanimously deemed a wrong path, Yi Chen would create such a miracle with a single sword strike effortlessly carving a half-meter deep bloody groove in the golden python's torso? This kind of destructive power and visual impact would be difficult to achieve even with several more improvements to the flying blade art. The audience, who had initially shown no interest in the new technique, found themselves involuntarily stirred by an irrepressible desire to learn it. In the canyon, after landing his successful strike, Yi Chen didn't press his advantage. Instead, he relied on the cloud-stepping technique's speed to withdraw from the battle circle first. He flipped through the air before landing gracefully, sheathing his sword as he stood. His mind rapidly replayed every detail of that strike, methodically examining areas that needed improvement and refinement. The connection between cloud-stepping technique and swordsmanship still lacks harmony. The sword chi's range is only about 4 meters, but with my 6th level chi condensation realm, theoretically it should extend to 6 meters. Moreover, the swordplay isn't fluid enough. It has sharpness, but lacks variation, making it easy for fast opponents to dodge. Having summarized the shortcomings, he accelerated again, becoming a blur as he used the golden python dominating the canyon as his sparring partner. Sword light connected like a torrential rain, cold gleams slicing along the snake's scales. Soon, the massive serpent's body bore one horrifying sword wound after another. By the time it breathed its last, the 25-meter-long creature was riddled with gashes. The fierce beast that Yi Chen couldn't match half a month ago was now easily slain by him, and he could even refine his swordsmanship while fighting. Holy cow! This technique is already this powerful and still has room for improvement? Did you hear that clearly? He just said that at the 6th level of chi condensation, sword chi range can reach 6 meters. With higher realms, wouldn't the distance be even greater? Cloud stepping technique's biggest weakness is requiring close combat, but if sword chi can truly be used for long-range attacks, even flying blade technique wouldn't dare claim superiority. The comment stream flowed densely, But the logic was crystal clear. If sword chi distance grew alongside cultivation realm, future practitioners might achieve attacks wherever their gaze could reach. Don't panic, rational viewers quickly analyzed. When Flame Mountain Tribe's average strength approaches or reaches the first level of spirit release realm, Yi Chen will definitely teach the complete cloud stepping technique. This new sword technique, also belonging to the spirit release realm, will most likely be made public together. At the fastest, 1 month. At the slowest, 1.5 months. We just need to wait. With this official prediction, the livestream instantly transformed from panic to celebration. I need to buy a sword first. Alloy swords are definitely better than iron swords. Let's go. On e-commerce platforms, alloy swords made from various materials were swept clean. Headlines instantly refreshed. Yi Chen creates another miraculous technique. When the world thought he had taken a detour from the times, he once again proved what it truly means to be the greatest genius in human history. Following cloud stepping technique, humanity welcomed a second wave of technique learning fever. The agonizing clouds of waiting once again shrouded human society. Major media outlets urgently adjusted their front pages, with this station even announcing they would invite renowned economists and alloy materials experts to livestream analysis of the new technique's dual impact on the economy and materials industry. However, the significance of the new technique extended far beyond this. Military Marshal Tai Shui immediately convened an emergency meeting. Races around the galaxy's periphery were also discussing and studying what impact the emergence of this new technique would have on humanity. Human Federation, Military Headquarters Building. The conference room lights were dimmed to a somber wartime setting. On the large screens embedded in the walls, footage of Yi Chen wielding his blade to sever the golden python played on loop at double speed. Each flash of steel and spray of blood across the screen cast cold white flickers on the metal table surface. Marshal Tieshua sat rigidly in the chairman's seat, hands clasped beneath his chin, while 14 military leaders flanked him on both sides. None blinking. Every frame on the screen seemed to strike their hearts like hammer blows. A long silence stretched. Tieshua suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping between the two 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals like a blade inspecting battle formations. What are your thoughts? A 7-star general near the door spoke first, his words rapid and harsh. There's nothing to hesitate about. Complete overhaul across the board. Eliminate all soldiers with weak talent and recruit large numbers of highly gifted new troops for intensive training. Especially the infantry, they must be completely rebuilt from the ground up. He slammed his fist on the table, making the water glasses tremble. Another 7-star general frowned and shook his head. That approach is too radical. Don't forget, we're essentially betting everything on Yi Chen. He pointed at the screen. In theory, once the average cultivation level of the Flame Mountain Tribe members approaches or breaks through to the first stage of the spirit release period, Yi Chen will publicly release the complete version of the cloud stepping technique and that new cultivation method. The timeline is roughly 1 to 1.5 months. But this is just our speculation. Whether he'll actually follow through remains uncertain. The public says that geniuses of Yi Chen's caliber can make any outrageous decision and it would be considered normal. Even though we've assembled hundreds of psychological and behavioral experts to analyze his thought patterns daily, there's still a considerable probability of misjudgment. The 8-star general across from them placed his palm on the data tablet, signaling for a pause in the debate. Undeniably, large-scale reform is inevitable. Yi Chen's new cultivation method proves that individual soldiers can face off against the top-tier combat forces of all races. Hedenhomen infantry may finally turn the tide. If it weren't for humanity's generally low talent ceiling, infantry could even become our core fighting force. He switched to the next projection slide. The Research Institute calculates that Yi Chen's growth potential roughly equals that of an ace mecha. Our military controls far greater resources and has every opportunity to cultivate other top talents to individual combat levels comparable to fighter aircraft. If we could concentrate hundreds of thousands, even millions of such talents to form special military corps, their power in future interracial wars would be immeasurable. But this absolutely cannot be accomplished in just a month or two. There's no need to overthrow the entire system all at once. He looked around at everyone, his tone softening but becoming more resolute. My recommendation is this: wait until Yi Chen officially releases the complete cloud stepping technique and new cultivation method before initiating reforms, and proceed gradually. Start with infantry, which has the smallest impact area but greatest potential for transformation. Immediately halt the genetic warrior project and eliminate it entirely. According to research predictions, once geniuses break through to higher stages of the spirit release period and master the new cultivation methods, they can easily defeat genetic warriors that took over a decade and enormous funding to develop. As for mecha pilots, flight crews, and various warship personnel, maintain the status quo for now. When recruiting new soldiers in the future, add talent thresholds to the existing selection criteria. He closed the data tablet and delivered his final words in a steady tone. After all, according to research analysis, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the improvements to reflexes, hand speed, and physical constitution. High talent, as one's strength and realm improve, can also greatly enhance the operation of mechas, fighters, and warships. The other 8-star general and 12 7-star generals nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The massive holographic sand table in the conference room cast the galactic war zone in a deep blue glow, with Marshal Tieshua standing at the head position, his brow slightly furrowed. In fact, he had always favored pushing military reform as quickly and thoroughly as possible. While this 8-star general's cautious plan was logical, the inexplicable unease in his heart still lingered. Yi Chen hailed as the greatest genius in human history. The Research Institute judged that his potential was about to reach its peak, but Tieshua vaguely felt that this young man would never hit his ceiling so easily. He had already created miracles single-handedly time and again, and might well create more. If they waited until everything settled before pushing reform, even mobilizing all of humanity's resources might not keep pace with Yi Chen's growth. More troubling still, once the surrounding races detected that humanity was copying Yi Chen's path, they would very likely immediately assemble their strongest forces and ruthlessly suppress humanity during its unstable transition period, giving no time to breathe. But after a brief few seconds of contemplation, Tieshua ultimately did not object. He knew that if he forced a decision now, the generals would comply on the surface, but internal rifts would inevitably form. So under everyone's gaze, he spoke in a low voice. Let's discuss the specific details of reform first. With one sentence, the tone was officially set reform through steady progress. The Angel Star System. Here, most life-bearing planets were under Angel Clan control, with only a few occupied by foreign races. At the center of the star system's holy land stood a magnificent golden white palace, towering 1,000 zhang high and covering 1,000,000 square kilometers. Inside the palace, the Angel Clan's holy master sat in meditation. Nearly 5 meters tall, his 6 massive golden wings were fully spread, and energy within 100 li gathered like a tide, continuously flowing toward his wings, compressing the air until it hummed and resonated. Suddenly, the barrier covering 100 li rippled with layers of light patterns, flashing with strange radiance. The Holy Master opened his eyes, cold light flashing, and with a casual wave, the barrier that even human main fleet bombardments couldn't shake voluntarily opened a gateway. A silver-winged angel flew in hastily, prostrating on the ground and offering up a fist-sized green gemstone with both hands. Holy Master, Lord Bolton has sent someone with classified intelligence, requesting your judgment. The Holy Master raised his hand, and the gemstone floated before his eyes. He extended his divine consciousness into it, and light and shadow immediately leaped forth. The entire process of Yi Chen slaying the golden python was clearly displayed. The scene shifted, revealing a golden-winged Menoni other than the powerful and renowned two-winged golden angel Bolton, who wielded great authority. In the projection, Bolton analyzed. The new cultivation method created by this peerless human genius could very likely cause humanity to shift from purely relying on technology to emphasizing individual combat power with immeasurable prospects. Bolton suggested using this as an opportunity to unite all races that bore grudges against humanity, forming a coalition army to assault the Milky Way. Even if they couldn't completely exterminate humanity in one strike, they should severely damage its foundation, making it unable to complete its transformation. As the light screen faded, the Holy Master's frown deepened. Had Bolton been so frightened by his last failure that his courage was shattered? In such a short time, he had presented images of a mere human genius twice, even advocating for organizing a coalition army? If the Angel Clan took the lead, didn't he understand the enormous cost required? The Holy Master's gaze fell on the still prostrating silver-winged angel, his tone revealing impatience. Notify Bolton humanity's talent is meager. Even if their transformation succeeds and they cultivate to the extreme, they'll merely have faster reactions and more agile warships. Such improvements are insufficient to make the various races wary, much less cause our Angel Clan to make a fuss. Yes, the silver-winged angel quickly responded. The Holy Master waved his sleeve again, his voice cold. Also tell him I don't want to see that human genius's image a third time. He doesn't yet qualify to interrupt my cultivation. As his words fell, the Grand Palace returned to silence, with energy tides once again surging toward those 6 golden wings. The two-winged silver angel hastily bowed and departed. In just 2 hours, Yi Chen had completely eliminated the other 2 ferocious beasts that he previously couldn't defeat. 2 massive corpses lay sprawled across the scorching wasteland, their charred blood quickly dried by the rising heat waves, leaving behind a searing and sickeningly sweet smell in the air. Yi Chen withdrew his spiritual power and silently assessed. Without any change in his cultivation realm, the newly created technique proved remarkably powerful, defeating these 2 troublesome beasts in just a few moves. After confirming no future threats remained, he immediately turned and followed the rugged mountain path back to the Yinshan tribe. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, he didn't immediately enter the wooden house, but instead instructed the guards to summon the high priest. Since perfecting his new technique, aside from occasionally venturing out to support the four armies and dealing with powerful beasts they couldn't handle, he could now focus most of his time on secluded cultivation to break through to higher realms. However, before that, he needed to pass on the complete, cloud-stepping art and the simplified version of his new technique to his tribespeople, rapidly boosting the Yi Chen tribe's overall combat strength. Currently, most Yi Chen tribe members remained at the 8th level of the Qi condensation stage. According to his calculations, they would need at least another month to break through to the first level of the spirit release stage with the help of spirit stones, only then qualifying to learn the complete, cloud-stepping art. Logically, starting instruction now seemed premature, but Yi Chen believed in the earlier, the better. When he previously taught the spirit release level chaos art, he waited until over 20 tribe members had entered the spirit release stage for two reasons. First, he was fully absorbed in researching the cloud-stepping art and couldn't spare time. Second, the chaos art carried lower risks, and even if geniuses practiced it early, they would need long accumulation before showing combat effectiveness, not affecting the bigger picture. But now the situation was completely different. If talents like Gully mastered both the complete, cloud-stepping art and the simplified new technique early, the combination would create a qualitative transformation in their strength, instantly surpassing ordinary tribe members. In other words, the Yi Chen tribe's high-end combat power would experience explosive growth just like how Yi Chen couldn't defeat 3 beasts days ago, but could easily slay them today. When that time came, Gully and others could quickly resolve beasts they previously couldn't defeat, naturally reducing his need for external campaigns. More importantly, after the talent's strength surged, they could suppress and command more ferocious beasts, further accelerating expansion. Currently, Yi Chen controlled a territory spanning 160,000 square kilometers, with talent enhancement reaching 16% and daily territorial expansion of 5,000 square kilometers. If high-end combat power leaped again, this speed would only increase. He understood deeply that the higher one's realm, the more demanding talent requirements became for creating new techniques. Only by rapidly improving talent could he continue creating the techniques he needed after future breakthroughs. The high priest has arrived. As soon as the guard's announcement ended, the silver-haired high priest quickly entered the room with a respectful expression. Tribe leader, the high priest bowed. Notify the 4 army commanders to bring all tribe members who have broken through to the spirit release stage to gather in the valley tomorrow morning. Yi Chen issued his orders directly. The high priest frowned slightly, his tone carrying hidden concern. Our territory grows larger, yet our manpower becomes increasingly stretched. Now that the tribe is expanding, we rely more and more on those ferocious beasts willing to submit to us humans. Each army has gathered numerous powerful beasts. If all the spirit release stage clansmen return, those ferocious beasts that have submitted to us might turn against us without spirit release level warriors to keep them in check. Yi Chen's brow furrowed into a tight line. As their territory expanded, the Flame Mountain tribe's manpower was already stretched thin. To continue advancing, they could only rely on those temporarily subdued beasts. However, any beast with decent strength possessed intelligence no less than humans. Their surface submission was merely due to fear of human dominance, far from genuine loyalty. Given the chance, they would likely unite in rebellion and potentially overthrow human rule entirely. He rapidly considered solutions in his mind, with bloodbinding being the first to surface. But the thought was immediately dismissed. He had yet to develop divine consciousness, and bloodbinding's core principle required sealing divine consciousness and spiritual power within blood, then dripping it into the beast's crystal core. Through remote manipulation, one could activate the spiritual power in the blood with a single thought, stimulating or even destroying the core. The crystal core was the beast's energy source. Once destroyed, the creature would either suffer excruciating pain or die instantly. If successful, this method could both prevent rebellion and compensate for insufficient manpower. Truly significant. Unfortunately, without divine consciousness, this technique had to be shelved for now. This hidden threat would have to be addressed later. For the moment, he needed a temporary solution, leaving spirit release stage powerhouses with each of the 4 armies to maintain order. Having made his decision, Yi Chen gave clear instructions. Have each of the 4 armies retain enough spirit release stage warriors to intimidate the beasts. Understood. The high priest nodded respectfully. After giving his orders, he turned and walked across the slightly damp mud left by the rain, pushing open the door to return to his wooden cabin. In a corner of the tribal plaza, young clansmen gathered in small groups, discussing in hushed tones. Do you think Yi Chen suddenly recalled those talents to teach them the complete, cloud-stepping technique and the new cultivation method? You're overthinking it. A middle-aged man well-versed in psychology shook his head. All analysts have reached the same conclusion. He'll wait at least another month to a month and a half before revealing the techniques. Why? Safety. The man shrugged. Given Yi Chen's personality, He would never put himself in danger or fully trust anyone. Even Gulithat's stunning beauty, who admires him and was among his earliest followers, hasn't earned an ounce of his trust. Now that Guli's cultivation level had surpassed Yi Chen's thanks to the new technique, his only remaining advantages were the complete cloud stepping technique and that new cultivation method. How could he possibly give up his trump cards now and destroy his own protective armor? Everyone nodded in agreement. Besides, someone added, with nearly 20,000 serious criminals added to the exile planet, the situation has become even more complex. Yi Chen's cautious nature actually helps him survive. So when he recalled Guli and the others, he probably has other arrangements in mind. We'll have to wait longer for the techniques. Speaking of which, another person lowered his voice. A serious criminal has already infiltrated the Flame Mountain tribe and is secretly plotting to seduce Yi Chen. Do you think he can resist? Unlikely. The speaker smiled bitterly. He's clever, sure, but he's completely focused on cultivation and technique creation. He barely bothers with daily tribal affairs and has no experience with scheming and manipulation. In the early stages, whoever tries to deceive him will probably succeed. Finally, he added with a hint of anticipation, if that criminal was sent by the Federal Council, it might actually benefit us. In the live stream, viewers were engaged in heated discussion. Returning to the wooden cabin, Yi Chen spent half an hour refining and weakening the new cultivation technique before focusing on his practice. Originally at the peak of the 6th level of the spirit release stage, with the enhancement of spirit stones, he successfully broke through to the 7th level in just a few hours. By his estimation, advancing from the 7th to 8th level would take at most 5 or 6 more days of speed, almost identical to his breakthrough from the 7th to 8th level during the Qi condensation stage. This remarkable pace was due to two factors. First, spirit stones doubled his cultivation efficiency. Second, his territorial expansion to 160,000 square kilometers increased his talent bonus to 16%, boosting his overall cultivation speed by the same amount. The combination of these two factors ensured his current progress rivaled that of his Qi condensation period. After a night of cultivation, just as dawn was breaking, the high priest came to report. Over 170 tribe members who had broken through to the spirit release stage had assembled in the valley, except for those remaining to suppress the fierce beasts. Yi Chen immediately set out. On his way, a melodious and enchanting flute melody drifted from the distance, causing him to involuntarily stop in his tracks. The tune was bold yet gentle, clear and graceful yet magnificent, at times resembling a young maiden's spirited dance, at other times like an iron-blooded general sweeping across battlefields, leaving an indelible impact. Meanwhile, comments flew rapidly across the livestream. Viewers immediately realized the honey trap had arrived. In the footage, Yi Chen's expression was completely captivated by the flute music. Even many audience members found themselves entranced. The flute player was none other than that convicted felon. Her mastery of the instrument was extraordinary, and this particular piece had been custom composed by top composers of the interstellar age, tailored specifically to Yi Chen's personality. The perfect balance of strength and gentleness was designed to spark intense curiosity, and curiosity often marked the beginning of emotional attachment. It's over, my idol is about to be deceived by an emotional con artist, female viewers lamented in the comments. The primitive era had no music, so even ordinary melodies could create tremendous impact, let alone such a meticulously crafted masterpiece. With her level of performance skill, she would undoubtedly be a sensation even in the interstellar age. Even more concerning was that the puppet master behind the convicted felon had learned from Gu Li's failure, possessing beauty no less than Gu Li's, but with the added gentleness that Gu Li lacked. How could Yi Chen resist such a versatile goddess? Many viewers secretly hoped this woman came from the federal parliament only. When the honey trap succeeded and her true purpose was revealed, could they determine which faction stood behind her? Regardless of her allegiance, deceiving Yi Chen's emotions was fundamentally wrong. But what if she truly was from parliament? Someone raised a question. If the goal was to quickly obtain Yi Chen's new cultivation techniques, or even guide him to create more, there were countless methods available. Why resort to this emotional deception? Throughout history, using beautiful women as a strategic tool has always been the most effective means to achieve one's goals. The live stream chat exploded with comments as supporters and opponents of this scheme argued heatedly. Chief, that's the sound of Hylan playing the flute. The high priest noticed Yi Chen had stopped walking and pointed toward a simple thatched hut made of reeds in the distance. Hylan was a young woman Chief Taishur had accidentally rescued 5 days ago. She possessed not only stunning beauty and cultivation talent that rivaled Guli's, but had also invented a musical instrument called a flute, often performing for the tribe around the campfire. Her melodious tunes flowed like a clear spring through a primeval forest, leaving listeners spellbound. A flute. Yi Chen clicked his tongue twice and shook his head in mild surprise. He was amazed that someone in this primitive era could invent such an instrument, mentally categorizing Hylan as a musical genius. Chief, shall I have her come to you later to perform a few pieces exclusively for you? The high priest's eyes gleamed with a flattering light. The chat instantly erupted. That high priest is definitely up to no good, offering beautiful women to consolidate powers way too skilled at this. With him scheming on the sidelines, this honey trap has at least a 99% success rate. What 99%? I bet it's 100%. On the other side of the screen, viewers found themselves torn, hoping this convicted felon really was a spy sent by the federal council so the honey trap would succeed, while simultaneously sighing for Yi Chen, the greatest genius in human history, who was about to be deceived by an ugly woman. The so-called ugly woman label came from the chat's chain of logic. The primitive era was known for robust, loud-voiced women who had virtually disappeared in the current interstellar age. To pass the screening process that spanned 2 eras while possessing outstanding talent, superb acting skills, and spy qualifications, the thought alone was terrifying. When you have time, plan out proper housing for our people. Everyone expected Yi Chen to nod and accept the high priest's proposal, but instead they heard this unexpected statement. What? The high priest was stunned, unable to process what he'd heard. We used to house people in grass huts because of food shortages and lack of manpower to cut trees. What's the situation now? Yi Chen asked back, his voice already carrying a chill. The high priest immediately broke into a cold sweat. I'll arrange for people to cut timber and rebuild wooden houses right away. Plan the housing properly, not scattered randomly like now. Designate areas for planting and livestock. Clean up bird droppings, bones, and fallen leaves daily. Stop neglecting important matters and focusing on these ridiculous schemes. Yi Chen's gaze was sharp. He had long noticed internal issues: tribal sanitation, children's education, elder care, promoting reproduction. But given the Yinshan tribe's limited population, these problems didn't significantly impact the overall situation, so he had planned to gradually address them after expanding their influence. He didn't blame the high priest for not noticing these issues. However, today's blatant attempt to offer women as tribute had crossed his linear warning was necessary. Here was a powerful figure in the Yinshan tribe, even ranking above the 4 chiefs, yet still fantasizing about securing power by presenting women. If not for his reasonably competent handling of past assignments, Yi Chen might have replaced him immediately. I understand. The high priest prostrated himself on the ground, drenched in cold sweat from fear. Yi Chen truly lived up to his reputation, could see right through the high priest's thoughts at a glance. That invisible pressure hit like a bucket of cold water, causing the high priest's legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat dripping from his temples down his jaw. Yi Chen's piercing gaze, sharp enough to see through one's very soul, swept across the scene. Anyone standing there would have been terrified into submission. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Good grief, this high priest is quite the coward. Don't blame him. Yi Chen's aura is too overwhelming. Flattery backfired spectacularly. If he thinks he can worm his way into Yi Chen's inner circle as a sycophant, he's got a long way to go. Truth be told, within the entire Yinshan tribe, only the high priest dared to desperately curry favor with Yi Chen. Unfortunately, he misjudged the situation and made himself a laughingstock instead. The audience continued their commentary. If it were me, I'd replace the high priest immediately. You're not Yikan. If you were, the Yinshan tribe would have fallen into chaos long ago. Don't forget, the high priest is still the most intelligent and capable administrator in the tribe. The more rational viewers in the chat offered their analysis. 1. The entire Yinshan tribe couldn't find a more suitable administrative leader than the high priest. 2. Given Yi Chen's ruthless nature, he would inevitably need to do things that would damage his reputation, but were necessary. Keeping a controllable sycophant around to take the blame was perfect. 3. Like the propaganda that deified Yi Chen, the high priest handled it quite well. On the other side of the screen, some worried that this awkward flattery would affect Hylon. Do you think the high priest's bootlicking angered Yi Chen and made him resent Hylon too? Probably has some impact. The honey trap success rate dropped from 100 to 99. That old fool is such a liability. When he was promoting Hylon, he wouldn't shut up. His intentions were way too obvious. However, more people believe that gold always shines. Since Hylon could pique Yi Chen's curiosity with a single flute melody, success was practically guaranteed. Get up. In the valley, Yi Chen spoke indifferently, choosing not to continue his rebuke. Yes. The high priest felt as if he'd received a royal pardon, hastily struggling to his feet, brushing the dust from his legs, his breathing noticeably lighter. That girl named Halen let her know she shouldn't play the flute in front of the tribe members, and she should avoid playing it herself as much as possible. Yi Chen's tone was mild, but brooked no argument. The high priest looked slightly stunned, apparently not expecting such instructions. Yi Chen offered no further explanation, striding directly toward where the spirit release stage tribe members were gathered. Sunlight filtered through the valley's tree shadows, casting his figure long and sharp across the ground. Yi Chen was crystal clear about his reasoning. While keeping the tribe content and happy daily was good, the most important thing right now was improving their overall strength. The tribe members should spend their time cultivating, not indulging in flute music. Moreover, That melody beautiful enough to captivate even him came from the hands of someone the tribe considered a peerless beauty. The temptation was doubled. Once it spread, no one would be able to focus on their cultivation. For this reason, he preferred to suppress Halen's talent for now. After all, in Yi Chen's view, such enchanting music that even moved him, performed by someone the tribe saw as an incomparable beauty, would be utterly irresistible to the tribe members. Listening to it once every few days would be fine. But if Hailon kept playing her flute whenever she pleased, the tribe members would waste considerable cultivation time listening to her music every day. The Flame Mountain tribe rarely produced geniuses, so any talented individual who emerged would naturally receive special treatment. Therefore, Yi Chen didn't impose a complete ban on flute playing. Instead, he instructed the high priest to inform Hailon to avoid playing in public so frequently and to exercise restraint even during her leisure time. As for the mysterious appearance of this extraordinarily gifted newcomer in the tribe, he didn't delve deeply into whether Hailon might be hiding some unspeakable secret, had no understanding of the true situation on the exile planet. Nor did he know that a large number of malicious felons had suddenly flooded in. What kind of situation was this? This was so typical of Yi Chen. Just moments ago, he had clearly stopped to listen intently with focused attention. A peerless beauty and genius no less stunning than Gu Li should have aroused his curiosity. Logic dictated that he should summon Hailon for an audience, and perhaps enjoy a few more musical pieces during his free time. Yet instead, he was having the high priest advise her to play less frequently. The livestream chat exploded instantly, with viewers completely dumbfounded. It's over. Does this mean the honey trap is going to fail? Where's that guy who confidently claimed it had a 99% chance of success? Come out here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Everyone stared intently at their screens. While failure wasn't necessarily certain, for success to occur, Hailon would first need to find a way to meet Yi Chen face-to-face, allowing him to witness her extraordinary beauty and experience the unique charm of this versatile goddess. When the honey trap seemed like a sure thing, most viewers had actually sympathized with Yi Chen potentially being deceived. After all, he was the greatest genius in human history, the pride of all humanity, and everyone was secretly learning the techniques he had created. Despite consoling themselves that learning from a master isn't stealing, they still felt guilty deep down. No one wanted to see him manipulated by an peerless beauty from the exile planet who would be considered hideously ugly by interstellar standards. But once they realized the plan was encountering obstacles, everyone immediately shifted their stance to serve their own interests. If the federal parliament was indeed the mastermind behind this, and if the honey trap succeeded, Yi Chen's new techniques would immediately become widely available, sparing them from agonizing waiting. Thus, they desperately hoped for the plan's success. At the valley entrance, Gu Li led the group forward in greeting. Tribe leader. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, while the small golden orb on his shoulder waved its tiny arms like a leader conducting an inspection. Unfortunately, no one paid it any attention. All eyes were focused on Yi Chen. Inside the valley, about 100 tribe members who had broken through to the spirit release stage stood in formation. Scanning these newly advanced warriors, Yi Chen felt greatly pleased. The Flame Mountain tribe was the foundation for his conquest of the world and expansion of power, and these exceptionally gifted tribe members were the foundation of that foundation. Without high-level combat strength, he would have to personally handle every encounter with powerful enemies, wasting enormous amounts of time. He dispensed with pleasantries and directly drew his long sword, walking to the stone wall. With swift strokes and precise points, he began carving the complete incantations and circulation diagrams of the cloud-stepping technique. The sharp sword tips scraped against the rock, sending fragments flying as clear etchings gleamed faintly in the setting sun. Not only Gu Li and the others, but also the tens of billions of viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, their faces showing expressions of wild joy. Holy cow! Is Yi Chen actually carving the complete version of the spirit release stage level cloud stepping technique onto the stone wall? Don't doubt your eyes. This is absolutely the complete version of the cloud stepping technique. Just yesterday, he slapped humanity's face hard, and today he's going to keep slapping us 12 consecutive slaps without giving us any chance to catch our breath. Just think about it. Once we master the cloud stepping technique today, tomorrow we could dash into the office in just minutes through supersonic commuting. Once we've mastered this technique, imagine what it would feel like to run faster than the speed of sound. Moreover, given Yi Chen's can't be bothered personality, since he's releasing the complete cloud stepping technique early, he'll definitely teach new techniques as well to save time. In the live stream, viewers were dancing with excitement. Who could have imagined he would suddenly release the complete cloud stepping technique ahead of schedule? This completely defied the unanimous predictions of psychological experts. Yet Yi Chen seemed to take perverse pleasure in proving them wrong. Yesterday, all of humanity believed he was short-sighted, that focusing on close combat techniques was the wrong path and would surely lead to failure. Then he casually wielded an ordinary iron sword and effortlessly sliced through the ridiculously well-defended golden python, shattering everyone's worldview. It wasn't that Yi Chen lacked vision, but that humans in the interstellar age simply couldn't imagine the true power of cultivation techniques. This morning, everyone was certain he couldn't resist Highland's temptation and would definitely fall for the carefully orchestrated honey trap. Reality slapped them in the face again. A mere heavenly voice and a stunningly beautiful woman with exceptional talent weren't enough to spark his curiosity for a meeting. The psychological experts had to revise their conclusions. Hylon, this gorgeous woman, most likely sent by the federal government to approach, Yi Chen would need to try harder. Even more ridiculous was the experts' second failed prediction. They said the complete cloud-stepping technique wouldn't be released for at least a month, yet Yi Chen was about to teach it to Gu Li and the others right now. Their faces were burning red from being slapped, but everyone was incredibly happy, better to be beaten decisively than to continue suffering. All of humanity was secretly praying. Bring on more of these face-slapping moments. Yi Chen carved both the incantations and circulation diagrams of the complete cloud-stepping technique into the stone wall, then calmly announced, "This is the spirit release stage-level cloud-stepping technique, several times more powerful than the version you learned before." He then spoke at a steady pace, explaining in detail the mental techniques, key points, and various potential mistakes. Gu Li and the others forcibly suppressed their racing hearts, sat upright in place, listened intently, and didn't dare to blink. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with messages, the viewer count breaking through hundreds of billions in just a few minutes. Yet it was surprisingly silent. Even though everyone knew they could watch the recording later, no one wanted to waste a single word or sentence of this moment. The entire galaxy had grown considerably quieter because of Yi Chen's teaching. Although Gully and the others had already learned the weakened version of the cloud-stepping technique and had a solid foundation, Yi Chen still spent over 2 hours explaining and answering questions before they barely managed to master it. After finishing the instruction, he had everyone form small circles to discuss among themselves, then practice individually to consolidate their learning. Seeing that no one had further questions, he didn't delay any longer. He turned around, picked up his iron sword, and with several sharp scraping sounds against the stone wall, carved out 3 large characters' heaven-severing technique. Immediately after, he carved the mental cultivation formula and energy circulation diagrams as well. Where the sword edge passed, stone chips flew everywhere, leaving characters as sharp as blade cuts. Gully and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. The clan leader actually had another technique to teach them. Here it comes, a new technique. He just created it yesterday, and today we get to learn it. This is definitely VIP treatment. Heaven-severing technique, what a domineering name. A young man couldn't help but call out loudly. It's not just the name that's impressive, the technique itself is even more valuable. My uncle is a deputy captain of a warship. He called me this morning specifically to tell me to immediately find the military academy leadership and switch my major from warship command to infantry combat. Has your uncle lost his mind? Giving up studying advanced warship operations to become infantry? Won't you just be cannon fodder after graduation? You don't understand. The young man lowered his voice. The military high command has issued documents for complete reform, especially for infantry theory, practically rebuilding from scratch. The genetic warrior cultivation program has been completely terminated, and the infantry, who were once just cannon fodder, have had their military budget increased by 100-fold. And this is just the beginning. What does this mean? Someone gasped. It means the infantry that nobody wanted before are about to rise. And the source of it all is the heaven-severing technique that Yi Chen just created. The military sees in it the possibility for infantry to turn the tables, a completely different way of fighting. Is this real? If it's so classified, how dare you talk about it openly? Why would I lie to you? Besides, recruitment standards have been raised simultaneously, with talent being the primary requirement. It took me 1 month and 7 days to advance from the first level of chi condensation to the first level of spirit release. Now I've reached the 8th level of spirit release, which is even higher than Grandmaster Yi Chen himself. What can you compete with me on? In the live stream, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Incredible, that's Yi Chen for you. It's one thing for new techniques to impact various industries, but even the military can't resist. Amid the amazement, everyone's attention was drawn back to the heaven-severing technique itself. Someone compared the diagrams on the wall with the version previously scanned by the scanner and was surprised to discover that the wall diagrams were clearly simplified. With their experience from the cloud-stepping technique, everyone immediately understood this was also a weakened version. The people who had just been cheering felt as if cold water had been poured over them, all freezing in place. Why waste time creating a weakened version of the heaven-severing technique? The cloud-stepping technique and heaven-severing technique are both spirit release level techniques. If we can learn the former, we should be able to learn the latter too. Confusion swirled in the air. If they could learn the spirit release level cloud-stepping technique, they should logically be able to learn the spirit release level heaven-severing technique as well. I was on the verge of tears, utterly bewildered. They were all supposedly spirit release level techniques. In front of the live stream screens, hundreds and thousands of viewers collectively frowned. The cloud-stepping technique had just been revealed, and they were still basking in the euphoria of finally learning all of Yi Chen's techniques, only to have Yi Chen throw cold water on them the next moment with his weakened version of the heaven-severing technique. I thought we could even get our hands on the heaven-severing technique, but it's just a weakened version? Complaints flooded the chat. Some slammed their tables, others wailed in despair, and some bitterly typed out messages when it came to Yi Chen. Emotions truly needed to be kept in check at all times. In fact, they did have reason to expect more. According to the original plan, the complete cloud-stepping technique wouldn't be available for at least another month. Yet here it was, delivered early. How could they not be overjoyed? But when all that excitement reached its peak only to be shattered by the words, weakened version, the crushing disappointment was almost suffocating. Well, we were told not to get too excited too early. An old fan sighed into his microphone. With Yi Chen, pleasant surprises and crushing blows always go hand in hand. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, Guli and her tribe's people gathered around the campfire, completely unaware of the outside world's fervent desire for the complete heaven-severing technique. At this moment, they felt that receiving both the cloud-stepping technique and the heaven-severing technique was nothing short of divine blessing. The night wind stirred the campfire, sparks dancing as their faces glowed red with excitement. The clan leader has new techniques. The young men clenched their fists, as if they could draw their swords and soar through the sky the very next second. The heaven-severing technique consisted of 6 forms, emphasizing the unwavering determination to sever even the heavens themselves. Yi Chen stood on the stone platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone calm, yet sharp with an edge. The essence of the heaven-severing technique lies in sword intent. But you don't even have the basics of swordsmanship, yet forcing the complete version on you would only waste time. Guli and the others nodded vigorously like pecking chickens, completely missing any disappointment in the word weakened, seeing it only as another step toward greater strength. Yi Chen raised his hand, demonstrating the first form. The air seemed to bear invisible sword marks, and the illusion of the campfire being sliced in half made everyone gasp in unison. On the other side of the live stream, viewers watched this demonstration with incredibly mixed feelings. Learning the cloud-stepping technique a month early should have been wonderful news, but when the complete version of the heaven-severing technique became a weakened version, that frustration still lingered. They had to admit that no one could predict Yi Chen's style. When happy, one couldn't be too happy. When down, one shouldn't sink too low because nobody knew whether the next moment would bring an extraordinary opportunity or a crushing blow. However, weakened or complete version aside, at least Guli and her people were truly growing stronger. As long as the door to sword intent was knocked open, the complete heaven-severing technique would arrive sooner or later. There was no need to be too impatient. From sword techniques and applications to the profound mysteries of swordsmanship and the power of sword energy, the instruction continued from morning until evening before Guli and the others finally managed to grasp the basics. As the sun began to set, the training ground's grass had been trampled into disarray, and the air carried the sweet fragrance of grass cut by sword energy. Beads of sweat formed chains across Guli and the others' foreheads, yet their faces glowed with the brilliant colors of an overturned paint palette. On the other end of the live stream, viewers were captivated by the mystical sword techniques, filling the screen with comments like, amazing, and so powerful. However, compared to the on-site students, their expressions lacked the genuine excitement that comes from first-hand experience. Returning to the wooden cabin, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, breathing techniques causing airflow to wind around his fingertips like silk threads. He had long anticipated that as Guli and the others broke through to the spirit release stage and mastered the complete cloud-stepping technique along with the weakened version of heaven cleaving, the Yinhuang tribe's elite combat power would undergo a qualitative transformation. The next morning, the fierce beasts outside the valley seemed to sense the danger, significantly reducing their prowling and provocative behavior. The memory of Yi Chen's single strikes that had slain them was burned into these creatures' instincts like a brand. Their territorial influence expanded explosively as a result. In just one day, the most powerful talent system's sphere of influence grew by 10,000 square kilometers, spreading across the star map like spilled ink. With expanded territory came increased talent enhancement feedback from the system. Though Yi Chen's cultivation efficiency remained steady like a gentle stream, it was visibly accelerating. The Yinshan tribe had also undergone a complete transformation. The once filthy thatched huts had all been demolished, replaced by neat wooden houses and spacious plazas built from timber continuously transported from the southern forests. The greatest change, however, was in the tribe members' spirits. Their former greatest wish of having enough to eat had long been fulfilled. Hundreds of kilometers in all directions belonged to the tribe, with countless animals and plants. Even if their population of 16 to 1700 increased 100-fold, they could never exhaust this fertile land. Men, women, and children roasted meat and made soup daily, their only concern being having too much food left over. Meanwhile, The Human Federation had also entered a new era of rapid transformation. Streets once bustling with traffic now saw few vehicles, replaced by groups of pedestrians who used the cloud stepping technique, each step carrying them like the wind. The Federation was forced to revise traffic regulations, expanding pedestrian walkways in the middle of roads with clear separation between high-speed and regular zones. Full-speed running was strictly prohibited in regular zones to prevent people from being unable to stop and colliding with elderly people or children. Supersonic impacts were far more dangerous than car accidents. In squares and parks everywhere, people could be seen practicing cloud stepping and heaven-cleaving techniques. Cultivation training centers sprouted like mushrooms after rain across major inhabited planets. Prestigious universities discussed the feasibility of cultivation majors. Forward-thinking corporations offered high salaries to recruit talented individuals. These newly joined cultivators might have limited usefulness in the short term, but in the eyes of many far-sighted individuals, the seeds of future combat power and influence had been quietly planted. The old rules of money supremacy were being torn open by the new order of strength above all. The upheaval triggered by Yi Chen's emergence continued to accelerate. Even humanity's most brilliant analysts couldn't predict the future trajectory, as everything depended on how far Yi Chen could go and where his limits would stop. Federal councils, military forces, financial conglomerates, and various other powers worked through the night in brightly lit conference rooms, developing strategies and attempting to position themselves for the future. Spring faded into summer. The entire Yin Mountain was embraced by a sea of blooming flowers, with verdant greenery surging across the peaks, and the breath of life so rich it seemed ready to drip like water. Inside the wooden cabin, Yi Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, trembled slightly. A vast and incomparable aura burst forth from him as the center, expanding outward with thunderous force, so dense it seemed ready to crush the very air. The little golden orb sleeping nearby was jolted awake, its round body bouncing high into the air. At the same time, the previously tranquil cabin shook violently, wooden boards creaking and groaning, dust swirling through the howling currents of air, and the ground trembling gently beneath. Yi Chen's eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliant light flickering in his pupils before vanishing instantly, the violent aura retracting in a heartbeat as if it had never existed. The room was in complete disarray, furniture scattered and overturned, the entire wooden cabin teetering on the verge of collapse, as if one more impact would reduce it to rubble. Finally, a breakthrough to the spirit law stage. A smile curved his lips as he murmured softly. He broke through. Spirit law stage, what a magnificent name. Only Yi Chen could come up with something so sophisticated and impressive on the spot. Flatterer, he obviously just thought of it on the fly. The fact that he can think of something so grand on the spot just proves how amazing he is. The comment stream rolled frantically, voices overlapping into a cacophony. Some remarked that Yi Chen needed a new house scanner. Data showed that during his breakthrough, his chi, meridians, and spiritual power had simultaneously undergone qualitative transformation, converging into an extraordinary force field that nearly tore through space itself, almost launching the entire wooden cabin into the air. One more time like that, and the house would definitely collapse on the spot. The livestream audience was even more excited than Yi Chen himself. Chi, meridians, and spiritual power transformation? Isn't that just like when he broke through from the 9th level of chi condensation to the 1st level of spirit release stage? This reminder made everyone instantly realize. In front of their screens, viewers quickly pulled up the latest scan data, their gazes uniformly focusing on the genetic column. The next second, the comment stream fell silent for half a beat, then exploded. The genetic repair values have doubled again. Cellular division lifespan has skyrocketed from 240 years to 500 years. A mind-numbing buzz exploded in everyone's heads. My God, breaking through one major realm, and lifespan directly increases to 500 years. 500 years. A complete doubling. If he advances another major realm, wouldn't that break 1,000? Instantly, the entire galaxy erupted in celebration over this data. A new realm, the spirit law stage. Yi Chen, this human genius who had shattered the shackles of universal will, had once again pushed humanity's lifespan limit to 500 years, and this might still not be the ultimate limit. In the long river of tens of thousands of years of history, he had become the most brilliant star, with none able to compete. Regardless of whether Yi Chen achieves future breakthroughs, and regardless of whether he returns, I propose that the federal parliament enact legislation to erect statues of him on all life-bearing planets under human control to commemorate his achievements. The same line of text flooded the comments, with countless people giving it likes. Yi Chen, humanity's one and only true God. All media outlets were frantically praising Yi Chen, as this was exactly the kind of news the public craved to see. Throughout history, countless figures worthy of being recorded in the annals had emerged among humanity, including great beings capable of altering the course of civilization. Those sages were like scattered stars in the galaxy. Brilliant though they they still paled in comparison to Yi Chen's radiance today. No one possessed his potential to bring about dramatic transformation to all humanity and overturn the old order. In the cluttered wooden hut, fallen chairs, tilted tables, and scattered straw mats wove together an atmosphere of roughness. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on a worn cushion, taking several deep breaths of the wood-scent air to suppress the joy surging in his chest. With eyes slightly closed, he focused all his attention inward, carefully capturing every subtle fluctuation within himself and his surroundings. After breaking through to the spirit law stage, his chi expanded instantly, his meridians became several times more resilient, and spiritual powers surged like a torrent, causing his strength to increase dramatically. Simultaneously, his perception range spread out as if thick fog had been lifted, and heaven and earth took clear shape in his consciousness. In the haze, he captured a certain elusive force, the power of laws that existed between being and nothingness. This was the advanced form of natural laws, the crystallized core of the universe's operational trajectory, which was precisely why he had named this new realm the Spirit Law Stage. Through these laws, he now possessed the potential to create various spells from thin air. The only regret was that his body had yet to give birth to the divine consciousness he had envisioned. In his system, divine consciousness should be the seventh consciousness that transcended the six consciousnesses of eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, and mind, capable of directly perceiving, listening to, and touching everything in the world without requiring any organs, surpassing the barriers of distance and medium. Bloodbinding to control fierce beasts, alchemy, and artifact refinement, all these blueprints centered around divine consciousness. Fortunately, the perception of the spirit law stage had already touched upon the laws, and following this trend, with one more step forward, divine consciousness would surely arrive. He was certain that stepping into the next major realm would very likely complete this transformation. Having grasped the laws of heaven and earth, the next step was to create spells that truly belonged to him. The question arose, which element should he start with? Fire could summon seas of flames and melt gold and iron. Wind could enable flight and unleash blade-like gusts with a wave of the hand. Water, earth, and wood each had their merits and were all indispensable. After much deliberation, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Why agonize over the choice? He wanted them all. He would create a spell cultivation method that embraced all rivers. Though the elements would multiply and the required time would increase geometrically, gains required sacrifices, and this cost was one he could bear. With his goals set, no matter how long it took, he would complete this all-encompassing cultivation method. Once it was created and spread throughout the entire Flame Mountain tribe, the tribe's average strength would increase at least tenfold. After all, single spells were far less sharp than multi-elemental combinations, and possessing the ability to soar through the heavens and burrow through the earth would allow the heaven-severing art to unleash its power to the fullest. Having determined his next cultivation technique creation goal, Yi Chen wasted no time and immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the chaos formula. As the pioneer of this cultivation system, he had no existing templates to reference. Every obstacle had to be cleared by his own hands. He understood clearly that whenever he stepped into a completely new major realm, his previous techniques must be upgraded accordingly, or his spiritual power would suffer fundamental misalignment. Only by refining his techniques to match his current level could he continue climbing upward. Within just a few hours, he had advanced the chaos formula to the spirit law stage. After perfecting the technique, he closed his eyes and quietly comprehended the law forces permeating heaven and earth. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn into threads, gently coiling around his body. Squeak! The little golden orb that had been lying nearby watching let out a soft cry. It could keenly sense that its master's aura had surged several times over. It had thought they would soon venture out together, perhaps finding a few fierce beasts to have some fun with. But Yi Chen, despite his dramatically increased power, showed no intention of leaving. Disappointment filled its amber-colored little eyes. It grumbled a few complaints before curling up into a ball again, lying down next to Yi Chen to continue sleeping. Yi Chen doesn't seem to be cultivating. The distant monitoring devices operated silently, their screens showing that his spiritual power wasn't circulating through his meridians. Voices rose and fell in the live stream. He must be conceptualizing a new technique. What a typical hardcore shootin'. Anyone else would have gone out to test their blade after breaking through a major realm, right? If it were me, I'd at least find a few powerful beasts to show off to. But him? He turns around and dives straight into technique research. What's even more ridiculous is that he completely ignores that crumbling stone hut. Geniuses are probably all like this, they don't sweat the small stuff. The chat quickly turned their criticism toward the Flame Mountain tribe's high priest. The elder responsible for all logistical matters had become a complete disappointment in the viewers' eyes. He did whatever Yi Chen asked, but never thought to proactively have the tribe members build a proper stone house at the valley's end. With the Flame Mountain tribe's current capabilities, constructing a spacious, bright, and comfortable dwelling for Yi Chen would be effortless. a new wave of discussion shifted focus back to the little golden orb. Viewers felt sorry for the little creature's plight. Naturally active, yet stuck with a master who never left his quarters, it could only repeatedly bat at a spirit stone larger than its own body. It had worn that spirit stone down to the size of a glass marble. Yet Yi Chen hadn't even thought to pet its golden fur once the little orb couldn't experience any sense of being cherished by its master. Exclamations filled the chat. Genius minds were always hard to fathom, let alone a monster like Yi Chen who was among the rarest in human history. He had only been happy for a few seconds after his breakthrough before burying himself in technique creation again. Such diligence made countless people feel ashamed of themselves. Meanwhile, debates about talent limits heated up once more. Many experts had long pointed out that while Yi Chen's potential and cultivation levels remained unfathomably deep, his talent for creating new techniques seemed to be approaching its limit. Test announcements previously released by major research institutes supported this point. His realm hadn't reached its ceiling, but his innovative potential appeared to be nearing the upper boundary. As discussions in the livestream grew increasingly intense, someone finally couldn't contain their worry and posed an anxious question. Do you think Yi Chen might not be able to create his new technique? That shouldn't be the case. After Yi Chen's breakthrough, he initially focused on consolidating his realm. He spent a full 3 hours adjusting the Spirit Release Stage version of the Chaos Manual to suit Spirit Method Stage cultivation, taking almost the same amount of time as when he had previously modified the Qi Condensation Stage version. A researcher immediately objected to this optimistic assessment, pointing out, modifications don't prove anything, since they're based on existing formulas and circulation diagrams, relying purely on inspiration and luck. What truly mattered was the time Yi Chen would need to independently create techniques from scratch. During the Qi condensation stage, he had crafted the Chaos Manual and Flying Blade technique in just 1 month each. However, after entering the Spirit Release stage, creating the Cloud Stepping technique and Heaven Cleaving technique had taken him 2 months each. Following this doubling pattern, theoretically he would need at least 4 months to develop Spirit Method stage techniques, possibly even longer. Someone reminded them, the higher the realm, the difficulty increases exponentially. It could even take 4 years. Rebuttals quickly arose. Yi Chen couldn't be measured by conventional standards. According to calculations, even with Spirit Stone assistance, he should have needed over 10 days to break through to the Spirit Method stage, yet he had completed it ahead of schedule. Therefore, many insisted that while he could still create Spirit Method stage techniques, the required time would likely range from 4 months to 4 years. The heated debate extended to another focal point. When would the complete version of Heaven Cleaving technique and the Spirit Method stage Chaos Manual be released? Pessimists shook their heads. The Flame Mountain tribe had already swept through their peers with the complete Cloud Stepping technique and weakened Heaven Cleaving technique. Once talents like Guli broke through to the first level of Spirit Method stage, there would be no rivals left in the Flame Mountain range. If Yi Chen's ambition to unify the Flame Mountain range was realized, the Flame Yellow tribe would only need to maintain their current strength, and he might never publicly release new techniques again. Expecting him to voluntarily share them was almost wishful thinking. Optimists turned their attention to the death row inmates sent by the Federal Council. As long as any one of them successfully approached Yi Chen, all problems could be solved. Meanwhile, the era of universal cultivation had officially begun, with multiple universities adding cultivation majors, and middle and elementary schools inevitably following suit. The cultivation system Yi Chen had established was destined to become mandatory curriculum, producing countless talents who would continuously innovate in this field. Even if Yi Chen's inspiration dried up, even if all the death row inmates failed, this path would continue, just at a much slower pace. Breaking through to the Spirit Method stage granted 500 years of lifespan, giving humanity ample patience to wait. Therefore, when asked, when will the complete Heaven Cleaving technique and Spirit Method stage Chaos Manual be transmitted to the world, public opinion was divided. Some worried anxiously, suffering day and night. Others remained optimistic, firmly believing the death row inmates would succeed quickly. Still others trusted that future talents would eventually stand on Yi Chen's shoulders and continue forward. As for whether this would truly be the case, only Yi Chen himself knew. For over 2 months straight, Yi Chen remained secluded in his wooden cabin, contemplating the power of natural laws. Throughout this period, he showed no signs of concluding his meditation, which perfectly validated the expert's assessment. In the realm of technique creation, he had pushed himself to his absolute limits. Based on his previous pace when creating techniques like the Chaos Formula and Flying Blade technique, what he was doing now was merely the contemplation phase. Once this contemplation was complete, he would still need an equal amount of time to deduce the cultivation diagrams. Even if he achieved perfection immediately, it would still take at least 2 more months to refine the new technique, totaling nearly 5 months, exactly within the expert's predicted range. Yet here he was, still deeply immersed in contemplation, without the slightest intention of stopping. What the outside world didn't know was that Yi Chen wasn't creating just one technique this time, but planning to weave together a collection of dozens, perhaps even scores of spells. If he were merely crafting a single fire technique, he would only need to focus on fire element laws. If he wanted to control lightning, he would likewise only need to comprehend electrical laws. However, combining multi-elemental spells required first mastering the laws of various attributes, naturally making the process painfully slow. Had it not been for the Yanhuang tribe's territory approaching 1 million square kilometers, causing his talent to surge to nearly twice the human race's limit, this progress would have taken even longer. If he had remained at the original ceiling of humanity's strongest talent, the outside world's speculation of several years wouldn't have been an exaggeration. Now, with his doubled talent shortening the time frame and territorial expansion continuing to boost his abilities further, the total duration wouldn't increase geometrically. Meanwhile, another public speculation proved accurate. During these 2 months, Gully and the others had broken through to the first level of the spirit law stage, but made no further progress, because Yi Chen had never transmitted the complete versions of the heaven-severing formula or the spirit law stage chaos formula. The reasons were actually quite predictable to most people. First, for his own safety while busy with contemplation and unable to cultivate, his realm remained at the first level of spirit law stage, so naturally he was unwilling to let Gully and others advance first and potentially threaten him. Second, the Yinshan tribe's high-end combat power was already virtually invincible within the Yinshan Mountains, so stronger techniques weren't immediately necessary. What no one could fathom was Yi Chen's true ambition. His target was far from just the Yinshan Mountains. Even counting all the surrounding tribal populations, the Yinshan Mountains' resources alone could sustain human reproduction for over a century without overcrowding. But what he wanted was boundless territory, even that vast expanse of starry sky. At the very least, he needed to first grasp the entire planet in his hands. As for such an enormous region lacking sufficient human resources for control, that was a problem for another day. At worst, after unifying the entire planet, if his strength and realm hadn't reached the level needed to traverse the starry void, he could simply lie dormant for tens of thousands of years. He made up his mind to cultivate diligently while waiting for the human race to multiply and grow stronger. The earlier their territorial influence expanded, the more abundant the fortune he could absorb through his talent. For this reason, he had never shared the spirit law stage, chaos manual, or the complete heaven-severing art with others, keeping them temporarily sealed away. Once his self-created new cultivation methods emerged, he could focus entirely on secluded breakthrough cultivation, and only then would he publicly teach these techniques. In midsummer, the blazing sun hung high overhead, while cicadas and birdsong rose and fell in alternating waves. In the lush green valley, children ran and played despite the scorching heat, their sweat glistening in the sunlight. In the southeastern corner of the tribe stood a distinctive wooden house. Looking around, all the other dwellings appeared nearly identical in design. Even the residences of the high priest and 4 great leaders were only slightly larger in size. This particular wooden house resembled ordinary homes in both size and outline, yet its roof and walls were painted with milky white tree sap and decorated with colorful patterns of birds and beasts. In front of the door, a flower garden enclosed by wooden stakes bloomed with vibrant purple and red flowers swaying gently, while several butterflies fluttered their delicate wings. Such decoration made this wooden house more eye-catching than even the dwellings of the high priest and 4 great leaders, standing out like a crane among chickens. Pushing open the door revealed an equally unique interior. Inside, there were no stone axes or animal bones scattered about, no piles of fur or salted meat, and no smell of blood or decay. The small space was kept spotlessly clean, with several iron flower pots arranged in the corners, their rich fragrance flowing through the air. On the carved wooden bed, Hylon had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, yet she had no mind for cultivation. She suddenly stood up, irritation surging in her chest. This mission is much harder than I imagined. Hylon gritted her teeth, recalling the astronomical price of 10 billion that her employer had offered. These top-tier wealthy elites really aren't easy marks. She couldn't help but feel regret. Why had she been unable to resist the temptation of accepting this seemingly simple commission? Yet, given another chance, she would probably still agree. The allure of 10 billion was something anyone would find hard to refuse. Hylon was recognized in the industry as a top-tier corporate spy who had never failed since her debut. As long as the price was right, she could obtain any secrets her clients desired. Yet this particular target seemed more insignificant than all her previous missions combined. To summarize, get close to a genius youth, make him fall in love with her, and then have him obey any request she made. What made it easier was that he was born in a primitive era, knew almost nothing about schemes and plots, and was even an innocent young man with no romantic experience. Hylon had originally thought her employer was paying a fortune to hand her an effortless bonus. In the industry, she was known as the chameleon goddess, capable of being gentle or proud, sweet or cool. In the past, when dealing with those ruthless, worldly business tycoons, she had to gather intelligence and design elaborate schemes to gradually break through their defenses. Compared to that, a youth whose perspective was limited to the primitive era should have been child's play. The results were completely unexpected. After arriving here, she was shocked to discover that this young man with no romantic experience possessed terrifying willpower and was almost unmoved by beauty. What frustrated her even more was his near-obsessive dedication to cultivation. For over 2 months, he hadn't stepped foot outside, completely immersing himself in training, utterly wasting the setting and atmosphere she had painstakingly created, making all her carefully arranged decorations in the wooden house pointless. What should she do? A flash of anxiety crossed Helen's eyes. Yi Chen would leave the cabin eventually, but she had no idea when eventually might be. Even if he did leave the wooden house, there was no guarantee he'd be drawn to the room she had carefully prepared. She had already failed once before. Last time, she had used her skillful flute playing to subtly influence the high priest, getting him to recommend her to Yi Chen. She was confident that her melody would be a powerful tool for manipulating minds in this primitive era, yet it failed to spark even the slightest curiosity in Yi Chen. Her stunning beauty proved equally useless. Every man in the tribe, even the gray-haired elders, looked at her with greedy eyes, but Yi Chen remained unmoved like a stone. The room she had specially designed clashed completely with the primitive atmosphere. Clean, soft animal hide carpets covered the floor, fragrant spices in stone bowls filled the air with sweet scents, gentle light emanated from animal fat lamps, and the bed was made as neatly as military barracks bedding. Any other man would have let his imagination run wild with just one glance. But all of this seemed meaningless to Yi Chen. Time, however, wouldn't wait for her. According to her intelligence, the 4 armies of the Yi Chen tribe had already reached the edge of the mountain range. If they pushed further outward, they would encounter other tribes. Once those tribes were conquered, the new batch of serious criminals would surely include people with skills equivalent to her own, and the competition would instantly become fierce. If she couldn't get closer to Yi Chen now, establishing an advantage later would be even more difficult. She couldn't wait any longer. After much deliberation, Hylon decided to take the initiative. She was sick of this primitive life, day after day gnawing on monotonous beast meat while pretending to be bold and hardy. She was even more tired of this body, though it was considered top-tier beauty on this exile planet. By her original aesthetic standards, the large bone structure, dark rough skin, and booming voice were pure torture. Only by completing her mission quickly and returning to another planet in the galaxy for cosmetic surgery could she regain her former appearance. She walked to the corner and opened a snakeskin bag. Inside, several dried flowers still emanated a sweet fragrance. She took one flower, crushed it into powder with a stone, and applied the powder to her neck and wrist pulse points. The tiny flower particles clung to her skin, glittering with subtle sparkles. After completing these preparations, she took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked along the valley path toward the wooden house at the very end where Yi Chen lived. What's she up to? In the livestream chat, someone immediately noticed Helen's actions. As the first serious criminal to infiltrate the Yi Chen tribe, she represented the audience's greatest hope for obtaining cultivation techniques early, so her every move was magnified. The camera quickly focused on her as viewers' discussions erupted. Probably can't wait anymore and is going to make her move. Wasn't Gully's lesson enough? Even a stunning beauty throwing herself at him didn't work. Yi Chen's willpower is ridiculously strong. Besides, taking the initiative really reduces the appeal factor. I agreed with that assessment. Her strategy during this period had actually been quite good. Whether it was the cabin's design or its interior decorations, everything looked extremely appealing. Hylon had originally planned to lurk quietly and wait for Yi Chen to discover the cabin's special qualities himself, then gradually delve deeper and naturally notice her extraordinary nature. But thinking about the long and uncertain wait of passive observation, she began to waver. Passive waiting seemed too uncertain, while taking initiative appeared more efficient. After all, she was a professional whose methods far surpassed what Gully could offer. Only by truly getting close to Yi Chen could her advantages shine. Since she couldn't make contact otherwise, she might as well take the direct approach like this. Though it lacked some mystery and suspense, it wasn't a major problem. The livestream audience immediately perked up. Everyone recalled Gully's failed attempt at throwing herself into his arms. That was right after Yi Chen had slain the green leopard, with Luaga acting as a massive third wheel standing nearby, plus the leopard's enormous corpse lying there, so Yi Chen had no mind to pay attention to Gully. Hylon was different. Carefully dressed up, appearing just when Yi Chen had been shut away for 2 months living a dull and boring life, with professional-level language and movements that could instantly outclass Gully. Combined with the mysterious aura she had deliberately cultivated beforehand, her chances of success were astonishingly high. If she really succeeded, perhaps in the next couple of days everyone could learn the complete version of heaven-slaying art and the spirit method level chaos art. The chat grew more excited as they talked, with all attention locked on Hylon, waiting to see how she would execute this honey trap. In the valley, Hylon walked toward Yi Chen's cabin. Wherever she went, she drew greedy stares from men and jealous whispers from women. Yet no one stepped forward to stop her. This was clear evidence of the high priest's weak leadership. The clan leader's residence didn't even have a single guard posted. Of course, the Flame Mountain tribe was already short-staffed. With over 1,600 people in the entire clan, excluding the elderly and children, there were fewer than 1,000 adults. Most were assigned to the 4 armies under the 4 major leaders, with a few handling transportation and communication, leaving no one to spare. In front of the cabin, Hylon took a deep breath, quickly organizing her plan in her mind, then raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. On the wooden bed, the little golden ball that had been cooped up for too long suddenly sprang up. Yi Chen immediately opened his eyes, about to get up and answer the door when he heard the little creature's excited chittering. Though only about 10 centimeters tall, it possessed the strength of a 10th-tier fierce beast, with amazing jumping ability and power. It scampered to the door, leaped up, first pushed open the latch, then grabbed the door crack and pushed hard. Creak. Outside the door, Halen's figure instantly appeared in the room. Who are you? Yi Chen was slightly startled. He had expected the high priest coming to report on affairs, but hadn't anticipated seeing an unfamiliar tribe member standing at his door. Clan leader, my name is Hylon. May I come in? Halen's voice was bright but deliberately lowered, carrying gentleness and shyness. Her fingers intertwined with each other, her rough, dark skin making her knuckles particularly prominent. Her robust frame adopted a delicate feminine posture, wildness and coquettishness intertwining together. Yi Chen nearly felt his stomach churn on the spot. The livestream audience also flooded the chat, feeling nauseous yet inexplicably excited at the same time. Impressive. A professional is truly a professional, completely incomparable to Gully. Bullet comments streamed across the live broadcast like a curtain of light, each line praising Hylon. In her every gesture and movement, she embodied both the ruggedness and boldness befitting a peerless beauty of the savage world, while weaving refreshing tenderness and allure into her expressions and fingertips, creating an incredibly striking visual impact. Amazing. Truly worthy of a professional. What a remarkable performance right from the start. Is she really as good as you're all saying? Someone couldn't help but ask. I nearly threw up from her expressions and movements. It's just different aesthetic tastes, another immediately explained. Think about it this way. In our interstellar age, if a breathtakingly beautiful woman could be both gentle and refined, yet bold and wild, shy and delicate one moment, then passionate and magnificent the next, could you resist such temptation? Of course not. Marrying one would be like marrying a whole group of goddesses with different personalities. But what if it were an ugly woman? If she played the Ice Queen one moment and acted cute the next, you'd only feel disgusted. Beauty is justice. When a stunning beauty acts contrary to her image, her charm only multiplies. In most viewers' eyes, Hylon was ugly beyond imagination. But in the savage world, in Yi Chen's eyes, she happened to be a top-tier beauty. With an expert making her move, the success rate instantly maxed out, and the live chat room filled with anticipation. The camera focused on Yi Chen as everyone stared at his expression, eager to catch even the slightest hint of attraction. The result: complete calm. Yi Chen suppressed his nausea, his brow furrowed tightly. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Chief. Hylon twisted her barrel-like waist, deliberately drawing out her tone in a soft, coquettish voice. Yi Chen nearly drew his sword. If not for his remarkable self-control, he would have struck already. To him, the human race was the foundation for conquering the world. Unless someone was utterly evil, he would never kill lightly. Last chance. If you have something to say, say it. His tone was cold as a blade's edge. Hylon was startled by this chill. What was happening? Her carefully designed expressions, tone, and movements had no effect whatsoever. Instead, they only provoked his disgust. Could he be acting? But in the savage world, no one concealed their desires. And this man was the chief of the Yenshan tribe. He had no need to pretend to dislike something he enjoyed. This doesn't make sense. Is Yi Chen a steel-hearted straight man? The bullet comments went wild. Or does he have different aesthetic tastes than us? Among billions of men, how many would love an absolutely ugly woman? Maybe he's not interested in women at all. That's actually possible. Otherwise, after being locked in a wooden hut for 2 months, with a versatile goddess who could be sweet or sultry actively throwing herself at him, no normal man would be this indifferent, right? The audience was completely baffled, wishing they could drill into Yi Chen's mind to figure it out. Halen's thoughts raced, and she decisively abandoned further seduction attempts, moving directly to step 2. Chief, there are some parts of the cloud stepping technique I don't quite understand. I was hoping you could give me some guidance. Seeking instruction. Ugh. I have this sinking feeling that things are about to go south again. Asking Yi Chen for guidance on the cloud stepping technique? That's just asking for trouble. With Yi Chen's personality, he'd never waste time teaching fellow clan members unknown. Wrong. That's exactly where Hyland's brilliance lies. A stunning beauty seeking advice in his area of absolute expertise? No man could refuse that. You have to understand, everyone has that urge to play teacher, especially when it comes to their greatest strengths. They practically beg for someone to ask for guidance. Under normal circumstances, Yi Chen might refuse to teach. But he's been cooped up in that cabin for over 2 months. The chances of him agreeing are pretty high. I still think it's a long shot. I've noticed a pattern. Whenever everyone's optimistic about something, the outcome is always the complete opposite. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Yi Chen's thinking can never be judged by conventional logic. I have a feeling the guy who claimed a 100% success rate is about to get slapped in the face again. The livestream audience had been tormented enough by Yi Chen's unpredictable behavior that they began doubting their own judgment. The chat was flooded with self-deprecating comments and anxious remarks. Inside the wooden cabin, lamplight flickered dimly. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, his gaze cold as a blade's edge. Ever since the high priest had spared no effort, pushing Hai Lan toward him over 2 months ago, he'd suspected this woman had ulterior motives beyond seeking guidance. Hai Lan must have offered substantial benefits, or the high priest would never have willingly shared power. In the past, he couldn't be bothered to carry in the Flame Mountain tribe, which woman didn't want to climb into the clan leader's position. Ignoring them naturally kept them at bay. However, he never expected Hai Lan to be so audacious, repeatedly attempting to get close to him without the slightest trace of reverence. In this volcanic wasteland, Yi Chen's status was comparable to that of a deity. Clan leader. Hai Lan entered with confidence, but now found herself frozen by the killing intent in his eyes. An ominous chill shot from her feet, straight up her spine. Tell the high priest to notify Gu Li. Yi Chen's voice was ice-cold. You've disturbed my cultivation without cause. 100 lashes and 3 months imprisonment. Whether you've truly repented after 3 months will be for Gu Li to decide. His voice wasn't loud, but each word struck Hai Lan's heart like a hammer. Her face went pale as she instinctively wanted to defend herself, but couldn't even form the words. Clan leader. Before she could finish, Yi Chen's sharp gaze forced the words back down her throat. Do you have an objection? Came his icy question. No. Hai Lan's lips turned white. One more word would only make the punishment worse. She could only lower her head as despair churned in her chest. It was over. Had she made the wrong move? Or was this man's mind simply impossible to predict? She'd thought the worst outcome would be a simple rejection, leaving room for future opportunities. Who knew she'd face severe punishment that would cut off almost every possibility? Yi Chen turned and resumed his cross-legged position on the bed, his consciousness instantly diving into the vastness of natural laws, casting Hai Lan's existence from his mind. The little golden orb lay at the foot of the bed, exceptionally skilled at reading the room. It first quietly closed the door for Hai Lan, then tiptoed across the bed with barely audible creaks, curled up beside Yi Chen, and obediently continued sleeping. Well, just as I expected, the honey trap failed miserably. Hai Lan not only failed to capture Yi Chen's heart, but was immediately cast into the cold palace branded with the harsh label of never to be favored. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to spare her another glance, and casually handed her over to Gu Li to deal with. In the live stream, a wave of sighs swept across the screen. If we're talking about who dislikes Hai Lan the most in the Yinshan tribe, Gu Li definitely takes first place, someone summarized helplessly. Gu Li was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the Yinshan tribe, and had always enjoyed a special status. Now suddenly a stunning rival had appeared, one whose temperament matched her own, who excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and who could captivate men's hearts even more effectively. How could she possibly approve? Moreover, Hai Lan had dared to actively approach Yi Chen. The man Gu Li secretly loved making this slight even harder to swallow. With a romantic rival delivered right to her doorstep, Gu Li certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Yi Chen's punishment was both ruthless and decisive. The audience buzzed with discussion. Why did the honey trap fail so completely? You all boasted it was 100% guaranteed to succeed, but I knew it was questionable. Yi Chen's thought process is truly beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Some sighed. Hai Lan's failure not only dashed her own hopes, but also raised the difficulty level for future attempts. In the end, everyone could only wait and see whether those who came after could devise more sophisticated strategies. Others found humor in their misery. Yi Chen's repeatedly unexpected attitudes had caused the entire human race's psychological threshold to skyrocket. Each disappointment had become training in resilience for the whole population. Yao Group headquarters building. In the chairman's office, Hai Lan stood disheveled in place. Bang! The wine glass shattered on impact, crimson liquid splattering everywhere. Lian Zhanqing roared in fury. Useless. Absolutely useless. The celebratory wine had been prepared long ago, awaiting good news, but now it had become a joke. He never imagined that Hai Lan's proactive strike would not only fail, but result in such a crushing defeat. During this period, he had always considered his luck heaven-defying. After all, of the two fake serious criminals he had spent enormous sums to send in, one had been dropped directly onto Yinshan by the transport aircraft, and was the only prisoner to land there. The luck was absurdly good. The federal parliament's procedures for this batch of prematurely transported serious criminals were surprisingly lenient in some areas, yet inexplicably rigid in certain aspects. Want to plant someone? No background checks required, just pay enough money, and it was easily arranged. Want hackers to infiltrate the warship's AI and tamper with video data? That could be done too. They even allowed serious criminals to bring special items aboard. Lian Zhanqing suspected that even traitors from the myriad races had infiltrated that batch of prisoners. What was strange was that where things were strict, they were extremely strict. First are the death row inmates, who must have absolutely no power and cannot carry any lethal weapons. Layer upon layer of security checks, one after another. No amount of money could get you through. As for the drop location, it's completely determined by the AI's random selection. If any hacker dares to tamper with it, they'll immediately face concentrated retaliation from tens of thousands of their peers. To be dropped directly into the Flame Mountain range would require unimaginably incredible luck. Therefore, the fake death row inmate closest to Yi Chen was undoubtedly the most promising candidate to succeed first. After all, in the outside world's eyes, Yi Chen came from a primitive world with no experience in scheming or manipulation, only knew cultivation and creating techniques day and night, essentially defenseless. Just getting close to him would almost guarantee success. Whoever was nearest could complete the mission earliest. However, Yi Chen's complete indifference to Highland's flute music last time had already shocked Lianjian City. Even more outrageous was that when Hai Lan took the initiative to approach him, she failed again and was directly cast into the cold palace. Damn it, can someone really master scheming without any training? Lianjian City clutched his forehead, unable to figure it out. After repeated analysis, he could only reach one conclusion: Yi Chen had instantly seen through Hai Lan's intentions. Could Yi Chen be completely uninterested in women? But he showed no interest in men either, making this possibility nearly zero. What was even more baffling was that despite having no relevant experience, Yi Chen could see through Hai Lan's scheme at a glance and decisively reject her. Whether he could understand it or not, the facts were clear. Of the two death row inmates he had paid a fortune to send to the exile planet, one was already wasted, and precisely at the most promising moment. If he hadn't weathered countless storms, Lianjian City would have already coughed up blood and rage. Flame Mountain Tribe. News of Hai Lan being severely punished for trespassing on Yi Chen's cultivation grounds quickly spread throughout the entire tribe, causing an uproar. If even a peerless beauty could be punished for such a minor matter, others dared not act rashly. The tribe's reverence for Yi Chen soared accordingly. Yi Chen himself had long cast this matter to the back of his mind, still sitting cross-legged atop the tree, focused on comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The only thing that could divert his attention was the little golden orb's new activity. This round, golden glowing little creature, after absorbing enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth and breaking through to the peak of level 10, began quietly drawing spiritual power from his chi. Only then did Yi Chen realize. No wonder he couldn't drive it away even after trying to kill it twice. The little golden orb had chosen him as its host. Many fierce beasts instinctively regard the first creature they see after birth as their support, and the little golden orb was clearly no exception. It possessed remarkable intelligence even in its juvenile stage, initially probably discovering Yi Chen's presence through intuition or perception, then selecting him as its power source. First absorbing a wisp of chi spiritual power to activate itself, then independently drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to level up. Once its strength reached a certain level, it had to return to absorb more spiritual power from its host to supplement its core. From its complete lack of interest in other tribe members' spiritual power, once it acknowledged a master, it could only use that same person's spiritual power as its source for life. This was why the little golden orb was willing to restrain its violent temper and stay by Yi Chen's side. Without Yi Chen, its cultivation would inevitably stagnate. For Yi Chen, this was actually a tremendous blessing. He not only gained a living textbook for observing the laws of life, but also acquired a pet with astonishing potential that was utterly loyal to him. The only trouble was that the faster the little golden orb advanced, the more spiritual power it needed to absorb. For others, they might truly face the awkward situation where their pet's absorption rate exceeded their own cultivation speed. Yi Chen wasn't worried at all. No matter how gifted the little golden orb was, it couldn't surpass him, the human race's strongest talent holder, especially since his talent was still soaring and had now nearly doubled. Others would worry about the little golden furball's talent ceiling being too high. Yi Chen only hoped the little golden furball's talent ceiling would be as high as possible. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of 4 full months, Yi Chen had remained secluded in his cultivation chamber, eyes closed, regulating his breath and gaining insights, almost completely cut off from the outside world. With his remarkable comprehension, though he couldn't claim to have fully mastered those relatively elementary law forces, he had already outlined a clear framework in his mind sufficient to support the creation of an entirely new set of magical techniques. Now, with the comprehension phase complete, he began working on deducing the cultivation pathways. For Yi Chen, these pathways needed not only to accommodate spiritual energies of all elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning but also amplify the power of his techniques during operation. The live stream scanners promptly detected the changes, projecting real-time data onto the main screen. Yi Chen's spiritual energy flowed steadily as he attempted to open new acupoints and meridians. The audience excitedly flooded the chat. This marked the official start of the crucial technique creation process. 4 months, and finally the comprehension phase is over. Someone typed excitedly in the public chat, quickly calculating the next phase's duration. Based on Yi Chen's previous pace, it'll take at least another 4 months before the technique takes shape. With the data laid out before them, after a brief moment of excitement, the live stream fell silent for several seconds. Creating techniques in the Qi condensation stage took 1 month, spirit release stage, 2 months. Now in the spirit law stage, it's 8 months, commented a viewer who had been keeping statistics. That's already 4 times longer than the spirit release stage. If he breaks through again, wouldn't the next realm take 16 times longer? That would be a full 128 months over 10 years. The discussion section was immediately flooded with terms like 10 years and upper limit. Many suddenly realized that after Yi Chen's next breakthrough, he might truly reach the critical point where creating new techniques becomes impossible. The earlier predictions of experts and scholars seemed to gain the upper hand for the first time, causing viewer morale to plummet. However, some offered timely comfort. Don't lose heart. Yi Chen has already pushed this cultivation system to extraordinary heights. At least he'll still be able to refine an adapted new version of the chaos formula for the next realm. Exactly. We can still rely on his achievements to cultivate all the way to the realm after next. The spirit law stage has a lifespan limit of 500 years, the next realm 1,000 years, and the one beyond that 2,000 years. Humanity's creativity is terrifyingly strong. Even with 1,000 years, countless geniuses will emerge to continue perfecting this technique based on Yi Chen's foundation. Emotions rose and fell, yet they couldn't escape one fact. Someday, the era of learning from Yi Chen would end. Thinking of that approaching day when they'd no longer need to camp out in the livestream daily, many sentimental viewers felt their hearts ache. All good things must come to an end. But once accustomed to opening the livestream anytime to watch Yi Chen deduce techniques and break through limits, imagining future days without this presence naturally brought melancholy. Many sensitive viewers found themselves lamenting how life is always filled with various helplessnesses. When Yi Chen truly reaches the limits of his talent and can no longer create new cultivation techniques, perhaps the show will still exist and he might occasionally appear on screen, but the atmosphere will never be as lively as it is now. By then, everything will have changed, and his mindset will surely be different. Perhaps his ambitions will be worn down by the years, and he'll indulge in wine, women, wealth, and power, becoming a fallen genius. Looking back at that time will only bring sighs of regret better to preserve the perfect memories of today. Bang bang. A gentle knock interrupted his cultivation. Yi Chen was completely focused on controlling his spiritual energy, guiding streams of spiritual power through his meridians into various acupoints. Squeak squeak. The little golden orb leaped up from the corner of the bed, pounced toward the door, and hooked the door handle with its sharp claws. Creaked wooden door opened. Outside, the high priest stood with hands clasped, looking anxious. Originally, coming to report would have caused him no stress, but ever since Hylon was severely punished for barging into the cultivation chamber, he began worrying about the bad luck of catching Yi Chen in a foul mood. What is it? Yi Chen's expression was calm, though his voice carried a trace of fatigue. For consecutive months of secluded contemplation of natural laws, followed immediately by over 10 days of deducing new changes in spiritual energy circulation, even his willpower was somewhat strained. However, he never took his frustrations out on others. The high priest spoke carefully. Clan leader, we've received word from Zong Mountain. Our scouts discovered a tribe called the Green Grass Tribe on a vast grassland, with 1,837 members. We used our strength to intimidate them, and they have all surrendered to the Flame Mountain Tribe. After speaking, he quietly observed Yi Chen's expression. Excellent. Yi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, they had found a second human tribe even though he had known of the Green Grass Tribe's existence beforehand. This discovery was still tremendously significant. After expanding their territory to 1.1 million square kilometers, his greatest concern had been the scarcity of human population. With such a small base, even with strong encouragement of reproduction, it would take hundreds or thousands of years to grow strong. Now with over 1,800 additional people, the Flame Mountain Tribe's population had directly doubled, and before long, their army could double as well. In the livestream chat, some viewers couldn't help but complain, why is he so excited about finding a new tribe? It's not like he's ever enjoyed the privileges of being a ruler. Greengrass Tribe, the key is in those 3 words, someone reminded them. Don't forget, Yi Chen originally came from the green grass tribe. Back then, he was weak and couldn't hunt, so they drove him out, and he wandered until he reached the Flame Mountain range. No wonder he's so happy. Comments immediately flooded the screen. Once you ignored me, now I'm beyond your reach. I totally get that mindset. Yi Chen is so different from his past self, right? At least he's no longer frail, and his presence is intimidating. The people of the green grass tribe might not even recognize him. Even if they don't recognize him, he can reveal his identity himself. Given his personality, he'll definitely seek revenge. Maybe he'll just wipe out the green grass tribe entirely. Probably not. Judging from his attitude toward the Flame Mountain people and his order that no killing when encountering other tribes, he's not bloodthirsty. But he'll definitely give them a good scare. If it were me, I'd publicly reveal my identity, keep a stern face, and walk away, letting them worry themselves sick. Guaranteed someone would be scared out of their wits. The livestream audience grew more and more excited as they chatted. Chief, the people from the Qingqiao tribe are now on their way to the valley. Upon hearing this report, the high priest's anxious heart finally settled. Not only was Yi Chen not angry, but he even showed a hint of pleasant surprise. I plan to arrange them all near the Spirit Stone mine and have them handle the mining work to save time for our Yinshan tribe members. What do you think? The high priest asked cautiously. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and waved dismissively. Turn them into slaves? Throw everyone, men, women, young, and old, into the mines? What a brilliant idea you have. The high priest was stunned. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen spoke again. Remember, since the Qingqiao tribe has merged with the Yinshan tribe, they are now our people. Though Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, each word struck the high priest's heart. Whether it's the Qingqiao tribe or future tribes that submit to us, follow what I just told you. Initially, we can treat them differently. After all, they've just joined. And if they immediately receive the same treatment as our longtime members, the old tribe members will feel resentful. But the gap can't be too large, or the new members won't be able to integrate and will develop resentment. You decide how big the gap should be. Perhaps improve their treatment after 1 year, then again after 3 years, until they're eventually on equal footing with the Yinshan people. Yes, yes, the high priest nodded repeatedly. When will the Qingqiao tribe people arrive? With the help of fierce beasts for transportation, they should arrive in 3 or 4 days. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Send people to cut trees and build wooden houses for them in the valley, positioned close to where our Yinshan people live. Understood. Also organize a bonfire gathering to welcome them and help both groups get acquainted. Should we invite the chief to attend? No need. Yi Chen waved dismissively. Wasting an entire evening celebrating with the people held no appeal for him, nor did he need such activities to boost his reputation. However, having been cooped up indoors for too long, he did want to go out for a walk. First, to change his mood, and second, with the Yinshan tribe's population more than doubling, future conflicts would be inevitably needed to plan ahead. He stood up and pushed open the door. The high priest followed closely behind. Squeak, squeak. The little golden creature leaped onto his shoulder, its green bean-sized eyes widening to the size of soybeans. Heaven be praised, they could finally go out and play. It waved its arms wildly, spinning around in excitement. In the livestream, viewers watched in confusion. Huh? Why isn't Yi Chen planning to show off his status in front of the Qingqiao tribe? He's not even punishing them, even though the Qingqiao tribe was the one that drove him away. Maybe he's being devious and planning to deal with them slowly later? How's that possible? With Yi Chen's power, the 1,000+ people from the Qingqiao tribe are nothing to him. He can handle them however he wants. Why would he need to deal with them slowly later? Even if he wanted to deal with them slowly later, he should at least let the Qingqiao tribe know his identity and make all their people live in constant fear and anxiety every day. But now Yi Chen had sent people ahead to build wooden houses for the Qingqiao tribe and arrange bonfire feasts, while he himself couldn't even be bothered to show up, as if this matter had never entered his consideration. In his eyes, the Qingqiao tribe was merely the first human vassal conquered by the Yanhuang tribe, nothing more. The audience murmured in amazement. This was what a true leader looked like. Yi Chen's indifference was interpreted by them as the nature of a true overlord. Eyes only for profit, no room for old grudges. Little did they know, he wasn't forgetful of grievances, nor was he driven purely by profit, but rather those grudges belonged to his predecessor. He had inherited the memories, but not the same emotional resonance. Those memories were filled only with loneliness, helplessness, and terror, but no hatred. If his opponents were fierce beasts, he would kill 18 million of them without hesitation to avenge his predecessor. But the 1,800 people of the Qingqiao tribe were the foundation for his future conquest of the world, bearing no grudges against him. So naturally, he wouldn't make enemies for no reason. As for returning home in glory and intimidating his former tribesmen in public as the chief of the Yinshan tribe, revered by thousands like a god, holding the fate of all in his hands, he already stood above all living beings. Such vanity meant nothing to him. Arrange for people to build a stone house nearby, and station guards there in the future. While inspecting the valley, he looked back at the crumbling little wooden house and gave casual instructions. After the Qingqiao tribe's integration, the tribal population had surged, making the valley increasingly crowded with prying eyes, so dedicated guards were indeed needed. As for the stone house, it was meant to demonstrate the chief's supreme status. Yes, the high priest hurriedly took notes. Yi Chen continued giving orders as he walked. From today on, cancel the system of distributing food equally by population and replace it with exchange using spirit stones. Do you want the tribesmen to mine spirit stones themselves and then exchange them for grain? The high priest asked in confusion. Yi Chen shook his head. The spirit stone mine belongs to this chief, and no one may mine it privately. The high priest was completely bewildered. Food required spirit stones to exchange, but all spirit stones belonged to the chief. Wouldn't the tribesmen starve to death? Yi Chen's explanation was simple and direct. Draft a detailed plan. 1. Those participating in territorial expansion shall receive a certain number of spirit stones per person per day. 2. Different quotas based on merit size, position level, and strength. 3. For example, the 4 leaders of the 4 armies, Gu Li and others, 10 spirit stones per person per day. Spirit release stage tribesmen, 10 stones every 10 days. Those not yet in spirit release stage, 10 stones per month. 4. Mining, guarding, and transporting supplies shall also be divided accordingly. Finally, determine how much food 1 spirit stone can exchange for, and bring the plan for my review. Understood. The high priest nodded, vaguely grasping Yi Chen's intention, yet still feeling this whole endeavor was time-consuming and laborious, muttering inwardly, but not daring to say more. At this moment, all the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, each one looking at Yi Chen on the screen with an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. Incredible. Some geniuses possess thoughts and ideas that transcend their era, and Yi Chen is exactly that type of person. His extraordinary talent in cultivation and martial arts creation has long been recognized, yet no one expected him to be equally exceptional in domestic governance. In the live stream, comments flooded the screen. All viewers witnessed this young man, who had ignored political affairs for years, suddenly raise his hand to write down era-defining policies, like a long-dormant volcano finally erupting. On the surface, he was merely adjusting the tribe's food distribution system, using spirit stones as currency, breaking the old rule of whoever hunts gets the meat, dividing the tribe into family units that exchange labor and contributions for spirit stones, then use those stones to obtain food and resources. In reality, this move directly established spirit stones as legal tender, pushing the barbaric tribal civilization to the threshold of state civilization. The exile planet has existed for over 2,000 years, with tribes of all sizes continuing for just as long. During this time, there have been both native-born prodigies and serious criminals like 9-star General Yi Chen, who were exiled here. With their exceptional minds, they often manage to claim leadership positions and even alleviate the greatest survival challenge: food shortage. Yet regardless of who ruled, none had ever struck so precisely at the core like Yi Chen, overturning the entire tribal civilization system with a single move. In the comments, someone recalled Yi Tenglong's past achievements. After the 9-star general unified the Green Grass tribe, he tried to change from merit-based succession to bloodline inheritance, but ultimately failed. Back then, Yi Chen's father briefly inherited the position but was quickly overthrown. As for Yi Chen himself, due to his frail build and inability to hunt, he was actually expelled from the tribe. The key to failure, another comment continued, lay in the unchanged tribal structure. The biggest obstacle to bloodline inheritance is the warriors, and only the tribespeople can restrain warriors. Even the strongest warrior cannot withstand the entire tribe united against them. The discussion exploded instantly. Yi Tenglong didn't secure control over food distribution. Right. He also failed to make the tribespeople accept that the chief has the right to distribute food at will. In the end, it reverted to the old way of whoever hunts more gets more meat. Now, Yi Chen used spirit stones to sever the narrow logic of hunting equals meat distribution, grasping distribution rights in the chief's hands, then using spirit stones to measure labor, allowing each family to be rewarded according to their work. Warriors were no longer the sole source of food, and tribespeople were no longer vassals to warriors. The entire tribe's social structure silently shifted toward the embryonic form of a state. No one questioned anymore why he could create world-shaking martial arts. Faced with such transcendent thinking, viewers were left only with shock. The comments concluded with a summary. Yi Tenglong's failure lay precisely in his inability to firmly grasp the tribe's food distribution rights, and his failure to subtly influence all tribespeople to accept that the tribal chief possessed the authority to distribute food at will, rather than the principle that whoever hunts more or contributes most during hunting is guaranteed sufficient food allocation. Only by firmly controlling food distribution rights can a successor maintain power, even with limited abilities, by using unfair food allocation to secure a loyal following. Starting from the most primitive survival logic, Yi Chen treated the spirit stone mine as private property, promoted spirit stones as universal currency, and even used this to completely transform the tribal system. This series of operations made it clear to all observers that he wasn't just controlling food, wanted to control the entire lifeline of society. In the over 2,000 years of civilization on this exile planet, countless geniuses had emerged whose vision and thinking already surpassed ordinary tribespeople by 2 levels. Yet in the commentator's view, Yi Chen stood at least 5 levels above even these geniuses. If he left the exile planet and joined the Human Federation, I would definitely choose him as council president. Exactly, the chat echoed in agreement. Just give him a few years to familiarize himself with Federation systems and understand the current situation. With him as president, he could absolutely elevate the Federation to new heights. Almost everyone believed that Yi Chen's intellect and vision would shine brilliantly even in the interstellar age. However, some voiced sobering reminders. Give it a rest. If he ever joins the Federation, we can worship him like a god, but we absolutely cannot let him hold power. The warning cited facts. See, Yi Chen had begun plotting for the chief's position the moment he learned of the Yin Huang tribe's existence. On his second day as chief, he nearly stripped the high priest of power, refusing any divine authority above him, and even demanded the high priest elevate him to godhood. Don't be fooled by how he barely enjoys the privileges of chieftainship, the person emphasized. His desire for control runs bone deep. He may not need the privileges themselves right now, but what he wants is supreme authority combining both political and divine power. As these words fell, the livestream chat fell dead silent. The Federation's nearly 10,000 years of history had ingrained the concept of rule of law into everyone's bones. No one wanted someone who could operate above the law and casually decide others' fates standing over them. Deep in the valley, thin mist swirled around. Yi Chen wandered aimlessly along the rocky path, his mind rapidly calculating policy implementations. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Go handle your duties. After a long moment, he decided to shelve major initiatives regarding education, reproduction, and civil welfare. The two heavy punches of spirit stone monetization and tribal system reform were already significant enough. Pushing further would only intensify conflicts, and the high priest simply lacked the capability to handle more. Moreover, the Qingqiao tribe had just merged with the Yinshan tribe. During this adjustment period, countless domestic disputes would arise. Adding new policies would force him to personally intervene, wasting enormous amounts of time on trivial matters. With both tribes combined totaling only 3,005 or 600 people, many measures could be implemented gradually. Take reproduction policy, for example. He had wanted to decree any family producing an additional child receives substantial rewards, but the accompanying reward details, resource allocation, and subsequent childcare support would all need to be spelled out item by item, along with solutions for potential complications. Without sufficient talent to perfect these systems, he would have to handle everything personally. Yes, the high priest felt as if granted amnesty, bowing so deeply his forehead nearly touched the ground before hurrying away from the valley. In his view, just the policy of exchanging spirit stones for food and distributing stones based on labor and contribution was enough to make his head explode. If Yi Chen threw out any more sudden policy inspirations, he would combust on the spot. After the high priest left, Yi Chen wandered aimlessly through the valley, letting his feet carry him wherever they would, his mind temporarily free of all thoughts. The sounds of cicadas, birdsong, beast roars, and mountain winds mingled in his ears, while wildflowers and grass swayed gently in the breeze, their faint fragrance filling his nostrils and lifting his spirits. When he came upon a clear stream, he stopped and casually picked up a few stones. With a flick of his wrist, several swift sounds followed as the water splashed with ripples, and the stones pierced through several fish that had been playing in the water. Yi Chen gathered them up, piled dry wood on the shore, lit a campfire, and roasted the fish while gazing at the rolling green mountains in the distance. A fist-sized golden orb plunged into the stream with a splash, instantly releasing the powerful aura of a 10th-level fierce beast. It rampaged through the water, hunting down the remaining fish, clearly wanting to prepare more grilled fish for its master. At the other end of the valley, several fierce beasts that had come to drink at the stream caught the aroma of roasted fish, their eyes filled with greed, yet they were firmly suppressed by the golden orb's imposing presence and dared not approach. The grilled fish was deliciously fresh, with crispy skin wrapping tender meat inside. Yi Chen ate with great satisfaction. After a brief rest, he wandered around the area a bit more until his mind was completely at peace, then returned to the valley. Back in his small wooden cabin, he spread out the beast hide again and continued testing and studying the cultivation diagrams of the new technique. 4 days later, over 1,800 members of the Qingqiao tribe crossed the final mountain ridge and officially arrived at the valley. What greeted their eyes were brand new wooden houses that the Yinshan tribe had already built for them, structures that in the Yinshan tribe were reserved only for chiefs, priests, and warriors. Also awaiting them was a grand bonfire celebration specifically held to welcome their arrival. What delighted the Qingqiao people even more was that from now on, they They could learn writing and practice cultivation techniques, just like the Yi Chen people. The Yi Chen tribe members were equally surprised. The sheer number of peerless beauties in the Qingqiao tribe was truly shocking. With just a casual glance, one could spot 4 or 5 peerless beauties with robust builds and dark, rough skin, a proportion that was absurdly high. The surprises didn't end there. The Qingqiao people were skillful and resourceful, continuously producing things that completely overturned the Yi Chen people's understanding. 1. Seasonings made from grinding various plants in a powder, making roasted meat aromatic and doubling its flavor complexity. 2. A cooking method using stone pots with slow simmering that made meat melt in the mouth with rich, fragrant flavors. 3. Practical tools like knives, axes, and stone hammers, as well as beautifully crafted beast hide clothing in various styles. The Yi Chen people felt refreshed and amazed, with laughter and conversation rising and falling as the two tribes quickly warmed up to each other. Incredible. You never know until you look, but what a shock when you do. I just checked, and there are actually 15 fake serious criminals who infiltrated the Qingqiao tribe. That's normal. Although all serious criminals are randomly deployed, those whose memories weren't erased and who have ulterior motives have long since memorized the geography of the exile planet. After determining their location, they definitely rushed to the tribe closest to the Yi Chen tribe first and found ways to blend in. After all this time, having 15 infiltrators is perfectly normal. These people really pulled out all the stops to attract Yi Chen's attention. Think about it. After Yi Tenglong's death, the Qingqiao tribe was already declining and facing food shortages just like the Yi Chen tribe. But these 15 people not only protected themselves, but also came up with all sorts of novel things. And some even seized leadership positions. Truly impressive. Well, of course, every single one of these people was carefully selected elite. The viewers in the live stream were all shouting, "Holy cow." Gift icons danced across the screen, and some couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for each. And after all, he was born in the Qingqiao tribe. Now that the Qingqiao tribe had suddenly sprouted a bunch of stunning beauties, burly men, and even all sorts of bizarre props and skills, if he caught sight of them, he'd inevitably become suspicious. But most people weren't worried. Yi Chen had been exiled from the Qingqiao tribe for years, and time had dulled his understanding of his homeland. Even if he noticed outsiders in the tribe or differences in their way of life, he'd most likely just chalk it up to natural changes. It would be hard for him to connect everything to the serious criminal program or any conspiracy like the livestream audience was doing. However, as time went on, this safety window would inevitably narrow. To catch Yi Chen's attention, various factions were pulling out all the stops: beauty, brawn, and exotic gadgets, taking turns on stage, with competition so intense it looked like a battlefield in full bloom. The audience analyzed it thoroughly. Once Yi Chen sensed he was being deliberately approached and his guard went up, the difficulty of subsequent infiltration would skyrocket. The bullet comments kept flooding the screen. Some speculated that the federal parliament wasn't the only faction that had infiltrated the exile planet. If only the parliament were in charge, the operation wouldn't be so chaotic and fragmented. The current situation was dazzlingly spectacular. Eye candy types, muscle-bound types, brain types, bizarre types. Almost every approach was represented, and no one could tell which ones were actually the federal parliament's sleeper agents. Who cares? Someone typed in large characters, as long as they're not spies from the 10,000 races. In the viewer's eyes, whether it was the federal parliament, top-tier tycoons, or planetary governors secretly plotting to become kings and overlords, they all shared just two common goals: to get their hands on the revolutionary new cultivation techniques Yi Chen had created, or simply to get Yi Chen himself under their control. No matter who succeeded, the techniques would be uploaded simultaneously by scanners, and the livestream audience felt they were guaranteed to profit. As for spies from the 10,000 races, those were the ones who would approach Yi Chen with assassination plots. Under normal circumstances, the federal parliament would never let such people slip into the fake serious criminals, but no one could guarantee zero risk. What truly worried the audience was whether Yi Chen's talent had any limits. How many more cultivation techniques could he create? How much longer could he maintain this burst of inspiration over the coming years? Discussions rose and fell, with everyone thinking they were the ones sitting pretty, but no one realized that the federal parliament's top brass were secretly planning a massive gamble, one that hadn't even completely ruled out spies from the 10,000 races. Meanwhile, at the Yi Chen tribe, the brief honeymoon period was over, and conflicts from the integration phase quickly surfaced. The Yi Chen people had lived in towering mountains for generations, while the Qingqiao people were accustomed to herding on endless grasslands. Though they spoke the same language, their food, clothing, and even work methods were vastly different. The bigger conflict came from faith. Yi Chen had overthrown all the priests and deities of the Yi Chen tribe, but the Qingqiao people hadn't witnessed his power firsthand. To the Yi Chen people, Yi Chen was a reincarnated deity. To the Qingqiao people, he was just a fellow tribesman who'd been away. The Yi Chen high priest, having faced mortal danger, had voluntarily diminished his status as a divine messenger and fully promoted Yi Chen's divinity. The Qingqiao tribe's high priest, however, hadn't experienced the same life-or-death crisis and naturally wasn't willing to voluntarily lower his position, making his promotional efforts far less vigorous than those on the Yi Chen side. So disputes erupted one after another. Hunters from both sides came to blows over a wild chicken. Several strong men wrestled over a sharp stone knife. The Yi Chen people, having been the first to practice the new cultivation techniques, could easily overpower the Qingqiao people, inevitably developing a sense of superiority. The Qingqiao people couldn't swallow their pride, making conflicts even more intense. In just a few days, the high priest was already overwhelmed, constantly shuttling between locations to mediate. And all of this was happening before the new policies had even been implemented. Anyone could see that once reforms began, this tribal alliance would only trigger an even bigger chain reaction. Bang bang. Outside the only stone house in the entire valley, the high priest clenched his fists and knocked on Yi Chen's door with his heart pounding anxiously. If not for the urgent situation, he really wouldn't want to take this risk. First, if Yi Chen was in a bad mood, he might very well follow in Highland's footsteps and face punishment for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Second, coming for help when he couldn't solve problems himself would only expose his incompetence. In the past, he was confident that no one could shake his position, but after the Grass tribe merged with the Flame Mountain tribe, he had encountered many sharp-minded and meticulous individuals among the new tribe members, people who were perfectly qualified to replace him. Yet he had no choice but to come. Any further delay could lead to large-scale fighting within the tribe, with unthinkable consequences. Creak's door was pulled open, and the little golden orb stood at the entrance, its fur gleaming gold in the dim light. The high priest set aside his second only to one, above 10,000 demeanor, bowed to this pet, and then stepped into the room, respectfully presenting several pale yellow grass papers to Yi Chen. The papers were covered with charcoal drawings and dense writing outlining new institutional proposals. Yi Chen took the grass papers and glanced through them, his brow showing deep surprise. The papers were made by tribe member Luo Shi, who had pressed them from plant debris, and they could already replace the costly animal hides. The high priest quickly added, "Using this paper has many benefits, can save more than half of our animal hides." Impressive, Yi Chen exclaimed in amazement. Hylon was not only a musical genius who had created flutes, but now there was Luo Shi, who could make paper. The Flame Mountain tribe was truly abundant with talent. Remembering Highland's lesson, the high priest immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. Yi Chen lowered his head to read the proposal carefully. Though only a few pages long, it was clear and logically structured, 10 or even 100 times better than he had expected, especially regarding the valuation of spirit stones and income distribution across different social levels. The proposal stipulated: 1. One spirit stone equals 100 pounds of premium beast meat. 2. The high priest and 4 major leaders receive a fixed monthly income of 300 spirit stones. 3. Those who have reached the spirit release stage and those who teach writing and cultivation techniques receive 100 spirit stones monthly. 4. Those who have joined the 4 armies but have not yet reached the spirit release stage receive 30 spirit stones monthly. 5. Tribe members responsible for transportation, communication, mining, cleaning, and other work receive 10 spirit stones monthly. Beyond fixed income, anyone making additional contributions would receive extra spirit stone rewards. The 4 tiers had differences but weren't excessive, stabilizing the upper levels while caring for the lower ones. Even families that had lost their prime working age members could ensure their elderly and children were well fed and clothed through mining or cleaning work. Scattered families with only elderly and children could still receive 1 spirit stone per person monthly. The entire system was rigorous and practical, requiring no modifications from Yi Chen. He couldn't help but view the high priest with new respect. "Thank you for your praise, clan leader. It is my honor to serve you," the high priest said, overjoyed in his heart. "Let's add a reward system. Killing powerful beasts isn't the only way to contribute to the tribe." Yi Chen raised the paper in his hand, his voice steady and clear. "Take Luo Shi, who invented this paper. His contribution is equally significant. According to our highest standards, reward him with 100 spirit stones, plus an additional 10 stones monthly. From now on, anyone who makes a contribution shall be rewarded based on its value and impact on the tribe." Excellent. The high priest's eyes lit up as he voiced his agreement. In truth, Luo Shi was one of the people he secretly feared most. The high priest had originally intended to keep Luo Shi away from Yi Chen, but the man was simply too outstanding. A single proposal had solved the most troublesome details of the new system. Even worse, Luo Shi had proactively suggested that all credit could go to the high priest, as long as he casually mentioned Luo Shi's name when Yi Chen discovered the paper. Such terms were impossible to refuse. Fortunately, though Yi Chen seemed surprised, he merely remembered the name Luo Shi without immediately summoning him. For other matters, follow this proposal and gradually refine it later. Yi Chen handed the paper back. "Yes, my lord." The high priest respectfully accepted it. Seeing the high priest still standing there hesitantly, Yi Chen frowned slightly. Is there something else? The high priest quickly bowed. Please forgive me, chief. Since the green grass tribe moved into the valley, the two tribes coexisted peacefully at first, but tensions have been rising lately. The green grass people don't believe you're a divine reincarnation, and when the flame mountain people hear such talk, they inevitably curse and scold. When children from both tribes bump into each other, fights break out, and since the flame mountain tribe is stronger, they often leave the green grass children bruised and battered. When parents come to reason with them, they usually get beaten up too. Add to that petty theft, disputes over washing water, and other trivial matters, the friction keeps escalating. I'm worried that when the new system is implemented and positions are allocated, large-scale brawls might erupt. Large-scale brawls. Yi Chen's gaze darkened. The high priest's heart tightened, sweat beading on his forehead. This old fool is still too naive after all. In the live stream, with the clarity that comes from being an observer rather than a participant, viewers couldn't help but gleefully type their comments. Luo Shi was currently sitting leisurely in a corner outside the screen, one of the fake serious criminals and the first to take initiative. On one hand, he approached the high priest with strategies, quickly earning his trust. On the other, he secretly stirred up the green grass people's resentment toward the Flame Mountain tribe, while encouraging the Flame Mountain people to bully the weak and create conflicts. This two-pronged approach forced the high priest to seek Yi Chen's help. He anticipated that if the paper failed to capture Yi Chen's attention, the tribal conflicts would inevitably force Yi Chen to set aside his new cultivation techniques and personally intervene. When that moment came, he could step forward with solutions and still earn recognition. The high priest desperately tried to suppress outstanding individuals like Luo Shi to prevent them from appearing directly before Yi Chen, not realizing that his thoughts were transparent to these cunning fake serious criminals. With just one fake criminal choosing to take initiative, he was already deeply ensnared, unknowingly serving as their stepping stone. How have you arranged for the chieftain and priest of the Qingqiao tribe? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before looking toward the high priest. The high priest replied respectfully. I have sent the chieftain of the Qingqiao tribe to study cultivation techniques with Tai Shi's Western army, promising him the opportunity to command an army in the future. As for their priest, I've kept him by my side, promising him a position second only to mine. Yi Chen had originally suspected that the chieftain or priest of the Qingqiao tribe might cause trouble in secret, but from what he heard now, one was with Tai Shi's army, while the other was personally watched by the high priest. Both had received substantial promises, so logically they shouldn't stir up any trouble for the time being. His mind raced through the possibilities. The Qingqiao tribe was, after all, a defeated tribe. The Yinshan tribe had not only built them sturdy stone houses, but also ensured adequate food supplies, undoubtedly much better than their previous days of living in grass huts, and often going hungry. Even if they suffered some mistreatment, they would most likely endure it first and wait until their cultivation improved before seeking revenge. From another perspective, the Yinshan tribe members were stronger and might develop arrogance, but the entire tribe revered him as a deity. Even before implementing the new system, he had already instructed the high priest to issue orders for peaceful coexistence with the Qingqiao tribe. Given this, even if the Yinshan people had their pride, they wouldn't dare cause too much trouble for fear of displeasing him. If neither the Qingqiao tribe nor the Yinshan tribe should be initiating conflicts, then there was only one explanation: someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes, deliberately escalating tensions. The high priest was stunned, then suddenly understood. That's right. Without someone secretly instigating trouble, how could things have escalated to this point? Even if the Qingqiao tribe were treated as slaves and sent to mine spirit stones, as long as they were well fed, they should be grateful. Yi Chen's voice turned grave. Investigate secretly to see who has been inciting the Qingqiao tribe's hatred toward Yinshan, while deliberately encouraging the Yinshan people to become arrogant. Once you find them, punish them according to tribal law. Yes. The high priest nodded emphatically. Things needed to be handled step by step. Yi Chen continued his instructions. Proceed with the new system as planned. Have Guli select a trustworthy tribe member in the spirit release stage to form a guard unit, which you will command for now. Then, in your capacity as High Priest of Yinshan, announce that all tribal disputes must first be reported to you for judgment. Anyone who engages in private fighting, regardless of reason, will have one finger severed as a warning except for children. Afterward, you will determine punishment based on the severity of the cause. Those in the wrong will face severe punishment of losing an arm and 10 years of hard labor, or lighter punishment of losing another finger and paying spirit stone compensation. Those in the right will receive spirit stone compensation. Yes, yes. Faced with such thunderous measures, the high priest felt these punishments were somewhat too harsh. From what it sounds like, even the most trivial disputes would result in everyone involved getting a finger chopped off first, regardless of who's right or wrong. The party at fault would lose an additional finger, no matter how minor the issue. Over some confused little conflict, 2 fingers would be gone just like that, yet he still didn't dare utter a single word of protest. The Yinshan tribe was now reinforced by both the new system and the guard force. where those in power could decide the fate of tribal members with a single word. Yi Chen faced the high priest with a tone that was calm yet sharp. Do you know why I had you issue this extreme decree in the name of the high priest? And why I had Gully find the most trusted spirit release stage tribesman to lead the guard force? The high priest was stunned, opening his mouth but unable to come up with an answer, only shaking his head instinctively. Go then. Think about the reason when you have time. Yi Chen gestured with his hand. Yes. The high priest bowed respectfully, turned and left, his expression full of bewilderment. Meanwhile, hundreds of billions of viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Amazing. Yi Chen's methods give me goosebumps and chill me to the bone. Don't underestimate the high priest's ability to suppress those fake felons. But when facing Yi Chen, who has the advantage of a different era's perspective, he really might not be able to outplay him. Those fake felons better watch out. I originally thought Yi Chen would personally step out, use his prestige to comfort the Yanshan people, then use his strength to intimidate the Qingqiao people and resolve the conflict. Luosher thought the same, but Yi Chen just went out for a stroll a few days ago and couldn't be bothered to move today, so he simply decided to use harsh laws for turbulent times. This punishment regulation scared me into a cold sweat. Chopping off fingers at the slightest disagreement is terrifying. Let's have 3 seconds of silence for the people of Yanshan tribe. After the initial shock, everyone looked at Yi Chen on screen, who had returned to studying the new cultivation technique diagrams, with even deeper awe. What's truly terrifying isn't just the harsh laws, but the trap he set for the high priest. Having the high priest endorse and announce the severe punishments is like putting the blame on him in advance. Then having Gully's people control the guard force means that once evidence is obtained, he can push the high priest out to appease public anger, leaving him no chance to defend himself. The old man doesn't even know there's a blade hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. Though Yi Chen is ruthless, he's still somewhat sentimental given enough hints. When he really needs to throw the priest under the bus, he'll probably still leave him with some dignity. Yi Chen has no choice. He doesn't have time to personally manage the tribe, so he can only work through the high priest. But the high priest's power will only grow. Once he tastes the ability to decide life and death with a word, he'll inevitably become corrupt and deceptive. So there needs to be a blade hanging there, ready to swiftly eliminate any problems the moment they arise. Sitting in his room, while holding the universe in his hands, that's Yi Chen. His strength is unmatched. No matter how chaotic things get outside, it doesn't matter. If things really get out of hand, he can cut through the mess swiftly and have the final say. Amid the discussions, everyone's confidence in those fake felons suddenly wavered. They're all elites with advantages in perspective and experience, someone murmured. But Yi Chen is clearly not so easily deceived either. In the valley, standing before a crude wooden hut, Luosher raised his head and fixed his gaze firmly on the tightly shut stone house at the far end of the valley. Anticipation surged in his pupils as he mentally rehearsed and refined the plan he was about to execute. He didn't have to wait long before the stone door was pushed open and the high priest stepped out first. However, Yi Chen did not appear. Luosher was stunned for a moment, and the other group of serious criminals, secretly watching in the valley, also exchanged bewildered glances. They had long seen through Luosher's intention to draw Yi Chen out through conflict, and now they were equally confused. While ordinary tribe members couldn't detect the underlying scheme, these fake serious criminals understood perfectly. Someone was willing to be the first to make a move, and they were happy to sit back and watch, preparing their own performances. As long as Luosher successfully brought Yi Chen out, they could ride the same wind to gain attention. So, while Luosher pondered how to present his strategies to Yi Chen, the area in front of nearby wooden huts had already become a stage for talent displays. A burly man flexed his muscles bare-chested, his punches cutting through the air. A plump middle-aged man bent over meat sizzling on a stone slab. A robust, dark-skinned beauty danced under the eaves of a wooden hut, her sweat glistening like crystals in the blazing sun. A girl with fair skin and star-like eyes, despite being called an absolutely ugly woman, swept dust with gentle movements. A child deliberately called to his companions to chase and play, ready to display his talents when Yi Chen appeared. However, all eyes ultimately waited only for the high priest alone. High priest, how did it go? After a moment's hesitation, Luosher approached him. The high priest was still savoring Yi Chen's earlier hints and didn't hear clearly. Luosher had to ask again. It's fine. We already have a solution. Your matter has also been mentioned to the chief, as agreed. The high priest waved his hand dismissively, brushed past him, and headed straight back to his own wooden hut. Old fool, burning bridges after crossing the river. Luosher cursed silently in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He turned his head toward the still-closed stone door. Under the scorching sun, the stone wall gleamed with white light that made his head ache faintly. The greatest genius in human history had thoughts that were truly unfathomable. What he thought was a foolproof plan had failed to draw him out. It seemed he needed to make other plans. Luosher returned to his wooden hut in frustration. In the distance, Those fake serious criminals who had prepared to ride the wind saw this and also withdrew, dispersing dejectedly. Although they competed with each other, they actually hoped Luosher would succeed first to prove their own methods would work too. Now that Luosher had failed, it was tantamount to announcing that approaching Yi Chen and gaining his favor was harder than they had imagined. Only the absolutely ugly woman, who had been sweeping, raised her eyes, a spark of clever brightness flashing in her starlight gaze as her small red lips curved up quietly. About an hour later, the high priest emerged from his wooden hut and publicly announced the punishment measures. The entire tribe erupted in uproar. Whether they were members of the Yanhuang tribe or the Qingqiao tribe, everyone voiced their complaints against the high priest. Some clan members even suggested going to Yi Chen to file a complaint against the high priest. However, Yi Chen's stone dwelling stood at the valley's end, not far away, yet no one dared take that step. Even Hai Lan, the extraordinarily talented and beautiful woman, had been severely punished for disturbing Yi Chen's cultivation, so others had even less courage to risk offending him. With the guard unit fully established, a comprehensive reform plan was implemented, once again shaking the entire Yinshan tribe. Most clan members instinctively resisted change, especially since their current living conditions were already decent, but upon hearing this was the direction set by their chief, everyone immediately shifted their attitude and began trying to accept and adapt to the new system. The former Qingqiao tribe members could only go with the flow. As time passed, under the deterrent of harsh punishments, and with the former Qingqiao tribe members' average strength continuously rising, after a brief period of conflict, the people of both tribes gradually merged. The new system proved more effective at inspiring motivation and ambition than the old one, and opposition voices grew smaller until they disappeared entirely. Autumn gave way to winter, and heavy snow began falling over Yinshan once again, drifting down like goose feathers. In previous years, this snow symbolized a cruel test of survival. Since last year when Yi Chen slayed the massive green leopard and stockpiled abundant food, the tribe had safely weathered a winter of plenty. This year, some clan members even leisurely enjoyed the falling snow, treating it as a rare and beautiful sight. Compared to last year, the Yinshan tribe had undergone earth-shaking changes. 1. Population explosion. With 4 armies constantly campaigning abroad, the tribe had originally been left with only the elderly, weak, women, and children. After the Qingqiao tribe's integration, though people continued joining the expeditionary forces, the number remaining in the valley had greatly increased, bringing much more life to the once empty valley. 2. The new system showed initial success. Clan members had clear divisions of labor and were rewarded for their work. Even with abundant food, everyone remained highly motivated to accumulate more spirit stones. 3. The fake serious criminals, seeking to attract Yi Chen's attention, constantly innovated. Tools became more efficient, living conditions and food quality continuously improved, giving the entire tribe a completely new appearance. At the valley's end, Yi Chen remained buried in his stone dwelling, focused on testing and deducing the circulation diagrams for his new cultivation technique. Success was just one step away. With good luck, 2 or 3 days would suffice. At worst, 5 or 6 days would bring a breakthrough. Bang bang. Knocking suddenly echoed. With a creak, the small golden orb leaped up nimbly and skillfully pulled open the door latch. The high priest bowed respectfully. Chief, word has come from Guli's side. They've discovered a human tribe in a great forest southeast of Yinshan. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with keen light. A second tribe discovered? What's their population? The high priest shook his head. Unclear. Moreover, conquering this tribe may require your personal intervention, Chief. Yi Chen felt somewhat surprised given Guli and the others' current strength. Encountering powerful beasts was normal enough, but they actually couldn't handle a human tribe? He gestured for continued explanation. The high priest continued. That tribe lives deep within the great forest, coexisting with numerous fierce beasts, worshipping a powerful deity. This deity is said to possess world-destroying power. Guli personally ventured in, but was severely injured by divine punishment, falling from the sky before even seeing the deity, escaping with his life only thanks to the cloud-stepping technique. Interesting. Yi Chen looked up, his gaze calm yet sharp. It seems I truly must make this trip personally. He already had a good idea this so-called deity was most likely a powerful beast. A beast that ruled over humans and played God in a human tribe. Oh my goodness. Yi Chen is finally about to leave his quarters. After dragging this out for over 8 months, the audience is practically going stir-crazy during this entire period. He only stepped outside his door once. The little golden orb in the corner has grown so bored it started counting its own golden fur strand by strand to pass the time. The live stream, silent for so many days, is finally buzzing with excitement again. The most tormented of all are those guys disguising themselves as serious criminals. They've been racking their brains, preparing elaborate chance encounter scenarios in every way imaginable, all just hoping to catch a single glance from Yi Chen. But with Yi Chen's door firmly shut, all their secretly sent flirtatious looks have vanished into a black hole. Among them, The most frustrated has to be that fake criminal who surgically altered himself to look like a child. To show off his cleverness and talent in front of Yi Chen, he stirs up trouble in the tribe daily, making himself so obnoxious that everyone despises him and wants to beat him up. No one's sure if he's an undercover agent sent by the Federal Council, but the bone-shrinking surgery plus exceptional talent approach is bold enough. Once discovered by Yi Chen, combined with decent eloquence, he might actually have a shot at becoming a personal disciple, which would set him up for life. The price is having to continuously play an innocent little brat competing daily with actual kids over who can pee the farthest and whose urine can mix with more mud, all while knowing clearly that hundreds of billions of viewers are watching. Anyone with slightly weaker psychological fortitude would have a breakdown. Fortunately, the clouds are finally parting to reveal the moon. Yi Chen seems ready to finally step out of the valley. Which fake criminal will be first to catch his attention? Opinions vary, each with their supporters. Some are betting the big fat guy will take the lead. His stone house sits right beside the path out of the valley, and the aromatic cooking smells that frequently waft from it cover half the valley, easily capable of leading Yi Chen by the nose. Others insist the little brat has better chances. Right now that guy is causing trouble again, and once Yi Chen appears, he'll definitely deliberately lead the children chasing him toward Yi Chen's direction. The discussion forum instantly floods with comments as everyone wants to gamble on the first impression effect. Inside the stone house, the high priest respectfully bows and requests, "Chief, shall I arrange for a tribal messenger to come guide you now?" Now, Yi Chen's fingertip pauses on the cultivation technique diagram. After pondering for a few seconds, he waves his hand dismissively. "Let's discuss this in a few days. I'll notify you when the time comes." Very well. The high priest bows again and exits the stone house. Yi Chen sits cross-legged once more, continuing to test and refine the new cultivation technique's energy circulation diagram that's nearly complete. The little golden orb looks utterly disappointed, glances up at Yi Chen with words on the tip of its tongue, but ultimately runs over obediently to close the door. In the live stream, a flood of confused comments fills the screen. Has Yi Chen become obsessed with creating energy circulation diagrams? Logically speaking, comprehending natural laws is already tedious to the extreme, and repeatedly testing new diagrams requires long periods of focus with constant failures. The monotony is 10 or 100 times worse than comprehending natural laws. Forget discovering a second tribe. Even for regular cultivation, he should find opportunities to go out, relax, and adjust his mindset. Now that he finally has a reason to leave, he's still holding back? Someone quickly realizes. It's not that he won't leave. The new cultivation technique is at the crucial final step before success. That's right, Yi Chen only said to discuss it in a few days, not that he wouldn't go. It was rare to discover a second tribe, and even rarer for him to need to take action personally, yet he chose to delay for several days. This could only mean one thing. A new cultivation technique was about to be unveiled. After waiting for over 8 months, the day had finally arrived. The barrage of comments flooding the live stream chat first showed confusion, then exploded like ignited gunpowder. The last time a new technique was released was over half a year ago, and now that Yi Chen was making his move again, everyone's attention immediately focused on the technique about to emerge. What type will it be? Offensive? Defensive? Or support? Questions flew across the screen one after another. The audience only knew that Yi Chen had been secluded in his room during this period, comprehending and drawing cultivation diagrams, without even a trace of spiritual pressure leaking out, leading them to conclude it wasn't an offensive technique. As for what it actually was, no one dared make a definitive judgment, only repeating in their hearts regardless of type, it would definitely be incredible. I'm going to watch the live stream for 24 hours straight to witness the first moment. Same here, I won't even blink. The cultivation world had a clear consensus. Creating a new technique at the Qi condensation stage required 1 month. The spirit release stage needed 2 months. And the spirit method stage required a full 8 months. Experts had once pessimistically predicted that Yi Chen was approaching his limits in creating techniques, and this 8-month wait seemed to confirm their concerns. Since they had finally waited for the result, no one wanted to miss that moment of shock. Beyond the new technique itself, the audience privately hoped for something else, whether Yi Chen would take the opportunity to reveal the spirit method stage version of the chaos formula and the complete version of the heaven slaying formula. Following his usual pattern, after completing a new technique, he would often promote previous techniques to tribal elites, rapidly enhancing overall combat strength. With Gully now facing powerful fierce beasts and the tribe urgently needing a qualitative change, this seemed like the perfect opportunity. However, Yi Chen never played by conventional rules. Even with 100% possibility, no one dared voice it aloud, only secretly hoping. If he taught them, it would be an unexpected joy. If not, at least they were mentally prepared. As the countdown to the new technique's completion began, experts and scholars from all fields were invited by media outlets overnight, ready to analyze the technique's strengths and weaknesses at the first opportunity. News headlines refreshed continuously, like an annual traffic festival. Everyone understood clearly as Yi Chen approached his creative limits. Such celebrations wouldn't happen many more times. Even if countless viewers continued following Yi Chen in the future, it wouldn't be like now, where any slight movement could generate trillions of views. Major planets postponed their scheduled movie premieres, superstar concerts, and fashion week shows. The reason was singular: Yi Chen's new technique. Everyone knew that in the face of this craze, even the biggest stars were mere background. The news traffic from one of Yi Chen's sneezes could easily crush the entire galactic entertainment industry. Parliamentary leaders, military commanders, business tycoons, heads from all sectors instructed their secretaries to wait with bated breath. The moment Yi Chen finished testing his cultivation diagrams, they were to be notified immediately. Yi Chen's luck seemed quite favorable. In just over 2 days, he had successfully deduced and formed the complete new cultivation technique diagram, finally releasing a long breath of stale air. For ordinary people, researching and creating cultivation methods was tediously torturous, and he was no exception. The only reason he had endured for over 8 months was that this technique could dramatically increase both his own power and that of the entire Flame Mountain tribe. Only with overwhelming strength could the Flame Mountain tribe conquer this planet teeming with fierce beasts, and eventually point their swords toward the vast starry sky. The wider their territory expanded, the higher his talent limits would be elevated, creating an endless cycle of ascension. Although the tribe now held an unrivaled position in the Flame Mountain range, and their influence continued to expand, they were far from being able to rest easy. Yi Chen could only suppress his frustration and bury himself in deduction. Fortunately, everything was worthwhile. The new cultivation method would increase his personal strength tenfold, and once the tribesmen mastered it, their expansion speed would also surge dramatically. It's coming, it's coming. The new cultivation technique is coming surely. Yi Chen will venture out this time, right? The live stream instantly erupted. Hundreds of billions of viewers were flooding in, with major media outlets rushing to break the news. Various big shots were reminded by their secretaries, and, regardless of whether they were in meetings, handling business, or exercising, all paused to open the live stream. Those performers who had worked hard pretending to be serious criminals finally had their chance to appear on camera, but the one truly suffering was Little Golden Ball, originally a hot-tempered little troublemaker. It had been confined to the room for most of the year, not even daring to cause a ruckus, forcing itself to endure until today. Creak. The door was pushed open. Little Golden Ball swiftly leaped onto Yi Chen's shoulder, deeply inhaling the outdoor cold wind, excitedly gesticulating with joy. Chieftain, a guard hiding under the eaves not far away, immediately bowed. Have the high priest bring over the tribesmen who came to deliver the message from Gully's side. Yes. The guard sprinted into the tribe. Before long, the high priest arrived with the tribesmen, both jogging over. Chieftain, nothing major has happened in the tribe recently, right? Nothing. The high priest hurriedly shook his head. I'm going to visit Gully's side. During this time, if there are urgent matters, delay them if possible, and handle what you can't delay yourselves. Right now, heavy snow has sealed the mountains, and Flame Mountain is a vast wide expanse. Directions are hard to distinguish. The high priest reminded with concern. No matter. Yi Chen waved his hand and turned to the message-bearing tribesman. You remember the important landmarks along the way, right? To remember. The other person was so nervous he stuttered. Yi Chen said nothing more, grasping the person's arm as spiritual energy surged. He took the messenger from his tribe and, under the high priest's stunned gaze, soared into the air from nothing. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Like an arrow released from its bow, he accelerated faster and faster, instantly sweeping over the highest peak of the valley. After briefly adapting to the wind, snow, and altitude, Yi Chen carried his tribesmen and forcefully broke through the swirling snow curtain, racing southeast at tremendous speed. The chief truly is a reincarnated deity. In front of the stone house, the guard first stood frozen like a wooden statue, then dropped to his knees with a loud thud, pressing his forehead deep into the ground. The high priest stood speechless, snowflakes melting cold and sharp in his mouth, yet unable to bring him back to his senses. Only when Yi Chen became a tiny black dot on the horizon did he suddenly bow down, prostrating himself alongside the guard. In the Flame Mountain tribe, those who at least believed Yi Chen was a deity were the group of trial participants disguised as serious criminals, followed by the high priest himself and the shaman from the Greengrass tribe. These self-proclaimed divine messengers knew better than anyone that deities didn't exist. But now, cracks appeared in the high priest's beliefs. If not a reincarnated god, how could a wingless person soar into the clouds like an eagle? Meanwhile, in the live stream, trillions of viewers eagerly awaiting the new cultivation technique seemed frozen in time, their bodies rigid, eyes glued to the screen. Holy crap, what did I just see? Oh my god, someone slapped me. I'm not dreaming, am I? He's flying. Yi Chen actually flew into the air. The comment stream flooded like a burst dam, impenetrable in its density. Some viewers had already followed the high priest and guard's example, kneeling before their screens in worship. It took several minutes before anyone regained their composure, and the entire galaxy instantly erupted. Everyone knew that each of Yi Chen's cultivation techniques was bound to be earth-shattering. When the heaven-severing art emerged last time, people thought his vision was limited, only for him to slay the golden python with one sword strike, slapping all of humanity in the face. But no one expected this new technique to break human physical limits like the cloud-stepping art, and even more terrifying, with cloud-stepping art only pushed speed to supersonic levels, while this technique simply freed people from earthly bonds, allowing free flight through the sky. Since ancient times, flight has been humanity's shared obsession. This very obsession gave birth to hot air balloons, airplanes, and even space battleships. Yi Chen's new technique allowed humans to traverse the heavens using nothing but their physical bodies, no equipment required. Well, I guess this flight engineer is about to be unemployed, but why am I still so excited? Don't doubt Idiri, definitely losing your job. Aircraft, flight equipment, aviation, and mech company stocks are all crashing. There'll be bankruptcies galore tonight. But other industries are getting pay raises. In the comments, someone suddenly expressed sympathy for those fake serious criminals who had been waiting outside the Flame Mountain tribe, hoping to curry favor with Yi Chen. They waited half a year, finally hoping the chief would come out, only for him to go whoosh and fly away. They're probably ready to plant grass where they're standing. Who cares about them? I just want to learn the new technique. I want to fly. I'd trade 100 years of my life for Yi Chen to release the technique quickly. I'm willing to go 100 years without finding a girlfriend, just to learn this soon and never have to take elevators again. Fanatical emotions swept across all humanity. Just imagining themselves breaking free from tools and soaring through blue skies filled countless people with irrepressible longing and restlessness. Yi Chen had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg of his new cultivation technique, yet it had already plunged all humanity into a state of extreme shock and boundless desire. Truly worthy of Yi Chen. Once the new cultivation technique was announced, it shattered the limitations of human physical structure yet again. Before the holographic giant screens, the galaxy's top tycoons scattered across various planets simultaneously zoomed in on the footage, watching the demonstration data with waves of admiration echoing through the air. They had anticipated this. Every innovation from Yi Chen would propel the stock market to new heights. For today's moment, some had begun raising funds and secretly accumulating shares half a year ago. Now that their investments were paying off, the numbers on their accounts jumped faster than their heartbeats. The on-screen demonstration reached its climax, a human body suspended in air, gliding, diving, and stopping abruptly in one fluid motion. The flight ability that had existed only in fantasy was forcibly transformed into reality by Yi Chen through his cultivation techniques. The tycoons watched with glazed eyes. This talent, this mind that repeatedly broke through cognitive barriers, was worth a fortune. They would even be willing to trade their entire wealth for it. But when they thought of the high-priced con artists they had hired, lurking near the grass tribe on the exile planet, who hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yi Chen, let alone gained his favor and attention, their smiles immediately froze. That top expert, ranked in the galaxy's top 10 swindlers list, who had the dumb luck to land at the nearest drop point, had disappeared for most of the year with zero progress, utterly useless. On second thought, Yi Chen had remained secluded, strictly forbidding outside interference for most of the year. Even if they went personally, they wouldn't dare act rashly and could only lurk and wait like hunters. Thus, mixed emotions became the main theme among the elite tycoon circles: joy from their precise judgment in betting on the soaring stock market, and worry from both of their heavily invested paths hitting roadblocks. On one side, their undercover agents yielded nothing, while on the other, their astronomically expensive cultivation research institutes burned money daily, yet still couldn't even approach Yi Chen's threshold. 2 arrows fired, both blocked. Everyone's here, let's get to business. In the highest conference room of the military headquarters building, Marshal Tieshua glanced at the virtual conference table where holographic images of all military leaders were in position, and he went straight to the point. Military reform must be accelerated. He raised his hand to project the new recruitment plan. For infantry, raise the talent requirements for recruitment thresholds by 30% and increase military funding 5-fold. Meanwhile, accelerate the formation of special forces units. Once Yi Chen teaches the new cultivation techniques, immediately develop coordinated tactics between flight and heaven-severing art and begin drills. 2 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals, identity markers lit up on the image wall. Agreed. Agreed, came the responses, uniform and decisive. Unanimous approval. Marshal Tieshua immediately switched to the next page, drastically cut mecha research and development funding, and began dismantling mecha warrior units and their subsequent reassignments. Agreed. No objections, still unanimous. He continued, for pilot and warship crew recruitment standards, emphasize talent requirements as the priority. Specific ratios will be determined after analysts submit their reports. The promotion system also needs adjustment. Military rank evaluation remains unchanged, but military positions will add talent and cultivation level requirements in addition to military merit, implemented gradually in the initial phase. For battalion level and above officers with low talent or cultivation levels, logistics will be responsible for gathering spiritual materials for enhancement. Each will also be assigned one or more high-talent deputy officers. In critical moments, deputies may make decisions above their rank. Agreed. Agreed. Still zero opposition. This military meeting was destined to be the most harmonious and least controversial military conference in the entire armed forces history. Yi Chen's creation of the new cultivation technique fulfilled humanity's million-year dream of soaring freely through the skies. For the first time, military leaders truly felt that the era of individual soldiers capable of slaying entire alien races might be approaching. Once flight ability combined with the heaven-severing art, though current firepower still fell short of mechas, human prodigies had yet to reach their growth ceiling. With agility and speed, they could potentially overpower mechas. More crucially, the new technique could be continuously upgraded, while mecha performance had stagnated for nearly 1,000 years. Almost every general declared that genetic warriors were already obsolete, and within a century, mecha warriors would also be abandoned by history. Therefore, the military had to undergo immediate comprehensive reorganization, abandoning the gradual implementation approach from the previous military conference. They all understood that the hostile alien races around the galaxy would never grant humanity ample time for peaceful development. Angel Star System, Planet Clay. Beneath the golden dome of the towering palace, the planet's ruler, the powerful two-winged golden angel Burton, who commanded the entire angel race's intelligence organization, gazed down at the newly delivered classified documents, his brow furrowing deeper. That human prodigy again. His temples throbbed with pain, his eyes flashing with hesitation and wariness. The one hailed by humanity as their greatest genius in history had once again created a new technique enabling humans to fly freely. Just considering the potential of flight ability combined with the heaven-severing art, Burton immediately recognized that humanity's military would inevitably accelerate its reorganization. By all logic, humanity was the angel race's greatest enemy, and such crucial intelligence should be reported to the Holy Master immediately. But he dared not. He had already submitted footage of that human prodigy's techniques to the Holy Master twice before, only to face consecutive reprimands. If he presented a third report within a year and the Holy Master remained dismissive, this reasonably competent servant would likely forfeit his life. In ordinary angel's eyes, Burton was an exceptionally powerful two-winged golden angel, a high-ranking intelligence chief controlling countless lives. Before the volatile, bloodthirsty Holy Master, he was merely a replaceable pawn. A pawn that repeatedly disappointed its master faced only one fate. After much deliberation, he could only place his hopes on Li Bo and those carefully cultivated human traitors, praying they would swiftly eliminate that human genius. Weighing the risks and benefits, Burton decided to gamble he would not report this for now. Fortunately, Li Bo, whom he had stationed in the galaxy, was truly exceptional. Though merely a two-winged silver angel with unremarkable cultivation, Li Bo possessed clear thinking and decisive action. When Yi Chen had only created the cloud-stepping art, before developing the heaven-severing art, Li Bo had resolutely abandoned all duties, destroyed his own cultivation level, and infiltrated the exiled convict ranks alongside his trained traitors. Burton had furiously called him insane at the time, but now it seemed Li Bo had early recognized that Yi Chen would become a great threat to the angel race. Willing to burn his bridges for the assassination mission, his foresight and judgment were nearly supernatural. Burton could never abandon such talent. Once Li Bo succeeded, he planned to exchange captured human commanders for Li Bo's freedom. If the Human Council refused, he would sacrifice several four-winged and six-winged silver angels, along with all embedded traitors within humanity, fighting bloodily to the human military headquarters to rescue Li Bo. Burton exhaled, his mind somewhat settled. On the exile planet, heavy snow fell across the Yanshan mountain range. Yi Chen followed the message-bearing clansman through the sky, piercing winds howling past his ears like rolling thunder that shook his eardrums. Below stretched an endless expanse of silver white, where he could barely distinguish the undulating peaks and forest seas. Once they cleared the Yanshan range, the blizzard eased and his vision finally cleared. Guided by the messenger, Yi Chen turned southeast. In less than 2 hours, he reached the edge of a forest blanketed in pristine snow, where he spotted the Yanhuang tribe's warriors below. He folded his wings and descended, snow waves swirling up in the air currents. Though barely an hour had passed, it seemed as if a celestial being had descended to earth. The chief. It's the chief, someone cried out first, dropping to his knees with a thud. Immediately after, Gu Li and all the warriors without exception prostrated themselves in the snow, pressing their foreheads against the icy surface with such reverence they barely dared lift their heads. They weren't certain whether the deity of the Yunxia tribe was real or fake, but seeing their own chief descending from the heavens convinced them all that a true god stood before them. Yi Chen landed, his gaze first falling on Gu Li, who remained kneeling despite being wrapped in animal hides. Gu Li, how are your injuries? Chief, they're just surface wounds that look worse than they are. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine, Gu Li replied quickly. Yi Chen nodded. Give me a detailed report of the situation. Gu Li took a deep breath of cold air, gathered her thoughts, and reported everything that had transpired from beginning to end. First, the Eastern Army currently had over 220 warriors, with 11 having broken through to the first level of the spirit art stage. Second, they commanded 600 to 700 fierce beasts, even controlling several massive creatures around level 20, making their overall strength extremely formidable. Third, the army had advanced almost unstoppably until they approached this great forest. All the powerful beasts in the forest have been tamed by the Yunxia tribe's deity, Gu Li added quietly. Those beasts follow orders like a hidden army. The Eastern Army's strength wasn't inferior, but to completely occupy the Yunxia tribe without wholesale slaughter, they remained passive. Worse still, they suffered frequent raids from the Yunxia tribe. Had they not relied on their cloud-stepping technique for speed, their losses would have been immeasurable. With the stalemate continuing, Gu Li decided to venture alone into dangerous territory, infiltrating the Yunxia tribe to assassinate their deity and shake the enemy's faith. However, her plan met with thunderous retaliation from the start. She hadn't even glimpsed the deity's shadow when continuous lightning began falling from the sky. Despite her agility, she was severely wounded and barely escaped with her battered body. After hearing the report, Yi Chen couldn't help but tease, quite bold of you, daring to assassinate a deity. In the Yinshan tribe, he considered only Gu Li a true friend, a companion who had fought alongside him since his humble beginnings. After half a year apart, their reunion naturally brought warmth. Gu Li smiled bitterly. I was terrified at the time too. Otherwise, how could I have dared attempt to assassinate a deity? She spoke truthfully. Assassinating a deity required tremendous courage and resolve. In the past, she might have harbored some doubts about the deity's authenticity. The high priest constantly preached that the spirits would protect the tribe, yet every winter, countless tribespeople still starved and froze to death. The invisible deity the high priest spoke of repeatedly disappointed the Yunxia tribe, until Yi Chen stepped into their territory and Gu Li believed for the first time that gods truly existed. She estimated there was a 90% chance that the deity worshipped by the Yunxia tribe was real. But once she became certain of the deity's existence, the thought of deicide cut through her mind like a blade. The mere concept of god-slaying made even someone as bold as Gu Li weak in the knees, yet she knew she had to act. She remembered clearly, after Yi Chen became the chieftain of the Yinshan tribe, the once numerous deities suddenly vanished without a trace. The high priest stopped conducting rituals, and Yi Chen became the tribe's sole deity. Though physically imposing, Gu Li was no fool. She understood this was Yi Chen's doing, as he simply wouldn't tolerate the existence of any other gods. Since the Yunxia tribe also worshipped a deity, sooner or later, that god and Yi Chen would clash. Gu Li was willing to serve as the vanguard, striking first to eliminate the rival. Even if she failed, she could at least gather intelligence about the deity for Yi Chen. Therefore, during that assassination attempt, she went in prepared to die. It was this death-defying resolve that temporarily suppressed her instinctive fear of deicide. Let's go. Lead me to slay this god, Yi Chen commanded with a smile. Yes, I'll gather all the warriors immediately. Gu Li nodded without hesitation, her worship of Yi Chen bordering on blind faith. If even she couldn't kill the Yunxia tribe's deity, then surely that god was no match for Yi Chen. Isn't Yi Chen being a bit too confident? The livestream audience erupted in discussion. Yeah, it feels like he's going overboard. Another comment quickly followed. They knew that Yi Chen and Gu Li were both at the first level of the spirit law stage. His only advantages were the complete, heaven-cleaving art and his newly acquired flight technique. While flight could significantly enhance the power of the heaven-cleaving art, the fact remained that Gu Li had been severely injured without even seeing the Yunxia tribe's deity. The audience's hearts tightened with worry. Was Yi Chen underestimating his enemy? Fortunately, with Yi Chen's speed, even if he couldn't win, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. The problem was that this time, he was leading the entire Eastern Army. If they were ambushed and Yi Chen got distracted trying to save others, he might miss his chance to escape. At this thought, the comment section filled with countless prayers. Heaven protect us. Don't let anything happen to Yi Chen. They knew exactly how terrifying the Yunxia tribe's deity truly was, a level 30 Thunder Wasp King. According to military beast classifications, a level 20 beast rivaled ace genetic warriors and required mechs to eliminate. A level 30 beast was equivalent to an elite class mech, typically requiring ace mechs or multiple elite mechs working together. Even more frightening was that higher-level beasts possessed greater intelligence. This Thunder Wasp King's cunning already matched that of humans, lacking only inherited knowledge, with its perspective, understanding, and experience limited to this forest alone. According to footage from the space battleships, hundreds of years ago, when the Thunder Wasp King was just born, it was discovered by chance by a member of the Cloud Below tribe and brought back to their settlement. It was a juvenile no longer than half an arm's length, its body crackling with tiny electric arcs. The tribesmen secretly hid it in a leather pouch and carried it through the misty forest paths back to the village. From that moment on, the Thunder Wasp King transformed at an astonishing rate. Its carapace grew increasingly crystalline, and its wing beats thundered like lightning strikes. Within 10 years, the juvenile had grown into a fearsome beast that dominated the wilderness, and its master leveraged this power to rise from an ordinary hunter to tribal chief. Under his leadership, the tribe conquered dozens of beast lairs and claimed the entire great forest within just a few years. However, this glory was short-lived. The moment the aging chief died of illness, the Thunder Wasp King lost its only bond. From then on, nothing could restrain it. Whenever its mood soured, dark thunderclouds would circle above the village, lightning would streak across wooden houses, and the massive wasp shadow would pierce the night sky, destroying farmland and slaughtering at will. The beast-taming hierarchy that the Cloud Below tribe had built their power upon collapsed instantly. Decades of prosperity vanished like smoke. The population, which had once surged to 5,000 or 6,000 at its peak, plummeted rapidly. After more than 10 years, fewer than 1,000 tribespeople remained alive. The hunting grounds lay empty, and the rare fruit, honey, and exotic beast meat once offered to the Wasp King were nearly exhausted. Hunger and loneliness forced the Thunder Wasp King to reconsider. It reappeared in the deepest parts of the forest, forcibly subduing the still defiant beasts and making them obey the Cloud Below tribe's beast tamers. At the same time, it proposed a clear exchange to the tribe. The people would gather all the foods it craved: crimson flame bee nectar, thundertail lizard hearts, and purple lightning flowers freshly picked every 7 days and present them at moonrise. As time passed, the Thunder Wasp King accumulated experience through these transactions, becoming increasingly skilled at manipulating human nature. It secretly learned the human language, each word accompanied by an electric hum. Then it began selecting the most loyal candidates within the tribe, appointing them as chiefs or high priests. 100 years ago, it simply commanded the high priest of that time to build a temple and cast a statue in its honor, branding the name Thunder God into every tribesperson's prayers. Since then, it has never appeared before the masses again. Except for successive generations of high priests, no one knows that their so-called deity is actually a beast. Now, this powerful and cunning Thunder Wasp King firmly controls the Cloud Below tribe. Should it encounter a formidable enemy, it would likely use tribal warriors and tamed beasts as cannon fodder. Attempting to kill it while preserving the lives of the tribespeople would be nearly impossible. Even deploying ace mechas or multiple elite-class mechas simultaneously might not guarantee its destruction. As for Yi Chen's strength, according to analysis, it's roughly equivalent to an ordinary mecha. He has virtually no chance of victory. Whether he can even survive depends on whether he can steel himself at the crucial moment to abandon the Eastern Army's soldiers and flee alone. At the forest's edge, the Eastern Army had completed its assembly. Gully, her left arm still wrapped in coarse linen bandages from wounds not yet fully healed, gripped an iron sword tightly in her right hand as she rode at the very front, clearing the path for her troops. Behind her, over 200 Eastern warriors marched in formation, accompanied by more than 600 tamed beasts growling low as they followed. Though numbering fewer than 1,000, they already displayed the imposing presence of a substantial military force. Within the marching ranks, Hylon gazed through the crowd toward Yi Chen, who was chatting and laughing with Gully at the front, feeling as though a stone weighed heavy in her chest. To earn her place in this army, she had spent 2 months relying on her silver tongue, skilled acting, and considerable talento barely diminish most of Gully's hostility and gain permission to serve as an ordinary soldier. After her initial honey trap strategy failed, she had decisively changed tactics, beginning to showcase her abilities in training and small-scale battles, planning to replace Gully as the Eastern leader and then find opportunities to approach Yi Chen. But Yi Chen's attitude today made her realize that overthrowing Gully would be even harder than seducing Yi Chen. Within the Eastern Army, Yi Chen rarely spoke with other tribe members, not even engaging in pleasantries, yet he consistently showed warmth toward Gully alone. As long as Gully remained loyal, even if she occasionally made mistakes, her position as leader would remain secure. Moreover, Gully herself was a prodigy whose combat prowess was difficult to completely suppress, and her unwavering loyalty to Yi Chen made the possibility of betrayal virtually zero. Hylon calculated silently. She would either have to join one of the other 3 armies or wait for large-scale expansion that might create 5th or even 6th leadership positions. She couldn't help feeling resentful. Not only had her seduction plan failed completely, but advancing through military merit also seemed fraught with obstacles. She knew that within the Eastern Army were 2 other members from the Green Grass tribe, also disguised as serious criminals, who harbored ambitious plans to replace Gully. Having witnessed Yi Chen's favoritism, they were likely also considering the other armies. And among the remaining three armies, there were plenty of fake criminals with similar intentions, making the competition nearly cutthroat. As the troops stepped into the woodland, Gully raised her whip and began issuing orders. Dunxing, take your scout squad forward for reconnaissance. If you discover large numbers of beasts or cloud below tribe members, report back immediately. All other squad leaders, spread out to your designated positions and be ready to respond to ambushes or encirclement. Yes. Over a dozen squad leaders responded in unison as the forces split off onto their predetermined routes. Yi Chen guided his reins to Gully's rear flank, watching the scout team disappear into the distance, and couldn't help but praise. Excellent. These formation scout squad leaders, did you design this structure yourself? The Flame Mountain tribe had completed its first wave of institutional reform, but Yi Chen hadn't originally been in a hurry for true military restructuring. The four armies sounded impressive, but each route only had about 200 people. Even adding the controlled beasts, the total was still under 1,000. He hadn't expected Gully to already take the initiative in subdividing the troops into squads, clarifying authority, and even developing preliminary tactical formations. It was, someone else helped with the idea. Gully replied hesitantly after a moment, her voice low. They're quite talented. Yi Chen casually offered this assessment without probing further. Gully, having received his approval, secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject, continuing to direct the troops as they moved through the forest. I'm beginning to understand why the ancients said that serving a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Indeed, Gully had no idea that she was heading for serious trouble and actually looked relieved. Comments flew rapidly across the live stream as several viewers couldn't help but sigh. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't it just Gully being jealous and trying to hide that Hylon is the designer? Exactly. Looking at Yi Chen's attitude, he doesn't seem interested in who the designer is either. Another group of viewers remained completely confused. I don't chat with idiots. I don't chat with idiots either. Fine. I enjoy chatting with idiots. New analytical comments quickly flooded the screen. It's not that Yi Chen isn't interested in the designers, just not showing it. Don't underestimate the scout and squad formations. In this primitive era, they're revolutionary innovations. With Yi Chen's insight and intelligence, how could he not see their value? Someone stepped forward to explain. Yi Chen's disinterested attitude likely means he plans to investigate quietly afterward. He understands perfectly well that everyone has selfish motives, and Gully is no exception. When Gully hesitated and didn't reveal the designer's name, he probably saw only one possibility: jealousy and resentment of talent. If the designer is Hylon, that's manageably worst. It's female rivalry, not wanting Hylon to shine in front of him. But if it's someone else, that would be a major character flaw in Gully. That's why, even though Yi Chen thinks the designer deserves recognition, he only offered casual praise without any rewards or further questioning. If he wants to know the identity, he can easily find out in private. He wants to see if Gully really has this serious problem of resenting talent. If she does, no matter how loyal she is, Yi Chen won't let her command military forces in the future. I see. Following this analysis, the confused viewers finally understood. Yi Chen truly is remarkable. His mind, intelligence, and methods show he's naturally gifted at political maneuvering. Indeed, serving a ruler is like living with a tiger. This is Gully, whom Yi Chen clearly considers a friend and might forgive even major mistakes. Anyone else probably wouldn't even know how they died. Good thing Gully is just being jealous, thinking Hylon is poor character and not wanting her to get ahead. Otherwise, she might not even understand why her military authority gets restricted later. Comments scrolled faster and faster. At this stage, Yi Chen hasn't experienced much scheming and betrayal, yet he's already at this level. Once he gains more experience, those fake serious criminals trying to win his favor, attention, or even control him will find it even harder. Someone brought the topic back to the present. Speaking of which, given Yi Chen's personality and intelligence, why would he insist on taking such risks when he knows Gully was severely injured without even seeing the deity of the Lianyun lower tribe? Could he have absolute confidence? Perhaps he really does. With his ambitious character, he'd never gamble with his life. Maybe we're just worrying for nothing. New theories quickly formed. I get it. Yi Chen's flying technique is probably much faster than the 100+ kilometers per hour he's shown. When he came here in heavy snow, he deliberately slowed down because poor visibility made it hard to see the path and dodge flying beasts. Exactly. If his new technique isn't much slower than the cloud stepping method, then there's no problem. The cloud stepping method's escape routes are two-dimensional with many obstacles, but flying techniques can move at high speed through three-dimensional space, giving combat advantages. With Yi Chen's strength, he might actually be able to defeat that Thunderbee King. Viewers grew more reassured and even excited. If we learn this flying technique in the future, wouldn't we be incredibly powerful? All their speculation was accurate. Given Yi Chen's character, he would never take such risks without confidence. His new technique indeed matched the cloud stepping method in flying speed. When creating windriding flight, he incorporated all his insights about speed and agility from mastering the cloud stepping method. However, His confidence extended far beyond just aerial flight. They advanced steadily toward the depths of the forest. During their march, sentries from the Yunxia tribe stationed on the perimeter kept appearing, but before these lookouts could raise any alarm, the Eastern Army scout teams had already spotted them first. Without catching even a glimpse of a human figure, the scouts had already quietly circled around them. If speed were the only concern, such precautions would be entirely unnecessary with Yi Chen's current strength. He could single-handedly storm the Yunxia tribe's stronghold with impunity. The reason he brought the entire Eastern Army along was that he rarely showed himself among the tribe in daily life. Although the high priest worked tirelessly every day to promote his identity as a reincarnated deity, boasting of his great achievements and incredible abilities, he still occasionally needed to demonstrate his true power before his people to consolidate and enhance his prestige and authority. In other words, since he chose to be a hands-off leader rather than taking a populist approach, he had to periodically let his people experience his might firsthand, ensuring that any potential rebellious thoughts would wither away before they could even sprout. Chief, the Yunxia tribe's settlement is just ahead. Guli's voice carried a hint of tension after about an hour. During her last assassination attempt on the Yunxia tribe's deity, she had been severely wounded without even seeing her target's face, leaving her with psychological scars. Now, despite having absolute confidence in Yi Chen as their army pressed forward, she couldn't help but feel anxious when that familiar dense forest came into view again. No matter what happens, staying calm increases our chances of victory. Take deep breaths and steady yourself first. Yi Chen detected the instability in her tone and gently reminded her. While his own combat experience wasn't particularly extensive, he had thoroughly mastered the relevant theories. Guli followed his advice and took several deep breaths. Whether due to psychological suggestion or adequate oxygen supply, her heartbeat gradually calmed. Have the scouts and all troops tighten their formation immediately. No one is to attack without my direct orders. Yi Chen commanded again. Guli was momentarily stunned. This was tantamount to turning the Eastern Army into sitting ducks unable to retaliate, but her surprise lasted only an instant before she immediately carried out the order. Soon, thousands of warriors and over 600 fierce beasts had all gathered together, quietly forming ranks behind Yi Chen and Guli. The two continued advancing. Among the dense canopy, tree houses gradually came into view, all constructed from sturdy branches and thatch, varying in size and positioned at different heights, the lowest about 2 to 3 meters from the ground, while the highest hung, suspended over 20 meters in the air. Looking around, almost every towering ancient tree had a tree house perched on its branches, stretching out in an impressive continuous expanse. Yi Chen estimated that judging solely from the density of tree houses, the Yunxia tribe's population numbered at least 2 to 3,000, which secretly delighted him. Bang bang bang. A Yunxia tribesman spotted the uninvited guests through gaps in his treehouse and immediately showed terror on his face. He grabbed a hollow yet steel-hard tree branch and frantically struck the trunk. The deep, resonant warning sound quickly spread. Bang bang bang. Immediately after, more and more Yunxia tribe members poured out from their tree houses, rapidly beating the tree trunks with hollow branches. The elderly, women, and children secretly peeked out from their tree houses, curiously watching the invading enemies. The rough wooden planks couldn't block out the commotion outside. The elderly hunched their backs while children pressed against the railings, their round eyes filled with both wariness and excitement. The women whispered reminders to each other in hushed tones, yet none could bear to look away. The able-bodied men, agile and swift, drew out various oddly shaped weapons and quickly leaped and slid through the tree branches. Some carried bows, others gripped bone-tipped spears, and still others swung stone slings, whooshing as they swung to neighboring giant trees with fluid, leopard-like movements. In the distance, dark shadows flickered as more tribespeople and fierce beasts from the cloud below tribe gathered upon hearing the news. Massive bodies crashed through the forest undergrowth with rustling sounds, while deep beast roars echoed one after another. Above in the canopy, birds flapped their wings in circling flight, casting large, sweeping shadows. Within just 10 minutes or so, the entire Eastern Army found itself completely surrounded. At a glance, the Emerald Tree C's perimeter was densely packed with unfamiliar faces, layer upon layer of encirclement tightening like a net. Looking around, there were at least 2 to 3,000 armed warriors and over 1,000 fierce beasts of various sizes. Sharp-beaked, long-necked forest eagles, spine-armored apes, and lightning-patterned electric spiders. The beast tide surged, making the very ground tremble lightly. The entire Eastern Army, both warriors and beasts alike, grew tense. The humming of drawn blades, the suppressed roars of war pets, and heavy breathing intertwined, filling the air with the humid, musky scent of beasts mixed with the fresh fragrance of vegetation. This doesn't make sense. With Yi Chen's intelligence in mind, how could he make such a basic mistake? Judging from the commands he issued when approaching the Cloud Below tribe's territory, it seemed as if he deliberately led the Eastern Army into an encirclement. Deliberately letting the Eastern Army be surrounded and then completely annihilated? Impossible. It must be a mistake. After all, Yi Chen had no experience in military campaigns and combat. Making such a basic error was completely understandable. Gully was also at fault knowing Yi Chen's command was incorrect. She still followed it anyway. The viewers in the live stream were all shaking their heads. The chat flooded with comments. This command is ridiculous. Total wipeout incoming. In front of cold screens, countless people clenched their fists, sweating nervously for the Eastern Army. With the Eastern Army surrounded, there was no doubt that if fighting broke out, they would suffer heavy losses. In terms of strength, the Eastern Army wasn't actually weaker than the Cloud Below tribe, they were even slightly stronger. Regarding fierce beasts, without question, the Cloud Below tribe held an absolute advantage. But concerning human warriors, despite the Cloud Below tribe having over 2,000 able-bodied tribespeople compared to the Eastern Army's mere 200 plus. However, these 200 plus people were at minimum high-level Chi condensation stage, with the strongest reaching Spirit Method stage first level. The core forces were at Spirit Release stage. Any one of them could easily slaughter the entire Cloud Below tribe. But being surrounded changed everything completely. If fighting truly broke out, though the Eastern Army still held the advantage, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. After all, among the fierce beasts controlled by the Cloud Below tribe were many powerful creatures around level 20. That said, Yi Chen's basic mistake leading to the Eastern Army's encirclement was undoubtedly a good opportunity for those fake serious criminals. It truly was a good opportunity. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be calculating how to help Yi Chen remedy this mistake and thereby attract his attention. It was somewhat difficult, given that they were currently on the opposing side. They not only had to help Yi Chen fix this mistake, but also avoid arousing suspicion. Soon, everyone's attention turned to the fake serious criminals within the Cloud Below tribe. Like the Green Grass tribe, the Cloud Below tribe had also seen quite a few fake serious criminals join their ranks through various means over time. The number was substantial, 27 in total. At this moment, all 27 fake serious criminals were plotting how to seize this opportunity to attract Yi Chen's attention. These fake serious criminals were elite among elites of the human race, even by galactic standards. Unfortunately, the Cloud Below tribe's deity, the Thunder Bee King, didn't give them sufficient time to devise countermeasures. From atop a towering tree came a series of hissing sounds. 3 short, 2 long. Within the encirclement, the white-haired high priest's ears twitched slightly. He immediately stood on his tiptoes and whispered into the ear of the burly, imposing chieftain beside him. The great god has communicated to me through divine will that these humans and fierce beasts have repeatedly provoked us and deserve death. You must immediately order a full assault, leaving none alive. This is divine command. The chieftain's brow furrowed deeply. They were all human, after all. The Eastern Army wanted to subdue the Cloud tribe, and he, as chieftain, equally wished to recruit these powerful kinsmen before him. But the words divine command weighed on him like a massive stone, making him unable to refuse. Attack. Kill all enemies. He gritted his teeth and raised his spear high, its tip pointing directly at the Eastern Army. Chieftain, chieftain, you cannot attack. In the distance, the group of disguised prisoners who were contemplating strategies jumped frantically, but their shouts were drowned out by the rising battle fervor. Over 2,000 Cloud Tribe warriors raised their arms in unison, and dense wooden spears shot through the air with sharp whistling sounds that instantly overwhelmed all other noise. Simultaneously, the fierce beasts controlled by the tribe thundered forward with earth-shaking roars, following closely behind the spears as they charged toward the Eastern Army. Gleaming wooden spears shot from all directions, and before the Eastern Army could react, they fell into complete chaos. In the live stream, billions of viewers collectively held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Chieftain, Gully drew her sword and rushed to Yi Chen's front, her body slightly crouched with her blade held horizontally in defense. Hylon and the other 2 disguised prisoners reacted just as quickly. They seized this opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty, immediately rushing to Yi Chen's side with the stance of being willing to block the spears with their own bodies to protect their master. Gully's heart stirred as she looked at the 3 with newfound respect. Don't worry. Yi Chen smiled faintly and lightly tapped his toes, rising into the air. His energy core roared as spiritual power surged wildly, and he spread his arms wide, gently waving his palms. In the next second, everyone was stunned. Around the 4 armies, thick earthen walls rose from the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The earthen wall shot up from the ground at incredible speed. In just one breath, the brown wall had already climbed to 5 or 6 meters high, cutting off the line of sight between both sides like a giant beast. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull impact sounds followed. Enemy spears struck the wall one after another, their shafts trembling as iron tips embedded deep into the mud and stone, the sounds echoing continuously. A miracle. This is a miracle. The previously panicked warriors stood frozen for a moment, then dropped to their knees in unison, kowtowing and worshipping the figures suspended in midair. Yi Chen floated in the wind, his robes billowing, appearing like a true deity in their eyes. Hundreds of fierce beasts controlled by the Eastern Army also stopped their charge, their bulging bronze eyes filled with awe, the manies on their backs lying flat. I knew its clan leader could never be wrong. Guli's eyes welled up with tears as she was the first to prostrate herself, her adoration almost transforming into flames. Hylon and several other fake felons could only bow down as well, their expressions complex. Before coming to this exile planet, they thought the payment for this mission was already outrageously high. But now, if their employer stood before them, they would definitely demand a raise. Truly control the greatest genius in history. No price would be excessive. On the other side of the earthen wall, the people of the Cloud tribe stood dumbfounded. The massive wall divided heaven and earth in two. Yi Chen's figure reflected in the sunlight atop the wall like an inviolable golden radiance. The opposing tribe also had a deity. The charging beasts all came to a halt, the entire world seeming to have its mute button pressed, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I seeing? Countless live stream viewers were stunned speechless. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to have only created a new cultivation technique? With a wave of his hand, he could make earth and stone rise from the ground. Could he truly be a reincarnated deity? Hundreds of billions of viewers fell silent simultaneously. In their understanding, this technique was merely an upgraded version of the cloud stepping method, at most allowing one to break through physical limits and fly freely. Scanner data had repeatedly confirmed that Yi Chen had only created one cultivation technique from beginning to end. But now, raising walls with a gesture, how was this method achieved? Finally, someone caught a clue from the replay. Look, before the earthen wall appeared, the spiritual energy flow still completely conformed to that new cultivation technique. The only difference lies in the effect after the spiritual energy is released. The analysis continued. He can fly because spiritual energy manipulates air currents, creating a wind field that envelopes his entire body. And the earthen wall exists because spiritual energy manipulates the earth, causing mud and stone to extend. In other words, Yi Chen's new cultivation technique seems capable of simultaneously altering or controlling both wind and earth, two natural laws. Controlling natural laws. All viewers savored these 5 words, feeling their hair stand on end. In an instant, the entire galaxy erupted. My God, controlling natural laws? That's an ability only deities should possess. This is insane. We humans can actually control nature without any tools. This can't be a mistake, can it? Since ancient times, humanity has harbored deep reverence and fear toward the laws of nature. Even in the interstellar age, equipped with instruments precise enough to monitor cosmic storms and black holes, humans still cannot shake their dread of the unknown. Yet now, the young man on screen manipulates nature with his bare hands, completely unaided. Is this truly something a human can achieve? I'll kneel first in respect, everyone follows suit. Master Yi is incredible, Master Yi, forever divine. Comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. In the live stream, hundreds of millions of viewers held their breath in unison, leaving only the sound of rapid breathing. Many slid directly from their chairs, knees hitting the ground, foreheads pressed against the cold floor as they prostrated before the light screen. Only this could express their overwhelming shock. Too miraculous, too incredible, simply unbelievable. Humans could truly control the laws of nature like deities. Yi Chen creates another miracle. His new cultivation method not only breaks through the limits of human physiology, but can also manipulate nature itself. The host's voice was hoarse, yet still soaring. Scrolling text read, Yi Chen's cultivation path, ultimate goal evolution into godhood. Through his own power alone, he has once again raised humanity's evolutionary benchmark by leaps and bounds. Yi Chen, how can we express our reverence for you? A high-ranking executive from an authoritative media outlet announced on the spot. Our board of directors has unanimously decided to erect a 30-meter bronze statue of Yi Chen outside our headquarters. As soon as the words fell, ceremonial cannons fired and confetti filled the sky. Meanwhile, the galactic capital markets entered a frenzy. In the mere year and a half since Yi Chen's emergence, the total market value had already skyrocketed 6-fold, and now it surged even higher. Red arrows on financial channels broke through all ceiling warning lines, with hosts speaking so rapidly they could barely articulate. Just finished riding the wave from his flight abilities, the market barely completed one surge, and now an even bigger surprise arrives. Manipulating natural laws. Just how extraordinary must his talent be to create such cultivation methods? After so many years, we finally taste the bittersweet flavor of yearning for the unattainable again. An old money tycoon gripped his crystal glass in a private reception hall, knuckles white, yet his face beamed with joy. Before their screens, top-tier magnates wore expressions of ecstatic delight. Those who had positioned themselves early in the markets were reaping enormous profits, yet they hadn't expected the rally to reach new heights, and experience told them this super surge would continue for quite some time. But more tempting than money was that divine ability. For those already wealthy enough to rival nations, longevity and god-tier personal power represented the ultimate pursuit. If only I had known, I would have sent more people to that exile planet. One mogul slapped himself hard, his cheek instantly flushing red. If they could turn back time, they would never have merely spent fortunes to plant a few top-tier spies. They would gladly sacrifice half their fortunes to hire hundreds, even thousands of elite operatives to infiltrate the convict ranks, all to get close to Yi Chen. One more person meant one more chance of success. Even with only a 10% probability, it would be worth betting everything. Because Yi Chen's talent was simply too alluring. Though countless experts declared that Yi Chen had nearly reached the ceiling for creating new cultivation methods, this merely meant he couldn't break through to even higher levels, but continuing to create methods that control natural laws would certainly pose no problem. In the office of the Human Federation's military headquarters building, 2 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals sat neatly on both sides of a long table, their gazes locked onto the central holographic screen. They had only adjourned their meeting 2 hours ago, yet here they were, urgently recalled, their breathing heavy with tension. On the screen, Marshal Tieshua stood with his back to a massive star chart, the insignia on his uniform reflecting cold light, while excitement and anticipation flickered in everyone's eyes. I've called this meeting to ask one simple question, Tieshua said in a steady tone. Are the restructuring plans for each sector ready? A brief silence seemed to freeze the air. The 14 high-ranking officials exchanged glances. A complete proposal in 2 hours? Absolutely impossible. They knew the process well. First, assemble analysts and think tanks to build the framework. Second, senior officials from each jurisdiction would repeatedly deliberate around the draft. Third, these officials would take the draft back to their respective defense zones to consult with subordinate commanders. Finally, layer-by-layer compilation and revision before submitting to headquarters for approval. Meanwhile, headquarters would need to communicate with planetary governors to ensure local government cooperation. Not a single step could be skipped. Since you don't, this meeting is adjourned. Tieshua pressed the communicator with an expressionless face, and the communication screen instantly went dark, as swift and decisive as a blade strike. The conference room fell into dead silence, the 14 officials' expressions frozen. They had thought Tieshua, inspired by Yi Chen's revolutionary techniques that could manipulate natural laws, was about to announce another morale-boosting initiative. Instead, he had merely checked on their progress, leaving everyone excited for nothing. What they didn't know was that Tieshua was indeed stirred by Yi Chen's techniques, instinctively sensing that humanity was about to undergo a tremendous leap forward, which prompted him to impulsively summon everyone. But when all the faces appeared on screen, he remembered the last meeting had already established the full-speed restructuring tone, and no matter how fast they moved, infantry combat power couldn't immediately surpass warships. The analysts had long concluded that for the next 10,000 years, unless generations of geniuses built upon Yi Chen's foundation and pushed the cultivation system to unimaginable heights, space warships would remain humanity's most powerful war machines. As for this meeting he had impulsively called, Tieshua would never admit it, and could only find random excuses to cover it up. In the Angel Star system, on planet Clay, in a dim chamber, the golden two-winged angel Bodin stood before a projection, his golden feathers trembling slightly as he watched the intelligence footage sent by human traitors, his expression growing increasingly grim. Damn it! Among those humans who only know how to create external objects, such a genius has actually appeared. His temples throbbed as conflicting thoughts churned in his mind. Just hours ago, he had decided not to report this intelligence to the Holy Lord after all. His previous 2 reports about human geniuses had already greatly displeased the Holy Lord. If he submitted materials again this time, and the Holy Lord remained indifferent, he would likely face severe punishment. But if the Holy Lord suddenly took it seriously while he chose to conceal it, he would equally face retribution. The pressure of this dilemma struck Bodin's chest like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily uncertain how to proceed. The key question is whether the Holy Lord will truly value the greatest genius in human history. However, the Holy Lord's attitude remains indifferent. The reason is simple: humanity's overall talent is far too low, incomparable to the angel race. The Holy Lord believes that even if this genius leads humanity down the path of universal cultivation, it would merely add some agility to their spacecraft's maneuverability, while their actual individual combat power would remain negligible. By conventional logic, this assessment seems sound. Yet Bolton dares not let his guard down. Thousands of years ago, who could have imagined that the weak race confined to the blue planet one that any small angel squad could easily annihilate would sweep across the galaxy in mere millennia and slaughter billions of angels? Now, humanity already holds a technological advantage. If their individual strength continues to rise, extending researchers' lifespans, scientific breakthroughs become even more likely. Should they discover methods to enhance average talent, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this thought, Bolton feels his temples throbbing. All these considerations are both analysis and premonition chooses to contemplate every worst-case scenario. If he were to report this directly to the Holy Lord, he would only be dismissed as frightened senseless by humans. Yet reality has repeatedly proven that his pessimism is far from unfounded paranoia. Returning to that genius through his efforts alone, he has expanded humanity's path to universal cultivation to an unimaginable degree. 1. The chaos formula granted all humans the qualification to cultivate. 2. The flying blade technique, though merely an early self-defense method, marked the prototype of offensive combat arts. 3. The cloud stepping technique first showed humanity the direction for speed enhancement. 4. The heaven cleaving technique completely opened the gates to high-level attacks. 5. The latest technique combines both flight and earth wall construction while appearing to be simply flight and defense. What's truly terrifying is that this indicates he has begun to grasp the power of manipulating natural laws. What makes Bolton even more anxious is that Li Bo, in order to assassinate this person, actually destroyed all his cultivation, altered his appearance, erased all traces of his activities, and infiltrated the exile planet. Even Bolton, his direct superior, and the spies embedded within humanity's upper ranks, know neither Li Bo's current appearance nor his coordinates, much less his mission's progress. The human genius likely remains unaware that he has touched the threshold of law-based power. Humanity's other leaders have even less understanding, treating the flight technique and earthwall technique as merely two new combat skills. Bolton is certain that before the next cultivation method emerges, Li Bo's intellect and methods will surely eliminate the target in its infancy. After careful consideration, he decides not to make any new reports to the Holy Lord for now, lest he be dismissed as an alarmist. May all past Holy Lords protect us. I would trade 100,000 years of my lifespan for this human genius to stop creating any more trouble. In the forest, Yi Chen peered through the earthen wall at the pack of fierce beasts blocked outside, hesitating whether to continue their charge. He drew his iron sword and suddenly dove down. Whoosh! From over 10 meters away, he raised his hand and struck with his sword, sending sharp sword energy flying instantly, cleaving a level 20-something fierce beast in half from the center line of its skull. Blood splattered through the air as the massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, not even having time to let out a dying scream. Touching down with his toes, he used the momentum to pivot sharply and lunge directly at another beast with an equally terrifying aura. Meanwhile, the small golden orb on his shoulder squeaked excitedly. It suddenly sprang up. Swish, swish, swish. The golden fur on its front half transformed into tens of thousands of needle-sharp blades, instantly piercing through the bodies of dozens of fierce beasts ahead. Then it twisted around, and the golden fur on its back half similarly transformed into projectiles that shot out, causing the beasts on the other side to fall in response. In the blink of an eye, it had shot down dozens of beasts below level 10. Even after exhausting all its golden fur, the small orb didn't stop. It charged directly at the nearest fierce beast. Boom! Its fist-sized body suddenly exploded, with surging energy sweeping across more than 10 meters in radius, blasting the beast at the epicenter into pieces on the spot. Just over 10 seconds later, golden points of light regathered, and the small orb was reborn, once again covered in bright golden fur, still a fluffy golden sphere. Idiot, can't you shoot out fewer golden hairs at once? Yi Chen casually reminded it upon seeing this. He didn't stop the little creature after being cooped up for most of the year. It was time to let it have some fun and adjust its mood. Most importantly, the small golden orb was extremely intelligent, always targeting only the fierce beasts and never accidentally harming the people of the Yunxia tribe. Squeak, squeak. After understanding Yi Chen's complaint, the small orb no longer fired volleys of arrows, instead releasing only about 100 golden hairs each time. When it ran out again, it would self-destruct and revive, repeating this cycle to quickly restore its full golden radiance. One person and one beast descended like death itself, rapidly harvesting the 1,000-plus fierce beasts controlled by the Yunxia tribe throughout the forest. Blood and severed limbs fell continuously at such speed that the tribal people hiding in the distance trembled with fear, only able to pray tremblingly for divine salvation. Good heavens, Yi Chen really has a heavy killing intent. In the livestream, viewers were stunned. Although Yi Chen had hunted fierce beasts before, it was usually one or two at a time, solving troublesome targets for the four armies. This was the first time they had seen him display such ruthless and merciless behavior. There are quite a few level 20 beasts among them. Wouldn't it be better to keep them to join the Eastern Army? Someone couldn't help but voice their confusion. Soon others pointed out the key issue. Powerful fierce beasts could indeed enhance combat strength, but they also posed significant hidden dangers. Once they rebelled, they would inevitably cause fatal backlash to the Eastern Army. One or two fierce beasts could still be controlled, but the number of level 20 beasts gathered here was considerable, and they were already familiar with each other, dramatically increasing the probability of betrayal. For this reason, Yi Chen decided to take the opportunity to eliminate them all because the more powerful beasts there were, especially those already familiar with each other, the more likely rebellion would occur, so killing them all would eliminate future troubles. Another major reason was that Yi Chen wanted to use the slaughter of all the beasts to intimidate the people of the Yunxia tribe, forcing them to surrender quickly so they could be integrated into the Yanshan tribe as soon as possible. In the live stream, one viewer voiced their concern with worry. If the other races see Yi Chen's methods, they might easily mistake the human race as merciless killers who show no compassion. Before the words had even finished, countless rebuttals instantly flooded the screen. Naive. Mercy is just a tool for the strong to appease the weak. Between races, there's only strength and interest. If those races around the galaxy had the power to destroy us, they wouldn't show mercy just because we're benevolent. When humanity becomes strong enough to easily annihilate other races, how many would oppose it? At most, they'd implement gentle policies afterward instead of bloody suppression. Another added, Yi Chen has never been harsh to beasts that surrendered. This approach is humanity's true foreign strategy. Those who oppose me die, those who submit to me live. While the comments raged on, the depths of the forest fell into deathly silence. Yi Chen and the little golden orb weaved through the charred tree roots, his iron sword flashing with cold light as over 1,000 beasts died instantly, the bloody scent carried away by the breeze for thousands of meters. With a wave of his arm, the thick earthen walls that had previously defended against spears and beast hordes quickly collapsed and returned to soil. The warriors of the Eastern Army remained prostrate in worship, their foreheads pressed against the rotting leaves. The people of the Yunxia tribe could barely suppress their urge to kneel as well. Yi Chen's gaze swept the scene, finding only that deity who had never made a move. While he had been building walls and slaughtering beasts with his sword, the other party had remained like a venomous snake hidden in shadows, showing no reaction whatsoever. Cautious enough? Yi Chen sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, the elderly, weak, women and children of the Yunxia tribe had left their tree houses, gathering tremblingly behind the able-bodied men. A rough count revealed a dense mass of at least 4,000 people, which delighted Yi Chen. If he could subdue this tribe, the Yanshan tribe's population would at least double. He channeled spiritual energy into his throat, his voice rolling like thunder. Surrender. Your deity doesn't even dare show himself to save you. The Yunxia tribe chief gritted his teeth and roared. No. The deity is merely delayed. Will bring down divine punishment to destroy you all. Divine punishment? Is this the kind of divine punishment you mean? Yi Chen raised his hand, and a flaming dragon roared forth, crashing into the aerial tree houses. Amid thunderous explosions, towering trees were devoured by flames, the red glow reflecting in everyone's eyes. Or perhaps this kind? He waved again, and silver serpents danced wildly in midair as thick lightning bolts struck down at over 10 tree houses, tearing apart trunks and wooden walls with electric light, scattering debris mixed with the smell of burning. Or maybe this. Spiritual energy surged from his chi as whirlwinds formed beneath his feet, lifting dead leaves into several tornadoes that snapped giant trees and collapsed tree houses wherever they passed. Immediately after, towering waves erupted from the center of the encirclement, crashing in all directions against the forest sea, uprooting thick trees and splashing mud everywhere. Scene after scene of destruction shattered the mental defenses of the Yunxia tribe members, many of whom went weak in the knees and collapsed with uncontrollable trembling. The live stream viewers were also left breathless by the successive supernatural phenomena, their breathing rapid and gazes vacant, shocked beyond measure. Holy cow! Can someone tell me just how many new cultivation techniques Yi Chen has created? The live stream chat was going absolutely wild, with flames, lightning, massive waves, and ice spikes flooding the screen. Viewers felt like they were witnessing Yi Chen transform into a deity, casually bending the laws of heaven and earth to his will. Elderly ladies were slapping their thighs and shouting, "Good heavens," while young people sat there completely stunned. However, third-party commentators quickly provided the answer. All these abilities belonged to a single cultivation technique. Within one unified system, flight, earth walls, flames, and lightning were all included, like compressing dozens of traditional skills into a single seed that, once activated, could simultaneously take root and flourish within the body. In the archives, old footage of the myriad races was pulled up once again, moving mountains and overturning seas, summoning wind and rain with mere gestures. Researchers gazed at the screens in amazement, realizing that if humanity could fully master Yi Chen's new technique, individual soldiers could go toe-to-toe with the myriad races. In fact, ever since the heaven-severing art emerged, the human race had gained the confidence to face ordinary myriad race soldiers. Had otherwise, the military wouldn't have frantically reorganized their former cannon fodder infantry into main forces. But that was still only against ordinary myriad race members. The truly powerful ones could destroy space battleships with a single punch. In comparison, humanity was just getting started. Yet experts remained optimistic. Perhaps in hundreds of thousands of years, the strongest humans could also punch through warships in an unimaginable scenario. In the live stream, excitement and fervor continued to brew. No one had anticipated that Yi Chen's new technique could not only manipulate fire and lightning, but also control water and ice, as if opening a grand door to mythology for everyone. Viewers were fantasizing, experts were searching databases, and everyone confirmed. Yi Chen's talent for creating cultivation techniques had nearly reached the ceiling, taking over 8 months to develop a new art seemed to approach his limit. The question arose, was this truly his limit, or had all the experts misjudged? Previous test data and research materials pointed to the same conclusion: Yi Chen's creation speed was slowing down, his talent reaching saturation. But now, this new technique's power was beyond comprehension, equivalent to simultaneously creating dozens of powerful arts. With this calculation, the 8-month stagnation suddenly seemed perfectly reasonable. Debates heated up in the Research Institute's conference room. Experts beat their chests in guarantee. Their previous conclusions weren't made carelessly, and they were willing to stake their reputations and even lives on it. Theoretically, there shouldn't have been a misjudgment, yet Yi Chen consistently defied conventional wisdom. Time and again, he proved with facts that he was the greatest genius in human history, a great genius the likes of which had never appeared throughout all of history. Miracles were his calling card. Common sense simply doesn't apply to him. At the military headquarters building, the spacious conference room was brightly lit, with Yi Chen floating in midair at the center of the light screen. Marshal Tiexiu stared at the footage, his fingers tapping repeatedly on the table as the urge to immediately convene an emergency high-level meeting surged through him once again. The memory of his last impulsive experience was still vivid, and he struggled to restrain himself, though he had no idea. On the other end of the screen, 14 military leaders were equally transfixed, each half standing, half sitting in their respective offices, having cleared their schedules entirely and ready to rush to the conference room at any moment. They shared the same condition as Marshal Tiexiu: extreme excitement. As for what they would discuss in the meeting, no one had figured that out yet, but they firmly believed that only by convening another high-level military meeting could they express the minimum respect due to Yi Chen's revolutionary new technique. Now, you can tell Mado you choose to surrender or fight to the death. Above the dense forest, Yi Chen hovered quietly, gazing down at the trembling members of the Cloud Below tribe. His gaze swept over them like a tangible force, causing a low stir among the crowd. You are the greatest deity. I surrender. A fake convict who had infiltrated the Cloud Below tribe seized the opportunity, pushed to the front, and knelt heavily. In this world, there is no deity more powerful than you, especially since you are a deity of our human race. Merciful God, you slaughter fierce beasts, yet harm not a single human. This proves you are our one true God. Hearing their fellow infiltrators seize the initiative, over 20 other disguised fake convicts rushed forward, unwilling to be outdone, kneeling one after another, trying to establish their presence before Yi Chen. This act of kneeling was like a spark igniting dry, kindling the Cloud Below. Tribe members fell to their knees in unison across the forest floor. In an instant, everyone was prostrate on the ground except for the tribal chief, who still struggled to keep his spine straight. High Priest, the chief growled through gritted teeth, glaring at the High Priest. The High Priest also knelt among the fallen leaves, pretending not to hear the chief's rebuke. He had been the only person in the tribe to have seen the deity with his own eyes, and the only one who knew their so-called god was merely a fierce beast. Usually, he was the most fervent believer of that false god, but now he only regretted being a step too slow, wanting to claim the first position of surrender, only to be beaten by over 20 others. Very good. From now on, you are members of the Flame Mountain tribe. Yi Chen ignored the standing chief and focused his gaze on the High Priest. You are this tribe's High Priest. Great deity. I shall become your most loyal believer. The High Priest immediately prostrated himself, even kissing the earth, his voice trembling with devotion. Yi Chen smiled faintly and asked, your tribe's deity is merely a fierce beast, isn't it? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Their faith had been torn apart before their very eyes, but they only dared to draw sharp breaths, not daring to speak. Yes, it is only a false god. Its true form is nothing but a queen bee. The High Priest kowtowed repeatedly. This statement struck like lightning into everyone's minds. The deity they had worshipped for years was actually a fierce beast? Yi Chen had already reached his conclusion, but continued questioning. Your sudden attack just now, is it ordered by this queen bee? Great deity, you truly possess divine foresight. The High Priest nodded frantically. The attack was indeed launched because the queen bee instructed me through special sound waves, and I then notified the chief to issue the command. With this explanation, the tribe members' faces turned deathly pale as the foundation of their faith crumbled. Even the chief swayed unsteadily, no longer possessing his earlier resolve to die protecting their so-called deity. It seems it knows it cannot match me and doesn't intend to show itself. Yi Chen mused to himself, somewhat disappointed. If the queen bee were far away, he might have been able to devise a way to lure and kill it. But since it was nearby watching, it surely understood the odds were against it and wouldn't fall into any trap, no matter how he tried to entice it. Unfortunately, he had not yet developed true divine consciousness, so his perception range was limited. Though he was confident he could kill the queen bee, he couldn't locate its hiding place. He would have to deal with it later. Gully, conduct a census of the Yunxia tribe's population and arrange for our departure back to the Yinshan tribe as soon as possible. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at Gully, who was following beside him. The entire Eastern Army? Gully asked in confusion. The entire Eastern Army. Yi Chen nodded in confirmation. With the Lightning Bee King lurking in the shadows, he couldn't guarantee the Eastern Army's safety for now. The only option was to withdraw the main force back to the Yinshan tribe first. Once the Eastern Army's overall strength improved enough to face the Lightning Bee King without fear, they could launch another campaign. This approach would inevitably slow their expansion, but it was the safer choice. Besides, the Yunxia tribe had added over 5,000 people and one goddess setback was within his acceptable range. Understood. Gully said no more and immediately summoned the squad leaders. She counted the population one by one, distributed supplies, and determined the return route. The Yunxia tribe members cooperated fully. Even their chief, who hadn't officially declared surrender yet, offered no further resistance. He had already given in mentally, but was too proud to voice it. Soon, food, clothing, and portable tools were quickly sorted and packed, loaded onto hide bundles and wooden frames, ready for departure. In the live stream, Yi Chen's order caused some viewers to explode with reactions. It's over? Yi Chen is taking the entire Eastern Army back to the Yinshan tribe? Does this mean the campaign that lasted over a year is coming to an end? Someone posted frantically in the chat. Relax, this is good news for us. Good news? Are you kidding? If he really stops the war, he won't massively strengthen the Yinshan tribe anymore, and he won't publicly teach cultivation techniques. How could this possibly be good? Use your brain, will you? First, you need to understand that Yi Chen has enormous ambitions. Unless he faces major setbacks or runs out of manpower, he would never completely stop. Someone analyzed calmly. Soon, more systematic reasoning appeared in the chat. 1. This is similar to when the Human Federation first mastered space jump technology back then. The council, military, and even ordinary civilians were all ambitious, eager to sweep across the universe. 2. When we encountered apex predators on alien planets and lost warships, our response was to improve our ships and continue crushing them, not to retreat. 3. The Lightning Bee King is to Yi Chen what those apex predators were to the Human Federation, troublesome, but certainly not insurmountable. 4. Only after a crushing defeat like the one against the 10,000 Races Alliance was the Human Federation forced to retreat to the galaxy. Without the lesson of total annihilation, who would withdraw? The conclusion was simple. Unless one of his armies was completely destroyed and the enemy proved too strong even for Yi Chen to defeat, he would never stop expanding. Then why is he calling the entire Eastern Army back? Someone still didn't understand. Because of the Lightning Bee King. The explainer continued posting. Yi Chen has been trying to lure it out to kill it. But this creature is both powerful and cunning. Even after all the beasts were slaughtered and the entire Yunxia tribe surrendered, it still refuses to show itself or even attempt a sneak attack on Yi Chen. Unlike us, Yi Chen couldn't use the scanners of space battleships to detect that the creature was currently hiding among the branches of a large tree, watching and waiting. Since he couldn't kill the Thunder Bee King, he naturally had to guard against its sneak attacks. Yi Chen himself wasn't afraid. In fact, he almost hoped it would attack him directly, but the Eastern Army and the Yunxia tribe couldn't withstand a sudden assault from this fierce beast. For their sake, he ordered the entire Eastern Army to retreat to the Yinshan tribe together with the Yunxia tribe members. Only this way could he ensure everyone's safety. Leaving behind any soldiers would essentially be sending them to their deaths. I see. Thank goodness. I was worried Yi Chen was planning to retreat entirely. After hearing the explanation, the previously confused people finally understood, and their anxious hearts immediately settled. The Thunder Bee King was like a thunder bomb that could explode at any moment. If it were allowed to lurk within the Yinshan Mountains, it would pose a massive threat to the entire Yinshan tribe. Yi Chen couldn't guard his people every day, nor would he keep the Eastern Army trapped in the valley forever. Inevitably, after returning, he would send word to the other three armies, recall some of the talented individuals, and at minimum teach them the complete version of heaven-slaying art and the spirit method level chaos art, so that even if the four armies encountered sneak attacks, they would have the confidence to fight back or even kill the Bee King. As soon as this news broke, the live stream chat exploded. Does this mean we'll soon learn the complete heaven-slaying art and the spirit method level chaos art? We might even get new techniques. Be convention. We should at least get weakened versions. 8 months. Finally, we're getting the complete version. However, the cheering lasted only a few seconds. Someone reminded everyone in the chat. The techniques haven't been officially released yet, and celebrate too early. Everyone paused and quickly calmed down. After being unreasonably tormented by Yi Chen multiple times, they had learned their lesson. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Never celebrate too early before success is truly in hand. Deep in the dense forest, within the gaps of a tree whose branches and leaves blocked out the sky, the Thunder Bee King stared intently at the Yunxia tribes group in the distance. Its pale yellow carapace flickered between light and shadow among the leaves, its football-sized body tense, its compound eyes burning with rage and hatred. Time and again it wanted to rush out and blast those people into charred ash, but every time it remembered the terrifying power Yi Chen had displayed, it could only forcibly restrain itself. It hated Yi Chen, but the victor was king and the defeated were subjects. A direct confrontation would only lead to death. What truly made it gnash its teeth was the Yunxia tribite felt the sharp pain of betrayal. It longed to strike down every man, woman, and child of the Yunxia tribe into ashes, yet had to helplessly watch as they gathered food under the Eastern Army's protection, then slowly retreated along the forest exit. As the group gradually moved away, it trembled its wings among the branches, ultimately suppressing its impulse and secretly followed them. Without avenging this grudge, the hatred in its heart would never be quelled. Angel Galaxy. Planet Clay. Damn human genius. Deep within the palace, Baden was consumed with rage, his golden wings suddenly spreading wide. With each tremor of his wings, countless blazing golden rays burst forth. Boom. Stone pillars 2 to 3 meters thick were instantly pierced through, and walls built from the finest spiritual minerals and decorative carvings crumbled like paper licked by flames. In mere moments, the once magnificently crafted palace was reduced to rubble and dust. The unsupported dome crashed down with a thunderous roar, raising billowing clouds of dust as it shattered. Baden spread his wings and soared skyward, his form streaking out from the ruins. His golden hair and face mask were covered in debris and dust, making his blazing fury seem almost tangible. Damn those past holy lords. All of them useless trash. The uncontrolled curse escaped his lips under normal circumstances. He would never dare utter such blasphemous words. Just hours ago, he had been trembling with reverence as he prayed to the past holy lords for protection, hoping that the one hailed as the greatest genius in human history wouldn't cause any more trouble that would leave him in an impossible position. Yet that peace had lasted only a few short hours. The newly delivered video footage lay before him, transmitted at great risk by a spy embedded within human ranks. The images showed that the human youth hadn't stumbled upon his abilities by accident, but had completely mastered the application of lower-level law forces and created a complete cultivation method based on this foundation. Once this technique spread, all of humanity would gain sudden enlightenment, pointing directly to the ultimate essence of worldly power. Baden's heart grew cold. Then he forcibly steadied his breathing. He glanced around and noticed dozens of guards had been startled by the commotion and rushed over, staring in shock at the collapsed palace. From their expressions, they seemed not to have heard his earlier blasphemy against the holy lords. In the next instant, Baden's gaze turned ice cold. His golden wings spread once more, and countless light beams fell like golden rain, accurately piercing through every guard's chest. Blood and armor fragments scattered to the ground. None survived. What should I do? What can I possibly do? The severe headache nearly made him explode on the spot. If only those serious criminals hadn't been sent to the exile planet yet, he might not have had the ruthless determination of someone like Liebois, who destroyed his own cultivation to infiltrate personally. But he could at least have sent large numbers of silver angels to destroy their cultivation, blend in with the prisoner groups, and quickly assassinate Yi Chen. Now that opportunity was completely lost. The angel race possessed no large space warships capable of crossing cosmic storms. Only those at the golden angel level could traverse them with their physical bodies alone. However, golden angels of his rank were all power holders within the clan. None would risk their uncertain survival to assassinate a human genius. Moreover, even if they successfully crossed the cosmic storm and reached the exile planet, they would immediately be detected and locked onto by human warships. What troubled all races most was precisely the advanced scanning rays of human warships. Even golden angels couldn't completely shield themselves from detection. Unless Yi Chen's talent reached its limit and he could no longer forge new paths for humanity, the human forces would inevitably launch desperate counterattacks the moment they discovered golden angels appearing near the exile planet. However, once Yi Chen's talent reached its absolute limit and he could no longer create more powerful techniques, assassinating him would lose much of its significance. Just a few hours later, this thorny dilemma once again confronted Bolton. Should he report to the Holy Lord or not? He paced back and forth, frowning and sighing as he weighed his options repeatedly. Finally, he drew out the silver glowing communication crystal, input the organized video data into it, and sent it to the guards responsible for message delivery beside the Holy Lord. I have no choice but to report this. Bolton clenched his fist, feeling a tightness in his chest. Reporting to the Holy Lord meant that even if the Holy Lord was arrogant and looked down upon human cultivation paths, At worst, he would face severe punishment. But if he concealed this information and those hostile golden angels discovered any flaws, he would face complete destruction. At the angel clan's sacred grounds, the main hall stood majestically at 1,000 zhang in height, with spirit crystals embedded in its walls flickering within pale golden halos. At the center of the hall, the angel clan's holy lord spread his 6 wings like a golden canopy, absorbing all spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. The terrifying pressure seemed to freeze the very air, leaving even dust particles suspended in midair. Holy Lord, Lord Bolton has sent video data. A 2-winged silver angel guard flew low to the center of the hall, his voice trembling. Him again, always causing trouble. A flash of impatience flickered in the Holy Lord's eyes. As the Supreme Holy Lord, he possessed not only the clan's most exceptional bloodline talent, but had also achieved his invincible position through obsessive, almost maniacal cultivation that swept away all obstacles. Being interrupted during cultivation was what he detested most. However, he also understood that remaining completely detached would eventually allow the golden angels to monopolize power, deceive their superiors, and even harbor treasonous thoughts. He raised his hand, and the crystal offered by the silver angel floated before him. Inputting a strand of spiritual energy, the images instantly unfolded. The figure of that human genius appeared before his eyes for the 3rd time. Damn it, him again? Bolton, are you testing my limits? The Holy Lord's anger blazed. Half a year ago, he had already severely reprimanded Bolton for this matter. In terms of the angel's long lifespan, half a year was merely a fleeting moment. He hadn't expected this footage to force its way before his eyes again so soon. Just as he was contemplating whether to replace Bolton and weighing how much upheaval this would cause among the upper ranks, the scene of Yi Chen rising into the air with his messenger caught his attention. This human boy could create his own techniques? If the speed was sufficient, combined with his previous heaven-severing art, a human genius legion could indeed pose a threat. The Holy Lord's intention to remove Bolton from his position faded slightly. The images continued. The Cloud Tribe suddenly launched a fierce assault, with over 1,000 fierce beasts carrying several thousand spears, crashing toward the Eastern army like a tide. In the next instant, Yi Chen raised his hand, and thick earthen walls rose from the ground. The Holy Lord's gaze sharpened, whether by accident or design. This human genius had actually touched upon the threshold of manipulating the power of laws. He narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing briefly in the depths of his golden pupils. No wonder Bolton had steeled himself to send the footage. This was indeed a threat. The thought of removing Bolton completely dissipated at this moment. The images still hadn't ended. The Holy Lord raised an eyebrow slightly, puzzled. How is this still not finished? More than 10 seconds later, Yi Chen waved his hand again in the footage, and fire dragons roared, lightning crisscrossed, giant waves surged, and ice arrows poured down. Elemental laws moved as naturally as his own limbs. The Holy Lord stood frozen in place. Impossible. Human talent is so inferior, yet someone has completely mastered the power of laws in just half a year. Accidental discovery was already outrageous enough, but the level of proficiency displayed before his eyes was even more unbelievable. In that split second, deep in his heart, an inexplicable fear began to rise. With such low average talent among the human race, even with a population exceeding trillions upon trillions, it should be impossible for them to produce a genius with such astounding abilities. The Holy Lord of the Angel Clan stood before the dome window, his golden white wings drooping at his sides, their tips scraping softly against the floor. He pondered repeatedly, yet still couldn't comprehend how the human race had given birth to an extraordinary prodigy who could create his own cultivation methods in less than 2 years, and even elevate these techniques to manipulate the laws of nature. With no predecessors to learn from, such a feat was beyond even what he, the Holy Lord who considered himself the most gifted, could achieve. But now was clearly not the time to delve into the reasons. The facts lay before them, and the key question was how the Angel Clan should respond. Could they really follow Commander Bolton's suggestion to ally with races that bore grudges against humanity and form a coalition army to march directly into the Milky Way? A shallow furrow appeared between the Holy Lord's brows. If they forced such an alliance, the cost would undoubtedly be enormous. Those races that had previously feuded with humanity were equally wary of this human genius. Once an alliance was formed, whoever took the lead would have to sacrifice the greatest benefits. He slowly exhaled, weighing his options. Perhaps it was best to stop here. That human genius's remarkable talent in creating cultivation techniques would soon reach its limit. It was impossible for him to develop even more astounding methods. The overall talent of the human race remained low. Only by gathering their scattered few geniuses could they barely pose a threat, and even that threat wasn't enough to make the Angel Clan launch a large-scale coalition regardless of cost. After much deliberation, the Holy Lord ultimately rejected the idea of assembling a coalition army. In his view, the trajectory of a race could never be completely reversed by a single genius. That human prodigy named Yi Chen had merely caused humanity's great ship to begin a slow turn. Whether it could truly change course and advance at full speed would require the combined efforts of generations of subsequent geniuses. Yi Chen was just the navigator. Once his creativity peaked, humanity's path forward would once again be shrouded in fog. Moreover, humanity's overall foundation was weak. For their talent to undergo a qualitative change would require at least millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. When that day came, when humanity truly threatened neighboring races through both individual strength and technological advancement, a coalition would naturally form swiftly without the Angel clan needing to speak up. Summon Bolton. The Holy Lord's gaze turned cold. Eliminate that human genius at any cost, even if it means sacrificing all our infiltrators within the human race. Meanwhile, secretly order our agents among various races to probe their leadership's attitudes toward humanity and cite them, where possible, make them realize humanity's potential threat. Yes. The two-winged silver angel standing guard in the hall bowed to receive the order, his armor clanging crisply, then spread his wings and flew away swiftly. The Holy Lord stood motionless for a long while, his wings trembling slightly, as if trying to dispel the shadows in his heart. The exile planet. The Eastern Army and over 5,200 members of the Yunxia tribe departed from the Great Forest, marching majestically toward the Yinshan mountain range. A sixth-level green savage bull led the way, its body massive as a small mountain with legs thick as stone pillars. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bull's back, eyes closed as he circulated his cultivation technique. The green savage bull's hooves naturally generated suction, allowing it to traverse even steep mountain slopes as steadily as walking on flat ground. With its exceptionally gentle temperament, all four armies of the Yinshan tribe had domesticated these spirit beasts as transportation. Thanks to them, despite the presence of elderly, women, and children from the Yunxia tribe in their ranks, the overall marching speed remained decent though not particularly fast, since the green savage bull's full gallop would create such violent jolting that riders would be thrown off. After a day of intermittent cultivation during the journey, Yi Chen's accumulated spiritual power finally broke through its constraints, advancing him to the second level of the spirit method stage. His spiritual power instantly became more refined and robust. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The army had penetrated deep into the Yinshan mountain range. In the next moment, he leaped down from the bull's back, activating the cloud stepping technique at full power. His figure flashed like lightning across the rocky terrain, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Then he soared upward, like a wingless bird tumbling through the air, occasionally making sharp zigzag turns with agility rivaling that of flying creatures and speed matching the cloud stepping technique itself. Within mere breaths, he had dove toward a massive boulder. At about 20 meters from the ground, his sword suddenly struck out. Boom. The sword energy tore through the air so fast that the blade was nearly impossible to track, instantly splitting the boulder in half with a perfectly smooth cut. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow after his breakthrough. All his techniques had indeed transformed, with the heaven-cleaving strike showing the most significant improvement. While its power might have increased by only 10%, the sword energy's range had nearly doubled. During the spirit release stage, each minor realm advancement only extended the heaven-cleaving strike's range by 1 meter. Upon entering the spirit method stage, the limit had reached 10 meters. Now, with each spirit method stage advancement, the range surged by 10 meters directly. Having just reached the second level of the spirit method stage, his sword energy range had climbed to 20 meters, exactly double that of the first level. At this moment, audiences far away watching through their screens also detected the anomaly through scanners. This sword energy range the scanner shows a full 20 meters. Wasn't it supposed to increase by only 1 meter per minor realm? He just reached the second level of spirit method stage. Could it be that from the spirit method stage onward, each level increases the range by 10 meters? Wouldn't the ninth level of spirit method stage reach 90 meters? And if he advances further, the sword energy might start at 100 meters. Discussions erupted as everyone was startled by their own speculation. If true, the heaven-cleaving strike wouldn't just be invincible in close combat, it could serve as an ultra-long-range artillery with no reduction in power. Heaven help us, when he returns to the Yinshan tribe, he absolutely must pass on all these techniques as planned. Don't get excited, stay calm. We need him to return safely and smoothly. Can't let our excitement blow our cover. Who could have imagined that while everyone eagerly awaited Yi Chen's return to the Yinshan tribe with bated breath, Yi Chen's breakthrough to the second level of spirit method stage would deliver such a tremendous surprise to all. Back on the green savage bull, Yi Chen didn't cultivate, but instead had the guards summon Gu Li, who was patrolling the perimeter. Chief, you called for me? Gu Li jogged over, slightly out of breath. Her robust frame still appeared petite before the towering green savage bull that stood 3 to 4 meters tall. How many kilometers are we from the Flame Mountain tribe now? Yi Chen asked in a low voice. About 80 kilometers. We'll reach it after crossing 2 more mountains, Gu Li answered without hesitation. Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Advance another 20 kilometers or so. and if the terrain permits, circle around to the west side of the Flame Mountain tribe. There's a large canyon about 40 kilometers west of the mountain valley. Head there first, then return to the tribe. Guli looked puzzled. Yi Chen glanced up at the azure sky, confirming no Thunder Wasp King was in sight, then leaped down from the bull's back and picked up a withered branch to clear away the snow. Here, he drew the first circle in the snow. This is the mountain valley where the Flame Mountain tribe is located. Guli nodded. Here, he drew another circle to the east. This is our current position, about 80 kilometers in a straight line. Guli nodded again. Yi Chen drew a third circle to the west. This spot is about 40 kilometers from the valley, where I once killed a giant python. He used the branch to draw a straight line from their current circle toward the valley, but just before connecting them, he suddenly swept it aside, creating an arc that bypassed the valley, first connecting to the canyon circle, then drawing a straight line from the canyon to the valley. Guli's eyes lit up. I understand. Additionally, Yi Chen added, send several Spirit Lost Age clansmen to the other 3 armies and tell them to halt their expansion. The chiefs of all 3 armies and all Spirit Lost Age members, except for a few left behind to suppress the surrendered beasts, should return to the Flame Mountain tribe immediately. Send 3 Spirit Lost Age members per route to deliver the message. Have them watch out for the Wasp King and use speed to shake it off if encountered. Understood. Guli nodded vigorously. Go then. Yi Chen erased the traces in the snow, mounted the green savage bull again, and began cultivating cross-legged. Though Guli didn't understand why the chief was going to such elaborate lengths, she didn't ask further questions and turned to make the arrangements efficiently. What the hell? The livestream chat exploded with comments. Does Yi Chen know that all of humanity is eagerly waiting for him to return to the tribe, so he's deliberately ordering a detour to torment us? A little torment now doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that after returning to the tribe, he'll continue tormenting us by refusing to share the cultivation techniques. Another comment quickly followed. Someone stepped forward to explain, you're overthinking this. Yi Chen is being cautious and preparing for contingencies, preventing the Thunder Wasp King from tracking him all the way to the Flame Mountain tribe. By using the canyon's complex terrain, he wants to completely shake off the Wasp King so it can't locate the valley's position in the short term. The screen's comments fell silent for several seconds, then someone sighed. That Thunder Wasp King is truly blessed with extraordinary fortune. It's absolutely ridiculous that the greatest genius of our human race has to waste brain cells and precious time figuring out how to shake off this creature's pursuit. This isn't just extraordinary luck, it's like all its ancestors' graves are glowing with fortune. This has to be the luckiest beast in history. Keep in mind, it's merely a level 30 beast, yet during humanity's conquest across the galaxy, we've eliminated countless top-tier beasts whose names are buried in classified military archives. Those names typically appear only in cold military reports, but the Thunder Wasp King has managed to appear prominently in major human historical events twice. First, witnessing the birth of Yi Chen's new cultivation technique. Second, becoming the first beast in history to actually make Yi Chen worry and rack his brains. At this thought, viewers in the live stream collectively gasped. Such luck is simply astronomical. As long as humanity survives and our legacy continues, even millions of years from now, future generations will remember. There once was a Thunder Wasp King that personally witnessed humanity's greatest genius create a cultivation technique, and even forced that genius to struggle with evasion tactics. As for whether the Thunder Wasp King itself realizes how incredibly fortunate it is, that remains unknown. Lucky or not, it's equally ruthless when causing trouble. To escape it, the main force had to take a massive detour, wasting precious time. Someone sighed in the chat. Now the troops will be at least 5 or 6 hours late returning to the Flame Mountain tribe. But another voice emerged in the comments. I'm baffled, why are so many people being dense? We should be thanking the Thunder Wasp King. Have you forgotten Yi Chen's other command? He had Guli urgently notify the other 3 armies to halt expansion and recall most of the Spirit Lost Age clansmen. Anyone with half a brain can deduce. Yi Chen plans to immediately teach the new technique upon returning to the tribe, dramatically boosting these Spirit Lost Age warriors' combat power so that in the future, even encountering the Thunder Wasp King alone, they could fight it hidden or even kill it. Holy crap, that's the only explanation that makes sense. The comments exploded. So once the Spirit Lost Age people arrive, the technique will definitely be taught. Don't say almost certain. Someone typed frantically. It's absolutely guaranteed. Otherwise, why would Yi Chen urgently recall them? With just himself alone, unable to locate the Wasp King's nest, he'd have no way to ensure complete safety unless he made all clansmen stay locked inside the Flame Mountain tribe. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a large message flooded the screen. Brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, please stop saying absolutely guaranteed. It's in the bag. Success rate maxed out. Every time I hear these phrases, my heart aches because I feel like something's going to go wrong. Instantly, the livestream fell so quiet you could hear heartbeats. Everyone reminded themselves. Dawn is approaching, but the closer we get, the more steady and calm we must remain. Don't celebrate too early. Chief, we've reached the entrance to the Grand Canyon. Gully trudged through the thick snow, hurrying over from the outer edge of the main force. Yi Chen finished his cultivation and stood up, lifting his gaze to see the canyon entrance sprawling before them, winding and twisting like a gray-black dragon disappearing into the mountain's belly. The sheer cliffs on both sides shot straight up into the clouds, conservatively estimated at several thousand meters high. The heavy snow that had fallen for days and nights had finally stopped, leaving the air washed clean and pure, with the blue sky as clear as a gemstone. Tighten the formation and proceed at full speed. Have the scout teams keep a close watch. Yi Chen raised his hand to signal. At Gully's command, the previously scattered formation quickly contracted, and hundreds of warriors rushed through the snow, streaming into the canyon in single file. Having finished his cultivation, Yi Chen didn't sit back down to meditate, but instead turned to gaze behind the main force, secretly searching for traces of the Thunder Wasp King. The High Priest had already warned him. This level 30 fierce beast, though capable of flight, had limited flying altitude and endurance due to years of dwelling beneath the clouds. If it truly followed the main force to the canyon entrance and wanted to continue tracking, it had only two options. 1. Enter the canyon directly with the group. 2. Sweep over the cliff tops and rush ahead to the exit to lie in wait. The first route was practically suicide. The entire canyon was at most 400 to 500 meters wide, with narrow sections less than 100 meters across. Once discovered, whether retreating or climbing higher to escape, it would be exposed like a sitting duck. As long as its speed couldn't match Yi Chen's, there would be no escape. The second route wasn't much better. With cliffs 1,000 meters high and steep, broken rock faces, standing atop the precipice made it nearly impossible to see the canyon floor below. To reach the exit ahead of time, one would have to fly along the top the entire way, but that area was open and exposed. Once intercepted by Yi Chen, escape would be equally impossible. Yi Chen decided to strike first. Less than 1,000 meters after the main force entered the canyon, his figure suddenly flashed like an arrow piercing the sky, instantly leaping to the cliff top. Cold winds howled as the canyon floor came into full view below. He quickly scanned the area, confirming no anomalies before accelerating again, searching along the cliff top toward the canyon's end. The livestream audience quickly understood. Yi Chen was preventing the Thunder Wasp King from setting up an ambush ahead. But facts proved he had overestimated his opponent's intelligence. The Wasp King was still lingering outside the entrance, neither daring to enter the canyon nor thinking to circle around to the cliff top. No matter how clever a level 30 fierce beast is, without inherited knowledge, its thinking is ultimately limited. Someone typed in the chat, with others chiming in. Though this probably saved its life. If it had really flown to the cliff top, Yi Chen's charge might have already flushed it out. The space above the canyon was completely barren, without even a single tree for cover. Even from hundreds of meters away, it would be hard to escape Yi Chen's pursuit. Suddenly, the chat exploded. Wait, look at Yi Chen's direction. Isn't he about to run into Bai Ruoxin? Bai Ruoxin? From the Flame Mountain tribe. That most beautiful girl. By our standards, the standards of the exile planet, she was the ugliest girl in the Flame Mountain tribe. In the live broadcast, viewers suddenly discovered that Bai Ruoxin's position was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yi Chen's flight path right along his necessary route. Following the coordinates and zooming in, a solitary massive boulder hung suspended above the canyon, with Bai Ruoxin standing on its peak, spreading out her beast-hide map and surveying the landscape below. Everyone exclaimed the same thing. What incredible luck! Bai Ruoxin had always been a maverick, the only one among the 16 fake felons to choose the long-term strategy. Previously, neither the comment streams nor news reviews had favored her, yet unexpectedly, she might become the first person to catch Yi Chen's attention. The Flame Mountain tribe now harbored 16 fake felons, Hylon, plus 15 infiltrators from the Greengrass tribe. Major news websites had ranked them, and betting companies had long since opened odds for audiences to wager on who would approach Yi Chen first. As it turned out, Bai Ruoxin consistently ranked last, with absurdly high odds 700 to 1. Even Hylon, who had been cast into disfavor and exiled to Gu Li's side, only had odds of 230 to 1. The public in betting pools had such little faith in Bai Ruoxin for very direct reasons. She had too many fatal flaws. First and foremost, she was shockingly ugly from the exile planet's aesthetic perspective, of course. She had fair skin, picturesque features, and an ethereal elegance like a fairy untouched by worldly concerns. But in the Flame Mountain tribe, where ruggedness and imposing stature were considered beautiful, this appearance was ugly to the extreme. This alone made it nearly impossible for her to get close to Yi Chen. Even worse was her particularly bizarre strategy. When the other fake felons first infiltrated the Flame Mountain tribe, they desperately showcased their talents. Some flaunted combat skills, others delved into psychology, all to catch Yi Chen's attention. At the very least, they secretly gathered intelligence to prepare for their next move. Bai Ruoxin did the opposite. Even back in the Greengrass tribe, she had focused her energy on studying her colleagues. After the Green Grass tribe merged with Flame Mountain, while others competed to stand out, she devoted all her attention to observing the Flame Mountain people. Most baffling of all was the farce from 3 months ago. At that time, Luosher thought himself clever, stirring up conflict between the Green Grass and Flame Mountain people, hoping to force Yi Chen to intervene so he could offer counsel and gain merit. His scheme failed. Yi Chen never appeared. The high priest was pushed forward as a scapegoat, and an iron-fisted harsh times call for harsh measures policy quelled the unrest. After that incident, Ruashin suddenly shouldered a massive beast-hide pack, left the tribe, and transformed into a geological surveyor. Using the valley where the Flame Mountain tribe resided as her center point, she began mapping the topography of the entire Flame Mountain range, while also collecting data on fierce beasts, mineral deposits, and plant life. If she truly wanted to please Yi Chen with maps, half a month of token effort would have sufficed. Instead, she threw herself into the work for 3 solid months, completely immersed, apparently planning to spend a year or 2 traversing every peak. This made her the least favored among all the fake felons, with betting companies offering odds of over 700 to 1 far exceeding even Hai Lan, whom Yi Chen had cast into disfavor and banished to Gu Li's side. But no one expected fate to be so wonderfully strange. To shake off the Thunder Wasp King, Yi Chen had his main force detour through the Western Canyon, and fearing the enemy might set up an ambush, he personally flew above the canyon to scout ahead. And there was Ruashin, positioned perfectly on a boulder above the canyon, standing high to survey the distance while mapping the surrounding terrain. What a shame, her appearance is too poor. The live stream chat exploded with comments. If it weren't for such an obvious disadvantage, with her incredible luck, she could have gone from being the least likely person to approach Yi Chen to becoming the most promising candidate. Her looks are terrible. Given that the exile planet has completely different beauty standards, why don't the fake felons simply get plastic surgery to match local preferences? It's not like seduction is the only strategy. Even ancient times had 36 stratagems, let alone now. With 10 to 20,000 fake felons being deployed, the federal government and military must make up the majority. Not everyone needs to be a beauty with a robust build, dark complexion, and rough skin, right? There should be male operatives and plain-looking female operatives too. On screen, the distance between Yi Chen and Ruashin continued to shrink with no sign of him turning away, leaving viewers filled with regret. If Ruashin truly possessed that robust, dark-skinned, rough-complexioned beauty that matched local aesthetics, she would have made an excellent first impression on Yi Chen. Combined with her achievement and foresight in leaving the tribe alone for over 3 months to painstakingly map the terrain, the likelihood of Yi Chen valuing her would be extremely high. Now, with her poor appearance, everything depended on luck. Above the canyon, Yi Chen flew swiftly along the wind wall, his gaze scanning in all directions, searching for traces of the Thunder Bee King. The Bee King had yet to appear, but a protruding boulder caught his attention, and standing on it was a figure wrapped in thick animal hide and fur hat. How could there be a human here? His heart stirred as he suddenly accelerated. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, the distance rapidly closed. The figure's back was bundled in thick clothing, with a bulging animal hide pack placed beneath the boulder, clearly a living person. To avoid startling them or causing misunderstanding, he stopped 5 or 6 meters away and called out loudly, "Hello." The person was startled and spun around abruptly. A breathtakingly beautiful face without makeup appeared before Yi Chen's eyes, delicate and refined features, flawless smooth skin, and eyes sparkling like a galaxy of stars. Though the heavy animal hide wrapped her figure like a dumpling, it couldn't conceal her serene and elegant temperament. "Chief, you can fly." The woman stared in amazement, her starry eyes full of surprise. Her name was Ruashin, and having left the tribe over 3 months ago, she knew nothing of the sensation Yi Chen had caused when he flew to Guli. She had only heard from the high priest and guards that the chief can control the air. "You're from the Flame Mountain tribe?" Yi Chen was equally surprised. "My name is Ruashin, and I was formerly from the Green Grass tribe," she nodded, introducing herself. "My newly created technique allows me to control the air," Yi Chen explained casually, his gaze falling on the charcoal and yellow paper in her hands, curiosity evident in his voice. "What are you doing here?" Ruashin held up the yellow paper, letting him see the dense network of lines, drawing a topographical map of the Flame Mountain range, while also collecting data on spirit minerals, fierce beasts, and plants. "May I take a look?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This was truly valuable. He had long planned to send people to map the terrain and gather information about spiritual materials and minerals. However, the tribe had always been short-staffed, leaving this plan perpetually on paper. He never expected someone would take the initiative first. Ruashin nodded gently and handed a rough yellow paper to Yi Chen. The inventor of paper was Luo Shi, who had originally hoped to gain Yi Chen's attention through this invention, even planning to exploit tribal conflicts to secure a personal audience with Yi Chen and earn merit through further contributions. However, his plans fell through twice. Although Yi Chen had praised the paper as a major contribution and ordered the high priest to reward Luo Shi with the highest honors, he never summoned the man to his presence. Luo Shi assumed Yi Chen didn't understand the significance of paper for civilization, so he held back his improvement methods, leaving the current yellow paper still rough, uneven, and of extremely poor quality. On the paper was by Ruoxin's hand-drawn map of the canyon terrain. The lines were clean and precise, clearly depicting tree lines, mountain ridges, and valley walls. Even the distant forest seas and mountain peaks were outlined with their approximate dimensions clearly marked. Is there more? Yi Chen looked up. Plenty more. If the chief wants to see them, look at the summary map. Bai Ruoxin stood up and untied her leather pack. Inside, clothing, dried food, and an iron sword occupied only a small portion of the space, while the rest was almost entirely filled with leather scrolls and yellow papers. She pulled out a stack of leather sheets and handed them over. The topmost sheet showed the valley where the Flame Mountain tribe was located along with the surrounding terrain, at approximately a 1:10,000 scale. On the 30-centimeter square leather sheet, every mountain, river, and ravine within a 30-kilometer radius of the Flame Mountain tribe was depicted in minute detail, with map number 1 written in the upper right corner. Flipping through, there were maps numbered 2, 3, 4, all the way to 9. Map number 2 covered the area directly south of number 1, with the others arranged in sequence. Several maps had blank edges, indicating areas Bai Ruoxin had not yet explored. If completed and assembled according to their numbers, they would perfectly cover the complete topography within a 60-kilometer radius of the Flame Mountain tribe. After the 9th map, a new leather sheet listed the distribution of flora and fauna in each area, along with spiritual mineral coordinates. Yi Chen's eyes lit up with delight. This set of maps almost perfectly matched all his visions for future terrain mapping. What made you think to map the Flame Mountain range? He asked casually, though he had already decided to first persuade Bai Ruoxin to return to the tribe for cultivation, then help her establish a dedicated cartography team once she was strong enough. Bai Ruoxin's lips curved into a crescent moon smile. I want to present the complete topographical map of the Flame Mountain range to the chief, and then gain the chief's favor and power. Huh. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. That was rather blunt, wasn't it? What the hell? The livestream chat was completely bewildered. They'd seen honest people before, but someone this beautiful and this honest was a first. Master move. This is a real master. Someone suddenly understood to be this direct. She obviously had Yi Chen's temperament figured out and chose to cut straight to the point. Soon the comments flooded in. As expected, none of the people selected to be sent to the exile planet to approach or even control Yi Chen are simple. Truth mixed with lies, reality blended with fiction. This kind of half-true, half-false confession is most likely to win trust. Others mocked themselves. My IQ isn't high enough. I need to recharge. Stop pretending you all get it. I think Bai Ruoxin is just mocking those fake serious criminals while amusing Yi Chen. From the moment she entered the Green Grass tribe, every step has been unexpected. She doesn't seem like she's trying to get close to Yi Chen, more like she's conducting research. Her attention isn't even focused on Yi Chen. The livestream viewers were all speculating about what Bai Ruoxin was really thinking. How interesting. Yi Chen snapped back to awareness and couldn't help but smile. He had originally been pondering how to convince Bai Ruoxin to help draw topographical maps, but unexpectedly, she had directly revealed that her meticulous sketching was meant to catch his attention and earn his trust. Whether her intentions were genuine or feigned, he couldn't quite see through her yet. Just mapping the Yinshan mountain range with your level of detail would take at least a year or two, wouldn't it? Isn't that too long? I'm only 18. Yi Chen calculated casually, then added, the Yinshan tribe only has 3,000 to 4,000 people. Honestly, we haven't reached the point where urgent mapping is necessary. Bai Ruoxin pressed her lips together, appearing completely unconcerned. We'll soon break through 9,000, and our competitors will multiply several times over. Yi Chen found this amusing and teased her half-jokingly. Fine, you're lucky the chief discovered you early. As they spoke, Bai Ruoxin's clear eyes brightened slightly. Though she had seemed as serene as a fairy moments before, now she appeared as lively as a forest sprite. All right, come back with me. Yi Chen made his decision decisively. Once we return, you can select people and form a team to handle the topographical mapping. But we'll have to wait until everyone's strength improves and they master the flying abilities from the new cultivation techniques. And it won't just be the Yinshan range. You mainly need to map unconquered territories in advance for our 4 armies. That's not enough. Bai Ruoxin's gaze was piercing. I also want authority to collect and investigate various intelligence, like information about fierce beasts in unconquered regions, and even secretly monitoring the movements of tribal members. Yi Chen's brow immediately furrowed. Well, what was she playing with fire? To boldly request such crucial authority right to his face. Given Yi Chen's nature, when he was already planning to secretly investigate even his friend Gully, how could he easily hand over such vital control? This was a misstep, an absolute blunder. She had originally had an excellent chance to become the person who could approach Yi Chen most quickly, but with one sentence, all her efforts were wasted. She hadn't seen how Gully had nearly ruined her future prospects simply by concealing her role as the designer of the Scout Squad formation. The livestream audience shook their heads repeatedly in disappointment. In their view, if only Bai Ruoxin could win Yi Chen's favor or even control him, she would have a chance to obtain his newly developed cultivation techniques early. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment, she would make such an excessive demand? Above the canyon, mountain winds howled. Yi Chen frowned as he studied Bai Ruoxin intently for a long while, as if trying to see right through her. Bai Ruoxin's expression remained calm, her clear eyes showing not a trace of impurity. Do you know what the consequences would be if I actually agreed? Yi Chen suddenly asked. I do. Bai Ruoxin nodded gently. In the future, many people will definitely be watching like hawks, scheming to bring me down. Or perhaps one day, the clan leader might listen to others' slander or schemes, doubt my loyalty or abilities, and remove me from my position. Bai Ruoxin's voice remained calm, yet every word revealed her clear understanding of future dangers. She added that because she knew too much, once she fell from grace, those who wanted her dead, including the clan leader himself, could probably form a long line. Yi Chen lowered his gaze in contemplation, his fingertips lightly tapping against his knee. The girl before him was merely 17 or 18 years old, with eyes as clear as mountain springs, showing not a trace of ambition's murkiness. Yet when she spoke of power and life and death, her tone was as steady as if discussing today's weather. In that instant, he almost felt he wasn't facing an ordinary girl who had grown up in the Yinshan tribe, but rather a young lioness disguised beneath a docile exterior. It seems you've already calculated everything. He clicked his tongue in wonder, quite impressed in his heart. The Yinshan tribe had only a few thousand people, and he believed he knew everyone inside out except for Bai Ruoxin, who remained shrouded in mystery. If she truly harbored ambition, she could have used the convenience of drawing topographical maps to approach him much faster, rather than spending 1 or 2 years buried in map-making and relying on chance encounters. But if she had no ambition at all, why did she speak so directly about power and status? Moreover, from beginning to end, she had shown him not the slightest bit of reverence, something even Gully, who had followed him from the earliest days, couldn't achieve. Since you've already considered the consequences, then as you wish. He finally spoke, his voice decisive. With those words, the matter was settled. Thank you, clan leader. Bai Ruoxin's exquisite face bloomed with a sunshine-like smile, brilliant, yet not blinding. At this moment, hundreds of billions of viewers in the live stream were simultaneously petrified, as if 10,000 mythical beasts were stampeding through their minds. Holy crap, is Yi Chen really this casual? The future head of Yinshan Tribe's intelligence organization was just born in such a muddled way. Bullet comments flooded the screen, with question marks and exclamation points nearly crashing the system. An unconventional Bai Ruoxin meets Yi Chen, who's always been divorced from common sensito. Two negatives make a positive. More people looked completely bewildered. Those words just now were clearly Bai Ruoxin destroying her own fortress at a crucial moment. Yet Yi Chen's decision was so bizarre it exceeded everyone's predictions. Suddenly, a viewer had an epiphany. Wait, I figured it out. This is actually the most logical outcome. He explained after the fact. Think about it. What kind of person is Yi Chen? Why did Halen's honey trap and Luosher's chain of schemes all fail? Because Yi Chen is the greatest genius in human history, and also the most diligent genius. He also has the mind and ambition of a hero. Bullet comments immediately agreed. 1. Beautiful women are just a pile of bones to him, completely unattractive. 2. Halen's behavior disturbed his martial arts research. No wonder he found her annoying. 3. Luosher's chain scheme failed for the same reason. Then someone shifted the topic to Luosher. From Gully concealing the designer of the Scout Squad formation, to Yi Chen appearing unmoved on the surface, we can see he's not uninterested in Luosher, who invented Paper. He gave Luosher the highest contribution reward. He didn't summon Luosher only because he was busy researching and creating martial techniques, and had no time. Plus, due to his personality, even if he values someone, he won't show it immediately. He definitely wanted to observe Luosher's subsequent performance first. Another line of bullet comments followed. So Bai Ruoxin did the opposite, not hiding her desire for power in front of Yi Chen, which actually hit the mark. Because what Yi Chen needs is an intelligence chief who dares to think and act, and isn't afraid of consequences. The more everyone analyzed, the more reasonable it seemed, as if the truth was right before their eyes. Finally, someone concluded. As for setting up schemes to incite internal tribal conflict, but failing to draw Yi Chen out. This was also because Yi Chen lacked time and had thought of a simpler solution. He judged that someone must be fanning the flames behind the tribal infighting, yet he only had the high priest investigate secretly without personally intervening again, due to lack of time. For Yi Chen, creating and researching cultivation techniques always took top priority. Only when the expansion of the four armies truly encountered obstacles would he set aside his scrolls and spirit patterns to immediately rush over and solve the problem. Beyond that, he kept everything as simple as possible when he could, and when he couldn't, he would set it aside until he found time later. The analyst grew more excited as he spoke, as if he had already penetrated the truth. Yi Chen was meticulous and deeply scheming, yet devoted most of his energy to innovating new cultivation techniques. The most effective way to get his attention was to be direct and cut straight to the heart of the matter. Yi Chen was not only recognized as an unprecedented genius in human history, but his thinking and intellect were equally unparalleled. Might not speak arrogantly, but deep down he believed all things in the world could be controlled. Bai Ruoxin's brilliance lay in not wasting a single second of his time, candidly revealing her ambitions while demonstrating her judgment and execution abilities on the spot. Moreover, the Flame Mountain tribe still had a small population, making the cost of trial and error pitifully low. The simplest example, Yi Chen could tell from just a few words that someone was stirring up trouble behind the infighting, while the high priest who managed all affairs remained completely unaware. The capability gap was obvious, and future mistakes were inevitable. However, Yi Chen not only refrained from weakening the high priest's authority, but gave him decision-making power almost comparable to a regent minister controlling the fate of the tribe members and making final judgments on right and wrong. This was partly due to insufficient manpower. On the other hand, even if the high priest truly caused great trouble, the price to pay would still be within Yi Chen's controllable range. In comparison, the influence of an intelligence organization leader was far less significant. It just so happened that they now lacked someone to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, plus they needed to see whether Gully had the flaw of being jealous of talent. At this time, agreeing to let Bai Ruoxin give it a try seemed perfectly logical. The livestream audience listened with half understanding, feeling like listening to your words is like listening to words, though the reasoning sounded somewhat convincing. But whether this was actually the case, only Yi Chen himself knew clearly. After all, this was just speculation based on reverse engineering the results. Following the same logic of reverse reasoning, it could also make perfect sense that Yi Chen perhaps just felt the fate was rare, acted on a whim, and casually agreed to Bai Ruoxin's request. Or maybe he simply didn't take the matter seriously and, in a good mood, approved it without much thought. It could even be argued that Yi Chen suffered from an extremely rare case of severely distorted aesthetics, preferring ugly women, and seeing Bai Ruoxin as beautiful, couldn't bear to refuse her request. Let's go. Yi Chen rolled up all the beast hide scrolls and stuffed them into his leather pouch. The thick hide bag swung heavily at his fingertips as he wrapped his other arm around Bai Ruoxin's slender waist. With spiritual energy surging through him, he shot into the air like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight for the canyon. Wind howled past them as rocky cliffs retreated rapidly below. Bai Ruoxin's previously composed expression finally wavered. A flush of crimson quickly spread across her pale, delicate neck. The livestream chat exploded instantly. 1. Not only did she soar to the top, but she actually landed the position of intelligence chief. 2. A 700 to 1 long shot just hit the jackpot. Talk about incredible luck. 3. She's the first fake reincarnator to make it into Yi Chen's inner circle. This is a real comeback story. However, some viewers offered more rational analysis. Bai Ruoxin's victory wasn't purely based on luck. Among hundreds of elite fake reincarnated criminals, she was the first to accurately assess Yi Chen's needs and present the canyon terrain map as her key to the door. This required sharp judgment and courage. Even if she hadn't encountered Yi Chen today, she had planned to spend 1 to 2 years mapping the entire Flame Mountain range before making her move. The longer the wait, the greater the risk and the fiercer the competition would become. Whether it was luck or brains, viewers had only one thought: how romantic it would be to take Bai Ruoxin's place, being held by the clan leader while soaring through the sky. Female viewers especially were grinding their teeth in envy, flooding the chat with expressions of jealousy. Clan leader Gully was directing tribal affairs when she saw Yi Chen suddenly return with an ordinary-looking girl, prompting her to call out. Met her above the canyon. Yi Chen replied flatly, leaving only that brief explanation. After setting Bai Ruoxin down, he launched skyward again like a bird taking flight, continuing his search for the Thunderbee King. Chief, is it true that you once slayed a beast over 10 meters long with a single sword strike? Bai Ruoxin looked up at Gully, her eyes burning with undisguised admiration. It's true. Gully straightened her back slightly, unconsciously adding a note of pride to her voice. Could you tell me about it? Bai Ruoxin asked with curious longing. Of course. Gully nodded readily, taking the beast hide bag that was heavy enough to bend someone's back. She led Bai Ruoxin to find a green bull as their mount, recounting in detail how she had instantly killed the giant beast with her sword, and then describing the heroic deed of assassinating the false deity at the Cloud Below tribe. The livestream chat buzzed again. Sigh, with Gully's straightforward nature, she's bound to be targeted by those scheming fake criminals sooner or later. She's not my type looks-wise, but I really love her personality. As viewers with a Godseya perspective, everyone knew that during the journey back to the tribe, Yi Chen had only mentioned two things to Byrox and Sumyeon, had secretly instigated the tribal uprising, and Gully had concealed information about the scout team's formation. Beyond that, not another word was spoken. After bringing her back to camp, he simply told Gully they had met by chance before hurrying away. From beginning to end, he never gave Byroxine any orders. In front of Gully, he kept things completely clean, had simply encountered Byroxine and brought her along as a matter of convenience. Most viewers could easily guess that Yi Chen was testing Byroxine's abilities by having her investigate these two matters. Only a select few realized that the order Byroxine chose was actually optimal. She had set her sights on Gully first. Logically, since they were about to return to the Yinshan tribe, investigating the internal strife should have been more convenient. Moreover, Byroxine already knew that Luo Shi had instigated that conflict, with clear leads and evidence practically within reach. The sooner she could present proof to Yi Chen, the better she could demonstrate her value. Yet she deliberately chose the more difficult path, making Gully her primary target. The reason was simple. Given Yi Chen's relationship with Gully, what he most wanted to understand now was why Gully had concealed her identity as the designer. Byroxine's efficiency was remarkable. She neither clung desperately nor showered excessive praise, but simply revealed subtle hints of admiration, traces of excitement, and barely concealed envy during their conversations. Gully's defenses crumbled under this understated approach, and she began sharing more and more. Upon learning that Byroxine had already reached the 7th level of the spirit release stage, Gully even extended an olive branch, inviting her to join the Eastern Army to help Yi Chen expand his territory together. This maneuver left many astute viewers in the livestream gasping. Gully would likely become a stepping stone for those fake serious criminals in their power struggles. However, others offered a contrary perspective. The ones who might truly get trampled could be the leaders of the other three armies. The reasoning was straightforward. Gully possessed an irreplaceable natural advantage. She was the first to encounter Yi Chen and the first to be considered his friend. Yi Chen was calculating and ruthlessly chilling when necessary, yet he still valued personal bonds. As long as Gully remained undeceived and harbored no rebellious thoughts against Yi Chen, her position would be difficult to undermine. Supporting evidence was also apparent. Hai Lan and the other two fake serious criminals had been constantly inquiring about the personalities of the other three army leaders, clearly planning to switch teams when the opportunity arose. Furthermore, Gully's mind wasn't actually inferior. Tai Shi and Zongshan weren't dull, either. Only Luo Gu truly fit the strong body, simple mind description. Their apparent naivety and scheming was simply due to lack of experience and relevant knowledge. Take that old schemer. The high priest's cunning and intellect were exceptional, yet Luo Shi had played him like a fool. The issue wasn't intelligence, but information disparity. Luo Shi had read extensively, studied historical records, and even absorbed countless schemes from movies and news. Knowledge was the crucial trump card that enabled humanity to rise from the weakest physical form to galactic dominance. Compared to creativity, this unparalleled knowledge inheritance was the true underlying logic. Therefore, after suffering a few setbacks and witnessing the fake serious criminals' common tactics, even if Gully couldn't outmaneuver true veterans, she wouldn't be as easily manipulated as she was now. With the natural advantage of being Yi Chen's friend, anyone wanting to step on her to curry favor with him would need extraordinary skill. Discussions surged through the livestream, with bullet comments cascading like rain across the screen, all speculating about Gully's future. Meanwhile, the main force traversed a deep canyon stretching over 10 kilometers. Each squad followed Yi Chen's orders, turning back to clean up and conceal their marching traces to avoid being tracked. After more than 6 hours, the valley where the Yinshan tribe resided finally came into distant view. The chieftain has returned. Chief Gully and the Eastern Army are back. Along with them, they've brought thousands of people from other tribes. The dark mass of people filled the valley entrance, and at a rough glance, there were even more than the former Yinshan and Qingqiao tribes combined. What do you mean the Yinshan and Qingqiao tribes combined? Do you want to be punished? The high priest has already declared that there is no longer any mention of the Qingqiao tribe. Everyone is now a member of the Yinshan tribe. The rebuke exploded through the crowd. News spread throughout the valley, and the Yinshan tribe members surged toward the entrance like ignited fuses. Curiosity and excitement were written on most faces, though some forced smiles that couldn't hide the underlying worry in their eyes. New tribes and a massive population meant unknown variables, but could also bring new opportunities. Chieftain, the high priest offers the highest reverence to the great god and welcomes your triumphant return. The high priest rushed to the green savage bull that Yi Chen rode, dropped to his knees, and bent down to kiss the earth beneath the bull's hooves. Seeing this, the tribe members behind him also prostrated themselves in welcome. Everyone rise. Yi Chen channeled spiritual power into his throat, and his calm voice carried unobstructed throughout the entire valley. The crowd rose as instructed, clearing a wide path for the green savage bull to pass through. At the high priest's signal, over a dozen tribe members who had been waiting lifted thick animal hides and began laying them from the valley entrance all the way to the stone house deep in the valley. The fresh hides were connected one after another, forming a carpet several kilometers long in an instant, its soft, thick fur gleaming with an oily luster in the sunlight. "That old guy has really improved," an audience member in the livestream exclaimed. "Prostrating and kissing the ground is one thing, but he even knows to have people lay animal hides as a carpet for several kilometers." Someone probably gave him the idea. With his cunning, he wouldn't have thought of such an expensive gesture. Remember, 2 years ago the Yi Chen tribe had to send a group of elders out of the valley for sacrifice during the harsh winter. Where would they get the resources for such extravagance? The flattery is so loud, will Yi Chen really buy into it? Not necessarily. The comments flew by rapidly. The high priest got a bit too carried away this time. Indeed, that was the case. Feng Yu was working behind the scenes. He deliberately guided a tribe member to casually suggest the idea of laying animal hides for the welcome in front of the high priest. The high priest was immediately taken with the idea and suspected nothing. So Feng Yu was making his move too? Yes. He had noticed the high priest secretly investigating the mastermind behind the recent tribal infighting, suspecting it might have been at Yi Chen's behest. After months with no progress, he decided to add insult to injury, attempting to use this blunder to weaken the high priest's prestige so he could seize the opportunity to rise in rank. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, such petty schemes couldn't make waves. He didn't care about any supposed mastermind and even considered the high priest a ready-made scapegoat, perfect for taking the blame. Though the high priest wielded enormous power, he was far from being toppled. Moreover, Yi Chen only appeared once every few months and left hastily after each appearance, making it nearly impossible for others to get close to him. Feng Yu's real purpose was to step on the high priest and find a way to enter Yi Chen's field of vision, hoping to gain his favor. Poor high priest, someone in the comments observed a moment of silence for him. It seemed that anyone wanting to rise in rank would first scheme against him. After all, he currently held almost all the real power in the Yi Chen tribe, making him practically a regent. If not him, then who? The viewers in the live stream, though few of them like the high priest, couldn't help but feel somewhat sympathetic toward him. At the valley entrance, a beast hide about 2 meters wide stretched like a rough carpet all the way to the deepest part of the valley. The Eastern Army and the people of the Cloud Valley tribe spontaneously cleared a path, forming lines on both sides. Yi Chen looked down from his elevated position, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. With a gentle tap of his heel, the green bull beneath him stepped onto the hide and slowly moved forward. The high priest jogged a few steps to catch up to the bull's side, grasping its mane with one hand to guide its direction, occasionally patting its neck as if they were old friends. Are the timber and manpower needed for building houses ready? What about the bonfire ceremony to welcome the Cloud Valley tribe, and the tools and food for settling them in? Yi Chen's voice drifted down faintly from atop the bull. Everything is prepared. The high priest nodded repeatedly. Once they arrive and we confirm the headcount, we'll begin immediately. During these days, he had quietly applied all the logistical arrangements from his experience integrating the grass tribe years ago. If Yi Chen truly eliminated the deity of the Cloud Valley tribe, he could immediately initiate the aftermath procedures, ensuring the valley wouldn't fall into chaos. Suspend the spirit or mining and keep our people from leaving the valley during this period. The false deity of the Cloud Valley tribe might have followed them here. Yi Chen continued his instructions. Understood, the high priest responded. With the population suddenly surging, there won't be enough spirit stone-earning work to go around. Have you considered this problem? This. The high priest's voice wavered. Before he could organize his thoughts, Yi Chen had already stopped speaking. Divine authority was unpredictable, and his heart leaped to his throat while power was intoxicating. The pressure from Yi Chen had caused him to lose several more tufts of white hair. Suddenly, Yi Chen tilted his head slightly in the center of the tribe and took a deep breath. Rich, savory aromas flowed through his nostrils into his lungs. It's the delicious 7-layer stew. The high priest licked his lips and quickly explained. A dish created by one of our tribesmen, using 7 types of beast meat with various spices, slow-cooked in a large pot. I plan to make it one of the main dishes for tonight's bonfire ceremony. He was worried about last-minute problems this evening, so he made a test batch first. Yi Chen nodded but didn't stop the green bowl. Though the aroma was tempting, his self-control was sufficient to resist the urge to eat on the spot in front of everyone. The high priest had learned his lesson from the mistake of recommending women to others. That skilled cook, who was a fake serious criminal, had given him many delicacies, but he no longer dared say a single good word about him in front of Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the Eastern Army behind them stopped and dispersed under Gu Li's command, each returning to their camps. The Cloud Valley tribe members set up camp on the spot to rest and await formal settlement. A group of children bundled up like dumplings in thick animal hides, waving wooden swords, chased after a little boy who was bare-chested despite the winter cold, bursting out from behind a wooden house. Here it comes. After holding back for most of the year, The fake serious criminals finally got their chance to show off in front of Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen didn't fly directly from the valley entrance to the far end like before. Instead, he leisurely rode on the back of his green savage bull, watching the children playing and chasing each other in the valley. The audience in the live stream perked up at this sight. Unfortunately, the delicious food that Liang Sheng had painstakingly prepared still couldn't stop Yi Chen. The approach was fundamentally wrong. No matter how fragrant the food, it couldn't compare to the euphoria of cultivation breakthroughs. Forget about gourmet food. Even beautiful women couldn't resist the temptation of cultivation. Highland's honey trap had already failed, and now the food strategy, which only had aroma left of the original color, aroma, and taste, was doomed to fail as well. Everyone had to pin their hopes on Lu Xing. But with Yi Chen's power steadily rising, the possibility of recruiting a disciple purely out of love for talent had become very slim, and even those most optimistic about Lu Xing began to have doubts. Despite this, the atmosphere in the live stream wasn't dejected. If they succeeded, everyone would be happy. Even if they failed, Ruoxin had already taken the first step as the leader of the intelligence organization, which stabilized the situation. Every additional opportunity to interact with Yi Chen meant one more chance to obtain new cultivation techniques in advance. Come on, come on. You bunch of weaklings can't even beat me when there are over 20 of you. Shirtless Lu Xing laughed wildly as he ran, turning back to taunt the children wielding wooden swords, seemingly completely oblivious to the green savage bull and Yi Chen directly ahead. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. He was about to crash into them. Patriarch, watch out. The high priest's eyes lit up, thinking this was the perfect opportunity to show his loyalty. He quickly assessed whether his old bones could withstand the impact, then rushed to the other side of the green savage bull with a quick step, spreading his arms wide with a face full of heroic determination. However, Lu Xing didn't give him the chance to play the hero. Having already calculated the distance precisely, he suddenly turned around 2 meters from the green savage bull, let out a startled cry, twisted his waist, and used his momentum to perform a beautiful 360-degree spin in midair. His movement technique was graceful, demonstrating masterful use of the cloud-stepping art. Above the green savage bull, Yi Chen raised his hand and waved. A vine as thick as an arm shot up from the ground, instantly wrapping around Lu Xing's feet and suspending him upside down about a meter off the ground, swaying back and forth like a wind chime. Patriarch, are you all right? The high priest thought it was a pity but still looked toward Yi Chen with a face full of concern. He had originally planned to show concern for the patriarch's safety even if it meant breaking his bones. But his heroic moment was completely stolen. Not far away, those little ones wielding wooden swords might usually be respectful when they saw Yi Chen, but at this moment they were hot-blooded and didn't care whether the young man before them was a deity or their patriarch. Right now, each of them was fired up with passion, not caring whether Yi Chen was a deity or their patriarch. They rushed forward and began excitedly beating Lu Xing, who was hanging upside down in the air. Several dark-skinned youngsters threw punches and kicks, their fists and feet striking the boy's shoulder blades and back with loud thuds, stirring up clouds of dust. Lu Xing dangled from a thick hemp rope, his body swaying left and right from the blows, yet he still glared with wide eyes, grinning maniacally while cursing loudly, appearing both rebellious and unruly. Yi Chen rode on the back of a green bull, raising his hand in a loose grip as spiritual energy fluctuated at his fingertips, guiding the massive beast steadily forward. He merely glanced indifferently at the commotion behind him and casually commented, "This little guy seems to have decent talent." The high priest immediately bowed to curry favor. The chief has excellent judgment. His name is Lu Xing, clever and quick-witted, already reaching the 5th level of the spirit release stage at just 16. Unfortunately, his personality is too wild, and being an orphan with no one to discipline him, he causes trouble all day long. He's truly despised by everyone in the tribe. Yi Chen patted the bull's back with one hand, his voice calm, yet unquestionable. Find someone who can keep him in line and manage him properly. If he doesn't listen, beat him. A few good beatings will make him behave. Yes. The high priest nodded repeatedly with a fawning smile. Well then, the live stream audience, hearing this conversation, collectively sighed in the comments. They had thought the chief would take Lu Xing as his disciple, but he showed no interest in taking on a student. Despite their disappointment, some viewers felt this might actually be Lu Xing's good fortune. If he truly became Yi Chen's disciple, he'd probably be strung up for beatings every few days. After all, Lu Xing was only nominally a serious offender. A sudden personality change early on would be suspicious, and Yi Chen's only method of disciplining troublesome kids was the simple and brutal approach of beating them. Though primitive, this method was surprisingly effective. Just look at little Golden Ball, also a troublesome kid, yet so quiet around Yi Chen that he was like background scenery, barely noticeable. Oh, it looks like Feng Yu is about to make his move, someone reminded in the comments. The audience's attention immediately shifted. At this moment, the green bull had slowly left the tribal settlement area. Most of the tribe's people had dispersed, and a burly figure was approaching from behind. Chief, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, Yi Chen was interrupted by a shout from behind. He turned to see a powerfully built tribesman with upright features hurrying over, sweat sliding down his temples, yet not daring to slow his pace. Please forgive me for disturbing you so presumptuously. The burly man dropped to his knees before the bull and introduced himself, Fengyu. Before his words had finished, he raised his hand indignantly toward the high priest. Chief, I stake my life on this accusation. The high priest, to curry your favor, has ignored the tribe's need for warmth, wasting resources and privately hoarding beast pelts. Furthermore, he has embezzled tribal wealth, abused his power for personal gain, and managed poorly. Yi slandering me. Chief, don't believe him. The high priest's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling violently. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow with an odd expression. The high priest had only been in power for how long, and already someone was risking their life to report him? Chief, I am your most loyal follower. The high priest's legs shook as he looked at Fengyu with venomous hatred. Yi Chen ignored his pleas and gestured for Fengyu to continue. Speak. I'm a warehouse worker who keeps detailed records of items coming and going. Fengyu took a deep breath and stated word by word. A few days ago, I accidentally discovered significant discrepancies between the records and actual inventory, so I secretly investigated. I found that every time the high priest entered the warehouse, he secretly took away spirit stones and precious beast organs and pelts. No, it was those working tribespeople who stole them. I even severely punished several thieves for this, the high priest screamed hoarsely. Fengyu coldly retorted. If you didn't steal anything, then what did you dig a hole in your yard to bury last night at midnight? This. The high priest's lips turned blue as he was completely speechless. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. As the actual ruler of the Flame Mountain tribe, if he really wanted to accumulate wealth, altering warehouse records and carting away goods by the wagon load would befit his status. Instead, he resorted to petty theft for small gains, having to personally dig holes at midnight to hide his loot. Only to be caught by an ordinary warehouse worker, his ambitions were truly miniature. The high priest couldn't even blush with shame. Yi Chen felt embarrassed for him. But upon reflection, it made sense. The Flame Mountain tribe had only about 3,500 people total, with few opportunities for overnight wealth. It would be strange if the high priest had actually learned to bully and extort on a large scale. Moreover, 3 months ago, Yi Chen had personally warned him not to go too far after gaining power. With the high priest's intelligence, he surely understood the message. Continue. Yi Chen gestured to Fengyu. Fengyu cupped his hands and continued his report. During this harsh winter, each family in the tribe had prepared warm animal pelts, and we had extra supplies stored in the warehouse. But to curry favor with the clan leader, the high priest nearly emptied the warehouse, wastefully cutting all the pelts into uniform squares. Still unsatisfied with the quantity, he then forced every household to surrender additional winter pelts. Also, the ground would be soft beneath your feet when you returned, hoping to win your favor. What the high priest didn't expect was that the tribe members would be outraged, even secretly blaming you for being deceived. If you don't believe me, you can question the tribe members directly. Yi Chen glanced at the high priest, who was shivering in the cold wind, and spoke with calm authority. Is there more? Yes. Fengyu nodded. The high priest wields great power and should handle disputes fairly, yet he repeatedly shows favoritism after accepting bribes. If you review past case files, you'll surely find numerous injustices. Summon those who benefited, and with your authority, they'll confess their crimes. Thud. The high priest's legs shook like sieves, and his frail body finally gave out as he collapsed to the ground. His expression completely broken. Clearly, everything was true. Yi Chen's gaze darkened. Then he smiled. Fearless of authority, conducting secret investigations, your courage, intelligence, sense of justice, and loyalty are all commendable. Fengyu, you've rendered great service. What reward do you desire? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. This man was rare talent. An ordinary tribe member would probably stumble over their words, but Fengyu was clear and direct, bringing down the high priest in one round. Whether in courage or intellect, he was top tier. Fengyu quickly waved his hands. Being able to root out this parasite for our leader and tribe is my honor. Your praise is the greatest reward I could receive. In that case, maintain your courage, sense of justice, and loyalty to the tribe. Yi Chen raised his hand dismissively. Fengyu stood stunned. Refuse the reward and really get nothing? He could only respond yes, and stumbled away in confusion, walking bewildered toward the tribal settlement. Holy crap, I'm dying. In the distance, viewers watching the live broadcast were doubled over with laughter. Fengyu's bewildered expression nearly made everyone burst. 6 or 7 hours ago, they might not have understood why Yi Chen gave no reward when Fengyu declined, but with Bai Ruoxin's precedent, everything became crystal clear. The difference was stark. Indeed, luring the high priest to lay the pelt carpet and secretly gathering evidence weren't particularly difficult tasks. Fengyu's real skill lay in targeting the core issues, maximizing the negative impact in one breath. leaving the high priest speechless. In reality, the old high priest hadn't embezzled that much. Yi Chen's scanner had just detected the hidden pit under his bed. The few boxes contained valuables worth only about 300 spirit stones. Compared to the high priest, Feng Yu was at least 3 levels higher. But conversely, Bai Ruoxin was 3 levels above Feng Yu. Because she could read Yi Chen's intentions, she didn't waste any of his time and straightforwardly revealed her own motives and ambitions in front of him, even boldly asking for greater power. Feng Yu, however, stumbled at the final step, failed to understand that a person in power needs to keep their emotions hidden, leaving others to guess their attitude. Yi Chen was accustomed to holding control in his hands, yet he was too lazy to figure out others' thoughts and preferred solving problems through simple, direct methods. He never hesitated to support ambitious and capable people. Many secretly felt sorry for Feng Yu. If that guy had directly stated the position he wanted, with his cunning mind that could even outwit the high priest, Yi Chen would likely have nodded in agreement. Get up. Yi Chen sat atop his green bowl, looking down at the high priest who had collapsed in the mud. You should thank Feng Yu for knowing I wouldn't really harm you, which is why he only made his move against you when I was away from the tribal settlement. But with your cowardly nature getting scared senseless by just a few words, you'll soon become the laughingstock of the entire tribe. The high priest, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up upon hearing these words, a flash of relief crossing his eyes. After a few seconds of processing the weight of these words, he was overjoyed and scrambled on hands and knees to the green bull's hooves, making intimate contact with the wet, muddy ground. Thank you for your mercy, clan leader. I will remember today's lesson and never dare make even the slightest mistake again. Yi Chen was in no hurry to let him rise, casually asking, those rare spirit ores in the tribal warehouse, did you take any? The high priest shuddered and frantically waved his hands. No. When you announced the expansion, the first priority was collecting spirit ores. Everyone knows you value them most. Even with 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare touch a single piece. I can swear on my life that I haven't taken even one piece, not even from the more abundant ores. Yi Chen knew in his heart that people have selfish desires, and even the high priest, wielding great power, couldn't possibly be unmoved by all benefits. Besides, even if he didn't reach out himself, others would rack their brains to stuff things into his hands. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, Yi Chen didn't care. That's called knowing your limits. Keep that in mind, he said indifferently. Yes, yes. The high priest nodded repeatedly. Also, you have no heir, and that little fellow hanging from the vines over there is an orphan too. Take him as your son. Be strict when you need to be strict, show genuine affection when you need to show affection, and raise him as your own flesh and blood. Yes, yes. The high priest had become like an echo, nodding while mentally noting down the instructions. Go then. Report to me immediately when the spirit law stage clansmen from the 3 armies arrive. With those words, Yi Chen leaped down from the bull's back, brushed the mud off his boots, and walked straight back to his stone house. The high priest wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, let out a heavy breath of stale air, and led the green bull back, his expression still somewhat dazed. In the distance, Lu Xing, still hanging from the vines, was being beaten by a group of young companions who had seized the opportunity, their whips making him groan in pain. While enduring the pain, he felt frustrated that he had clearly followed the designed plan, with every step executed flawlessly. They had all successfully demonstrated exceptional talent, quick reflexes, and adaptability. So why didn't Yi Chen wait for him to showcase his own brilliant intellect before stringing him up like that? Well then, it turns out Lu Xing was the most pitiful one of all. Although Feng Yu's meticulous plan didn't achieve complete success in one fell swoop, it couldn't be called a total failure either. At the very least, Yi Chen had firmly committed Feng Yu's abilities and cunning to memory. In contrast, Lu Xing not only saw his carefully laid plans go down the drain in the chaos, but also inexplicably gained an old father, becoming the sole unlucky soul in the entire affair. Just thinking about it was depressing. Having an adult's mind yet being forced to squat on the ground playing with mud alongside a bunch of little brats every day, and now having to call some decrepit old man dad, it was absolutely killing him. The live stream audience, witnessing this turn of events, filled the chat with comments expressing their mix of tears and laughter. Objectively speaking, Yi Chen's attitude toward the high priest wasn't particularly harsh. Although he treated the old priest as a potential scapegoat to be sacrificed when needed to appease public anger, he did acknowledge the man's years of dedicated service and had already warned him twice. Stick to your principles and don't commit any grave errors that could cost you your life. Even more remarkably, he had chosen an exceptionally gifted adopted son, Lu Xing, to serve as the priest's protective charm. Everyone marveled at this arrangement, unaware that Yi Chen had overlooked one crucial detail. Lu Xing wasn't just a future threat whose power would eventually survive, could provide shelter for the high priest right now. With Lu Xing secretly offering counsel and covering any gaps, plus the high priest's own sharp wits, those fake death row inmates would find it much harder to use the old priest as a stepping stone to power. From another perspective, Lu Xing had turned misfortune into blessing. With such a powerful father figure, his future looked equally bright. Even if those fake convicts eventually managed to bring down the high priest through their combined efforts. Given Yi Chen's sentimental nature and loyalty to old relationships, he would surely repay the high priest's service with an enormous favor, ensuring Lu Xing lived comfortably. The question was, could Lu Xing endure this great paternal love? Don't forget, Yi Chen had solemnly instructed the high priest, raise Lu Xing as if he were your own son. Thus the audience's imagination began running wild. Would the old priest pull Lu Xing into his arms during the deep of night, chattering endlessly about family matters, making him feel belated warmth? If I were Lu Xing, I would have already drawn my sword and stabbed the high priest to death, then charged straight to Yi Chen's stone hut and bashed my head against it until I died, just to let Yi Chen experience how utterly mind-numbing it is when someone refuses to play by conventional rules. For 2 consecutive days, Yi Chen remained in the stone house, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. According to his original, strongest human talent, breaking through from the 2nd to 3rd level of the spirit law stage would typically require 18 days. With spirit stones, this could be shortened to 9 days. Now, however, he possessed the ultimate talent system. The greater his controlled territory, the higher his talent enhancement. His domain had expanded to over 1.5 million square kilometers, boosting his additional enhancement to 1.5 times the original base, equivalent to having 2.5 times the peak human talent. Thus, with spirit stones, he needed only 3 to 4 days to complete this advancement. The rapid progress characteristic of the spirit law stage captivated him, yet he understood that no matter how addictive cultivation might be, external affairs still demanded attention. On the 3rd morning, urgent knocking echoed at his door. The small golden orb rushed to the entrance and clicked the wooden door open, revealing the high priest standing outside with a beaming smile. Yi Chen dispensed with pleasantries entirely, grasping the priest's arm and soaring through the air toward the valley's center. In just 2 days, the valley had transformed completely. Newly constructed wooden houses and courtyards had doubled in number, arranged in harmonious clusters. From above, the blue-tiled wooden railings stood in perfect order, while clan members practiced swordsmanship with sweat-drenched determination as children chased and played, creating a scene brimming with vitality. The valley's heart had already gathered the spirit law stage clan members, who looked up with excitement and urgency as Yi Chen descended from the sky. A quick scan revealed over 40 people, considering that the 3 military campaigns still required spirit law stage experts to suppress fierce beasts. This number exceeded his expectations. However, Yi Chen's expression remained cold. In these Flame Mountain tribe prodigy's eyes, he saw only impatience, lacking the proper reverence. Only the spirit law stage members from Gu Li's Eastern Army still displayed unmistakable admiration. The bloody scene of him single-handedly slaughtering over 1,000 fierce beasts at Cloud Valley Tribe remained deeply etched in their hearts. During the past year of external campaigns, these prodigies had crushed ordinary fierce beasts with their superior cultivation levels, basking in warriors' admiration while pride grew within them. They seemed to have forgotten that strength came not merely from talent, and that receiving cultivation techniques was the clan leader's grace, not an entitlement. Yi Chen had no desire to visit the other 3 campaigns to demonstrate his bloodthirsty brutality. The immediate priority was disciplining those before him. At this moment, he hovered in midair without landing. Below, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss. Yi Chen turned to the high priest beside him and asked coldly, "How have you arranged the priests from the former Green Grass tribe and Cloud Valley tribe?" The high priest replied with an ingratiating smile, "I've had them assist me with various miscellaneous matters." The high priest explained with some confusion, "Have them find a few disciples from the tribe, those with poor talent but sharp minds and excellent eloquence, then send them to the 4 armies." Yi Chen instructed. "Yes." The high priest agreed instinctively, though his mind was full of questions. He decided to contemplate the meaning later rather than ask directly and appear foolish. With the tribe's population exploding, he felt immense pressure as high priest. The higher his position, the more he feared being replaced, causing his hair to fall out in clumps and leaving him sleepless at night. After confirming the high priest had received his orders, Yi Chen descended before the crowd. "Clan leader." Everyone looked up with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I've gathered you today to teach you a more powerful cultivation technique." He walked to the stone wall and carved the 3 characters Chaos Formula next to the Spirit Release Stage Chaos Formula with his iron sword. The crowd instantly erupted in ecstasy. A new, more powerful technique was finally coming. So exciting, so nerve-wracking. The Spirit Method Stage Chaos Formula is coming. I haven't reached the Spirit Method stage yet, but I'm so excited I could fly. We've been waiting for this day forever. For the first time in over 8 months, a technique was being taught, and the livestream audience held their breath with clenched fists. Sword energy danced as Yi Chen finished carving the incantations and circulation diagrams for the Spirit Method Stage Chaos Formula on the stone wall, Then his expression suddenly grew grave. Before I begin teaching, I must warn you of something. The spirit method stage chaos formula belongs to divine level advancement methods. Mortals who learn it must pay a price after 3 months. Your left arm will gradually wither and rot. His words struck like thunder, causing the spirit method stage tribe members' minds to buzz, while the live stream chat exploded instantly. How can there be side effects? We'll lose an arm after 3 months? That's too high a price. Someone tried to stay calm. What's to fear? Just get an injection of regeneration serum after amputation. Others argued back. Don't forget those geniuses from the Technique Research Institute whose meridians were destroyed. Regeneration serum couldn't save them. Maybe the arm can grow back, but the meridians and acupoints might be permanently ruined. What should we do? Those who've broken through to Spirit Method Stage Level 1. Will you learn it? Yes. For the sake of advancing our cultivation, what's one arm? A Spirit Method Stage Level 1 genius gritted his teeth and made his decision. I'll learn too. If we don't advance, we retreat, and that's worse than death. Sigh, me too. The livestream was filled with sighs. Everyone had deliberately kept their expectations low, yet this sudden side effect still made their scalps tingle. Amid the emotional turmoil, stock markets across the galaxy plummeted, creating widespread devastation. At military headquarters, even with the marshal's iron-willed composure, his face darkened like storm clouds, and he immediately ordered an emergency high-level meeting. At the Angel Clan Intelligence Organization, when Chief Bolton received the intelligence, he showed wild joy, completely abandoning the calm and unflappable demeanor expected of an intelligence chief. How could this be? After mastering the chaos formula of the Spirit Law stage, they would have to sacrifice an arm as the price? In the valley, the Spirit Law stage tribe members who had been excited about their breakthrough suddenly fell silent, their gazes wavering between the bonfire and their arms. Yi Chen didn't rush them, simply standing quietly beneath the stone wall, letting the campfire illuminate his calm expression. Time quietly passed for more than half a minute, the air seeming to freeze. Finally, Zhongshan, leader of the Northern Army, suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, his voice low but firm. I am willing to cultivate the Spirit Law stage chaos formula. I beg the clan leader to teach me. All eyes immediately focused on him. The campfire flickered, illuminating Zhongshan's sharp profile. Standing 6 feet 3 inches tall, he wasn't particularly burly, but his entire being resembled an unsheathed sword, leaving only sharpness and determination. For him, the chaos formula meant ascending realms and explosive growth in power. That sense of achievement far outweighed the pain of losing an arm. Even though he didn't understand, like the livestream audience, that lifespan could extend with higher realms, the satisfaction brought by power alone was already a deadly temptation. It was no coincidence that he became the first among the 4 leaders to step forward. The Eastern and Southern armies were led by former tribal warriors Gu Li and Luo Gu. The Western army was commanded by former clan leader Tai Shi. Before cultivating the chaos formula, they had already secured the top 3 positions in the tribe through their imposing physiques and brute strength. While Zhongshan had once been unremarkable, rising to lead the Northern Army purely through talent. Now, he had grown accustomed to commanding thousands of troops and watching fierce beasts bleed under his sword's edge. Asking him to abandon power and his leadership position would be harder to accept than death itself. I'll learn. Gu Li immediately followed, her movement decisive. For her, greater power meant being able to expand territory for each in one arm was nothing in comparison. I'll learn too. Tai Shi was the third to speak. He had once been the clan leader of the Flame Mountain tribe, but had voluntarily stepped down after turning 30 as his physical strength declined. The taste of a hero's twilight years was etched into his bones, and it was the chaos formula that had rekindled his edgy. He absolutely refused to experience that loneliness again. Then came, I'll learn. Me too. The valley echoed with continuous vows. In the end, all 43 Spirit Law stage tribe members declared their stance. To continue advancing their cultivation, they were willing to sacrifice an arm. This scene didn't surprise Yi Chen. People of the barbaric era had long teetered on the edge of life and death, making them naturally more ruthless than later generations and more willing to pay prices for power. Moreover, they were all high-ranking military officials of the Flame Yellow tribe. Without progress, they would fall behind, and without learning the chaos formula, they would eventually be replaced by newcomers. If their strength stagnated and their positions became insecure, that price would be far more terrifying than losing an arm. Meanwhile, the livestream audience seemed to have their spirits drained, their faces turning pale one by one. Comments slowly crawled across the screen. I feel like we'll end up learning it too. Even if we don't learn the Spirit Law stage chaos formula, our positions are secure, but the feeling of being unable to improve our strength is just too unbearable. Not to mention, we all know that the higher one's cultivation realm, the longer their lifespan. After breaking through to the Spirit Law stage, the maximum lifespan instantly extends to 500 years. Only by mastering the chaos formula of the Spirit Law stage can one qualify to knock on the next heavenly gate, and beyond that gate, one's lifespan might double to a full 1,000 years. Yet everyone knows deep down that this opportunity comes with a heavy price from now on. Whether on exile planets or within the human federation, all humans will become one-armed. The terrible side effects have finally arrived, and no one knows whether further breakthroughs and learning higher-level chaos formulas will bring even more devastating mutations. People can only comfort themselves by thinking this might be the price of evolution. They turn their gaze to the myriad races. Those powerful beings are far stranger than their own kind. The stronger the angel clan members become, the more wings they possess and the more brilliant their colors. Among the Three-Eye clan's powerhouses, their pupils grow larger and more eerily colored. The Thousand-Hand clan measures strength by the number of arms. So perhaps, extrapolating to the human clan, the higher one's cultivation, the fewer arms they have, or even the fewer limbs overall. Right now, everyone feels anxious due to conventional aesthetics, but the trials of evolution cannot be avoided. They can only gradually adapt. Thus, amid the rising and falling size throughout the valley, each person forces themselves to accept this price. Since everyone is willing to learn, let's begin. Seeing everyone's agreement, Yi Chen wastes no more words. As his voice echoes among the mountain walls, the formal instruction begins. All methods stem from the heart. The Tao follows natural law. 9 times 9 returns to 1. Use the heart to glimpse unity. Yi Chen breaks down the formula line by line. After the spirit law stage, perception becomes especially important, as cultivators can vaguely touch various rules of the heavenly Tao. Some rules are profound and mysterious, impossible to approach, but others can be glimpsed through diligent cultivation. The most crucial among these is spiritual energy balance. Spiritual energy seems inexhaustible, yet it can become depleted before the strong once an individual absorbs too much, draining the regional spiritual energy. Other cultivators will be unable to progress. Without understanding balance, the heavenly Tao will spontaneously generate countermeasures, even directly eliminating variables that disrupt the balance. For the human clan, this variable becomes especially obvious after the spirit law stage. Any attempt to wildly absorb spiritual energy will result in backlash from heaven and earth. Therefore, the primary task is to comprehend spiritual energy balance and find legitimate means to absorb large amounts while maintaining equilibrium. Within the valley, Yi Chen pours out his heart and soul, sharing without reservation the operational details and personal insights of the spirit law stage chaos formula. The deeper he explains, the more absorbed his audience becomes. They watch as he sometimes raises his hands to demonstrate spiritual energy flow patterns, sometimes closes his eyes to contemplate the hidden threads of the great Tao. For him, the greatest shock brought by the spirit law stage is that vague sense of crisis. The higher the cultivation path, the more it seems like defying heaven itself. Going further means running counter to the operation of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao requires closed loops and balance. It allows a species to stand at the top of the food chain within a closed loop, but it doesn't permit those at the top to monopolize all resources and squeeze out other races' survival. Once such tendencies appear, terrible variables will inevitably emerge. Either fertility rates plummet, disasters strike, or natural enemies appear. To continue breaking through, there are essentially 3 paths. First, rein in at the precipice and stop here. Second, enter a larger closed loop and transfer the pressure elsewhere. Third, seek methods within rule loopholes to delay or avoid these variables. Yi Chen unhesitatingly eliminates the first option. The second, he currently lacks the power to achieve. So he chooses the third, studying rule loopholes and exploring a path of advancement that the great Tao might permit. Actually, a fourth, more radical method has flashed through his mind: breaking the rules of heaven and earth and grasping the authority to establish rules. But this thought vanishes in an instant. Can currently only glimpse the surface of the rules, still separated from the great Tao by countless miles, let alone breaking the rules of the heavenly Tao and establishing his own. In the valley, 43 cultivators at the spirit law stage had cast aside all distractions, listening intently to Yi Chen's teachings. When they encountered difficult concepts, they would raise their hands to ask questions. After receiving Yi Chen's nod, and the answers they received often immediately illuminated their understanding. Only the high priest seemed out of place. With mediocre talent, he had only reached the second level of the spirit release stage. The profound theories echoing in his ears sounded like a foreign language. Even if he could understand them, he wouldn't bother learning. Power mattered far more to him than strength, and that power came entirely from Yi Chen's favor, having nothing to do with cultivation levels. He didn't even know that higher realms meant longer lifespans, so naturally he had no intention of sacrificing an arm to obtain the spirit law stage chaos art. What appeared to be an agonizing choice requiring countless struggles in the eyes of the 4 army commanders and even the entire human race seemed like an easy question to him. Don't learn. Therefore, the high priest simply let his mind wander, savoring every instruction Yi Chen had given him previously and pondering their deeper meanings. Reading his master's intentions, maintaining favor, and consolidating his position. This was his true cultivation. Meanwhile, the Spirit Lost stage viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Yi Chen's lecture, also cast aside their final hesitations and held their breath as they followed along closely. 3 hours later, everyone in the valley had finally grasped about 70 to 80% of the Spirit Lost stage chaos art. Yi Chen raised his hand and drew his iron sword, carving 3 large characters into the stone wall with a sharp scraping sound. Heaven-severing art. The next, more powerful sword technique was about to be unveiled. As the sword tip moved, the complete incantations and circulation diagrams of the heaven-severing art were carved line by line into the stone wall. The Spirit Lost stage clansmen in the valley and the cultivators in front of their screens felt their emotions torn between excitement and anxiety. Who wouldn't want to learn more ferocious sword techniques? But if it required severing another limb, that would be too heavy a price. Heaven help us, don't be too harsh. Someone prayed in the chat. 1 finger would be within my acceptable range. The heaven-severing art only enhances sword techniques without improving cultivation levels. Even 1 finger seems excessive, right? If I really had to choose, losing all my hair would be the limit. I'm timid, don't scare me. Discussions arose one after another. For techniques like the chaos art that improved cultivation levels and drove human evolution, everyone could understand having side effects. Disrupting natural balance always required paying a price, just like how those powerful beings from the myriad races looked somewhat different from ordinary members of their species. But the heaven-severing art was merely an attack method. They had never heard of any expert looking different from others of the same level simply because their sword moves were domineering. Thinking about it this way, the complete heaven-severing art probably doesn't have any other side effects, someone concluded. This conclusion was quickly accepted by most people, and the atmosphere in the livestream immediately relaxed as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After accepting that learning the chaos formula during the spirit method stage would cost them an arm, their faces regained some smiles upon learning that mastering the complete heaven-severing formula might have no side effects at all. This proved to be true. After Yi Chen inscribed the complete heaven-severing formula's incantations and cultivation diagrams, under the anxious gaze of 43 spirit method stage clansmen and trillions of livestream viewers, he mentioned no price whatsoever and dove straight into his explanation. The heaven-severing formula you learned before derives its core power from changes that occur when spiritual energy flows through acupoints, thereby dramatically increasing sword energy. Yi Chen pointed to the diagram, his tone steady. This complete version draws its true power from your comprehension of sword intent. The cultivation diagram is merely an auxiliary tool that can elevate the power to another level. He explained sword intent in concise terms. Sharp, forceful, swift, agile, ever-changing, entirely dependent on individual comprehension. Different sword intents lead to vastly different sword techniques. Finding the most suitable sword intent is crucial. Whether singular or a fusion of multiple types makes no difference in terms of superiority. What matters is the depth of understanding. After briefly describing the characteristics of sword intent, Yi Chen began teaching the complete heaven-severing formula move by move, phrase by phrase. The 43 spirit method stage clansmen listened with bated breath, as did the livestream audience. At this moment, global stock markets that had been plummeting like mercury began to stabilize as the public gradually accepted this severed arm price, with curves slowly starting to rise. After more than 5 hours, Yi Chen sheathed his iron sword but didn't rest. He turned and carved 3 large characters, 10,000 methods formula, on the stone wall, then continued inscribing incantations and cultivation diagrams. My goodness! Behind their screens, viewers erupted. Is this giving us a stick followed by a sweet treat? And what a sweet treat it is! In the past 2 public teachings, Yi Chen had always released weakened versions first, and everyone had grown accustomed to this small first, big later rhythm. This time, however, they received the complete version directly, prompting cheers throughout the venue. Yi Chen raised his hand, and flames, vines, and lightning instantly surged forth, demonstrating the concept of methods to everyone. The power of laws is the operational principle of the great way of heaven and earth. Sword intent is merely one type. Laws have varying depths. Life, fate, time, and space are the most profound, while fire, water, wood, and earth are relatively shallow. Even touching just the surface allows one to summon flames and water arrows as I do. He gestured toward the incantations on the stone wall. The 10,000 methods formula is like a bow compatible with most arrows. By cultivating it, spiritual energy can guide any law power you've comprehended. Laws can complement each other and merge. Lightning and hurricanes are examples of this. With that, he began detailed explanations, unreservedly breaking down his insights, answering questions one by one, and having everyone attempt to sense the laws. After most of the day passed, those with higher talent like Gully and Taisher finally began to faintly touch the pulse of the laws. Day turned to night. Including the previous teachings of the spirit method stage chaos formula and complete heaven-severing formula, Yi Chen's third public lecture lasted approximately a full day from start to finish. People remained immersed, reluctant to leave. Even those viewers who hadn't yet entered the spirit method stage, though unable to understand most of the content, clearly felt a door slowly opening before them. Beyond that door lay a vast, boundless new world. All right, go and comprehend this well. Also, when testing, find open and deserted areas to avoid any uncontrollable situations that might harm our clan members. As Yi Chen spoke, he casually waved his hand, his sleeves stirring up a gust of wind. The 43 Spirit Law Stage clan members, like arrows released from their bows, all bowed in unison and scattered without stopping, eagerly rushing toward their respective dwellings. Tonight, they would either enter seclusion to cultivate the chaos formula, or sit cross-legged in courtyards, focusing their minds on comprehending sword intent and the power of natural laws. In the center of the valley, only Yi Chen and the high priest remained. In the night, the bonfire crackled, its flames stretching their shadows long across the ground. Clan leader, you've been busy all day. Shall I arrange some food for you? The high priest wore a flattering smile as he quickly stepped forward, bowing low as he asked. Have you made plans for what I asked you to arrange, having the two priests recruit disciples to send to the four armies? Yi Chen's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. This. The high priest swallowed hard. Does the clan leader wish to spread the idea among the four armies that you are a divine being? Do you have a more detailed plan? Yi Chen's tone remained indifferent. As the night wind blew, fine beads of sweat immediately appeared on the high priest's forehead. He had thought about it all day, yet still didn't dare confirm Yi Chen's true intentions, not mentioning it on the way here, but suddenly issuing orders after meeting the Spirit Law Stage clan members. The deeper meaning behind this made him uneasy. Speak. Yi Chen coldly uttered a single word. The high priest gritted his teeth and weighed his options. If he guessed wrong, he would at least offend Yi Chen to his face. If he appeared completely clueless, that would show incompetence. He believed that Yi Chen's magnanimity wouldn't lead him to turn hostile over a mere wrong guess, but he would show no mercy to the incompetent. He stole glances at Yi Chen's expression and said in a low voice, I plan to have the two priests quickly select disciples and send them to the four armies within a month. Then spread the word that the clan leader is the only true God in this world. Only by maintaining a devout heart and drinking the divine water can they. Seeing Yi Chen's expression remain unchanged, the high priest threw caution to the wind and finished in one breath. Can they bathe in divine grace, receive the true God's protection, and prevent their left arms from rotting and withering? When it's almost 3 months, I'll announce in my name that I've developed the divine water. Yi Chen nodded slightly, raised his hand to pat the high priest's shoulder, then his figure flashed as he soared into the air, transforming into a black shadow flying toward the stone house at the valley's end. Phew! The high priest let out a long breath, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and secretly felt relieved. He had bet correctly and escaped disaster once again. Wielding great power and controlling the fate of clan members seemed glorious, but it was like walking on thin ice. One wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. Moreover, power brought not only benefits, but also secrets and crises that ordinary people could never touch. I hope the clan leader won't cross the river and tear down the bridge, he worried inwardly. I know too much. If someday he casually finds an excuse and eliminates me, step down and retire early, withdraw while he could, that was impossible. The high priest racked his brains, but couldn't find an escape route. He could only pin his life on Yi Chen's character. In the live stream, tens of trillions of viewers all gaped with their mouths wide open, completely stunned. Within their hearts, countless trillions of ferocious beasts were stampeding and roaring. The entire galaxy appeared calm on the surface, but underneath it was like a boiling cauldron, with emotions surging so violently they seemed ready to tear through the heavens. A dull thud shattered the silence. One viewer suddenly slammed his forehead against the alloy wall of his room, instantly creating a fist-sized dent as blood trickled down from his temple and dripped onto the floor. Amid the sharp pain, he felt an emptiness in his chest and a profound sense of bewilderment spreading rapidly through him. The livestream chat was refreshing at lightning speed. A pale-faced viewer couldn't help but speak up. So we've all been played by Yi Chen? Evolving into higher-level life forms has no side effects or consequences. At least not at this stage. Great. Another comment immediately followed. Yi Chen just wanted to discipline those spirit law practitioners to strengthen his control over them. As a result, all of humanity got dragged into this mess and ended up in complete chaos. In front of their screens, countless netizens were on the verge of tears. Damn it, this is no way to mess with people. This is no way to torment us. As more comments flooded in, complaints arose one after another. They'd been played mercilessly with nowhere to voice their grievances, because Yi Chen had no idea humanity, even existed, was simply disciplining the spirit law practitioners. Humanity had followed these practitioners and voluntarily jumped into the trap Yi Chen had set. Where are all those self-proclaimed smart guys? "Come out and get in line for your beating," someone furiously typed. Always criticizing the high priest for not being clever enough, for being fooled by a fake death row inmate. Turns out the high priest saw through Yi Chen's intentions, but none of you brilliant minds figured it out. Someone in the crowd sighed and explained, "I just re-watched the video." Yi Chen's decision was completely spontaneous. When he reached the center of the valley, most of the spirit law practitioners' eyes showed only excitement and urgency, with no trace of reverence. Hindsight, criticism immediately emerged. "This isn't hindsight. This is the reason," the explainer continued. "These practitioners have spent years on campaigns, slaying fierce beasts, enjoying worship from their subordinates. The stronger they became, the more arrogant they grew, believing everything depended on talent. Plus, they hadn't witnessed Yi Chen's power in a long time distance-bred detachment, and their reverence for him had faded. That's precisely why Yi Chen decided to give them a harsh lesson. The high priest could see through it only because he was a clear-minded observer. Many netizens could see through the fake death row inmates' schemes while mocking the high priest for being fooled, but if they were in the high priest's position, they would have fared even worse. When Yi Chen appeared, everyone including the spirit law practitioners and the viewers watching the livestream had only the new cultivation method on their minds. Who would pay attention to the practitioner's mindset? Who would guess that when Yi Chen suddenly stopped and asked the high priest about the other two priests, then arranged for them to recruit disciples and dispatch them to the four armies, there was a hidden deeper meaning. In that moment, everyone simply thought he wanted to use divine authority to strengthen his control over the four armies. It wasn't until they learned that practicing the spirit law level chaos formula would cost them an arm that the livestream exploded. Everyone was torn and hesitant about whether to learn it. Upon discovering that mastering the spirit law level chaos formula would cost them an arm, everyone found themselves conflicted and uncertain about whether to proceed. Given that Yi Chen had been practicing the chaos art of the spirit law stage for less than 3 months, coupled with the reasonable explanation that evolution into a higher life form requires a price supported by countless examples from various races who would connect this to Yi Chen's prior arrangements, only the high priest could. This white-haired old man, draped in elaborate ceremonial robes, possessed mediocre talent. His position didn't stem from personal strength, nor did he understand the basic principle that higher cultivation realms meant longer lifespans. For him, preserving his current power was paramount, so he spent his days carefully analyzing every task Yi Chen assigned, terrified of any oversight. This difference in interests and position made the high priest the sole observer of the situation. When Yi Chen held his third teaching session, lecturing for an entire day and night, the high priest's eyelids grew heavy. Yet he forced himself to stay alert, carefully pondering Yi Chen's true intention, so his guess wasn't surprising. Well then, the high priest secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Evolution into a higher life form actually has no side effects, no need to sacrifice a limb as payment. This is an unexpected blessing. In the Great Hall, everyone exchanged glances, finally left with nothing but helpless, bitter smiles. Indeed, Yi Chen's methods were ruthless. Simply because the spirit law stage clansmen showed him less reverence, he chose to deliver a harsh lesson. Fortunately, it was merely a lesson, keeping them on edge for months without actually tampering with the chaos art to create the terrible consequence of practitioners losing an arm. Just for showing less reverence, we got such a lesson, someone muttered worriedly under their breath. If Yi Chen knew that all of humanity was secretly learning his new cultivation method, his first reaction would probably be to make us pay an even greater price, another person added with a dry laugh. In my opinion, a council scholar sighed. The Federal Assembly should pass legislation requiring all inhabited planets to erect statues of Yi Chen. If he's ever welcomed back to the Federation and sees his statues wherever humans dwell throughout the galaxy, perhaps his anger might subside. Actually, we needn't worry too much, someone analyzed. By the time he's truly welcomed back to the Federation, he'll probably have exhausted his talents. Then we won't need him to teach new cultivation methods, so naturally, we won't have to worry about him causing more trouble. Don't forget, a nearby person reminded them. He's the greatest genius in human history, bringing incomparable contributions to all humanity. To appease his dissatisfaction, we must show sincere compensation. I propose, a young counselor's eyes lit up, naming a habitable planet after him, and amending the Federation's prohibition on granting nobility, making him the first and only noble in Federation history, designating that planet entirely as his territory with full taxation rights. Good idea, someone nodded, yet worried. But would the Federal Assembly really dare to do this? Building statues already deifies Yi Chen, and if we also change the nobility prohibition, the negative impact might be enormous. In the livestream, audience comments flooded like a tide, with discussions rising and falling. Once Yi Chen is welcomed back to the Human Federation, how exactly should they appease his anger? Statues, nobility, planetary territories, various proposals emerged, but all suggestions and ideas stood from the position of what all humanity could accept. Throughout the galaxy, the stock market, which had just stabilized, began to skyrocket. The surge was far more ferocious than the previous Mercury-like plunge, and the minor fluctuations left all of humanity dizzy and disoriented. The wealth code seemed to have been unlocked once again, with frenzied cheers echoing throughout trading floors everywhere. Meanwhile, almost everyone experienced varying degrees of psychological stress, and psychiatrists' fees rose to per-second billing, yet long queues still formed. However, the post-evolutionary syndrome of higher life forms that truly unsettled the public had yet to manifest, and this uncertainty made the markets even more volatile. The entertainment industry entered a vacuum. All new movies, albums, concerts, and major sporting events were officially postponed for another 3 months. The divorce case of two top entertainment superstars was also swept into this wave, with both parties' lawyers issuing a joint statement that the next court hearing would be delayed by 6 months. Within the federal parliament, some legislators seized the opportunity to submit amendments to traffic laws, proposing the addition of individual flight regulations. The media caught wind of this and provided round-the-clock coverage, churning out articles at an increasingly rapid pace, while journalists and editors' salaries rose repeatedly. The military headquarters building was brightly lit. The emergency military meeting had been ongoing for nearly 24 hours, with Marshal Tieshue and senior officials wearing grave expressions as they repeatedly strategized around military reorganization. The rise of infantry had become inevitable, and Yi Chen's new cultivation method, the chaos formula of the spirit method stage, made this trend all the more urgent. However, this technique required practitioners to sever one arm, a rigid condition that completely overturned all existing plans. On the operational level, infantry and special forces were meant to strengthen amphibious assaults, local infiltration, intelligence reconnaissance, and assassination of high-value targets, while humanity would still rely on space warships as their most powerful war machines. For a long time to come, the core mission would remain improving cultivation levels, accelerating reaction speeds, and refining warship control. The comprehensive acceleration brought by the chaos formula was clearly beneficial, but single-arm operation would significantly increase the difficulty of using traditional control panels. Therefore, warships, fighters, military uniforms, and all military equipment would need to be modified for single-hand compatibility mode. The military expenditure involved in this transformation was staggeringly enormous. Even if the budget could be approved, they would first need to finalize detailed allocation plans. How to subsequently train officers and soldiers to adapt to new equipment and eliminate inconsistencies in battlefield operations was equally troubling for the top brass. Analysts and think tanks worked through the night, with data models covering entire holographic walls, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Beep beep beep. Amid the monotonous sounds of the tactical sandbox, a communicator suddenly rang. By convention, no one dared to casually interrupt high-level meetings, so Marshal Tieshue instinctively frowned, but after glancing at the encrypted text on the screen, he immediately stood up and hurried into the adjacent small conference room. Several minutes later, he pushed the door open and emerged, his gaze complex and his expression unprecedentedly strange. He had just received word that practicing the chaos formula of the spirit method stage did not reach the level of evolution into higher life forms that would cause post-evolutionary syndrome. Everything was just Yi Chen's way of reminding those spirit law stage clan members to show proper respect, as he felt they had lost their sense of reverence. The two 8-star generals and 12 7-star generals exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes clearly saying, "This actually works?" The military meeting dragged on from dawn until deep into the night, with thick stacks of budget reports piled high on the table. Everyone's brain cells felt like they'd been dragged to the front lines overnight and suffered heavy casualties. After painstakingly extracting that massive budget through gritted teeth and having the think tank and analysts revise, modify, add, and delete the entire plan countless times, they finally had something roughly finalized. Who would have thought Yi Chen would suddenly ask, "Cultivating the spirit law stage chaos formula won't cost me an arm, will it?" Logically, this should have been fantastic news, but the military bigwigs present nearly flipped the table. What the hell? A day and night of heated budget arguments that turned faces red and necks thick, and it was all for nothing? All that fighting over absolutely nothing. The Angel clan's holy city. Bolton reclined against the towering platinum throne, eyes half closed, listening as his subordinates reported various trivial intelligence from different clans. These were merely street rumors for truly important matters. Clan leaders had direct lines to him and wouldn't use this public channel. Enough. Everyone withdraw. His dismissive gesture was cold and expressionless. His subordinates bowed nervously and retreated. To them, this intelligence organization leader was unpredictably sinister and ruthlessly cruel. The slightest misjudgment could mean death. Bolton's previous emotional outburst over whether to submit Yi Chen's image data for the third time, when he had cursed the previous holy lords, was automatically filtered out in these people's minds, leaving only intimidation and fear. His sudden interruption of the briefing and dismissal of everyone made his subordinates even more uncertain, causing them to tread extremely lightly as they left, terrified that one mistake would make them disappear. In truth, Bolton was in an excellent mood. He had stopped listening simply because his spirits were high, and he planned to summon his most favored dancer to add icing on the cake. Once the hall was empty, he instructed the guards to fetch her. Soon, an 8-winged white angel gently flapped her wings, descending like snow feathers on the wind onto the smooth jade steps. Her strength wasn't top tier, but she possessed the nearly impossibly perfect beauty by Angel Clan standards. Curvaceous lines, delicate features, a nose both prominent and petite, and a slender waist that exuded allure with every subtle movement. More importantly, she came from distinguished lineage. Her ancestor had been a 2-winged golden angel who commanded a region and held military power, but suffered a crushing defeat in conflict with the Three-Eye clan and was personally executed by the Holy Lord. Bolton had led the raid on her family estate years ago and was immediately captivated by this 8-winged descendant. To avoid future political enemies harboring criminal descendants against him should she fall from favor, he dared not take her into his harem, instead arranging for her to remain in the palace under an assumed identity as a dancer. Today, she spread her wings and danced toward the light. Her snow-white feathers rippled like tides under the palace lamps, each breath pushing Bolton's already pleasant mood to its peak. "Graceful and elegant, your dancing grows ever more refined," he said, leaning against the chair back with a low voice. Buzz. The communication crystal at his waist suddenly vibrated softly. Bolton's brow furrowed as he reached for the blue crystal, half the size of a finger, channeling a bit of energy into it. The gem glowed with a faint light. He frowned, retrieved the crystal, and infused it with energy. The high priest was drenched in sweat as the footage of Yi Chen's accurate response appeared before him, making his head buzz with shock. Cultivating the spirit method stage of the chaos formula had no side effects whatsoever. This genius, hailed as the greatest in human history, showed no signs of hitting any bottleneck in creating cultivation techniques. At least, the spirit method stage was far from his limit. Damn it! He roared furiously, rage erupting from his chest like flames. The dancers who had been gracefully performing to the music in the hall froze at his outburst, their delicate feet stopping mid-step as their faces turned deathly pale. "Did I tell you to stop?" Bodden bellowed, his golden wings suddenly spreading wide. In the next instant, a thick beam of golden light shot forth, reducing his most favored dancer to ash. Boom. Even his throne couldn't escape destruction as he shattered it with a single palm strike, sending golden fragments and stone pieces flying everywhere. The news was too devastating, needed an outlet for his rage. Just days ago, he had received a death order from the Angel Clan's Holy Master to eliminate the human genius as soon as possible. So he had worked through the night to devise a plan to seize the space battleship. The success rate was extremely low, but it would be enough to prove to his superiors that he was making an effort. For this plan, he had secretly ordered his subordinates to contact numerous human pirates, rebels, and ambitious individuals, promising them countless treasures and positions in exchange for their cooperation. Then, the human traitor liaison delivered footage showing Yi Chen claiming that cultivating the spirit method stage of the chaos formula would cost him an arm. At that moment, Bodden was ecstatic. If Yi Chen would be crippled upon entering the next major realm, he would likely never be able to improve higher levels of the chaos formula again, and even if he managed to do so, it would come at a terrible price. So he made an immediate decision. He ordered all silver-winged angels lurking in the galaxy to withdraw and unilaterally tore up agreements with those human scum. Yi Chen had already become a hero and couldn't be changed. A genius with limited future potential wasn't worth risking countless treasures and dozens of 4-winged or higher silver-winged angels' lives for less than a 1% chance of success. The result, however, was that Yi Chen's claim was merely a smokescreen to intimidate his subordinates. The spirit method stage, chaos formula, was perfectly intact, completely undamaged, without even a shadow of its upper limit in sight. Bodden nearly spat out blood. Not only had he celebrated for nothing, but the cleanup was going to kill him. He would either have to lose face by ordering those silver-winged angels who had turned back midway to return and infiltrate the galaxy again, or swallow his pride and recontact those pirates, rebels, and ambitious individuals, enduring their curses and mockery. Even then, those rats would likely take advantage of the situation to raise their prices. Worse still, they would probably deduce from this back and forth that the plan was related to Yi Chen, who was exiled on a barren planet. The more shameless ones might even play both sides, taking his treasures on one hand while causing chaos to attract the human military's attention, and on the other hand, selling information to the human military through special channels. Third level of the spirit law stage, fourth level, fifth level. In the stone hut, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind immersed in cultivation. Surging spiritual power rushed through his meridians at breakneck speed, while the spiritual energy within a 20-meter radius was torn apart by an invisible force and drawn toward him like a tide. Several spirit stones placed before his knees glowed with a lustrous light, their dense spiritual energy seeping through his pores into his skin before flowing into his meridians in an endless cycle. Nearby, the little golden orb curled up on a straw mat, bored out of its mind as it plucked a tuft of golden fur and spread it across its palm, arranging each strand one by one. 15, 16, 18, 19. Unlike Yi Chen, it didn't need to deliberately circulate its energy. The surrounding spiritual energy automatically flowed into its body, keeping it both lazy and energetic. Outside, the grass stretched like a green carpet, bursting with vitality as the wind swept across. In the wooden hut on the other side, the high priest sat upright in his wooden chair. Having just finished mediating various tribal disputes and conflicts, he was now hurriedly reviewing records and planning his afternoon and evening schedule along with pending matters. After the Yunxia tribe's 5,000 members merged with the Yinshan tribe, the total population had exceeded 9,000, and the endless trivial troubles kept him burning the midnight oil, running himself ragged. Bang, bang, bunged. A series of dull thuds suddenly erupted, startling him so much that the bamboo scroll in his hands trembled. The high priest turned his head to see Lu Xing wielding a wooden sword with a face dark as thunder, furiously hacking at a wooden pillar with the clear determination of, "I won't stop until I chop this thing down." "Xinger, what's wrong now?" The clan leader had instructed him to treat Lu Xing like his own son, so the high priest could only force his patience and squeeze out a loving smile. But the moment Xinger left his lips, Lu Xing nearly gagged. Arguing was useless. This old man could cycle through nauseating endearments like "good boy," "precious son," and "little star" to torment him. In Lu Xing's mind flashed a satisfying image of himself stabbing the high priest with over 100 sword thrusts, 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, until more than 100 strikes finally vented his anger. He sighed, and Wardlethis was still the stress relief method he'd invented during brutal mercenary training in his youth. After achieving fame, fine wine, gourmet food, beautiful women, and luxury cars had replaced it, but he never expected that as a mercenary king ranked in the top 10 of the mercenary world, he'd have to resort to this old technique again. He regulated his breathing and feigned anger, his youthful voice exploding. "It's all little Tiger's fault. He clearly promised to accompany me cliff climbing today, but when I went to find him, he backed out. He said his father lost his spirit stone delivery job, so he has to sneak out of the valley to dig earth fruits and trade them with other tribe members for spirit stones. Otherwise their family's spirit stone supply will keep dwindling. Damn it. How dare he violate the prohibition and sneak out? I am going to chop off his fingers." Upon hearing this, the high priest immediately slammed the table, his face darkening. Lu Xing held his forehead in exasperation. Sure enough, this old fool, corrupted by power, only focused on the rule violation and completely missed the key points. Cliff climbing. Their family spirit stones are running low. He imagined himself swinging his sword to chop off the high priest's head, but as soon as he cut one off, another would grow back. Slash, slash, slash. The high priest suddenly snapped back to attention. "Wait, Xinger, what did you just say? You want to go cliff climbing? You're only at the 6th level of the spirit release stage and haven't reached the spirit loss stage yet, so you haven't learned flying abilities. That's far too dangerous." After beheading just over 20 people, the high priest suddenly cried out in alarm. "Not climbing the cliff is so boring." Lu Xing pouted. "Besides, so many people are climbing it, and I'm not the only one." His mind was churning with countless curses, yet he was completely helpless against this old father of his. Fortunately, the high priest finally grasped the key point. Whatever others did was none of his concern, but his own son absolutely could not climb that cliff. "Tell me what you want, and as long as you don't go to the cliff, we can discuss anything." The high priest pondered for a moment, then added, "How about I have the captain of the guards take you hunting tomorrow? He's the only one in the tribe at the spirit magic stage, so with him there, you'll be absolutely safe." Lu Xing rolled his eyes dramatically. The old man completely missed the point, so he pretended to have a sudden inspiration and excitedly suggested, "Then why don't we gather all the children together and find someone to teach us reading and cultivation?" The high priest lifted his chin proudly. "If you want to learn reading and cultivation, you can always ask your parents. The tribe already has people specifically for teaching writing and cultivation, and you've never been forbidden from listening in. All those teachers in the tribe were personally trained by me. If you want to learn, I'll make time to teach you personally in the evenings. As for cultivation, I'll have the captain of the guards teach you when he's free. Don't forget, he's at the spirit magic stage." Let's observe 3 seconds of silence for Lu Xing. Congratulations to Lu Xing for receiving his old father's love, weighing a total of 3 pounds and 2 ounces. The livestream chat scrolled rapidly. During Yi Chen's period of secluded cultivation, female viewers watched with great interest while most male viewers had switched channels, so this interaction between Lu Xing and the high priest had attracted quite a bit of attention. Unfortunately, the old father's thinking on screen remained stuck at the just teach them casually stage, with no concept of school whatsoever, let alone any vision that transcended the times. Lu Xing decided to stop beating around the bush and cut straight to the point. I want to gather all the children together to learn writing and cultivation together. Build me a big courtyard to serve as an academy, specifically for teaching us. This matter is too significant tide, need to consult the clan leader. The high priest shuddered at these words and shook his head repeatedly. Being close to a ruler was like being close to a tiger. Without something of utmost importance, he absolutely didn't want to actively seek an audience with Yi Chen, let alone bother him with trivial requests. I want it, I want it. Lu Xing immediately sat down on the ground, spread his legs wide, raised both arms high, and stared fixedly at his old father looking ready to throw a tantrum at any moment. This really won't work. The high priest's eyes were full of pleading, but Lu Xing's gaze was as firm as stone. Fine, I'll try. The old priest was nearly in tears. Also, Lu Xing pressed his advantage. You have to be the headmaster. Only if you're in charge can I ensure that I'm ultimately the one calling the shots. I'm the tribe's high priest, I'm second only to the clan leader. Taking on the role of a small academy headmaster isn't much trouble. The high priest hadn't finished speaking when he saw Lu Xing spreading his limbs again, so he quickly conceded. Fine, I'll be the headmaster. He was completely helpless against this little rascal, even though Yi Chen had instructed him to be strict when strictness was called for. But as a first-time father, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Also, Lu Xing decided to stop beating around the bush, set aside a designated marketplace for the tribe members so they can trade their goods for spirit stones. When no one assigns them work, they can weave baskets, sharpen bone knives, or sneak out to dig for earth fruits and hunt some fierce beasts, then come back to exchange for spirit stones. That way, little Tiger won't have to follow his father to dig earth fruits and can come play with me instead. He was too lazy to lay more groundwork and simply threw out his proposal. The high priest's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Hey, this idea actually sounds pretty good. Yi Chen had reminded him when he returned that after the Cloud Below tribe merged into the valley, many tribe members were bored out of their minds. But he had never come up with a solution, and now Lu Xing's single suggestion seemed to lift the heavy stone that had been weighing on his chest. Lu Xing dusted off his bottom and sprang up from the ground. All right, I'm leaving. Originally, he had planned to have the high priest delegate some power and install a few trusted allies in key positions before those fake serious criminals showed their faces. Holding all the power would either exhaust him to death or lead to a backlash. But after thinking it over, he gave up. The more trusted allies you have, the faster you die. Moreover, the true ruler of the Flame Mountain tribe was that chief who stayed holed up in his stone house all day like a total shootin'. Without figuring out that person's bottom line, rashly encouraging the high priest to share power might step on a landmine. Besides, the high priest was already busy beyond belief managing capable people above, while stabilizing various factions below. Where would he find time to chase after him and cultivate father-son bonding? Actually, Lu Xing longed for paternal love. Kidnapped by a mercenary organization in his childhood, he watched his companions die one by one during brutal training, countless times fantasizing a powerful father descending from the sky, holding him in one arm and a laser gun in the other, blasting all the instructors to smithereens. Who would have thought that when he grew up, an old father would actually drop from the sky? This passionate yet clumsy paternal love caused fine ripples to spread across the surface of his heart that had been forged into steel. Every time they met, he felt nauseated several times over. In his room, Yi Chen was deep in cultivation. Having reached the 6th level of the spirit law stage, he absorbed spiritual energy like parched earth drinking in rain. Spiritual currents within a radius of over 30 meters were drawn toward him, forming visible mist that poured into his body at a speed at least 30% faster than before. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking suddenly shattered the tranquility. The little golden orb, which had been crouched in the corner listlessly counting its own fur, sprang up instantly. With a flash of golden light, it shot to the door with a whoosh and hooked the door latch open with its sharp claws. The door swung open to reveal the anxious high priest standing outside, his hands tightly gripping the corners of his robes. Clan leader, I hope I'm not disturbing your cultivation, he said in a lowered voice. What is it? Yi Chen opened his eyes, and the spiritual energy immediately settled as his cultivation session came to a pause. The high priest swallowed nervously and spoke rapidly. Well, after the Cloud Valley tribe merged into our valley, we now have nearly 2,000 children under 14 years old. Except for the infants still in swaddling clothes, the rest spend their days idle, running wild throughout the valley and causing mischief. Some even band together to climb over cliffs and sneak out of the valley, which is extremely dangerous and troublesome. Moreover, children are the future of our tribe. They must begin cultivation from a young age to build their strength, preparing to expand territory and wage wars for the clan leader in the future. After much consideration, I plan to build a larger compound in front of the residential area, calling it an academy, where we can gather all the children old enough to understand and teach them writing and various cultivation techniques. What do you think? Approved. Yi Chen nodded, his expression remaining calm, though inwardly he felt a growing respect for the high priest. Education, reproduction, livelihood, and governance. These for major matters were things he had planned to implement after breaking through to a new realm, yet the high priest had thought of one ahead of time. The high priest felt a weight lift from his chest and quickly pressed his advantage. There's one more matter. Earlier, you asked me how our people could earn spirit stones now that positions are limited after the Cloud Valley tribe's integration. I've thought of a solution. Let's hear it. Yi Chen gestured for him to continue. The high priest cleared his throat and explained methodically. I propose we designate an open area in the center of our tribe where people can craft tools and handicrafts to trade with others for spirit stones. Once our guard force has more spirit law stage members who can patrol the valley's perimeter and eliminate the threat of the Cloud Valley tribe's false god, our people could also venture out to gather wild fruits, hunt fierce beasts, and collect spiritual minerals. They could either trade these goods to the tribe for spirit stones or exchange them directly with other tribe members in that designated area. Excellent. A flash of delight crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Not only had the high priest thought of establishing an academy, but he had also planned ahead for a trading market, perfectly solving their current livelihood challenges. If the high priest has no other instructions, I'll begin preparations immediately. He finally felt at ease. Take 1,000 spirit stones from the treasury as your reward. Yi Chen was in good spirits. Thank you for your generous gift, clan leader. The high priest was overjoyed. He had originally come to report with the mindset of avoiding trouble, never expecting both suggestions to be approved and rewarded so handsomely. He'd have to show some affection to his son when he returned the boy's tantrum-driven suggestions had actually earned him his first reward from the clan leader. Yi Chen suddenly added, regarding your academy, make one more adjustment and just recruit children who are somewhat sensible. Newborns and toddlers who are just learning to speak are also accepted. The academy gathers these children separately, with dedicated staff providing round-the-clock care. Parents can drop off and pick up their children at their convenience, with all expenses covered by the tribe. After arranging the childcare system, Yi Chen decided to tackle the fertility issue as well, immediately announcing a new decree. From now on, for every baby born in the tribe, the family will receive a reward of 300 spirit stones. Yes, the high priest responded first, then looked utterly bewildered. This decree would not only require an enormous amount of spirit stones, but also seemed inexplicable. Was the chief worried there weren't enough troublemakers in the tribe? However, the rules were clear. The chief's orders must be followed. It was best to understand them, but if not, just comply. Yi Chen waved his hand to dismiss him, and the high priest had no choice but to accept the order and leave. The hall returned to silence, and Yi Chen resumed his cross-legged meditation. Seeing that the chief had no intention of going out, the little golden orb slunk back to its original spot, lying on the carpet and playing with its golden fur. Its arithmetic had always been terrible. It could count the same tuft of golden fur repeatedly all day and come up with dozens of different answers, yet it seemed to enjoy itself. In the live stream, the comments exploded. Some felt Yi Chen had gone too far, treating the tribe's women as breeding tools, especially with the temptation of 300 spirit stones. Once implemented, all women would probably be busy having children. Female viewers stood against Yi Chen on a large scale for the first time. Others defended Yi Chen. The barbaric era population was already scarce. Yi Chen hadn't mandated that every woman must have a child every 2 or 3 years, nor had he set any punishments, which was already generous. Moreover, the academy had added nursery-like round-the-clock care, where parents could leave their children for as long as they wanted, completely free, thoroughly solving the childcare problem. Furthermore, 300 spirit stones far exceeded ordinary income. Common tribe members earned only about 10 spirit stones per month for transporting goods, delivering messages, or constructing houses. By this ratio, if a woman had one child every 2 years, her earnings could easily surpass those of ordinary men. Rising income meant rising status. Perhaps this reward system couldn't immediately shake the deep-rooted concept of male superiority, but it could at least significantly enhance women's voice and influence. Therefore, male viewers actually favored this policy, believing it would grant tribal women higher status in the future. The camera cut back to the tribe, where the high priest's petty nature was fully exposed, had collected a full 1,000 spirit stones, filling an entire cart, and was parading around the streets, bragging to everyone he met that this is a reward from the chief. Meanwhile, Lu Xing was scheming desperately, hoping his father would succeed, going to great lengths to preserve the family's power, even resorting to tantrums. But the high priest had no idea that many people in the tribe were secretly planning their rise, and his good days were numbered. If he hadn't encountered Yi Chen's nostalgia, receiving a gifted adopted son as a protective charm, he would have been overthrown long ago. Even more fortunate was that this son could not only protect him in the future, but also advise him now. As Yi Chen closed his eyes in meditation, the livestream's attention quickly shifted away from the chief to the high priest, who was showing off everywhere. Receiving Yi Chen's reward for the first time, the high priest was obviously overexcited, parading around the tribe and bragging. The construction of Yinshan Academy required massive manpower for everything from building structures to decorations and furniture. Once completed, the academy needed staff to maintain order, instructors to teach writing and cultivation techniques, and caretakers specifically for young children. Meanwhile, the tribe's newly established trading market allowed members to exchange daily necessities for spirit stones, and the massive population from the Yunxia tribe continued to pour in, quickly alleviating the previous embarrassing shortage of positions. Within the guard units, tribe members with spirit method stage cultivation were steadily increasing, and clearing the valley's perimeter to fully open free passage was down to just a few final procedures. When that day came, the trading market would surely surpass its former glory. However, what shocked the tribe members most was the policy of 300 spirit stones reward for each child born. The entire Yinshan tribe was practically working overtime to make babies. The resulting side effects were endless. Spirit method stage warriors from the four armies would frequently use flying techniques to return to the tribe every few days, while the monthly military salary of 100 spirit stones wasn't low. Anyone could calculate that 300 spirit stones plus free childcare at Yinshan Academy was a better deal. Ordinary soldiers earning only 30 spirit stones monthly were lining up to request leave, using the cloud treading technique to rush home at lightning speed, planning to farm for several days before returning to the front lines. Therefore, chaotic incidents within the tribe were countless, but all belonged to minor issues that could be resolved one by one. Overall, Yinshan tribe was thriving, with development advancing by leaps and bounds daily. Only the high priest was spinning like a top, experiencing both pain and joy. The entire galaxy was also continuously transforming due to Yi Chen's public release of the 10,000 Methods Manual. Some who comprehended wind element laws changed from going out the door to going out the window. In the high-speed zones of city main roads, pedestrians ran faster than sports cars, while cultivators in the air flew more fiercely than aircraft. Some who mastered fire element laws caused fire incidents to multiply several times, keeping fire safety systems operating in the red zone long term. Some who understood water element laws turned any slight ground depression into small ponds, and skyscrapers might suddenly have waterfalls cascading down the next second. Various crimes also rose accordingly. The federal parliament met daily, formulating patch-like countermeasures and new laws. But from a macro perspective, humanity was unprecedentedly vibrant and energetic. The more people learned the 10,000 Methods Manual, the more magic permeated every industry. Manufacturing, healthcare, transportation, and agriculture were all quietly upgrading. The most profoundly affected was the military. Magic allowed ordinary infantry to undergo complete transformation. Flying techniques and elemental magic combined with the heaven-cleaving technique brought individual soldier response time and firepower close to elite mechas. With team coordination, their combat effectiveness even surpassed mechas. More crucially, while mecha performance had hit a bottleneck, talented infantry and special forces could continuously grow stronger through cultivation breakthroughs. And this was just regarding infantry. Infantry represents the military's long-term development goal. However, what truly keeps the high command awake at night remains those colossal space battleships. Military leadership judges that in the foreseeable short to medium term, humanity's sharpest fangs must still rely on these vessels. As captains, operators, and crew members advance in their cultivation realms, their spiritual perception, reaction speed, and mental acuity improve across the board. Even with unchanged ship hardware, the operational and fire control efficiency of entire warships has been elevated by several levels. Consequently, the military urgently reassigned research personnel to form specialized teams for reverse optimization of various ship operating systems, weakening AI intelligence while expanding manual control authority. Though this appears to go against the tide, it actually allows for further exploitation of the warship's potential. After a century, some veteran generals once again raised the rallying cry of break out of the galaxy and conquer the stars, only to find themselves thrown into solitary confinement the next day. Deep in the valley stood a stone house. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, holding his breath in concentration, with only the thunderous roar of the chaos formulas circulating in his heart. Creak. The window shutters rustled softly as he suddenly opened his eyes. A blue beast-hide skirt followed a slender figure through the window. Bai Ruoxin landed silently, her dark eyebrows like painted strokes and her temperament serene. Yet this leap revealed a hint of playfulness. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Squeak squeak. The small golden orb standing guard nearby flashed with arc-like golden light. Had it not recognized the visitor, thunderous radiance would have already descended. Bai Ruoxin bowed respectfully, her tone calm and confident. From beginning to end, the guards never detected my approach to the stone house, not even near the window. Among the three shifts, the strongest is merely at the second level of the spirit release stage. Her respectful demeanor softened Yi Chen's earlier displeasure. He asked in a flat tone, and so? So, the clan leader should have Chief Gully select several trustworthy spirit release stage clan members to replace them. Bai Ruoxin suggested. Yi Chen chuckled. I thought you wanted to seize the authority to select and train guards for yourself. I'll propose that once the clan leader trusts me sufficiently, Bai Ruoxin answered honestly. Yi Chen's smile faded as he returned to business. What did you discover? Chief Gully concealed the scout squad and its organizational designer because that designer was none other than Hai Lan, who once tried to seduce you unsuccessfully and was subsequently sent to the Eastern Army. Gully feared you might favor Hai Lan again, so she deliberately kept this information hidden. When Hai Lan presented the proposal to Gully, 3 witnesses were present. With that, she handed over a yellowed page. It clearly marked the exact time and location when Hai Lan proposed her ideas, the names of those present, Gully's response at the time, and even recorded the general conversation in detail. Yi Chen scanned the page and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that Gully might be jealous of talent, but now it seemed unnecessary. Continue investigating the other matter. Also, compile a list of all available talent in the tribe. The requirements aren't high, but make it quick, he instructed. Understood. Bai Ruoxin nodded and left directly through the door. After Bai Ruoxin left, Yi Chen quickly returned to his meditative state. Spiritual energy flowed like gentle streams throughout the stone chamber as his breathing remained deep and steady. Over the past month, he had climbed to the 9th level of the spirit law stage, standing just one step away from the next major realm. Now he was completely focused, eyes closed in deep concentration, as if he had shut out all sounds from the world around him. Outside the stone chamber, the vast valley buzzed with activity. Over 1,000 warriors from 4 armies stood in formation, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight, while nearly 8,000 tribe members were settled throughout the valley floor, their colorful tents scattered about, with cooking smoke rising into the air. Endless trivial matters, family disputes, and petty squabbles constantly arose, all requiring the high priest's judgment. With the times changing rapidly and the Flame Mountain tribe at a crucial point of rapid development, major issues kept coming one after another. Power concentrated in one person's hands had long become unsustainable. While Yi Chen focused on his cultivation, the livestream chat scrolled with comments, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. That old fool would rather work himself to death than give up even a bit of power. He's going against the tide. Yi Chen clearly wants to restructure the entire tribe's power system. Going against the tide means going against Yi Chen. He's even suppressing talented people that's crossing the line. Someone mentioned Lu Xing. Lu Xing should be able to read the situation clearly. Why isn't he advising the high priest? The chat exploded with various speculations. Soon, an analyst organized their thoughts and posted a clear analysis. Lu Xing is probably choosing the lesser of 2 evils. The high priest may be jealous of talent, but once power is divided, who gets it? Give it to those fake serious criminals, and you're helping them rise early, digging your own grave. Give it to trustworthy tribe members, and you're creating factions, which is equally dangerous. Since both paths could be fatal, he's maintaining the status quo. Besides, how Yi Chen will divide power isn't clear yet. Hand it over proactively, and at best you've worked for nothing, at worst you've lost big. This explanation enlightened many viewers. A stream of got it comments flooded the chat, then the topic shifted to Bai Ruoxin. The really impressive one is Bai Ruoxin, right? She quietly took control of the intelligence network. She also wants to take charge of training Yi Chen's guard unit. If she succeeds, her position might not be the highest, but she'll be the one no one dares to mess with. And she'll definitely become the person closest to Yi Chen. Someone raised a question, but didn't Bai Ruoxin refuse? She said she'd wait until Yi Chen completely trusted her before discussing it. With Yi Chen's personality, how could he ever trust anyone? It sounds like she's not interested and just making excuses. The chat exploded again, with several veteran viewers stepping in to explain. That's exactly what makes her brilliant. If she really wasn't interested, why would she secretly test the guards? Many people think she's being clever, pretending to care about Yi Chen's safety to show loyalty, but don't forget, she's now the head of the intelligence network, Yi Chen's eyes and ears in the outside world, which is already a huge taboo. Rashly interfering in other domains would make even the most loyal subordinate susceptible to Yi Chen's suspicion. Bai Ruoxin understood this principle well, which is why she would never take such risks merely to demonstrate loyalty. She knew that if she wanted to secure the authority to establish and control that future guard unit, she first had to reveal her intentions to Yi Chen. As long as her name appeared on the candidate list when the guard unit was actually formed, her objective would be achieved. She understood even more clearly that rather than completely earning Yi Chen's trust, the key was to make him believe that among all competitors, she was the most trustworthy one. The only complication was that she already led the intelligence organization, and now she wanted to get involved with the guard unit, as well essentially controlling both the eyes and ears and security of the Yanshan tribe simultaneously. No ambitious leader would tolerate such a person's existence. But who was Yi Chen? The most brilliant genius in human history. The exiled planet operated by one rule alone: might makes right. Yi Chen never feared ambitious individuals because he believed he could control everything. He had always possessed the ability and determination to tear down and rebuild. Regardless of whose hands the Yinshan tribe's power temporarily rested in, he remained the sole master. The high priest wielded great power and influence, he didn't mind. But when he felt the high priest was too overwhelmed to effectively serve the tribe's development, what could stop him from making changes? The same applied to Bai Ruoxin. Precisely because she saw through this dynamic, she dared to compete for that power. Didn't understand that, but it sounds pretty reasonable, someone posted in the livestream chat. You don't need to understand, another replied. Just remember that when Yi Chen has time to spare, that's when the Yinshan tribe's power structure will be reorganized. When that time came, those fake serious criminals would see the light of day, competing brilliantly and seizing the opportunity to rise. While audiences debated the future power dynamics of the Yinshan tribe, the conversation quickly shifted to whether Yi Chen's lifespan would double again after breaking through to a new major realm, and whether he could still create new cultivation techniques. The lifespan question was hardly debatable. From the first level of qi condensation to the first level of spirit release, then to the first level of spirit law with each breakthrough, the maximum lifespan had punctually doubled. By convention, breaking through to a new major realm would follow the same pattern. Yet somehow, when words like 100% were applied to Yi Chen, people felt uncertain, which is why the live stream chat was discussing it. The real controversy lay in the latter question. Following precedent, during the qi condensation stage, Yi Chen had created the chaos manual and flying blade technique. During the spirit release stage, he had developed the cloud walking technique and heaven cleaving technique. Now in the spirit law stage, he had only produced one technique, the myriad laws manual, one fewer than before. Experts, scholars, and major research institutes, after analyzing vast amounts of data and materials, concluded that Yi Chen's talent for creating cultivation techniques is reaching its peak. The probability of him creating new techniques after breaking through to a new realm was less than 50. Yet the emergence of the myriad laws manual had already slapped them in the face. What was impossible about it happening once, twice, or 3 times more? Even if there was only a one chance, numerous viewers still firmly believed that Yi Chen would definitely bring forth new cultivation techniques. Thus, the livestream chat split into two factions, one calling themselves the scientific school, believing in data and evidence, the other, mockingly dubbed the mystical school, believing in intuition. Inside the stone chamber, Yi Chen's spiritual power had reached its peak, but failed to break through. He frowned, feeling the spiritual energy churning through his meridians, yet it remained trapped at the bottleneck of his current realm. According to past experience, advancing from the qi condensation stage to the spirit release stage, and then to the spirit law stage, should happen naturally once spiritual power reached sufficient purity. But this time, the usual pattern had failed. His first thought was that he had reached his talent ceiling, but he quickly dismissed this possibility. With his foundation of the strongest talent among the human race, enhanced nearly twofold, if he had truly reached his limit, geniuses like Gully would never have been able to break into the spirit law stage. After careful consideration, only one explanation remained. Advancing beyond the 9th level of the spirit law stage required more than just spiritual power, it needed additional elements. Perhaps its comprehension of the heavenly Tao, he thought. The moment this idea surfaced, he realized what was missing. Ever since creating the 10,000 Laws Manual at the first level of the spirit law stage, he had buried himself in cultivation without taking time to quietly contemplate the laws of nature. If the missing condition was closely tied to realm advancement, it was likely a deeper understanding of the great Tao. Having figured this out, he didn't stop his cultivation. Instead, he let his spiritual power continue circulating through his meridians by inertia, while focusing his entire consciousness on the laws of heaven and earth. With a soft tremor, brilliant light suddenly radiated from his body. What might be difficult for others over 10 minutes of deep immersion came effortlessly to him. In the next moment, Yi Chen's body trembled slightly as an almost tangible pressure burst forth, first filling the stone chamber, then surging outward 200 to 300 meters, stirring up fierce winds. The little golden orb sleeping soundly in the corner was startled awake, its golden fur standing on end like a golden hedgehog. Its tiny green bean-sized eyes scanned the surroundings, and after identifying Yi Chen as the source of the aura, it contentedly settled back down to continue snoring. The guard outside wasn't nearly so calm. Though not at the center of the pressure wave, his strength was far inferior to this level 20-something golden orb. Before he could react, the fierce wind sent him flying. Clan leader. He called out in panic as he scrambled to his feet, managing only a single shout at the doorway. It's fine, Yi Chen replied calmly, his voice clear despite the howling winds. He broke through. The monitor outside the stone chamber exclaimed in excitement. Yi Chen has advanced to a new major realm. Everyone, look at the scanner, his restoration genes have doubled again. Data flashed rapidly across the screen. His maximum lifespan had skyrocketed from 500 to 1,000 years. Isn't that the same lifespan as ordinary members of the angel and three-eye races? If we can all break through to this new realm on average, our lifespans will match theirs. Heaven be praised, no accidents this time either. Just like before, lifespan doubles after breakthrough. Amazing. 1,000 years. My dream of exploring the entire galaxy finally seems within reach. My plan to date 100 girlfriends now has a realistic foundation. 10 years with each one. More than enough time. Most importantly, this wasn't even the limit. As expected, breaking through to the next major realm would extend his lifespan limit to 2,000 years. In the live stream, hundreds of millions of viewers simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, and the chat was instantly flooded with congratulations and 666 messages. According to past conventions, whenever a cultivator stepped into a new major realm, their lifespan would directly double. This was almost an iron law. However, when the word almost applied to Yi Chen, it always left people uneasy. At this moment, with his breakthrough imminent, everyone unconsciously felt tense alongside him. Fortunately, in the end, there were indeed no surprises. However, the countless viewers on the other side of the screen didn't know that Yi Chen's brow was slightly furrowed at this moment. To advance from the ninth peak of the spirit law stage to the next level, one must possess sufficient comprehension of the heavenly Tao. For him, this was as easy as drinking water, only needed to occasionally take time to quietly contemplate. The deeper his understanding, the faster his strength would climb, and no time would be wasted. The trouble was that while this hard requirement posed no obstacle to him, it might completely block most members of the Flame Mountain tribe. Back then, after reaching the first level of the spirit law stage, he no longer deliberately pursued comprehension, spending only a dozen minutes to meet the conditions needed for breakthrough. Based on this, he estimated that the comprehension abilities of geniuses like Gu Li were probably only 1/3 to 1/5 lower than his, still quite manageable. But for those ordinary tribe members who needed over a year to cultivate from the first level of qi condensation to the first level of spirit release, the situation was dangerous. Spiritual power could be slowly accumulated over time, but comprehension couldn't be forced. Once insufficient, the difficulty of understanding heavenly laws would increase exponentially, and they might never reach the threshold in their entire lives. The ninth peak of the spirit law stage would very likely be their talent ceiling. As this thought passed, Yi Chen felt relieved. This was within his expectations. Mortals had limited talent, and even top geniuses like Gu Li would eventually reach their limits. Only he could rely on the supreme talent system for endless improvement. That limitless aptitude wasn't just reflected in cultivation speed and comprehension, but also encompassed his ability to create techniques. Once his talent climbed to a certain height, he would surely find ways to improve the entire tribe through techniques or other means. Currently, the tribe's average strength was only at the third or fourth level of spirit release stage, still far from the ninth level of spirit law stage. Worrying about their talent limits now was like fearing the sky would fall. What really needed consideration was how to make the tribe members cultivate faster. Refocusing his thoughts, he devoted all his attention to another direction, attempting to comprehend the existence of divine consciousness. This was what he cared about most at the moment, and precisely why he had only created the 10,000 Laws manual in the spirit law stage before rushing to cultivate, temporarily not working on other new techniques. He had inspiration but lacked the ability. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, dispelled distracting thoughts, closed his eyes, and slowly expanded his perception. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, he was delighted to discover that even with his eyes tightly shut, he could still vaguely see the scenery within about 1 meter around him, and it was a full 360-degree view with no blind spots. However, this vision was more hazy than what his physical eyes could see. He continued trying, gradually clarifying his perception. Dust particles floating gently in the sunlight, the minute texture patterns on the wooden bed appearing in sharp relief, every golden hair on the small golden retriever beside him with their varying lengths clearly visible. In an instant, the small space seemed infinitely magnified, with every detail having nowhere to hide. But countless high-definition images flooded in like a torrent, causing his brain to suddenly ache with pain, forcing him to interrupt the attempt. He took a breath and decided to change his approach to listen to his surroundings. Not with his ears, but with his perceptual ability to hear. As time passed, Yi Chen gradually became able to hear all sorts of sounds. The steady, powerful heartbeat of the little golden orb, the gentle friction of air currents in the room, and even the flutter of insect wings within the dark grain of the wooden table. All of these sounds filtered into his ears one by one. To avoid another episode of information overload and splitting headaches, he didn't indulge in listening, but instead tried to extend this perception outward. However, it still stopped at a 1-meter range. No matter how he channeled his spiritual power, his perception seemed locked by an invisible barrier, only able to circle around his body. 1 meter it is. He didn't mind. This distance was already sufficient for attempting to conceive new cultivation techniques, and it would naturally expand once his realm improved. Next, he applied the same technique to his sense of smell. The sense of dust and wood, the faintly sweet fragrance emanating from spiritual plants, and the unique coldness of metal implements were all captured one by one. Then he switched his perception to touch. Temperature differences, air viscosity, and even the tiny electrical currents on his skin's surface all became clear. In the live stream, Yi Chen remained motionless in meditation throughout. The chat exploded with comments. What's going on? Shouldn't he be stabilizing his realm first? He hasn't even activated the chaos formula for the spiritual method stage, and it doesn't look like he's cultivating at all. Could he be searching for inspiration to create a new technique? Some worried, while others prayed he would prove the doubting experts wrong. Heaven help him actually come up with a new cultivation method. Others remained skeptical. Working behind closed doors is too difficult. Why doesn't he go out and explore? Regardless of whether they supported or opposed him, everyone was glued to the live stream, filled with anticipation. In the room, Yi Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He had already used his perceptual abilities to fully simulate the enhancement of all six consciousnesses: hearing, smell, taste, touch, and mind. With eyes open, he could capture textures and angles invisible to the naked eye. With eyes closed, the vibrations of all things in his ears became almost visible. Even his thinking speed seemed to have been upgraded with a terrifyingly powerful processor under the assistance of his enhanced perception. However, these powers still operated independently, merely serving as a super-enhanced version of the six consciousnesses, far from his envisioned seventh consciousness, divine consciousness. Using this to create a cultivation technique was nowhere near sufficient. He had long planned to develop an artifact refinement technique. The real challenges lay in 1. Precisely analyzing all properties of every type of spiritual ore. 2. Observing whether the properties of two or more spiritual ores would conflict, complement, or transform when fused. 3. Capturing and judging the stability of these changes in the first instant. All of this required multiple perceptions to provide synchronized feedback in the same moment, and more importantly, required them to converge into a higher-level integrated sensory organ, not merely a simple addition of the six consciousnesses, but a qualitative transformation. As his thoughts reached this point, inspiration suddenly struck. That's it. A sudden enlightenment arose in Yi Chen's heart. In Yi Chen's mind, divine consciousness should be an enhanced version that combines all six senses. With this understanding, he decided to treat his individually strengthened senses as components, attempting to gradually fuse them into one unified ability. Once this idea clicked, his thinking became crystal clear. He immediately closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and simultaneously activated his visual and auditory senses to capture surrounding images and sound waves. The first stage proved challenging. Although he had successfully refined his visual and auditory senses, synchronizing them to operate on the same frequency remained extremely difficult. After more than 10 minutes, a convergence point finally began to emerge. Yi Chen patiently fine-tuned the perception frequencies, like slowly overlapping two parallel light beams. After 5 or 6 hours, the two perceptions finally merged in his consciousness, forming a brand new, audiovisual sense. Striking while the iron was hot, he continued adding his sense of smell to this perceptual torrent. However, the introduction of this new sensory input instantly disrupted the previously stable waves, dramatically increasing the difficulty. Time ticked by second. As both pioneer and sole researcher, he had no previous experience to draw from. Every trial and error had to be borne alone. Even with Yi Chen's terrifying talent, forging true divine consciousness required painstaking exploration, adjustment, and more exploration. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream was completely different. What on earth is happening? The chat scrolled rapidly. Viewers only saw Yi Chen sitting motionless for most of the day, neither cultivating nor adjusting the operational patterns of the chaos formula. Even if he were developing a new technique, creative blocks should have stopped him after an hour, yet he remained perfectly still. Don't panic, check the scanner data. Someone finally compared various indicators out of boredom, only to discover that the spiritual energy curve wasn't flat, it was continuously declining slowly. The little golden orb is already level 20. It shouldn't need to drain his spiritual energy anymore. Before this confusion could settle, someone pulled up the brainwave playback and was instantly shocked. Peak velocity over 1,000 meters per second. Have any of you ever seen thought signals this fast? The chat exploded. This looks a lot like certain mental patients. Their brainwaves are too fast for their bodies to keep up, which causes behavioral abnormalities. But even those people are only a few times faster than normal, at most a few hundred meters per second. Don't tell me Yi Chen's brain has fried, and he's become a high-speed thinking mental patient? Panic spread rapidly from the live stream throughout the entire human network. Some remained analytical. As our cultivation levels increase, our reaction speeds naturally soar, and our neurons and central nervous system have long been enhanced. Forget 10 times faster, we could handle 100 times faster. Physical performance bottlenecks are something only ordinary humans encounter. What does that mean? I don't understand. More people were completely confused. Simply put, thinking speed can, to some extent, be interpreted as brainwave speed. Just as spiritual energy flowing through acupoints produces different changes, the information carried in brainwaves undergoes layer upon layer of neural processing before ultimately becoming clear commands like raise hand or take a step. Theoretically, brainwaves themselves travel at speeds comparable to light, but once they must pass through neural networks, their speed slows to merely 100 meters per second. However, Yi Chen's brainwave transmission speed had suddenly surged to over 1,000 meters per second, effectively boosting his thinking efficiency by more than 10 times. By normal logic, such a high-speed brain would create a ridiculous scenario: 1 second thinking reach for candy. The next second thinking put candy in mouth. But with the body unable to complete the first action, the hand would be yanked back mid-reach by the new command, creating complete misalignment between actions. But this wasn't the case. Along with his breakthrough in cultivation level came a synchronized explosive increase in his body's reaction speed, with nerves, muscles, and even bones receiving comprehensive enhancement, truly achieving real-time unity between thought and action. Since there was no misalignment, it wouldn't trigger additional chain reactions, thus avoiding the terrible consequence of body and brain never being in sync. This explanation immediately eased much of the tension in the livestream. Viewers secretly felt relieved. It seemed Yi Chen hadn't suffered mental imbalance from his brain running too fast. But new questions quickly emerged. Why did his brainwaves occasionally surge 10 times faster? Could this be an after effect of breaking through to a higher cultivation level? If so, since his body could keep up, this side effect seemed more like an additional gift. Wait, everyone quiet down. I want to ask a question. A comment suddenly popped up in the chat. The questioner identified himself as a mecha pilot. My mecha operates primarily through brainwave commands. If brainwave transmission speed through neurons increases 10 times, does that mean my mecha's movements could also be 10 times faster? The answer was obvious. Whether it was personal mechas, aerospace fighters, or various brain-controlled equipment on space warships, as long as the AI's processing speed and hardware limits could keep up, the overall response could be boosted to 10 times the original. The live stream suddenly fell silent. Everyone was contemplating and grasping the implications behind these words. Excellent. This means if we can figure out how Yi Chen managed to increase his brainwave output tenfold, does this mean we ordinary mech warriors won't have to worry about downsizing or even retirement anymore? Upon hearing the news, a group of mech warriors immediately clenched their fists in excitement, as if the future was right within their grasp. You're getting ahead of yourselves. Someone from the back of the crowd coldly threw a bucket of ice water on their enthusiasm. With the same tenfold brainwave increase, infantry soldiers will see their speed skyrocket proportionally as long as their physical reflexes can keep up. Even with identical enhancement levels, infantry advantages will only become more pronounced as their cultivation levels advance, not to mention the enhancements might not even be the same. That single statement silenced the commotion. Everyone was reminded of the brutal reality of fighting against the myriad races. The real weakness of mechs was never firepower or material strength, but reaction speed. Indeed, if mech warriors' brainwaves could surge dramatically, the overall responsiveness of mechs would improve accordingly, and combat effectiveness would rise with the tide. But to squeeze every drop of benefit from this enhancement, entire mech systems would need to be completely redesigned and optimized from the ground up. The most straightforward example is the laser firing sequence. 1. The mech warrior issues commands via brainwaves. 2. The AI brain receives and processes them at maximum speed. 3. The laser device begins charging and releases energy. While AI processing is virtually negligible, the laser device's energy release still takes time. To further compress this delay, the laser apparatus would need improvement to make energy discharge faster. However, miniaturized laser firing technology has already pushed near its limits, with no breakthroughs seen for years. Then there's high mobility combat. When facing enemies with shocking speed, the most effective approach is using the laser devices in the mech's palms, since arm movements are inherently more agile. But to make arms even faster, warrior brainwaves alone aren't enough. The arm's power systems would need massive reinforcement. After upgrading power systems, more energy reserves would be required. Energy transmission systems would need upgrading accordingly. The result would inevitably be a domino effect requiring complete structural reconstruction of the entire mech. Simplify everything that can be simplified, letting brainwaves directly replace AI brains. For parts that can't be simplified, use multiple AI mainframes for distributed control. This investment would be enormous. It might not even be cost-effective for large fighter aircraft, let alone individual mechs. Rather than burning money like this, it would be better to improve infantry benefits and compensation to attract more talented individuals to join the infantry. What's truly worth investing in are space warships, especially large vessels. After all, even if reaction speed improves by just 1/10, It could provide humanity with tremendous advantages in our great war against the myriad races. Not to mention, whether it's the battleship captains or the commanders and operators at various control stations and consoles, just having their thinking speed increase tenfold to predict attacks against those incredibly fast alien powerhouses who can dodge laser strikes would boost success rates by at least 10%. With this advantage, combined with a complete overhaul of the battleship weapon system's simpler operational logic, stronger and faster hardware, and laser device, if that great war from a century ago were to happen again, the Ace fleet would never face total annihilation, and might even achieve a completely different outcome. The livestream chat erupted in excitement. "I'd bet everything I own," someone shouted, "that the military is holding high-level meetings right now. Before long, every research institution in the Federation will pour all their energy and time into this brainwave amplification path to completely upgrade our battleships." Everyone felt like they'd been injected with adrenaline, but soon someone reminded them, "Aren't you all overlooking the most important thing? Why did Yi Chen's brainwaves suddenly surge? Yeah, what's really going on? Is he creating a new cultivation technique? Doesn't seem like it. New techniques should start with comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, but his brainwaves only occasionally spike by 10 times or so." Doubts arose again, and the livestream chat fell silent. No one could figure out where Yi Chen's occasional tenfold brainwave speed came from, nor did anyone understand what he was actually doing. Inside the stone chamber, Yi Chen remained seated in meditation like a statue, not moving an inch for 3 full days. His handsome face maintained perfect composure throughout. Finally, his fingertips trembled slightly, his eyes suddenly opened, and a flash of brilliant light flickered through his deep, dark pupils before vanishing. Success! After 3 days of intense cultivation, he had completely integrated the enhanced 6 senses into one, condensing them into true divine consciousness. With a single sweep of his thoughts, everything within a 1-meter radius was under his control. Visual, auditory, olfactory, tactile, and all other information flooded into his brain instantly, while the cost was merely minimal spiritual energy consumption. The moment his divine consciousness fully expanded, his heart suddenly tightened, as if something was watching him. He looked around, but found nothing. The space was empty, and even that feeling vanished abruptly, more like a brief illusion from his sixth sense. "Perhaps it's just some small creature in the distance staring at me." He shook his head inwardly and didn't pursue it further. With the massive increase in information, his brain needed time to adapt. He quickly retracted his divine consciousness and entered meditation again, first stabilizing his realm, then beginning to improve the chaos scripture. Outside, the monitoring scanner data updated in real time. According to the scans, Yi Chen was indeed stabilizing his realm just now. Now it looks like he's improving the chaos scripture. Has he returned to normal? Currently, yes. But during those 3 or 4 days, he didn't move a muscle, yet occasionally had tenfold brainwave surges, and his spiritual energy was slowly being consumed. How do we explain that? Let's not worry about the cause for now. As long as he's back to normal, everything else can be figured out. We'll eventually understand why his brainwave speed could increase tenfold. In the livestream chat, most viewers breathed a long sigh of relief. While figuring out how to replicate that amazing brainwave amplification to comprehensively upgrade space battleship mobility and response was certainly significant for all humanity, Yi Chen's return to normal was what truly put people at ease. 3 to 4 hours later, Yi Chen successfully improved the chaos formula and finally stood up. Next, he had to focus on developing a new technique controlling fierce beasts. This was the greatest constraint on the Yinshan tribe's expansion. No matter how much the population exploded, as the borders of their territory continued to push outward, manpower still fell short. More troublesome was the fact that once subdued fierce beasts broke free from the main army's suppression, they would inevitably develop rebellious intentions. Every time Yi Chen checked the strongest talent system, he never saw any notifications about territorial reduction, but that was only because the 4 armies were still continuously campaigning. Once their current positions were factored in, the actual territory would certainly be smaller than what the system displayed. Those restless beast territories had likely already been automatically excluded from their sphere of influence by the system. Only when all living beings, especially intelligent creatures in conquered areas, completely submitted would the territory be recognized by the system. Based on this, creating a technique that could thoroughly control fierce beasts became his top priority. Not to mention that the 4 armies still held large numbers of fierce beasts, which were both military assets and potential threats. Creak. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The little golden orb bounced excitedly onto his shoulder like a golden bullet. The 2 guards immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing their clan leader appear. "If there's anything urgent in the tribe, come find me in the forest south of the valley." After giving his instructions, spiritual energy surged through him as he rose into the air. Rather than flying directly through the clouds and out of the valley, he first swept over the tribe. Looking down from above, the courtyards were orderly, with tribe members busy cutting hides, crafting tools and weapons. The flat open space in the center of the tribe was piled high with various tools, beast pelts, and wild fruits, with hundreds of tribe members moving about making Seleccionza a lively scene indeed. Further out, a particularly striking compound of over 10,000 square meters built against the cliff face caught his attention. Several wooden buildings stood in neat rows, and in the courtyard, children were arranged in formation, wielding wooden swords and practicing synchronized strikes following their middle-aged instructors' demonstrations. Through the windows, he could vaguely see another group of children sitting properly while learning to write. Yi Chen surveyed all of this, knowing the tribe's foundation was now solid, yet still requiring stronger methods of control. He accelerated toward the end of the valley, then flew close to the ground, heading straight for the southern forest. The sea of trees surged past as branches and leaves whistled backward. In the blink of an eye, a rhinoceros about 2 meters tall and covered in black armor plates came into view. The iron sword in Yi Chen's hand hummed as he dove down, swinging his blade while still dozens of meters away. Swoosh! The sword energy transformed into a silver ribbon, seeming to tear through the air with a howling sound, instantly clearing the foliage in its path before landing precisely on the black-armored rhinoceros's spine. The rhinoceros didn't even have time to cry out before its massive body was cleaved in two. The remaining force carved a crack about a meter deep into the ground, extending several zhong before finally dissipating. Squeak squeak. The little golden orb waved its tiny front limbs frantically, clearly feeling that an opponent of this level should have been left to it. Yi Chen paid no attention and descended to collect his prey. Impressive. That distance had to be over 40 meters, and he easily sliced a black-armored rhinoceros clean in half. Moreover, Yi Chen probably wasn't even using his full strength. After reaching the new major realm, his sword chi could extend at least 100 meters. As for whether each subsequent minor realm breakthrough would add another 100 meters or merely 10 meters, that remained undetermined. If it truly was the former, it would be nothing short of terrifying. Experts, scholars, and the Cultivation Technique Research Institute worked through the night to calculate, concluding that there was over a 90% probability that each minor realm would extend his sword chi by another 100 meters. The reasoning was simple. When Yi Chen broke through the major realm, his spiritual power, chi si, and meridians all underwent qualitative leaps. When this news arrived, matching his own prior predictions perfectly with a 90% probability, it immediately made him somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were heatedly discussing the 100-meter sword mark and terrifying power left by that single strike. Seeing Yi Chen descending through the air toward the black-armored rhinoceros, their discussions took on a note of confusion. It seems he didn't do this on a whim. If it were just a casual sword strike, he would have left already instead of staring at this black-armored rhino that got killed instantly. I thought he entered the forest to clear his mind or seek inspiration for creating new techniques, and just happened to practice the heaven-severing art. The black-armored rhinoceros was merely a 10th-level fierce beast. Any ordinary clansman would definitely clean up the carcass and bring it back to the tribe to exchange for spirit stones. Selling the whole thing could yield 3 or 4 stones, while dismantling it for the trading market could fetch 6 or 7 without issue. As clan leader, Yi Chen obviously had no interest in this 1,000+ pounds of coarse beast meat. If he truly wanted to enjoy grilled meat, he could easily choose smaller, more tender-fleshed fierce beasts among creatures of the same level. Larger specimens typically had inferior meat quality, not to mention that black-armored rhinos were standard high-defense types with tough, stringy flesh. Under countless watching eyes, Yi Chen landed beside the rhinoceros carcass and spread out his divine consciousness like an invisible tide, swiftly searching throughout the creature's body. In his view, the optimal method for controlling fierce beasts was through soul contracts. Once signed, the moment the other party harbored rebellious thoughts, they would immediately suffer contract backlash, while the master could instantly sense it and punish or eliminate them through mental commands. However, soul contracts involve causalitith laws of fate which remained beyond his current realm's reach. Though breaking through the major realm allowed him to comprehend the power of laws and greatly increased his divine consciousness, he still knew nothing about the vast, nebulous laws of destiny. Thus he settled for the next best option, preparing to create a blood control technique dripping essence blood infused with divine consciousness and spiritual power into the fierce beast's vital points to control life and death. For this purpose, he had specifically entered the forest to use the black-armored rhinoceros as a test subject. During his search, his divine consciousness captured a glimmer of earthy yellow light. It was a crystal the size of a marble, brimming with energy that was in no way inferior to a spirit stone of equal volume. Though its chaotic attributes made it unsuitable for direct consumption as a spirit stonite, was better suited for artifact refinement or as supplementary material for spirit pills. Joy flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The material was an incidental gain. The greater surprise lay in the fact that he had found a breakthrough for his blood recognition technique. His original 2 approaches were: 1. Directly infiltrating essence blood into the fierce beast's brain. 2. Locating the creature's energy core and using essence blood to occupy the core, thereby achieving control. Both paths faced the same difficulty. The essence blood had to penetrate layer upon layer of hide and flesh. This required either endowing it with extraordinary penetrative power or dissecting the fierce beast, applying the blood, then suturing it back together. The crystal before him offered a third shortcut. Human energy reserves were fixed in the Chi Sea and couldn't be moved. Fierce beasts, however, condensed tangible, perceptible energy crystals within their bodies. If this crystal could be removed from the main body, he could first drip essence blood infused with divine consciousness and spiritual power into the crystal, then reimplant it, eliminating the need to puzzle over how to penetrate thick beast hide. If the crystal could be moved away from the body, there would be no need to worry about how blood infused with divine consciousness and spiritual power could layer by layer penetrate through the fierce beast's fur and flesh to enter the creature's interior. Yi Chen immediately stood up and soared into the air once more, searching for other ferocious beasts above the forest, peering through the dense foliage. As soon as he ascended, the live stream erupted with excitement. What's going on? I have a bad feeling about this. Me too. Yi Chen's behavior has been really strange lately. Ever since he broke through to a new realm, his actions had been filled with oddity. Would sit in silence for 3 or 4 days, his brainwaves occasionally spiking tenfold, while his spiritual energy inexplicably continued to drain. Just when he finally seemed to return to normal after killing a level 12 beast, he inexplicably landed on the ground, staring at the corpse for a full half-minute before silently flying away. The scanner clearly recorded that during that half-minute, his spiritual energy drained again in a bizarre manner, with no detectable source of consumption. Yet, as soon as he took off, the energy consumption immediately returned to a level consistent with his flying speed. Even more strangely, Yi Chen's expression remained calm, showing no signs of abnormality. Viewers from all walks of life racked their brains, but couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be that he created some kind of technique? The spike in brainwaves when releasing it could be causing the continuous drain of spiritual energy, creating a technique in just 3 or 4 days. Plus, he hasn't changed his cultivation route. How is that possible? Maybe that technique doesn't even require a route and is extremely simple, which is why it could be completed so quickly. The spike in brainwaves is just one manifestation of the technique in operation, while the continuous drain of spiritual energy is the norm. This explanation sounded somewhat reasonable, but no one could provide evidence. Most people just hoped for one thing: Yi Chen's mental state must not be compromised. Some vaguely guessed the truth, but remained skeptical. After all, deducing the cause from the result could always yield a long list of seemingly logical explanations. It's like someone suddenly squatting down after taking several steps. You could say they're tying their shoes, have a stomach ache, or found money. As long as you're willing, you can come up with hundreds of explanations. Even with a wealth of clues, most deductions were still just varying probabilities. The real answer could only be revealed by the person involved. Deep in the forest, Yi Chen's gaze quickly locked onto a flash of fiery red. It was a flame fox, small in size, its fur resembling blazing flames darting between the gaps in the branches at an astonishing speed. It could breathe fire and was fierce, but it was only a level 8 beast, merely a secondary player in the food chain of the Flame Mountain range. However, in terms of value, it was quite expensive. Since Yi Chen implemented a currency system using spirit stones as a universal equivalent and categorized the income of the Flame Mountain tribe into 4 tiers, class differentiation had rapidly emerged. The trading market opened up, becoming a catalyst for social stratification. More and more high-income families were no longer satisfied with mere subsistence. They turned to enjoyment and display. This flame fox, if placed on the trading market, could easily fetch a high price of over 100 spirit stones. The reason lay in its brilliantly colored fur, which was rare and hard to find. The tribal tycoons kept outbidding each other, each offer higher than the last. Unfortunately, no matter how high they went, it was all just a numbers game according to the rules Yi Chen had just established. All wealth and mineral deposits within the territory belonged to him, except for the clan members' private property. Those high-income tycoons with monthly earnings of hundreds of spirit stones couldn't even scrape together a billionth of his fortune when combined. Squeak squeak. Seeing Yi Chen diving toward the flame fox, the little golden orb frantically shrieked on his shoulder, reminding him not to forget about the little sidekick still following him. Such a minor opponent could easily be left to it. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and didn't immediately attack the flame fox, instead swooping close to the treetops as he closed in. Whoosh. The flame fox keenly sensed danger. The moment it looked up and spotted Yi Chen, its tail exploded into a fiery cloud, its small mouth suddenly gaping wide as a blazing fire dragon shot straight out. Yi Chen twisted his body and dodged like lightning. Knowing trouble was brewing, the flame fox spun around and bolted, its movements agile, yet unable to shake off that pursuing figure. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen had closed in behind it, raising his hand and channeling spiritual energy into his palm as he grabbed the flame fox by the neck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame fox desperately opened its mouth, shooting rapid-fire flames like a flamethrower at the surrounding tree trunks, sending sparks flying everywhere. Smack! Yi Chen raised his hand and delivered a slap that knocked it unconscious, then casually waved his other hand, causing ground vines to grow wildly and tightly bind the flame fox's limbs and mouth. His divine consciousness probed outward. Unlike his earlier examination of the black-armored rhinoceros, this time he felt an invisible barrier blocking his way, the unique life magnetic field of a living creature. After the black-armored rhinoceros was killed, his divine consciousness could penetrate without obstruction, but the living flame fox naturally repelled his mental force. Yi Chen pondered briefly and decided to force his way through. Perhaps because the flame fox was unconscious, the resistance wasn't strong. His divine consciousness squeezed through like water flowing around sand grains, finally seeping into the fox's body. Experiencing this barely successful breakthrough, he silently warned himself that simply advancing in cultivation realm wasn't enough, needed to train his divine consciousness strength more. If even a weak flame fox gave him trouble, facing stronger fierce beasts in the future, or analyzing the structure of ores and medicinal materials during artifact refinement and pill concoction, would only be more difficult. Soon, his divine consciousness locked onto a peanut-sized crimson crystal in the lower part of the flame fox's abdominal cavity. Its position differed slightly from the black-armored rhinoceros's crystal, which was good news. Yi Chen tried pushing it with his divine consciousness, but the crystal wouldn't budge. He frowned. Not only did he need to strengthen his divine consciousness, but he also had to develop more refined control to manipulate blood and spiritual energy from a distance, killing enemies with a single thought. This precision would also be essential for artifact refinement and pill concoction, allowing him to eliminate impurities and burn away dross with perfect accuracy. For now, he had to settle for second best. Yi Chen pressed his right palm against the flame fox's abdomen, channeling spiritual energy into its body. Guided by his divine consciousness, the energy transformed into an invisible torrent, slowly pushing the crystal upward toward the throat. Pop! A peanut-sized crystal emerged from between the flame fox's lips. Wait, isn't that a beast's energy core? In the live stream, the crimson crystal gleamed with a dangerous yet alluring light under the illumination, instantly capturing every viewer's attention. The chat exploded with comments, some amazed, others confused. What's an energy core? Seriously, did you sleep through all your biology classes? Another knowledgeable viewer immediately shot back. An energy core is like a human's chi seats, the organ inside fierce beasts that stores energy. It's also one of the main features that distinguishes wild animals from fierce beasts. Ordinary animals don't have cores, only fierce beasts do. Before the explanation was finished, new questions flooded in. Is it possible for wild animals to develop cores? Of course, the same voice continued educating the crowd. If a wild animal accidentally consumes plants rich in spiritual energy and successfully evolves, it will gradually form a core inside its body, officially entering the ranks of fierce beasts. Among the same species of fierce beasts, the stronger they are, the larger their cores become, and the higher the purity. To help viewers understand more intuitively, he gave an example. The tiny fierce beast, Little Golden Ball, was already level 22, yet its core was only the size of a mung bean. In contrast, this level 8 flame fox had a noticeably larger core. However, Little Golden Ball's core surpassed the flame fox's by over 100-fold in terms of purity and energy content. The key question isn't how he extracted it, but why he extracted it. The chat began branching into theories. A. For potion crafting. Many high-end potions on the market contain fierce beast core components. B. Research into new methods of controlling fierce beasts. If achievable, humanity's combat power would skyrocket thanks to the top-tier beasts imprisoned by the military. C. Finding cultivation acceleration methods similar to spirit stones. D. Pure bored immortals can't comprehend a master's entertainment. The debate raged on, but no one could provide a definitive answer. Deep in the forest, flames danced amid the humid scent of grass and wood. Yi Chen casually tossed the fired core aside, where it landed with a crisp ting, like a pebble striking glass. Then he sat cross-legged beside the unconscious flame fox. Squeak, squeak. Little Golden Ball, clutching its tiny crossbow, pointed at the flame fox, then at its own golden fur, indicating it wanted to use the fox as target practice. Yi Chen waved dismissively. Go play by yourself. The little creature immediately scurried away dejectedly, yet never dared venture too far, fearing abandonment by its master at any moment. Yi Chen closed his eyes, using his divine sense to lock onto the flame fox's breathing and heartbeat, while training his brain to detect subtle fluctuations. After about a minute or two, the flame fox's breathing noticeably weakened without its energy core. A few minutes later, its breathing stopped entirely, marking the end of its life. As expected, fierce beasts rapidly die after core separation. Yi Chen had reached his conclusion. The crystals inside fierce beasts could indeed be forcibly extracted, and they were vital to the creature's survival. This discovery gave him greater confidence in his nascent technique's framework, injecting spiritual power and divine sense into his blood, then using that blood to penetrate the fierce beast's body and manipulate their energy cores, achieving absolute control over them. Everything was now in place except for one crucial training component. What he needed to do next was enhance his divine sense's control capabilities, finding a way to make his divine sense capable of manipulating objects. Having made up his mind, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and focused his divine consciousness on the withered yellow leaves before him, exerting his power again and again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had passed, yet the leaves remained completely motionless. Perhaps I should first try using divine consciousness to control spiritual power, he mused silently, knowing this step would have to be taken sooner or later anyway. Once his mind was set, his consciousness immediately turned toward the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The first obstacle soon emerged to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He needed to understand its characteristics thoroughly. Thus, he could only begin by comprehending the properties of spiritual energy, pushing his current realm to its absolute limits. Yi Chen felt troubled. This blood-bonding recognition is far more complicated than I imagined. Every time I solve one problem, a whole bunch of new issues emerge. He sighed softly, and in his helplessness, suddenly remembered his trump card. With a thought, the system interface appeared. Supreme Talent System. Host, Yi Chen. Territory, 1.857 million square kilometers. Talent Enhancement, 1.857x. The cold numbers instantly ignited his fighting spirit, sweeping away all fatigue. With this renewed energy, he continued meditating. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen felt a slight flutter in his chest, as if he had caught an unfamiliar fluctuation. He opened his eyes. Bai Ruoxin was sitting not far away, her starbright, clear eyes gazing at him unblinkingly. Oh my, the clan leader's sixth sense isn't bad at all. Bai Ruoxin curved her lips upward, her snow-white teeth gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, and with the towering ancient trees behind her as a backdrop, she looked like a forest sprite. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. This young lady was clearly reminding him that being too absorbed in cultivation was dangerous. But he had no choice. Both cultivation and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth required 100% focus. If there were truly any disturbances, he could rely on his divine consciousness to detect them immediately, but currently his divine consciousness only covered 1 meter. Moreover, his brain was still adapting to the massive influx of information, so he dared not keep it fully activated at all times. Fortunately, the little golden orb had been floating nearby, ready to face enemies for him at any moment. Since Bai Ruoxin was an acquaintance, the little golden orb naturally showed no reaction. Bai Ruoxin dusted off her hands and said with a smile, "In front of the clan leader, I'd better just be myself. Being submissive or gloomy and serious would only make the clan leader treat me as an ordinary subordinate. If the head of an intelligence organization doesn't have some personal connection with their master, it's very difficult to meet a good end." Yi Chen was amused to the point of bitter laughter. This girl was unfathomably deep, and normally he would never use such a person, let alone put her in charge of intelligence, yet she somehow gave off a natural sense of intimacy. After becoming the clan leader of the Flame Mountain tribe, even Gully looked at him with a hint of awe, but Bai Ruoxin remained completely natural, as if she regarded him as a friend or even family, showing no concern that angering him might cost her everything, or even her life. This was truly unreasonable. The only thing in the world that could give him this feeling was the little golden orb, except the little golden orb worried about being abandoned by its master, so it appeared much more obedient. The difference was that the little golden orb feared being abandoned by him, so it was much more honest and dutiful. You figured all this out in just over 10 days? Yi Chen casually lifted his eyelids, not bothering to question why Bai Ruoxin could provide such swift and natural answers. Given his current state of mind, predicting future conspiracies was far less practical than cultivating his divine consciousness. Once his divine sense could cover a wider area, no schemes could escape his notice, and he'd have the power to tear everything down and start over. Yes, I've figured it out. Bai Ruoxin nodded slightly, then began her methodical report. First, the mastermind behind the internal strife between the Green Grass tribe and Flame Mountain tribe is a man named Luo Shi. Luo Shi? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as the image of that paper inventor immediately surfaced in his mind. Bai Ruoxin continued with additional details. 1. Luo Shi originally belonged to the Green Grass tribe. After inventing paper, he was transferred to the Flame Mountain tribe, where he now oversees the coordination of spirit stone collection and transportation. 2. He had approached the high priest and submitted a series of reform proposals, but had yet to receive any promotion. 3. Several years ago, mysterious grudges began appearing between the tribes. Animal hides belonging to Flame Mountain tribe members would go missing, only to mysteriously appear in Green Grass tribe members' possession. tools from the Greengrass tribe would turn up in Flame Mountain tribe members' homes. All of this was likely orchestrated by Luo Shi behind the scenes. After finishing her report, Bai Ruoxin handed Yi Chen a yellow paper. It detailed the times, locations, participants, and conversation fragments of Luo Shi's emotional manipulation. Others could only call this witness testimony, but couldn't produce any physical evidence. What's your theory on his motive? Yi Chen asked casually. He wants to force the tribal chief to come forward so he can present his strategies directly, bypassing the high priest entirely, using this to gain attention and promotion. Bai Ruoxin answered decisively. Yi Chen nodded faintly, his gaze lingering on the yellow paper for just an instant before all the information was etched into his memory. He flicked his finger, sending out a wisp of spiritual energy that silently turned the paper to ash. Next, the talent roster. Bai Ruoxin handed over several more yellow papers. Yi Chen scanned them. Gender, name, age, cultivation level, current position, past achievements, areas of expertise. A total of 36 people, including Luo Shi. He grumbled internally. Everyone on this list was clearly a fake serious criminal, no doubt about it. Bai Ruoxin definitely had connections to the federal council. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for her to set up so many potential competitors for him. But on second thought, her methods were as unpredictable as his own. Perhaps she was simply reporting the facts. After all, these 36 people had indeed demonstrated considerable talent within the tribe, while those fake serious criminals still lying low weren't included at all. Well, regardless of her motives, the Flame Mountain tribe was bound to undergo major changes. This group of fake serious criminals would eventually infiltrate the power structure en masse, making it much easier to approach Yi Chen when that time came. The livestream audience was buzzing with excitement, comments flying across the screen. Time to rise up. Total infiltration. Spring has come for the fake serious criminals. Yi Chen paid no attention, simply burning all the yellow papers to ash. What the hell was this Lu Star anyway? He's only 8 years old. Why would you put him on the list? Yi Chen asked. I'm reporting the facts. Bai Ruoxin replied with casual indifference. She briefly explained. The child was exceptionally gifted and so mischievous that he had offended every peer in the tribe. Yet even when they all ganged up on him, they couldn't do anything about it, completely outclassed them in both strength and intelligence. The recent brilliant policies issued by the high priest were very likely the result of this 80-year-old troublemaker named Lu Xing secretly providing counsel. A natural-born genius? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, his already sharp features showing a hint of surprise. Who knows? Bai Ruoxin shrugged with an air of detachment. Yi Chen didn't pursue the matter further. Having such a son with exceptional talent and intellect was ultimately a good thing for the high priest. He casually instructed, tell the high priest later not to corrupt this genius son of his. With that, he waved his hand, and the list spontaneously burst into flames, turning into a wisp of blue smoke that was carried away by the wind. As for the specific personnel arrangements and power structure, he neither had the time nor the inclination to think about it. Could wait for later. Go about your business. Yi Chen gestured dismissively. I'm not leaving. Bai Ruoxin refused bluntly. I'll serve as your bodyguard. I'm afraid you might ambush me. Yi Chen voiced his honest thoughts. Bai Ruoxin was speechless. After a long pause, she said quietly, if I really wanted to ambush you, I would have done it earlier. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to argue. He sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the characteristics and flow patterns of spiritual energy. Unlike before, he occasionally activated his divine consciousness within the limits his mind could bear, capturing even more subtle mysteries. Bai Ruoxin simply sat down across from him. With her slender fingers supporting her chin, she stared intently at Yi Chen, her gaze bold and direct. How shameless. She won't leave no matter how much he tries to drive her away. In the live stream, female viewers erupted in outrage. Not just shameless, absolutely brazen. They grew increasingly agitated, filling the screen with criticism and accusations against Bai Ruoxin. Male viewers, however, were both amused and exasperated. You're overthinking this. By the aesthetic standards of the exile planet, Bai Ruoxin is universally recognized as an absolute ugly woman. What kind of honey trap could she possibly be? But who can guarantee Yi Chen's preferences? Someone raised a counter-argument. Geniuses often have strange quirks. What if he happens to like ugly women? Otherwise, why would he be particularly tolerant of Bai Ruoxin? This topic immediately triggered the female viewers. If that's really the case, even Guli got scolded away for daring to contradict Yi Chen, yet Bai Ruoxin gets to stay? Just thinking about it is unsettling. Someone else offered reassurance. Don't worry. Yi Chen only has eyes for cultivation and creating techniques. The reason he treats Bai Ruoxin differently is because she doesn't follow conventional patterns and isn't afraid of him, which he finds refreshing. Don't forget, Yi Chen is a severe introvert who has had very little contact with his tribespeople. Everyone else acts submissively around him. He needs to be revered, but occasionally encountering someone who isn't afraid of him and making an exception is harmless. This explanation did seem reasonable. Next, viewers noticed that after receiving the talent list, Yi Chen didn't immediately return to the tribe, but continued his meditation on the spot. Someone quickly caught the key implication. This very likely meant he had conceived the prototype of a new technique and was piecing together traces of the cosmic Tao. Is this for real? Everyone became increasingly excited. In the Milky Way galaxy, within the jurisdiction of the 7th Military District, a massive transport vessel, 20 kilometers in length, was navigating through the dark expanse of space. Its gray-black alloy hull reflected the faint light from distant stars, while its cargo holds were packed with priceless rare minerals. Destination: Planet A5698. Beep beep beep. Warning, warning. Unidentified flying objects detected. Target refuses communication. The cold synthetic female voice echoed throughout the control room, then repeated again with increasing urgency. In the central control room spanning over 10,000 square meters, hundreds of uniformed personnel looked up at the massive curved display screen. On the screen, 200 million kilometers away, a series of red markers representing unknown targets were rapidly approaching at high speed, accompanied by intense scanning interference. This transport vessel was merely a civilian model. Although equipped with top-tier civilian scanning arrays, it was still far inferior to military equipment. Due to the interference, the system could only barely read the approximate data of the approaching objects. 1 kilometer long, 300 meters wide, 50 meters high. What's all the panic about? It's just a pirate ship. The cabin doors opened as the captain strode in. His short hair, streaked with silver, clung to his forehead, and his military boots echoed crisply against the alloy flooring. Seeing the pale faces around him, he raised an eyebrow, his voice carrying an unmistakable coldness, though a hint of suppressed excitement flickered in his eyes. He had once been the captain of a military destroyer, with half a lifetime of combat experience and countless conflicts under his belt. Although humanity hadn't engaged in large-scale warfare for nearly 50 years, there had been constant friction with neighboring species. To him, a single pirate ship was hardly enough to shake his composure. Captain, the nearest military base is only 10 billion kilometers away. Should we send a distress signal? A communications officer stood up, his voice trembling. No need. The captain raised his hand to signal calm. This 20-kilometer class transport vessel was, after all, massive in tonnage. Its defensive shields and armor thickness even surpassed those of small warships, and its firepower could reach one-third that of a small warship. While the operator's skills might not match the elite crews of military vessels, with him commanding, dealing with a single pirate ship would be more than manageable. Moreover, pirate ships typically prioritized speed and firepower over protection, making a heated confrontation with this steel fortress tantamount to suicide. Beep beep beep. Warning, warning. Unidentified flying objects detected. Target refuses communication. The same alert sounded again. The captain looked up to see another red marker appear on the giant screen, also within 200 million kilometers. In a flash, a third, fourth. In mere moments, over 20 red dots lit up simultaneously, forming a semicircular formation that surrounded the transport vessel. All top-tier pirate ships, the duty officer exclaimed. According to the sparse data being transmitted, each one was on par with the most advanced large-scale raider vessels 1 kilometer in length. Request assistance immediately. Now, the captain interrupted sternly. Send the signal to the nearest military base. Activate defensive systems. Energy shields at 50% output. Navigation maneuver. Propulsion at 60% power, bearing 15 degrees 26 minutes. Prepare to increase to 100% for evasive action. The crew rapidly worked their control panels as a blue energy shield spread across the vessel's surface like a massive whale rising from the depths. The thrusters roared to life, causing slight vibrations throughout the ship as the enormous hull began to turn. The captain's brow furrowed deeply. He weighed the situation. Even the largest pirate organization in the entire galaxy possessed no more than a dozen ships of this caliber, yet here were over 20. Where could they have come from? This was clearly no ordinary raid. There had to be deeper motives behind it. However, with the situation changing by the second, he had no time for deeper analysis and could only rely on years of experience to organize their defense. 100 light-years away. Planet AC-7521, an uninhabited world. Desolate and frigid, beneath ashen skies where volcanoes and earthquakes rage day and night, tearing the Earth into a web of ravines and chasms. On this lifeless planetary surface stands the only structure, a colossal prison and research facility spanning over 3 million square kilometers. One of the 7th Military District's 3 premier containment sites for apex predators. The prison holds over 100,000 ferocious beasts, all level 90 and above. A level 90 creature possesses enough power to destroy a small warship, while a maxed-out level 100 beast can obliterate medium-class vessels. Only large battleships can ensure their complete annihilation. With such a concentration of dangerous entities, the facility's defenses are naturally extravagant beyond measure. Over 100 of the Federation's top-tier AI mainframes handle coordination and analysis, while layered defense systems seal off both sky and surface. 300 billion kilometers from the planet, the 7th Military District maintains a massive military base in deep space, with an entire fleet on constant alert, ready to suppress any disturbance within the prison at a moment's notice. Beep beep beep. Warning. Unidentified space vessels detected approaching ground defense systems activated. Warning. Unknown warships breaching perimeter, all beast control restraints engaged. Warning. Cyber intrusion detected, counter-intrusion protocols initiated. Warning. Unknown breach in progress, all personnel evacuate to core-level safe rooms immediately. Piercing alarms echo throughout the base. In space, dozens of small warships and modified transport vessels, their registration numbers long since a race streak toward the facility. Cargo bay doors swing open, disgorging countless fighters ranging from 10 to 100 meters in length. Wings fold, configurations shift instantly as they weave between defensive energy beams, racing toward the prison at breakneck speed. 70 light-years away, on planet A6987, the Federation headquarters building comes under assault by over 10,000 well-equipped rebel forces. More than 1,000 mechs breach the defensive perimeter, capturing the planetary governor and all senior officials. 120 light-years distant, a passenger vessel carrying over 50,000 souls falls prey to pirate raiders. 60 light-years away, similar uprisings erupt across the sector. The Human Federation governs 14 major military districts. The 7th Military District guards the galaxy's midsection, a defensive zone stretching 100,000 light-years long, 8,000 wide, and 4,000 high. At the exact moment the prison comes under attack, hundreds of assault operations explode across the 7th District's core territories. Regional military headquarters descend into chaos as bases frantically redeploy their forces. At a minor military installation, several small and medium warships sit ready for deployment on the landing platforms, while one large battleship remains docked for maintenance. The other 3 capital ships have already departed to suppress rebel forces attempting to seize planetary defense systems on inhabited worlds. At this moment, a transport craft makes a beeline for the grounded behemoth. Upon receiving the docking request, the captain orders the landing bay opened. The moment the transport locks onto the magnetic rails, chaos erupts within the skeleton fleet. Nearly half the crew members and operators draw laser pistols, instantly gunning down their colleagues. The transport's cargo doors burst open, disgorging nearly 1,000 human traitors who swarm out to replace the fallen personnel, their numbers precisely calculated to maintain minimal operational capacity for the entire warship. The captain bypasses AI oversight, forcibly unlocks the operating systems, and issues launch orders for the massive vessel. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible. Large battleship activation requires triple authorization from regional military command, the ship's AI, and the captain. However, maintenance status provides a rare loophole under the guise of performance testing. Most systems can be unlocked except for weapons arrays and space jump drives. Engines roar to life as the massive ship tears through the cloud layer, ignoring repeated demands from headquarters as it plunges into the black void of space. Simultaneously, hackers achieve total AI penetration, working frantically to crack the space jump locks. Beyond the base's monitoring range, 52 members of the angel race wait in the star-swept darkness, the weakest among them 4-winged silver angels capable of traversing the vacuum with their physical bodies alone. The strongest is a 10-winged silver angel, second in power only to the golden-winged angels within their entire race. Among them also stand 2 8-winged silver angels. The massive warship arrived beyond the surveillance range of the military base and opened its hatches. The captain and several high-ranking human traitors were already prostrated at the ship's entrance, their foreheads pressed against the cold deck plating as they called out in unison, "Divine Envoy." 52 silver-winged angels from the angel clan swept into the ship's hold in perfect formation, their metallic wings reflecting cold light. The leading 10-winged silver angel hovered in midair, his gaze piercing. "Can we complete the space jump before the nearest warship arrives? We can break free from the surrounding celestial gravity in 5 more minutes." The captain remained prostrate on the ground, his voice low and respectful. The massive warship will then accelerate at full capacity, expected to break through sublight speed, light speed, and then faster than light speed within an hour, followed by the space jump. He paused, then added, "According to our calculations, the nearest massive warship will need at least 1 hour and 30 minutes to reach the interception point after receiving orders from sector headquarters. Have you gained control of the space jump system?" The 10-winged silver angel's gaze was sharp as a blade. "Not yet," the captain replied. "However, the hacker team we hired is the most elite in the galaxy. They can forcibly breach the AI brain's defenses and obtain jump authorization within half an hour at most. The only trouble is that sector headquarters has remotely locked down the attack systems, which will be difficult to unlock in the short term. Furthermore, once headquarters discovers our jump coordinates are at the edge of the cosmic storm, They'll deduce our target is the human genius on the exile planet, and will likely activate the remote self-destruct system directly. Even the most skilled hackers can only temporarily delay the self-destruct countdown. The 10-winged silver angel nodded indifferently. As long as we can break through the cosmic storm, everything else is irrelevant. After eliminating that human genius, the treasure bestowed by the Holy Lord will be sufficient to escort us on a one-way journey through the storm to escape. Understood. The captain and the group of traitorous officials prostrated themselves once more, suppressing even their breathing. Yet their hearts burned with excitement to witness the Holy Lord's treasure with their own eyes was already the highest honor, let alone experience its protection firsthand. To the control room, the 10-winged silver angel commanded with a raised hand. Everyone quickly rose and led the 52 silver-winged angels through the corridors straight to the main control core. Minutes later, the massive warship expelled brilliant white exhaust flames and began accelerating. After an hour of frantic speed, the vessel broke through the faster-than-light limit, and the space jump system immediately activated. In the next instant, the warship vanished from the starry sky and reappeared at the edge of a cosmic storm thousands of light-years away. Captain, there are no energy fluctuations within a radius of 10 billion kilometers, and no traces of small or medium warships have been detected, the monitoring officer reported immediately. How is this possible? The captain frowned. By all logic, when a massive warship needed to jump, coordinates had to be set for a full hour before acceleration. The galaxy's monitoring network should have immediately detected the coordinate energy fluctuations and dispatched warships to jump synchronously for interception. Moreover, according to intelligence from military traitors, due to Yi Chen's sudden emergence, a military base had long been established at the edge of the cosmic storm. Though it housed no massive warships, it stockpiled tens of thousands of small and medium warships to prevent any faction from seizing large vessels. To prevent anyone from capturing massive warships, this military base contained no large warships, but it housed tens of thousands of various small and medium warships. Within an hour, the small and medium-sized warships patrolling nearby could easily reach this area for interception. Yet they had not shown up, and the empty deep space was chilling. The 10-winged silver angel exchanged glances with the two 8-winged silver angels, their brows furrowing simultaneously. Their very existence was meant for breaking through blockades. According to the human military's combat power classification, 4-winged silver angels level 90 beasts, slightly inferior to medium warships. 6-winged silver angels max level beasts, second only to large warships. 8-winged silver angels level 110, capable of directly destroying large warships. At this moment, the ship contained 1 10-winged silver angel, 2 8-winged silver angels, 6 6-winged silver angels, and 43 4-winged silver angels, a battle formation equivalent to a small human fleet. Theoretically, they could crush the incoming small and medium warships in a short time, and use concentrated firepower to hold off large warships arriving through space jump systems, carving out a direct path to the cosmic storm zone for this hijacked large warship. As for whether they could shake off hundreds or even thousands of large warships once inside the storm, that would be left to fate. After all, the probability of fighting through the chaotic gravitational currents all the way to the storm's center was so low it was almost negligible. However, Intelligence Chief Bolton had exhausted all resources to provide only this highest probability plan. But now the human military had neither sent large warships in pursuit nor arranged small and medium warships for interception. The 10-winged Silver Angel and the 2 8-winged Silver Angels found it hard to believe. Did the military really care so little about that human genius's life or death? Never mind, let's break into the storm zone first. The 10-winged Silver Angel was the first to regain composure. Without large warships in pursuit, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Understood. The captain immediately gave the order. The massive warship's main engines roared, the hull turned, and rushed at full speed toward the depths of the cosmic storm zone, the coordinates where the exile planet was located. Beep beep beep. Alarms suddenly pierced the silence. Warning. Supermassive flying object detected approaching. More than 10 minutes later, the control room's main screen brightness suddenly increased. At the edge of the scanning range, about 10 billion kilometers, or 0.001 layers, chaotic meteor streams were swallowed by a shadow. A sphere with a diameter exceeding 30,000 kilometers slowly rotated in the darkness. If it were a planet, that wouldn't be surprising. The storm zone was full of shattered celestial bodies, with occasionally lucky planets or even stars that hadn't been torn apart. But the scanner's cold readings indicated it wasn't a planet, but an artificial megastructure. My God, it's a space fortress. Terror exploded across everyone's faces. No wonder the military didn't send fleets in pursuit. There was already a space fortress guarding the storm zone, including the 10-winged Silver Angel and the 2 8-winged Silver Angels. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. For humanity, the most powerful conventional war machines were large space battleships, while the strategic trump cards protecting the entire civilization's survival were space fortresses. At their peak, humanity possessed 11 space fortresses that struck fear into surrounding species. These space fortresses do not participate in offensive operations. They are solely responsible for defending humanity's territory. The largest one has a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, while even the smallest exceeds 10,000 kilometers. A century ago, humanity suffered a devastating defeat that cost them 3 elite fleets and 4 space fortresses, including the largest one, which were completely destroyed. The remaining 7 space fortresses barely managed to blockade the outer perimeter of the entire galaxy. 100 years have passed, yet their strength has still not recovered, and the construction plan for the 8th space fortress remains stalled to this day. No one expected that among the current 7 fortresses, one would traverse the cosmic storm zone and position itself ahead of an alien fleet to intercept them. Divine Envoy, abandon ship. We must retreat immediately. The captain's face was deathly pale as he stared intently at the 10-winged silver angel. With the treasure bestowed by the Holy Lord, we still have time to escape. The 10-winged silver angel remained silent. The treasure did exist, but it was not a gift from the Holy Lord. It came from the 2-winged golden angel, Bodhin. If the mission failed and the hijacked large warship was destroyed by humanity within the cosmic storm zone, he could only use this treasure to barely hide with the 2 8-winged silver angels in the storm's crevices, evading the scans of humanity's large warships for at most 1 day. All human traitors, along with the 4-winged and 6-winged silver angels, would become meaningless cannon fodder. Even he and the 2 8-winged silver angels would have to find a way to secretly attach themselves to the hull of another large warship to escape the storm zone. Given their speed, even if they were at the storm's edge, 1 day would not be enough to break through. And blocking their path was a space fortress. Facing firepower of this magnitude, even a 2-winged golden angel could not rely on speed to avoid the main cannon's coverage, let alone a mere 10-winged silver angel like himself. 100 billion kilometers away, the space fortress's main cannon lit up with a blinding white light, starting with a diameter of over 100 kilometers and expanding at a visible rate until it reached 100,000 kilometers. The beam pierced through the void, carving out a massive vacuum corridor with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers and a length of 200 billion kilometers. Along its path, meteorites that even cosmic storms could not crush were instantly vaporized, along with the space warship protected by its energy shield, all reduced to nothingness. In the main cannon control chamber, the 5-star general removed his helmet-style sensor and eagerly looked toward the communications officer beside him. Compared to the first level of the Biling release period, the main cannon's attack speed has improved by 3,000ths. The communications officer quickly reported. When attacking moving targets, the calculated improvement could reach 5%. Excellent. The 5-star general clapped his hands. As long as we simplify operations, improve hardware, and help gunners break through to higher realms, speed can be greatly enhanced. When that time comes, even 4-winged golden angels won't be able to dodge. They dared to assassinate the hope of humanity's revival. Sooner or later, we'll uproot the entire angel race. With that, he waved his hand with murderous intent. Return to base. The massive space fortress turned around and headed back toward the center of the cosmic storm zone. On resource planet AB-356, within the secret base of the Revival Army, a prison-like chamber held an electric torture chair. Yi Chen, white-haired yet still imposing, gritted his teeth as his muscles convulsed violently under the high-voltage current. Despite his contorted face from the pain, he kept his gaze fixed on the massive light screen on the wall, where young Yi Chen sat cross-legged with closed eyes, comprehending the nature of spiritual energy. The door burst open. The new intelligence chief, a middle-aged man with an anxious expression, rushed in. General, we've discovered why the military suddenly deployed their fleet to attack the Angel clan's border garrison. Taking a deep breath, his face ashen, he continued his report. Our military informants report that the Angel clan attempted to hijack large warships to travel to the exile planet and assassinate the young master. That assault was the human military's retaliation and warning to the Angel clan. What? Yi Chen erupted in fury. Bang! The steel needles and conduits covering the electric chair were instantly shattered by the raw power bursting from within him, sparks flying chaotically. The old man's cold gaze locked onto the intelligence chief before him, radiating murderous intent. I failed to detect the Angel clan's movements in advance. I deserve death. The middle-aged man was so ashamed he nearly collapsed to his knees. Yi Chen exhaled heavily, his breath thick with the metallic taste of blood, and waved for the man to step back. He rose abruptly, blood streaming from his torn flesh and staining his clothes. The overwhelming killing intent made the middle-aged man dare not lift his head. So they think the young master is easy prey? The old man's voice was low yet thunderous. Issue an immediate announcement. The Revival Army still exists. From today forward, without Yi Chen's consent, we declare him the second commander of the Revival Army. Since the Angel clan dares to show such attention to our commander, let's send them a generous gift, and let all the clans weigh the consequences themselves. General, the middle-aged man's heart trembled. This will increase the difficulty of bringing back the young master, and will face simultaneous attacks from both the military and all the clans. Do as I say, Yi Chen coldly interrupted. He understood clearly that what Yi Chen truly needed was time, not a revival army in turmoil. Even if the entire army was destroyed, as long as they could buy Yi Chen a few more moments, he believed the young man would eventually escape the exile planet through his own strength. By then, whether the revival army existed would be irrelevant. Rising again would be as easy as turning his palm. Yes. The middle-aged man stood at attention, acknowledged the order quietly, and quickly departed. The door closed, and the cell returned to silence. Yi Chen staggered to a corner and opened a dust-covered secret safe. Inside was only a dark gold communicator. He raised his hand and dialed the sole encrypted number. After a long silence, a projection beam revealed the figure of a six-winged white angel who knelt on one knee before him. Master, detonate the Kosa star. Yi Chen command was ice-cold and resolute. Yes. The six-winged white angel's form trembled, fanatical bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. The communication was cut, the light and shadow vanishing instantly, leaving only cold darkness. The old man put away the communicator and silently weighed the revival army's next path to survival. Traitors existed in every race. Within the human race lurked spies from various clans, and within those clans were hidden agents serving humanity. The revival army had invested enormous resources to plant numerous deep sleeper agents among the various races. The six-winged white angel he had just contacted was the most secretive and sharpest of these pieces, personally cultivated by his own hand. Over 60 years ago, when Yi Chen was still the Human Federation's only 9-star general, he had personally led fleets to crush the Angel clan's invasion. They fought all the way back to the Angel system and launched a retaliatory massacre, slaughtering billions of angels on the Angel homeworld of Toka. When that campaign ended, Yi Chen anticipated that the Federal Council would inevitably force him to withdraw. Such brutal actions were enough to terrify all races, and the severely weakened human race could not withstand another coalition assault. Following his master's orders, the old man secretly planted massive energy bombs deep within Kosa, the sole star of the stellar system containing Toka. Once the fleet withdrew, the angel race swiftly reclaimed Toka. Just as Yi Chen had predicted, the angel warriors only scoured the planet's surface and didn't even bother checking the surrounding asteroids, let alone think to probe the star's interior. No one would believe that after exterminating an entire planet's population, Yi Chen would transform the whole stellar system into a timed nuclear bomb. In Yi Chen's plan, this trump card was meant to be used when the angel race dared invade the Milky Way again. First lure their main forces into the area, then detonate the star in one decisive blow to devastate the enemy. Unfortunately, it had remained unused for 100 years. The bomb's controller had been in the hands of that six-winged white angel spy all along, until today, when the old man finally issued the activation command. After making this decision, the old man secretly weighed the situation. How long the revival army could survive and how much assistance they could provide Yi Chen depended entirely on the attitude of those old foxes in the Federal Council. The public mocked the council members as dim-sighted, incompetent parasites driven only by profit, but only a select few knew how terrifying they truly were. The old man was one of them. Even Yi Chen, with all his glorious military achievements, couldn't outmaneuver the council. Back then, the revival army wasn't trying to restore imperial rule as the media portrayed, but rather faced an ideological conflict. Yi Chen found the council too cautious and believed he wouldn't live to see humanity's true rise. His assessment of the council was summed up in 8 words: only absolute force can defeat them. The council viewed the Milky Way and surrounding systems as a vast chessboard, where a single move could take decades and a complete game could span millennia. During humanity's period of limited strength, they might win or lose individual battles, but they could always fall back to defend the Milky Way. To disrupt this game required overwhelming force like that great war a century ago. No matter how powerful the revival army was, it was merely one faction within humanity, and its defeat was inevitably didn't even cause much internal damage to the race. Understanding this, the old man knew he couldn't lead the revival army off the chessboard. He could only hope the council would use the revival army as a useful piece rather than sacrifice it early to appease the other races. The angel system. 60 years of reconstruction had made Toka lush and green once more. Deep within a mountain, a shattered human warship lay among the rocks, its hull embedded in the cliff face, broken, but still gleaming with metallic luster. A 6-winged white angel silently flew into the cockpit. AI, activate the remote signal transmission device. The previously dim instruments suddenly lit up, and the cracked screen glowed with an eerie blue light. Remote signal transmission device activated. The AI's mechanical voice echoed. Transmit the detonation signal. The white angel showed no hesitation. Transmission successful. pulse waves penetrated the thin atmosphere, racing toward Kosa, over 200 million kilometers away. At that moment, the most powerful eight-winged silver angel on Toka sensed danger and suddenly looked up at the blazing sunlight. Boom boom boom. Kosa's surface flickered continuously as massive energy bombs detonated in chain reactions at its core. The star's internal fusion processes instantly destabilized, losing the outward pressure that resisted gravity, and the massive star began rapidly collapsing. The next second, the extreme compression reached critical mass. Boom. The star exploded, its outer layers becoming a blazing white torrent, with violent radiation carrying countless gamma rays sweeping across the heavens. The over 3 billion angels on Toka faced their apocalypse. The old man's gift to the angel race had been successfully delivered. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.